Well, welcome everybody to ESL R1. It is major final day. We are here at Sweden. It's DreamHack, the grandest stage of them all, with one of the biggest sim racing events of all time being featured here at this very venue, and I can't wait. My name, of course, George Morgan, your commentator and host as well for the pre-show. Joining me are the fabulous bunch of Lewis McGlade, my fellow commentator as well, partner in crime, and Rory, I tell you what, getting us the scoops backstage as well, and also with the drivers. Fabulous occasion, chaps. Yeah. We are now on the precipice of crowning a champion. Lewis, it doesn't get any bigger than this, does it?
No, this is, when we did this back in Munich, it was so much fun. We had Gamers Day as well, and now here, it's always so fun to see these drivers push it to the absolute limit. And I've got to say, it's great to be here on the casting couch with you guys, and I'm sure we're going to have a great one.
Oh, we're going to have a fantastic one. Rory, you were on fire yesterday, my friend. Some of the scoops you were grabbing back at Race Direction, first of all, we've got to talk about that because, of course, the Luke Bennett, Kevin, Siggy saga really did rumble on after Road Atlanta. Siggy, of course, with his collision with Darren McCormack that sent him off, but he was more concerned about the Luke Bennett situation. Obviously, when he had the lead, what looked to be a fair move was deemed by race control as not acceptable.
I mean, ironically, we did go to race control earlier on in the day and said, oh, things are a bit quiet. And I think that was the curse. And then it all kicked off. But that just goes to show how much pressure and how much, we've been through a whole season. We're now here. Well, that was even day one of this major. Now, can we imagine how bad it's going to be? We saw some stuff yesterday. I cannot imagine what we're going to see today.
I mean, Lewis, Monza, that last race at Monza, I think, was the one we were waiting for. I think. And obviously, everything was on the line there. Thomas Tatler got through. Dane Warren was on the edge of his seat, obviously wondering whether he was going to make it through to the final day. There was a lot of drivers there in the mix that could have potentially got a race win at Monza, and given some of the moves that we were seeing on track, some of the daring efforts that we saw, Sebastian Joe, by the way, showing his class once again, I think we're going to see that. I think that's going to be the theme of every single race we have lined up today.
Yeah, we were chatting about this backstage. The first few races, like I said, Sevi and stuff, they'd ask me, oh, are you enjoying the race? I was like, well, they're kind of a bit boring. Nothing's really happening. And again, it just built up as the day went on. The day went on. Next race, more exciting. Then we got to race 8, and it was so good. It was so exciting, and that's such an unbelievable defense. And like I say, I think that maybe the first couple today might be a little bit calmer as everyone's kind of settling into the day. But as soon as one driver gets into finalist mode, we'll discuss how that's all going to work later on. Once that happens, though, this is going to start to kick off.
It's spicy.
And that's exactly what we saw yesterday. Everything was reasonably calm. It seemed like Seb got off the mark really quickly. Everything was calm, and everyone was like, no worries, Seb can have that one. I'll get the next one. And then when those chances ran out, it started to get, the pressure started. And that's what we saw with Team Redline, That's why it means so much. That's why we were at race control so much, because it really matters to these guys.
We saw the ugly side of team interplay as well, though, didn't we? Chinchik and Kazabon.
Yeah.
Lewis, talk us through that.
Yeah, so there was, it was in that race 8, and it was an awkward scenario. That was the thing. Is I think, Marcel was doing an awful lot battling with Sebi right at the start of the race, right? Trying to stop Sebi from running away, which makes sense. Yeah. You're trying to get it where, because Thibaut needed a win. That was the important
needed
bit.
To get through. Yeah.
And so once, the battle had kind of gone on, once he dropped back into the clutches of his teammate, rather than letting him through, it was a little too awkward going into the Rogier that time, and that's where they kind of like tripped up over each other a little bit. There was a bit of contact between the pair of them. I think it was kind of one of those racing deals. You're trying to help your teammate, but sometimes you kind of just got to react, and you're almost just sort of like, oh, it's another car, I've got to defend from it.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, that's the measure of a racing driver, isn't it? We saw Sebastian Job doing it outright at Monza. It was certainly special to watch. How about the return of a legend, though? Max Benneker as well, taking a sensational race victory. Quite emotive as well in his response. I think he was quite happy to get that job done fairly early on as well through proceedings. He could yet be a thorn in the side of many, as will Kevin Siggy.
Yeah, well, I mean, going to Max, he's done this before. Yeah, obviously. We've seen him do it before. He got his win in early, but with this format, without touching on it too much, you can almost lose momentum. And I felt Max maybe lost a little bit of momentum. And I was thinking the same with Seb until that last race. I thought, oh, hang on a minute, have you gone too early here? And I was sat up there with Max actually, and he was definitely showing some emotion. It didn't. It's almost like he hadn't won that race. He was worried about the last one. And these guys are just born winners, right? These guys, they want to win absolutely everything. So even though he was through, he was still showing some emotion about not getting the result he needed in a race that effectively didn't matter for him.
No.
And Kevin Siggy, wow, did he show up or what?
Unreal.
That is form we haven't seen from Kevin Siggy, I don't think, yet in ESL R1. I mean, we have seen sparks
flashes,
of it. Yeah, little flashes. Katowice, I always remember day one at Katowice where he had so many problems, that the struggles were real for Kevin Siggy. And I wondered how he was going to cope in this big environment, because ESL R1, they've turned it up to 11, you know, with this championship.
Yeah.
Some drivers perhaps don't transition to it as well as perhaps others do. Kevin Siggy, though, I think after Redline's reasonable showing at Gamers 8, it's almost like he's risen to the occasion through the full season.
Yeah, I mean, he's done like various LANs and stuff, obviously with DTM esports and stuff. So he does know a LAN environment. I think something just didn't quite click with him with these cars in this championship until now. You know, obviously we saw a little bit back in Spa during the season, but this does look like again the thing that we were talking about at the end of the spring season, at the start of the fall season. Are we going to see this new Kevin Siggy? And I was kind of talking about this a little bit, and it seems as though things are clicking at the exact right point. And you know, it's kind of like he's driving like the kind of driver when I used to race against him in the GPWC ITC. He's racing a bit like that. That's why I got beaten by him, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, you know, obviously Sebastian Joe, we talk about him and his incredible form, his abilities, not only attacking but also defending places. You know, could Kevin Siggy be the thorn in his side here, Rory?
We certainly showed that yesterday, and if we're going on, form is everything here. With this format, again, don't want to touch on it too much, but anybody can take this.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why it's so exciting, and that's why we've got all this here to cover this.
Huge.
So, you know, not only Kevin Siggy, you know, any one of those drivers, you know, we've got a track, you know, the track schedule features, you know, some good ones for some drivers. Again, we'll touch on that later, but yeah, I think it's up to anyone, really.
Yeah. Well, while we're shooting the breeze, folks, we can take a look at the top 12 as well in terms of the leaderboard and the point scenario of things. And as you can see, Sebastian Job, 100 points coming into today's events. We've then got Dara McCormack, who has been stellar, I'd argue, the most consistent performer, I think, over the course of the major so far. A string of P3s, Lewis. It looks strong.
Yeah, he's got that consistency, but there is a little bit of a dark cloud over his shoulder, because we were speaking about race control and stuff like that. You know, whilst these are the points they've scored in the championship, there are also what we call license points that happen, you know, kind of behind the scenes with race control, and they can get up to a certain amount. And once they pass over that certain amount, we saw this from Marcel Chinchik yesterday, who of course still managed to get this penalty where he was banned from qualifying. Still, obviously managed to work his way through it today quite comfortably. Dara McCormack and Jeff Rietveld are both very, very close to getting a quali ban, where it is kind of at the point where it's likely that they're going to get one today.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we saw there as well, Redline, the only team to have 3 cars going into the final part of the major. Very big opportunity for them to obviously intertwine some team tactics into the fray. Despite it not being a team's title charge, they've still got drivers there to use. Will they use it? Or will it be a case it's not necessarily a team's championship? We're just in it for ourselves.
Well, they have now got the advantage that RHG had yesterday.
Yes.
So RHG came in with 4 drivers. They no longer have 4 drivers.
No.
Team Redline now have
on
the highest contingent. So it's that race to get to finalist mode, of course, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's what they're going to be doing now, because yes, it's a drivers' championship, but I'm sure the powers that be at Redline, and maybe a certain F1 driver, might like a Team Redline driver to take that championship. So we'll be working together to bring that home. Yeah,
they really will. I mean, Lewis, weigh in on that, because that is huge, isn't it?
Well, this is kind of one of the things, like, yes, they've got 3 drivers. Sometimes that can be a little bit of a, you know, it looks like it's a great thing, but we've seen it before, you know, with Redline. We were kind of discussing this a little bit at Gamers 8, and, you know, of course, in Munich, which is what I think they had 3 drivers in the Munich final as well. When you've got that many drivers, you can trip up over each other. Who's your lead driver? You know, whereas if you're like Apex Racing Team or, you know, Heroic, you've only got 1 to worry about. You know, just set them off.
Yeah, and plus as well, you know, the only driver of those 3, speaking of Redline, who hasn't won this weekend is Luke, and he was very, very close to winning. So, you know, is he going to want to win today?
Many would say he was robbed at Road Atlanta. So there we go. But it's crunch time. I want to hear from you. Who do you think is going to win, Lewis?
I do kind of think Sebi. I think Sebi's turning things around this week. I think I was a little concerned coming into it, but I think it is Sebi.
What about you, Rory?
Oh, I'm torn. I mean, you've taken what?
No, you can still go with because he's definitely still going with Sebi.
I'm torn between Dara McCormack and Josh Rogers.
Oh well.
We haven't seen the best from Josh because he wasn't too well yesterday, and you know, and also you can't. Max as well. He's done this at this stage. I mean, there's just so many drivers.
Gamers 8 champion as well.
Yeah. Dara McCormack.
Wow, okay. Well, I won't tell you mine, but the drivers, they'll tell you theirs.
Who's going to win the major? We both have to say us, but, you know, I'm going to say me.
Who wins the major? Do you mean between us or?
Nah, overall, surely.
Hopefully me.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, like.
Who wins the major? That's a difficult one.
Yeah, we're probably going to argue over this.
Sebastian Jones.
Okay, come on.
I think we all managed to say different things then. None of us said ourselves either.
I guess the favourite has to be Seb, right? Seb John.
Yeah,
He's really impressive the whole season.
Seb's got a big chance, isn't he? Such a points haul.
Yeah.
I say
maybe.
I say Joshua. Yeah.
Yeah, Josh.
I want to say the same.
I don't know. There's so many people who can win. It's
McCormack, Josh, Rogers, yeah. Jinchik, always very good.
It's hard to discount Seb, but anything can happen at LAN, right?
I think you can't predict anyone. It could be me, it could be you, it could be whoever's in P24.
That's what's interesting with this format, is it only takes one race to just completely upset the order.
It just shows how special this championship is. It's up for the grabs for everybody, so that's why it's so cool.
Well, incredible scenes indeed. It's amazing to see those absolute A-list drivers all sharing car rides on the way into the major. It's extraordinary, but all of them giving their thoughts. What a partnership that was. Joshua Rogers and Sebastian Job together in a car. Now, these two are outright professionals, you know, brilliant at their craft. A lot of names getting flitted about here, Lewis. Joshua Rogers had a few hat tips, I think, in that one. It looked like it, you know, many of the drivers actually favoured him for this one.
Could you imagine being in that car, though? Be like, oh, so who do you think's going to win? They're both sat there being like, oh, definitely me. But no, I mean, it's very interesting. Coming into the weekend, because when you know, the dream team had our little ride in the fake taxi, we were kind of like discussing as to who we think is going to be the favourite, and we both kind of like were leaning towards Josh Rogers, to be honest.
Yeah.
But then I say he's a bit ill. He's not seen his full form, and maybe that's slightly better today. Maybe we're going to see that better Josh Rogers.
Does
today.
that say how good he really is, though? I think in a
even
sense
when ill, he can do it.
Battling adversity, he's still able to rise above it.
Big time, big time. It's very impressive.
Yeah, and I think what we saw from that was a bunch of very political answers, because I don't know if they were told they can't say themselves.
But you're the expert in that, Rory.
Because if you ask Max Bonecco who's going to win, Max is going to say Max. Seb's going to say Seb. Josh's going to say, and you can go down the entire list. You know what they think, but they think,
none of them are going to say themselves.
oh,
right?
the camera's on me here, so I'm going to say, I'm going to say something
I'm going to be polite.
Not when you're next to one of the people that are going to be right there. They're just going to look like, what an ego.
But Kevin Ellis Jr. hit the nail on the head for me when he said, the format, anybody can win. And I know I've said Dara's my pick, but I think there's an outside chance. With the way that the race schedule is, we're starting off with two very strong tracks for the Apex racing driver.
We may as well call it the ESL R1 roulette table, didn't we? I suppose, you know, just anyone can win it.
Well, this is the whole thing. So obviously, you know, not to dive into it too deep, but obviously the drivers have to get to a certain amount of points, and then they enter finalist mode, and then from that point, when you're in finalist mode, you have to win one extra race.
Yeah.
Right. So again, without going into like too much, you kind of almost need to get, lucky's the wrong word, but you need to get into finalist mode going into a track you're good at. That's the really tricky thing. You know, like, and not even a track that you're good at, a track you know you can win at. Because whilst Dara McCormack, you know, he can, he's picked up quite a lot of podiums yesterday. I was speaking to him, and he was like, you know, what if like, you know, it comes to a circuit, and I know that I can't win at this circuit. I just can't win at this circuit. That's kind of the interesting side as well.
And we've seen this before. You know, you almost don't want to get all your wins, you know, all your good races out of the way, getting to finalist mode. We saw that with Josh in Saudi Arabia. He dominated. And then Max came in the back door and essentially stole
the show.
I mean, let's speak about that final race a little bit in Saudi Arabia. The last time we had finalist mode in the Drivers' Championship, because Josh Rogers obviously was battling. He was in position to win.
He was.
He had a little bit of an incident with someone who's out on track here. He had an incident with Jeff Reef, and I wonder if that's kind of on their mind a little bit. You know, like, oh, well, this guy. You know,
old wounds could open up.
Exactly.
An incident, I believe they call it.
Well, listen, hey, they might be a little more relaxed because, of course, they brought their partners with them. Some of them have got, you know, girlfriends with them that have come to the event.
We're all lonely.
Time around. Obviously, Sebastian Job, I know that, you know, he and his partner, it's almost like they're in this together. It's a team environment, you know, despite that they might not be necessarily behind the wheel, they might not be able to offer necessarily any experience in terms of racing itself, but it's those little, I suppose, nice tones that perhaps bring a driver down to earth and helps their concentration.
Yeah, it probably gives them a nice bit of home, to be honest, and that support. I mean, we saw the VT with Marcel yesterday. You know, how much goes into this for every single one of these drivers. So yeah, they probably do want a bit of, you know, home comfort, a bit of support, something to blow off steam, someone to talk, something that isn't racing potentially, because this is just it's mega intense for us, and we're not even in it. So
you like home comforts, Lewis?
Yeah, I mean, look, so I've done LAN events as a driver a couple of times, and I can tell you, like, when you're away from the things that make you comfortable, it can be very hard to concentrate on what you're doing. But then I was speaking to them, because you're kind of in a LAN event, because we always, let's say, the lights, the cameras, and all this kind of stuff. And yeah, Mac was actually very good when he was talking about it when he was on the race with me. Poor guy. Yeah, he was saying like, there is a lot of pressure around it, but you kind of forget it a little bit because we're at LAN.
I've got to interject because we're only moments away. Sweden, DreamHack, are you ready? One more time, are you ready? They're ready, folks.
Dreams get realized, yet some turn into nightmares. In a world where the past intertwines with the present, a new story begins. The first chapter of the ESL R1 history book has been etched onto the pages of time. Another now has its turn. The ESL R1 2023 full season is on. Find your grip and get ready for the racing to be released.
And it is pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go.
Welcome once again, everybody, to the ESL R1 Full Major 2023. Boy, oh boy, what a journey it's been so far. From 52 of our drivers throughout the full season, down to 24 of them joining us at the Major, and now only 12 of them remain. With a €100,000 prize pool on the line for our driver championship. The real question is, which of these fantastic 12 drivers will claim that victory? Well, I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's get the show on the road and let's check in with Rory.
Yes, thank you, Jasmine. I am here with Michael Preston, Mercedes AMG, Team Williams Esports. We got it, we got it. Welcome to day 2 of the Major. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good. Excited to be here. Good to have a driver in the last day. So, yeah.
Yeah, we lost a couple from your team yesterday. How are they after yesterday's event?
I think Nico and Kuba are probably nursing a hangover at the moment. So,
drowning their sorrows. And how's Dara doing?
Yeah, Dara's pretty good, in high spirits. Got his girlfriend here, so yeah, everything's looking good heading into the race.
And what do you think his chances today? Can he do it?
Yeah, I think you saw yesterday that Dara's really been working on his consistency through this year. I think it's a very different Dara we've seen in the fall season compared to the Dara we saw in the spring season. So he's just picking up results all the time, and then when there's a win available, he's there to pounce.
Fingers crossed for you guys, there's a win available for him today. Thank you, Michael. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very, very much for that, Rory. Well, fellas. Another new waistcoat, I see. I'm not going to lie, our lovely producer, Emil, was repping the green waistcoat.
Yeah.
And he definitely fit the vibe of the stage.
It could only be ESL R1 colours for Emil.
I'm thinking we sub you out for Emil, because the dream team are here.
Yeah,
and I think with the addition of Emil, only good things can happen over here.
How disappointed he is.
He's salty from the very start.
Done.
Well, fellas, we had certainly an incredibly exciting day yesterday. Things started off cool, calm and collected. Our wonderful race control thought they were having a bit of a holiday, but never mind. The stakes are incredibly high. The pressure continued mounting. But the real question is, what do we think of the new format? Because I'm most definitely here for it.
Well, I mean, obviously, yeah, we're going into the knockout phase, into the finalist mode phase, where it's all about getting to 160 points. That's the important bit right now. If you get to 160 points and then you take a victory from there, you win the whole thing. But getting to finalist mode is not going to be easy.
No, it's not. And obviously, we've got 4 compulsory races that the drivers have to serve. In the meantime, of course, we can get to finalist mode and crown a champion within those 4 if one driver dominates, that being Sebastian Joe. But then we've got, obviously, other contenders. If we get some other winners, it could stretch beyond that. We could have 5, 6, 7, 8 even. It could yet go on forever. So stay tuned.
It was a bit of a missed opportunity, the fact that you didn't do the whole like 5, 6, 7,
7,
8. A missed opportunity.
You can't.
Well, why not? I'm here for it. Anyways, should we go ahead and take a look at our track order here for today, and you can give me your thoughts on that one. So our first track of the day is going to be Spa. Hopes and expectations for that one, because I feel like Monza was chaotic.
It was.
So what do we think of Spa? Are we going to start things off pretty smooth?
Well, we started with Spa yesterday, didn't we? And you know, it's a nice start because I mean it's a track with a lot of variables, roller coaster track, lots of variation in terms of undulation, elevation, cornering. You've got it all at Spa-Francorchamps, one of the longest tracks as well in this calendar. So you know, obviously, drivers is a balance of risk and reward. How far are you willing to go at a track such as this to try and get your first win? Because it's going to be a vastly different approach to what we saw yesterday.
I'm not gonna lie, I think Spa was it was a bit boring yesterday. It was a bit boring yesterday. And do you know what? For such a classic circuit, I'm sure we deserve better. I think with it being the first track, I've said before when we were doing our little pre-show, you know, I'm not expecting big drama, big fireworks in the first race. But I think as we roll our way through and we come back to Spa, you know, if we get that far, then yeah, we're going to be turning this one up to 11.
Well,
yes.
I'm certainly excited to turn it up to a level right here and right now. Please join me in welcoming our 12 fantastic drivers. Well, yesterday we certainly had a cool, calm and collected start. Race control had a quieter beginning to the day, but with our new rule of winning a race to immediately progress through to today, our drivers very quickly understood the assignment and what was at stake as the amount of pressure continued mounting. So first up, we have Max Benecke, the first driver to win a round in both our spring season and the fall season.
Yeah, certainly so. Next up, it's Marcel Chinchik, the spring season champion. Of course, the driver really everyone wants to beat. Moving on, it's Jeffrey Rietveld, not a round winner, but he did get finalist mode at Gamers 8. Can he do it in a major? Thomas Tafler, of course, took a heroic shock victory yesterday at Road Atlanta to get into today's action. Yuri Toman finally got a round victory during this season with an unbelievable win at Monza. Luke Bennett got into finalist mode at Munich, of course, one of our 5 drivers to have got through into that. Can he do it here as well? Kevin Siggy had an unbelievable turn of form yesterday, taking the victory in the first race and in the final race. What has he got in store for us today? Dane Warren for Porsche Commando won 2 races through the full season on his way to the major. Joshua Rogers, a 3-time final winner in ESL R1. What can he provide here? And of course, Kevin Ellis Jr., the big man, he took a win yesterday at Road Atlanta. What has he got in store? Can he do it again today and maybe win the whole thing? Arguably the favourite, it is Sebi Jobe, taking 13 race victories throughout the season. Let's see if he's going to win the championship. And finally, our 12th driver, Dara McCormack, 2-time round winner in the spring season. Nothing, though, in the fall.
Well, our fantastic drivers, I'm super excited to see what you've got up your sleeves. Please feel free. You know, I'm so excited. I'm lost for words, and I've forgotten how to do the whole English thing. But anyways, yeah, I'm super excited for today, fellas. The real question is, how are these boys going to be faring under the pressure? I had a brief chat with Sebi earlier on in the day. Did you know, fun fact of the day, Sebastian Jobe's approach to being calm, collected ahead of a race is to jump into a lake. A very, very cold lake.
There's plenty around here.
Yeah, I know. I had a chat with him about it earlier.
We drove past the big one, didn't we? Coming.
So he actually does it in the UK as well.
Wow.
And has like freezing cold showers too. And yesterday he said to me that was his game plan for yesterday. Caught up with him. He couldn't find a lake. But then he's made an agreement for today. If he wins the ESL R1 full season
you could have had a puddle. It's been snowing out there lately.
Well, no, he made a bet with another driver, I forget who it was, that if Sebi wins the major, both of them will be jumping into a freezing cold pond. here in Sweden. And for everybody that is not here in Sweden right now, it is snowing outside.
It's
we
very
have
cold.
ice
Very
outside. So I don't know how well that one's going to go down, but best of luck to him. I kind of want to see it. I'm here for the content.
Yeah, I know. That sounds like banter. That sounds like something that they will do, and I will stay very far away from. I can't swim anyway, so that's fine.
That is superb short material. I think that'd be great.
Yeah, too right.
All about the content, churning out the content. But as we take a look at our top 12, of course, the points have once again been transformed heading into today. So, Sebi, do we think he can do it in our initial races? Do we think he's going to secure finalist mode, walk away with a victory?
So what he has to do is he's actually the only one that can do it in 4 races because he's on 100 points at the moment. Obviously, we've gone through the transformation yesterday. Everyone else is a percentage to him based on where their points were yesterday. So Sebi with 100 points, he needs to get to 160. And what that is, it's 2 victories. A victory is 25 points, and then a 5th place, which is 10 points. That would be the 160. He can do that in 3 races. Dara McCormack, even with 3 consecutive victories, he would be a point shy of the cut line on 159.
Yeah, and also we got a question: where does Team Interplay come into this with the 3 red line drivers who are going to be trying to put Sebastian Job, in a little bit of a box? I think heading through the start of this championship, they don't want him to gain those 3 wins automatically. Of course, he is capable of it. Remember, back at the start of the fall season run, he took the first 2 round wins heading through the championship, so he is known to do the back-to-back. So brace yourself, folks. We're going to be in for one hellacious ride.
Well, when we were all the way back in Munich, Porsche Coanda was certainly putting up numbers of their own, some of their drivers performing exceptionally well. So I really want to focus on Josh Rogers heading into this tournament. How do you think he's been performing so far?
Well, I think Joshua Rogers, off the back of obviously feeling a little under the weather, he has been under a little bit of a cloud, as have we over here, due to the snow that has been cascading down. But total points being outweighed by Sebastian Job at this time. 2 very strong individuals for their teams and really flying the flag as well. Of course, Sebastian Job gunning for G2 Esports, and you've got Joshua Rogers doing the same for Porsche Coanda. Average grid position, 4th for Seb Job as well. That consistency coming into play, and the same can be said though. You look at the top 6, a little bit of a differing factor there though, because Joshua Rogers 73.3% strike rate despite having the 44s. Seb Job, just by mere consistency in the reduced amount of races that he has been part of in this series, he has arguably been more consistent in that top 6.
Yeah.
The real question is, Lewis McGlade, which driver do you think is stronger out of the 2?
As in a physical, big guns.
Flexing.
On the tracks.
On track. Do you know what? This season, we're not even doing it. No. This season, do you know what? You can't say it's not Sebi. He's been the favourite driver all the way through the season. Like I said, 13 wins, including yesterday. 13 wins throughout the season, which is unbelievable. Josh has definitely not had 13, and despite Josh coming into this as being into this season as maybe the favourite to go after it, Sebi's just been different level.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder what the boys make of this rivalry between the 2 of them. So let's go ahead and find out.
This season, honestly, it's safe to say that Sebastian Job is probably my biggest rival in ESL R1. He's had a super strong season. Thankfully, though, we were able to win the last round, so maybe that helps. I know that I'm capable. In all the other series that we've raced against each other before, more often than not, I've been able to do it, so there's no reason why I can't do it again this weekend. I don't know, but I wouldn't be talking about the racing. Rather let my driving do the talking.
Just jump in here.
I knew this was what was happening. There you go.
Surprise? Where's your Porsche car? Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, we'll see.
I learned a bit from Saudi, because when I got to Saudi, I was really thrown off by the seat. So I've brought a load of padding with me.
Pace is there, consistency's there.
But is it on land? Well, for me, it's winning. Some of our battles were amazing. A battle at Zandvoort, we were literally side by side for half the lap.
Honestly, I don't remember Zandvoort because I think I blocked the first half of that season out of my memory.
That's fair enough. Yeah.
Explain the rivalry. It goes back a long way, doesn't it? We're kind of old farts.
And I was always the young kid on the block, and now I'm an old man. Staring contest.
Staring contest.
Alright, 3, 2, 1. Already?
I blinked.
We'll restart.
Goodness, man.
3, 2, 1.
Like my eyes are already dying.
I think it's the cold.
Nah, it's not.
I got away with that. I was panicking for a second.
I guess that's just more focused on track then.
Well, Sebastian Job certainly won the Don't Blink contest.
That's terrible.
That's why he's going to be my pick, actually, for the first race. So there we go. Going to get that one in early. Jasmine picked Max Benneker. Who are you picking?
I mean, around Spa, Kevin Siggy, bang.
Yeah, there you go.
I go Soggy boy.
Soggy. He's going to go for Soggy. Let us know as well in the live chat, folks, to who you're picking as well for this very, very first race of the day. It's going to be thrilling. Now, we've got to talk about the format as well here, Lewis, because obviously a lot on the line. Obviously, remember, we've been hyping up the 100k prize pool as well. It's really, really getting trepidatious now in amongst these top 12 athletes that we have currently sat behind their racing rigs. There is a reminder of the current prize pool. 40k going to the winner, 15k going to the second place. Quite a drop-off in comparison, so they all want that P1 prize fund.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's kind of like, when you've 25k is still a short amount of money.
No, it's nice, but I prefer the 40.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, jumping down the order, I'd say it's 100,000 euros from 1st to 12th. Everyone else, who's already been knocked out, no money for those. So we're dealing with these at the moment. Like I say, when you've got that kind of pressure on your shoulders and it can come down to one race, that's where the tension is rising, the heart rate is rising. You can see Jeff Rietveld here, Andre Kunterman, I believe, is over his shoulders, kind of having a little bit of a look around to see what's going on, and a bit of communication. Doesn't look super calm at the moment, does he?
No, he doesn't. He looks a little fraught. It's definitely a stark contrast to when I saw him last night. So whether they're having a few issues themselves, I'm not quite sure, but never a nice thing to arrive into an opening race. And look at Kevin Ellis Jr. as well. So focused, relaxed. He is preparing, visualizing potentially another race win at Road Atlanta when we go there later on.
He's gone to bed. He's in sleep.
It was a long night last night.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, he's completely gone. He's out of it. But no, unbelievable performance at Road Atlanta. That'll be our second track. There is Marcel Chinchik. To give you a rundown of the tracks to be running, we're starting at Spa. We're going to Road Atlanta for the second race, then the Hockenheimring for the third race. The fourth race will be at Monza before we go to Road Atlanta again for race 5, and then if we need it, race 6 Hockenheimring, race 7 will be Monza, and race 8 will be Spa if we need them. That's a man who does not look too flustered right now.
No, not
he has found a lake to jump into.
Yeah, maybe he has. There's certainly not a sweat drop in from Sebastian Job, so he's obviously prepared, ready for this event, and quite rightly, he shouldn't drop a sweat because this is someone who has been at the top of his game right through the course of the full season championship. He's got another consistent driver alongside him by the name of Dara McCormack, who has been stellar in major competition. This man has been as well, remember, champion back at Gamers 8, Maximilian Benneker, and one of the best drivers in terms of solving a Rubik's Cube puzzle as well.
Oh, do you know, I couldn't believe that. Hidden talents and all that. Obviously, so you can see, by the way, there's a slight delay to the start of practice at the moment, which is fine. But yeah, don't get me wrong, like, again, that Rubik's Cube thing, it's
impressive.
It is impressive. It is
very
impressive.
impressive.
Although I am wisely informed that
Mental
it's kind of like, anyone can learn how to do it.
Yeah.
But it takes a lot of time to solve it that quickly.
But he can do it and I can't, so that's impressive.
That is, well, that's not that impressive. That's not that impressive. Speed cubing, it's a thing. Do you know, I can't remember what the record is. I think it's like 4 point.
Yeah, I've heard that there are some ridiculous talents.
I think he could do it in like 9 seconds. Was his fast one, which is pretty quick. But yeah, it's like 4.5 seconds. Something like that.
This man will be looking for some big results. So Luke Bennett. Felt hard done by. We've spoken about it in the pre-show as well after what happened back at Road Atlanta. It definitely seemed to be the move was on. It was a fantastic move, by the way. Bold, brilliant, concise. Managed to get past Thomas Tatler, but had to forego the position, Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, and let's put it this way. Redline didn't agree with the penalty. They rushed over to race control straight after the race.
Adrian Fidalgo got ambushed, I think, at that point.
He did a bit. And then we got some fascinating content from Rory Alexander, Mr. 100k. Just stood there kind of watching it on point.
He was brilliant.
The thing is, those kind of things will be weighing on their mind, because when they're racing, they might race a little bit differently than they're kind of comfortable with, so we'll see.
Yep, head-to-head as well. We're going to take a look at Thomas Tatler's stats against Dane Warren. Of course, Warren only just barely getting through, and you could argue that Thomas Tatler lucky to get through. 38 points going to the Finnish driver against the 50 that Dane Warren has managed to succeed in doing. But look at the average grid position. Both drivers flirting around the 5th place mark. Top 6s, Dane Warren slightly outweighing in terms of the numbers, and in terms of podiums as well, 13 against the 8. But all can change in this diverse format certainly separates itself from the run-up in the online rounds, so there is a chance for any driver in this field to succeed in clinching and grabbing or taking the hands to the trophy that currently sits in the center of this arena.
And like I say, it was a shock win from Thomas Tattler yesterday. Really was a major surprise. But Dane Warren continues to be this kind of driver. We had this great conversation with Matt yesterday. He continues to be the driver where you're kind of looking at him being like, he kind of is actually the fastest at Porsche Commander. And then when you get to like the crunch time, whether online, at home, whatever, it just doesn't seem to click.
No, it doesn't. More head-to-heads. We take a look at Jeffrey Rietveld and Yuri Toman. Yuri Toman, of course, one of the real consistent talents here for RAG. And just look at them, separated by a mere point in terms of progression through the championship. 57 outweighs 56. Average grid position in favour of Toman, however. Now, these two are pretty much cemented in terms of their racing ability. Toman, though, in terms of the statistics, perhaps outweighing Jeffrey Rietveld. But I would argue Rietveld starting to come into his best form.
Yeah, I mean, he does do well at land. We saw this, like say, at Gamers 8, where he was a finalist, and you know he was the man that kind of decided it. Obviously, with that contact with himself and Josh Rogers. But the thing is, the fact that he had contact with Josh Rogers was showing that he was actually battling for the actual win. It wasn't just like you know, he'd not just got himself into that kind of position and oh well, you know, we'll just see what we can get. No, he was battling for the win against this man here, who will be bitterly disappointed that he didn't win at Saudi Arabia. Bitterly disappointed with how yesterday went as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think Joshua Rogers is probably one of the most surprising factors in all of this. We're going to take a look as well at Kevin Siggy, almost rejuvenated after a stellar showing on the run-up to today's final scenario. Marcel Chinchik as well. We all know how brilliant he is. He's the only man with his name engraved on this very trophy after capturing the crown back in the spring series. 73 points to his name, to the Hungarian, hungry for more, no doubt, and has raw ability, raw potential. He has the pace. He was brilliant at Monza yesterday as well. He took the fight to Sebastian Job, and unfortunate in many ways not to take the race win as well.
And Marcel Chinchik holds the fastest lap at Spa during day one. That was yesterday, of course. So that's kind of, you know, showing that he is quite strong around here. Here's my pick, Kevin Siggy, who took a victory around here to start out yesterday. Wonder what he can do. He's got his BMW gloves on. Obviously, the partnership between Redline and the BMW squad, they do typically represent them.
That's not BS competition. That is
not BS competition, no.
No, it's not.
He always uses those gloves as well.
Yeah, even though they're slightly purple, it is not BS competition. But yes, nevertheless, we're going to be witnessing certainly a massive fight between these 12 drivers. We've witnessed them all now undergoing their practice rituals, folks. There is so much on the line, and naturally, Kevin Siggy knows that. Yesterday was one day. Today is a total different day, and now we're only moments away from qualifying. Still in practice at the moment. Obviously, the drivers just trying to nestle themselves into the form, but I am going to ask the audience here as well. Once again, are you all ready?
No, they are not. Nah.
I swear they were better than this before. Come on, are you ready?
All right.
Yeah, they're definitely ready, Lewis.
Bit better.
Yeah. Oh, we want one more. We'll give him one more.
All right.
Are you ready?
Now that is the best one.
That's the best.
That is the best.
Well done, everybody. Fantastic.
I did that during the start, like right at the start of qualifying in Munich. I had Erhan Janowski coming up to me being like, "What are you doing? Everyone's really loud. We need more volume."
He wasn't on a qualifying lap, was he?
He was about to start.
Outrageous McLean. Wowee, folks. So we're here at Spa-Francorchamps. Never a better sight to go racing or set a qualifying lap. In the woods of the forests of Stavolo, we're going to be witnessing 12 cars send it, heading up through the Camel Straight, out of Eau Rouge and Radion, up through towards Lake Com, and they're going to zigzag their way right through Sector 1s, 2 and 3, and we'll decide very shortly as to who's going to be on pole. The big question is, Lewis, who can do it? Let's take a look at the track. R1 lap record going to Luke Bennett, which certainly will go a long way to him if he can achieve the same again in qualifying.
Yeah, exactly. Track position is not the most important around here, but you've got to be in that top 4 if you're going to take victory. You know, you've got that, like I said, the 2-kilometre run from turn 1 into turn 5 on the track map from the source all the way to Lake Com. That's where you're going to see most of the overtakes. In fact, most of them we saw yesterday, they were a lot of lifting out, letting the other guy go through, not losing time. I think in this race we might see something very similar.
Yes.
Later on, nah.
No. I think, listen, I think we're going to put the calmness to bed here at this point because, of course, we witnessed, perhaps a little bit of it through towards the start of yesterday's action, but then it came to crunch time. Monza came upon us, and with one spot left, of course, it went to Dane Warren, managing to clinch it towards the very end, but the race itself was full of fraught action, battles galore. Drivers, despite nestling their places into the final, still insisting on trying to win races. Now, don't forget our beta key bonanza in the top right-hand corner. Get your hands on a key. Give yourself a chance to play the Rennsport game as well. And make sure you enter it in the Epic Game Store as well, folks.
Exclamation mark beta as well in chat if you want to jump onto that one. Do you know what set it off yesterday? What I think, where it was really calm. The one thing that changed things was Thomas Tattler winning a race, because that was where things really just went, well, okay.
Yeah.
Now,
it was like a whirlwind.
Today, I think it will be fairly calm until whoever it is, whoever's going to be the closest, until someone is a race away from finalist mode or is in finalist mode. When that happens, that's when the whole game plan changes.
Oh, it does. And 40 seconds away, Lewis. I mean, I've got to say, we've picked, I think, both myself, you, Jasmine, we picked, I would arguably say, the head honchos of the field. I think after what we saw yesterday, Benniker, Siggy, Job, 3 of the names you'd probably expect to see at the front end, but obviously we could yet see a twist in the tide. I'm not counting out a Luke Bennett performance here.
I'm not counting out any one of these 12. Genuinely, this is the whole thing. We kind of were going around the stage earlier on today before we went live, and we were like, who do you think is going to win? And I was like, they can win. All 12, genuinely all 12 can win. And we kind of, we joke about that in like some championships, like, anyone can win. Because of this format, because of how this championship is, absolutely anyone can win.
They can, and that's the beauty of this championship. The format changing as well from what it is in the run-up through the rounds. Of course, we've already crowned the team's champions as well, being RAG. Now today we crown our drivers' champion, and it's going to be a thriller. 12 drivers line up around us here at the arena, all chasing the same prize here at this point. 40k a winner's prize out of the 100k prize pool that we have on offer, and the trophy that is currently sat behind us. The stakes don't get higher than this in arguably the biggest event in esports itself. That, of course, being the DreamHack Winter here in Sweden. It's certainly a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be here commentating one of the great major finals here to cap off the year, and getting us underway, RAG, and it's Marcel Cinchik, the spring season champion, and he's the first to get us underway here at DreamHack.
Yeah, and he actually, he was the driver that topped practice with a 14.2. So I was seeing that second in practice, by the way, it was Thomas Tattler. So we're saying that this day's kind of open. Yeah, she's open. So going up through Eau Rouge, Radion, and now onto the Kemmel curve. See what the first sector is going to end up being from Marcel Cinchik. He didn't need like the greatest lap of all time, just needs to set a good one. That said, Sevi Job does have he's got the qualifying lap record around here, that's for sure.
Yeah, he certainly does. Coming through now the Lecom section into Malmedy, who's going to take the deep descent in towards Rivage. 38.7 in the first sector is okay. He's there or thereabouts. Needs to find something, though, a little extra heading through towards the middle sector now. Out of Rivage, he'll then make his way through towards the Jackie X section. Now, this is where you take the downhill. So whilst you make the uphill climb, coming up through Kemmel, now you take the descent and up to the risky Pouon section, and the race curves, they're oh so treacherous, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. That one on the right-hand side that you take from Marcel Cinchik, it's kind of that required line. You open up the corner, you head it through the double apex curve at Pouon, and then bring it back over to the left-hand side as we head into Fania. Of course, I like to call it Piff Paff because it sounds amazing as we head down towards campus.
So does Lefania.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm not going to like Piff. Lefania sounds good. Some people call it campus. Absolutely not. This is campus.
This is campus, yes.
Exactly.
Stavelow's up next.
Exactly. Second sector, we're looking for something in the mid. A slowdown. He's got a slowdown.
Oh!
Well, I've not seen slowdowns there too many times.
We haven't seen them necessarily at Spa either at all. So Marcel Cinchik, that is a devastating blow for our current Spring Series champion. A slowdown penalty here midway through his lap.
And I've got to say, the sector times were looking pretty good. He set a 38.7 on the money, 59.6, a little slow, but on the money.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, he's got it all to do now, and obviously this puts him in a very fraught position coming into the start of the race. He could yet be starting from the back. Early drama at RAG. Across the line comes Marcel Cinchik. He's got to recompose himself. 38.9, that's a 2.17. not representative at this stage.
No, certainly not. Next up will be Dane Warren, as we'll see him into the final sector. Of course, Marcel Chinchik will go on to pole position camp, but I can tell you that will last the sum total of no laps, as Dane Warren will work his way through into the final sector. Obviously, confirmation there that Marcel Chinchik does have the slowdown with the red check. Anyone who else gets a red check next to their name will be slowed down. 14.3. Couple of tenths off where we need it to be.
Yeah, certainly is. Max Benneker as well, currently setting a 38.7 in the first sector, kind of on par with what we saw from Chinchik earlier on, but the second sector, 59.8, might be slightly damaging here. As you can see from Chinchik, slow down nearly 3 seconds off the pace, up at the sharp end. Now Max Benneker, who took victory yesterday in great style to confirm his place into today's final scenario, makes his way out to bus stop now. What can he accrue to kick things off here at Spa? Comes up towards the line. Can he swamp Dane Warren? No, he can't. 800ths away from P1 here.
Let's see what Luke Bennett can do. The first of 3 Team Red lines in this event, in this day. See what he can do. First sector's okay. Second sector's a little bit slower, but let's see what the BMW can do in the final as he hooks it up through the chicane. Again, wants to beat that 14.3. Ideally, we want to see a little bit faster than that. Somewhere in a 14.2. If you get a 14.1, you're definitely on pole position, really. He's not happy with it as he crosses the line. He's ahead of Benneker, but behind Warren.
Yeah. Getting a familiar shake of the head as well. Here comes Sebastian Job, my pick here, and look at that middle sector. It's looking spicy, a 59.5 with a 38.7 up at the top. Dane Warren is going to be quivering in his boots, as you can see him in the bottom right-hand corner, currently on top, and Job is on a mission, currently leading the championship, coming into final contention here this time around, and Spa-Francorchamps lights out with G2. He pumps his fist, and this looks like it's going to be P1 for sure. It's a 2:14.1. Sebastian Job breaking records again.
Yeah, now that is faster than laps he's done online in qualifying. That is a new lap record around here, a 14.121. I'm pretty sure it was a 1.3 online, but that is in qualifying spec. Certainly up there. Very, very impressive from Sebastian Job. Jeff Rietveld will be the next driver to come through. He's not that much slower. I think it'll be a 0.2, maybe a high 0.1, but I'm assuming a low 0.2 as he crosses the line. It will be almost even a high 0.2 as well. So a little bit disappointing there from Jeff Rietveld, but what a stunner from Sebastian Job.
Yeah, from one stunner to a potential another. Dara McCormack, 59.6 in Sector 2 is just about where he needs to be. Job, though, managing to get the 0.5, which is crucial, certainly in terms of his lap. Nearly a mammoth 0.2 of a second gap between Rietveld and Sebastian Job. But Dara McCormack, with a little grimace on his face, he's not happy with what happened at bus stop, comes up towards the line. Where's he going to go? Fourth fastest behind Dane Warren, but ahead of Luke Bennett.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. We still have some heavy hitters to come. Tumas Tartala, who was second in practice coming into this one, setting a 2-minute 14.3. Obviously, yeah, we're expecting something a little bit faster in this one. First sector, second sector for the Porsches, okay. Once again, comfortably off the rear end of Sebastian Job when it comes to those sector times. He'll work his way through the final corner. Might be between Rietveld and Warren. It's definitely not going to be between Warren and McCormack. He'll cross the line and slots even ahead of Jeff Rietveld onto the front row.
Heroic efforts from Tumas Tartala, who barely got through due to that absolutely phenomenal victory at Road Atlanta. Now sees himself on the front row alongside Sebastian Job. Joshua Rogers, who by many accounts obviously not happy with his performance yesterday, now looking to try and rein it back in today, has a great chance of perhaps landing major gold here in ESL R1. 38.6 in the first sector is okay. It's pretty good. 59.7 though, back to normality as he crosses the line. Can he go higher? He goes higher than his teammates. Second row, fourth place.
Not great, not great, not great, especially not when you've got the championship leader currently at the front of the session. Will he hold that all the way to Czechoslovakia? This is probably the circuit that Sebastian Job is best at, to be fair. Yuri Toman into the final sector before we'll get the Sogster and Kevin Ellis Jr. coming out on his double Kev as well at the back end of the field. It's very scary indeed. Yuri Toman up towards the line, not looking pleased with it as he'll cross it. It'll be just ahead of his teammate. That ain't ideal.
Well, the big question is, can Kevin and Kevin go large here at Spa, as we now see Kevin Siggy Mustachio here now burns his way through towards the Blanchimont section. 38.8 is not ideal, and neither is the 59.7 really. Obviously would like to favour a little bit more in his favour, but this time around it looks like it's going to be a lackluster one, but nevertheless could be mid-pack. Makes his way up towards the line now, needs a big sector 3, showing his frustration, however. Certainly hasn't gone the way he wanted, but yes, midfield, P7.
Exactly where I pointed him out as being. I thought he was going to go behind McCormack ahead of Bennett, and unfortunately for Siggy, it just wasn't there. A very soggy lap indeed, as Kevin Ellis Jr. will come through Blanchimont and will set his lap time. Again, the sectors aren't looking great, and the Merc doesn't get a good drive generally off of the bus stop, so I'm not looking as if this is going to be a particularly strong time. Again, we've seen incredible laps from Kevin Ellis Jr. around here. That 1v1 versus Marco Pajic in Saudi Arabia was top of the list, but this one not looking quite as strong. He crosses the line. He still goes to 5th, mind. He still goes to 5th.
Yeah, heroic final sector there from Kevin Ellis Jr., but let's take you through the grid from back to front, and what a somber start for RHG. Marcel Cinchik starting P12 with Yuri Toman in 11th place. Max Benneker in 10th as well, with Luke Bennett starting 9th for Team Redline. Kevin Siggy making up another Redline car, this time in P8, with Dara McCormack in 7th. Alongside him eventually will be Dane Warren as well, only a row higher, with Kevin Ellis Jr. in 5th place. Second row of the grid is occupied by Joshua Rogers. Great return here, 4th place, with Jeffrey Rietveld in the equation as well in 3rd. But the front row equation looks like this. Thomas Tatler, winner at Road Atlanta yesterday in absolutely dynamic fashion. But Sebastian Job back again, this time for G2 Esports. He takes pole position to kick us off here on finals day here at the ESL R1 Fall Major. Big opportunity here for Job to strike back. He's done the job once, he's done it twice, he's done it this time as well. In comes Sebastian Job. Can he do it again?
Yep, probably. He is very good round here. Qualifying, though, is one thing. Racing is a very different kettle of fish. But you've got to say, you know, when you're in this point of view, you want to start off on the right foot in the strongest position, and that is exactly what Sebastian Joe's doing. There's a reason why we think he is the favourite for the day. Remember, in the first 3 races, if he wants to get into finalist mode, it's got to be a win, and a third. Win and a 5th. Or he can get 3 second-place finishes. That will also be 60 points, which is what he needs to score.
Yeah, absolutely right indeed. Remember, it's all the all-important 160-point buffer. If you get yourself over the line there, puts you in finalist mode. Kevin Ellis Jr. knows what's at stake as well. Obviously, this isn't quite Road Atlanta form that we're used to seeing from Apex Racing, but here at Spa, it's a total different circuit. There we see as well Marcel Cinchik, of course, looking to try and recapture the crown. RHG had a real tough session.
Slow down for Marcel Cinchik. Obviously, Yuri Toman wasn't exactly super strong. Dara McCormack frustrated with his lap. He's mid-pack. And you can see kind of struggling a little bit there with the light to find the apex.
I think, yeah, definitely the light's having a bit of an impetus in its performance heading down through towards Ravaja, shaking ahead as well. I think obviously some of these drivers feeling rather fraught and frazzled. Obviously a lot on the line. We've spoken about the prize pool, the money that's on the line. Also, these drivers are professionals. It's not just all about the money, it's reputation as well that's on the line here.
I think you know, McCormack's kind of we've seen this from him a little bit. Sometimes he can get in his own head. We've seen this, to be fair, with a lot of this. There's not many that don't get in their own head. You know, we see it with Benneker, we've seen it with Siggy.
Yeah.
Once they've climbed in their own head, it's very, very hard to kind of get out of that and reset yourself and refocus on the race. So I wonder if that's going to be a bad omen for McCormack.
It certainly could be. The drivers now obviously getting set, ready to go racing. Our first race here of the ESL R1 Fall Major is about to kick off. So make sure you're all set and ready to go, folks, because this is going to be a dream as now we look forward and get set for the countdown before we hit the red lights and pedal to the metal for the first time here today. Who's going to win? Let us know in the live chat now as we see all the cars lined up and ready to go here at Spa. Will it be Job? Could Tatler cause a storm? 3 lights are lit, 4 lights, and the 5th light. And it's pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go. Sebastian Job with a great start, immediately takes the lead, but look at the Team Redline car in behind as well. Rietveld getting into the mix as well, but look at this outside line here for Thomas Tatler as he looks to try and wrestle the place back. Erosion Radion to come. Tatler Tatler back in second place, but it could be a different story on the rise up through Kemmel.
Yeah, but look at the gap there between first and second. Unreal start there from Sebastian Job. The fight for second place has allowed the G2 Esports band to clear off. Here comes Josh Rogers. He's looking like a different man today. Really struggled yesterday, but he's going to try and get himself back onto the podium. Switching it back over to the right-hand side. He's going to try and get down the red line, man.
Yeah, it certainly is getting close and congested. The two Porsche Commander cars, Josh Rogers, as well as his teammate Dane Warren, Kevin Ellis Jr., trying to hold them back here at this point. We know how good the Porsche is in the corners, beckoning their way through Rivage very, very shortly now as they take that in swinger, as well as it being a downward slope. Very careful on the braking zone as well. But just look at Rogers. He's so dialed in to the back of Kevin Ellis Jr.
Got to say that Kevin Ellis Jr. did really well to work his way through, and that just went around the outside of Rogers whilst he was too focused on Jeff Rietveld. And, you know, Kevin Ellis Jr., he's kind of one that wants to score a lot of points before we get to round 5. If he can get the finalist mode in 4 races, unlikely, yes, but if he can get into finalist mode, round 5 will be Road Atlanta. Way down the road, we're not going to go into it just yet, but he's very quick round there, which will also be the next race. Sebastian Job right now, though, I think they've played their cards right. They let him get away, but now they've dragged him back in. I think it's important for Rietveld to not attack Tatler too much right now.
No, not at all. I mean, we know about Sebastian Job's defensive prowess as well. We saw it at Monza yesterday. It's almost like he's starting as he meant to go on from yesterday's racing. He has come back. He looks refreshed. He hasn't really moved a muscle. Expressionless here on the face of Sebastian Job. He is just a ruthless competitor. G2 Esports obviously hold him in high esteem, and for good reason as well. Thomas Tatler in second. Jeffrey Rietveld in third, still trying to hunt him down. Has got to within that 1.5 tenth of a second gap. So great chance here for Rietveld. Should he want to open the door in towards bus stop? Will he risk the move as they head through towards the next right and left? Not quite, but he'll have his chance up through Kemmel.
Yeah, someone's definitely going to get a chance on this. Bottom right, we're on board with Dane Warren, who's the second of the Porsche Commanders here, and I'm pretty sure Warren's not going to attack his teammate at any point, at least at the moment. Yes, he's after his own aspirations, but again, the joys of having more than one car in this, you can play the team game just a touch, as we can see there on board with Kevin Ellis Jr. in the bottom right, looking down the inside of Jeff Rietveld just a touch. There is a move though between the two red lines in the background. I think it's Siggy trying to get past Bennett.
Yeah, might be some team interplay there as well, as Luke Bennett might be foregoing the position here to Kevin Siggy. I think he's going to remain behind though as they now make the climb up through over the crest, coming out of Eau Rouge this time around. Bennett still in front of Siggy as it stands, looking behind. Oh, Max Benneker, remember, formerly of Team Redline, has 2 of the cars now right in front of him as they storm up the hill. You can see them now all in tandem, the 2 red line cars, line astern, heading up through towards Lake Com. Kevin Siggy perhaps trying to defend more though against Max Benneker. Enter Max Benneker now on the outside, heading through towards Malmedy. Can he hold it together? Fantastic effort between these two, the Audi R8, and then they're storming up alongside the BMW into Rivage. He's going to leave it late. He's going to leave it late on the brakes. They squeeze, they pepper, but back comes here Kevin Siggy. Mustachio defends again.
Yeah, we saw the pair of these two out in the very much not real taxi, and to be fair, between Siggy and Benneker, they were both saying they're the two most, basically the most aggressive drivers on the grid. You know, they get their elbows out as much as they possibly can, and Kevin Siggy and Max Benneker there just coming into a little bit of blows, not in the positions we were expecting them for, 9th and 10th for those, but look at R8G, 11th and 12th, a disaster race for our full season, of course, teams champions and our spring season major champion driver.
Yeah, just an indicator as well, folks. If you see the purple marker on the right-hand side of a driver as well, it means they hold the fastest lap of the race. Sebastian Job still holds that accolade right now and is currently looking to try and consolidate that lead. Half a second gap between he and Tatler, who's currently just managing his own race, managing the pace. P2 is not end of the world for Tatler. Jeffrey Rietveld might, however, try and go for the move, because you know that Rietveld's pace is very much on point. Was obviously trying Sebastian Job at Monza in that final race. Remember, it was he, Chinchik, as well as Job that were in that fight. It was very fraught, a big, big battle between those juggernauts in sim racing. As they head through now towards bus stop, you can see the queue of Porsche Commander cars in behind. Joshua Rogers as well, waiting for his chance to bite against Kevin Ellis Jr. We currently see in the left-hand side of your screen, and you can see his bonnet POV as well in the bottom right too.
Yeah, oh, there's a look down the inside. Kevin Ellis Jr. is under pressure. Joshua Rogers going to try and sneak his way through. They head out of La Source. There's going to be side-by-side between the pair of them as they get down towards the Eau Rouge Radion section. But you can see that with the wider line that Kevin Ellis Jr. is taking, he's trying to scrub off sort of speed without lifting out of the throttle. So he's dropping in behind Josh Rogers to not make it side-by-side to this section so he can go on the attack into Lake Com again.
Yeah, it looked like as well Joshua Rogers is going to try and provide Dane Warren some slipstream so he can allow his teammate to perhaps bring the fight as well to Kevin Ellis Jr. It's now a Porsche Porsche Commander sandwich here for Kevin Ellis Jr. as they make their way through towards this next right and left. Can he defend the place? He will do against Dane Warren. Couldn't quite find his way through, but still, they're buckled together.
You're a big fan of a bread sandwich?
I do like a sandwich.
Yeah, but a bread sandwich?
A bread
If
sandwich.
it's a Porsche Commander, it's, you got Porsche, it's Porsche Commander bread. You name the sandwich after the middle bit. Goodness me, it's an Apex Racing Team sandwich. It's Kevin Ellis Jr. who...
You get brioche bread?
Yeah, you do get brioche bread. You don't call it a brioche sandwich, do you? Goodness me, you're in my bad books now, Morgan. Either way, we've got a big fight for the lead. There's 8 cars in it. Now, the fastest lap has gone to Luke Bennett, who finds himself in 8th position, obviously after clearing his teammate Kevin Siggy. I did wonder that might have been the other way around when I was describing it. I was going to say when we were describing it. It was when I was describing it. That's the big breakaway now. We've got 8 cars for the win.
Yeah, of course, was the R1 record holder here around this track. As we take a look at Thomas Tattler, who's having a really strong race so far. Were you as surprised as me with his qualifying lap? I mean, that was actually quite stellar.
Well, we did have a pole position around here during the online season as well. Like, Thomas Tattler he's a very quick driver. He's not pieced together the season we would expect from him, but the win yesterday, whilst it was a shock win, he is very much capable of it. Same as his teammate Tommy Usgaard through the main season. They're both very capable of this kind of performance. Thomas Tattler could win today, but he's got a big job ahead of it because he's on 38 points. He has to get to 160 first, then into finals mode, and then win another race. It's a very tall order for him. You never know.
It is a very tall order. We'll cross the halfway mark in this race as they cross the line to enter lap 4 of 7. It's Sebastian Job who currently takes them through and heads down through towards the source with Tattler in hot pursuit. Jeffrey Rietveld has not left his rear wing either. Red line still with a great chance to usher a man into the top end. Sebastian Job is going to be under distinct threat. Thomas Tattler arguably a better exit heading out of turn 1 as well. So Job could be in trouble here as they now look to take Eau Rouge and Radion. The Porsche now stricken in behind that to the BMW as they look to climb over the crest. Can Job hold on? As now the Porsche looks to line something up here as they now bend their way round the curve. Huge rise, huge climb, heading up through towards Lake Com. Tattler opens the door here for a potential race lead. Can it be a heroic move here for the heroic team? Enter now Thomas Tattler. He takes the lead here in Lake Com. Fantastic move here on lap 4.
Yeah, that was very impressive. Like you say, the lone driver for heroic. Meanwhile, Dane Warren's worked his way past Kevin Ellis Jr. Dara McCormack involved in all this. I remember we were talking about license points coming into this as once again Ellis Jr. is leaving it down the inside. A little bit of contact between himself and Ellis Jr. Of course, Warren trying to hold it on around the outside. Remember, Dara McCormack, if he gets a penalty in this race, he will be starting from the back of the grid. He'll get a qualifying ban courtesy of breaching too many license points at the next track at Road Atlanta, where the Mercedes is arguably, it's the circuit where the Mercedes are arguably strongest. It's its best track. He does not want a back of the grid drop for that track.
It would be Darren McCormack's worst nightmare should he take one for that one, and naturally here he's got to remain conscientious of what's going on in and around him. Whilst of course he is under threat, there we see McCormack with Luke Bennett on his tail this time around, so whilst he's always conscious of the penalty point saga, also with the drivers that are behind looking to take his place. Now they come out of Campus and Stavolo, they'll then head through towards Corbeil Paul Frere and then head down towards Blanchimont as well. Lap 4 of 7 will come to an end. It's still Tattler out on top, but I can't imagine for 1 minute that Sebastian Job is going to stay there, do you, Lewis?
No, he's like I say, there's going to be a move back for Sebastian Job. Of course, he did battle out with Marcel Chinchik, and he was comfortable dropping back to second place because he can keep an eye on Thomas Tattler. It's about whether Rietveld works his way through. It's about whether Rogers works his way through. It's very close going through Fania to the rear end of Rietveld, and I wondered if Rogers were going to try something. This is the kind of Josh Rogers that we were expecting a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, currently suffering from his ailment. Of course, he was very ill yesterday, and unfortunately has had to battle with it and battling against adversity once again, still sat in P4 with what can only be described as a stellar drive. We all look back at that move that he managed to provide on Kevin Ellis Jr. Again, Dane Warren also bringing himself into it too, currently sat in 5th place. And look at Rogers, he's on the pace. He's nearly within 0.2 of a second on Rietveld here and might have his chance. Job also has a chance because he's now bringing down the delta for the race lead once again. So Tattler far from comfortable up at the front end. Rogers as well, breaking to within 1.5 tenths. Enter now Rogers, of course representing Porsche Commander Sebastian Job goes wheel to wheel for the lead as well.
Whoa!
Oh, but Tattler's round! Tattler is round on the outset of Lecom, and that has brought an end to his race for sure.
But look at Josh Rogers now up then into second position, basically game 2 for the price of 1 there, courtesy of that spin for Timus Tatler after such an impressive race. Big shame for the heroic driver, was trying everything he needed to win this race, but alas, unfortunately it's not happening. And now we get to see arguably the 2 best drivers in ESL R1, arguably 2 of the best drivers in the world of sim racing go toe-to-toe here in the first race of final day.
2 forces collide here at Spa-Francorchamps. Never a better location for it. As we take a look at race control, they're going to be taking a real look at this moment that happened, of course, occurred at Lecom. Will it be preferential treatment for Tatler on the basis that he may have been taken out of the race? Of course, we're not quite sure. We'll have to review and take a look at replays. Obviously, it was a wheel-to-wheel battle. Many might even call it a racing incident, but we'll have to wait and see. Joshua Rogers hot on the heels, though, of Sebastian Job, and this is a fight we all want to see.
Yeah, I'm sure Rory will be rushing down their post-race again. A reminder of the races that Sebastian Job needs to do to get into finalist mode before race 4. He needs to do it in two race victories and a top 5. We'll take a look at a replay. As I can see Rory's already running straight over to race control. I don't think there's anything that Seb Job did there wrong.
No, I think again, the racing instant argument
really
stands, I think, at that point. Obviously, Adrian Fidalgo might have a different point of view because he had a different point of view yesterday.
They get different angles.
Yeah,
they get lots of different angles.
They might see something we don't. Obviously, we have the broadcast view. We don't get the onboards. But here at this point, Sebastian Job still leads the way. Joshua Rogers very much in this fight. Luke Bennett still holding the fastest lap at this point and closing up on Dara McCormack, who in turn closes up on fellow Mercedes car driver here at this point, Kevin Ellis Jr., of course, representing ART, as they now look to try and climb up through Rouge and Radion. Yet again, the BMW belonging to Job, looking to hang on here, but Job is certainly going to be wondering whether Rogers is going to start creeping in tow.
Yeah, we also have an issue for Yuri Tobin, who is now out of the race, unfortunately, down in that 12th position, so no points for him, but he was already struggling anyway. Dane Warren now trying to go and make it 2 Porsche Coanders onto the podium. Is the move going to be complete, though? Jeff Riegfeld's going to back out of it. Dara McCormack also looking down the inside of Kevin Ellis Jr. Round of applause for Dane Warren to work his way through into that position. And Kevin Ellis Jr. rather is looking a bit out of control here.
Yeah, absolutely. Kevin Siggy as well might have found an opportunity in his own right too. Dara McCormack will test the limits, heading through Rivage. Can't quite find an opening as they make their way through towards the deep in swinger, then leading them through towards the Jackie X bend. It is still Sebastian Job, though, out in front. He is yet to be unperturbed by Joshua Rogers, but that gap has come down by nearly 0.2 of a second. As we also see Dane Warren now up into 3rd, Porsche Coander up in tandem. They've made mammoth jumps heading through this timing tower.
Yeah, certainly. So we've got the penultimate lap we're on right now. I guarantee Joshua Rogers is going to try and do something about Sebastian Job on this last lap. It's going to be that run to Lecom. That's where the opportunity is going to come. It's about how brave he's going to be, though.
It's a real test of bravery here, Lewis, because it's all on the line. I mean, this could be the difference maker between you potentially winning the championship and also at the same time losing it altogether. So at this point, it's key to make sure that you make correct, calculated decisions.
It could be the difference between Sebastian Job entering finalist mode into race 4. This is massive. You've got to take Sebastian Job's the points leader. You've got to take as many points off of him as possible. At the moment, he's on 100 points. We'll take another look at the replay. So I've got to say from there, it feels like from the up above that Timus Tatler was kind of turning in and kind of just about gave the car width. Sebastian Job had nowhere else to go. He was already all the way over the inside.
And with the Lecom section, you're very sparse room really there as well. You don't really see a lot of it, and you know, naturally it's always going to be tough for drivers to go wheel to wheel. We see it time and time again. Now once again, we now enter a new lap. This time, though, it's the final lap, and Sebastian Job has got company. Joshua Rogers is hot on his heels with a great chance of taking the opening race win of the season, swapping all over the back of the Beamer as they now look to rise up through Rouge and Radion. This could be a real opportunity here for Joshua Rogers, despite being under the weather, has a great chance of manufacturing the move for the race lead. Wheel to wheel again they meet. The 2 goats of sim racing coming together. Job on the right, Rogers on the left, through towards they come. Porsche into the front. It's Rogers who leads here at Spa on the final lap.
You saw how fuming Sebastian Job was. You saw as they were coming down the hill, they were kind of going all over the place. That's because Sebastian Job wanted to give the slipstream to Joshua Rogers before they got to Rouge and Radion. That would slow him down over Radion. That would slow him down to the Kemmel Straight. Rogers timed that perfectly. There is a reason why. You might call Sebastian Job the GOAT. For me, Rogers is definitely up there. We were calling him as one of the favourites coming into this. It's reasons like that is why he might be ill, but he has the mentality to deal with people like Sebastian Jobe.
He certainly does, and also we saw Dane Warren looking all over the back of Sebastian Jobe. His issues with Porsche Coanda might not yet be done. We're now halfway through the final lap, and Rogers is starting to check out. 5/10 now is what separates them, with only minimalised opportunities for overtaking left. You can, of course, try and make the move. Heading in towards bus stop, can Sebastian Jobe find something in this middle sector to calculate a manoeuvre?
I think the gap's too big. I think the tyres may be slightly going off on the G2. We'd say the BMW's got some of the higher tyre wear of all of the cars. It is really, really fast, but once you get into the race, once you get into the last moments, sometimes you can be a bit of a sitting duck. Of course, you're only talking a couple of tenths here, but that makes all the difference. Sebastian Jobe's not going to be closed off. I don't think Dane Warren is, but behind all of that, look at McCormack on Ellis Jr.
Yeah, they are. They're getting closer there, further back as well. McCormack could yet get a run through Blanchimont, which could open up the door, but hey, look at this. Joshua Rogers on his return, not feeling his best, but he's performed his best. Here at Spa-Francorchamps, we've seen many greats come and go. Here at this very circuit, Porsche Coanda will erupt, as it is Joshua Rogers who takes the opening race win on finals day here at this phenomenal event here in ESL R1, the fall season major.
Incredible performance from Josh Rogers. Great performance from Sebastian Jobe as well, but wow, what can you say about this guy?
Well, he kicked things off with a bang. What a climb up through the tower. He knocked them down left, right and centre. It's Joshua Rogers. He's back at the top once again. It may have been a difficult day yesterday, but he's put the demons to bed. Joshua Rogers is your victor, and we're going to hear from him now, I think, with Rory Alexander.
Well, yes, I'm here with Joshua Rogers. Josh, welcome back.
Thank you, yeah. I mean, I was telling you guys this morning, I was hoping not to have to talk too much unless we're winning, so it's good.
Yeah, maybe I should keep my distance a little bit, but how are you feeling today? You feeling better?
Yeah, a little bit better. Obviously, I probably don't sound 100%, but yeah, that was an awesome race. Great battles. Was able to push forward towards the end, which was, yeah, really nice. And obviously that's a good confidence boost coming out of yesterday with not even having a top 5 to winning now is, yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, incredible race happening, well, in front of you for a lot of it, but that doesn't really matter now, does it? Because you took this one.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're still in the chase, right? Sebi still finished second. He's at the top of the points, so we just have to keep chipping away, try and win as many races as we can, and hope for some luck. But yeah, we'll continue to push forward.
Perfect. Great start, Josh. Glad you're feeling a little bit better. Congratulations. Well, I'm sure we'll speak to you later on. And back to you, Lewis and George.
He's done it again.
He hates you.
I don't know why,
Absolutely
Rory,
hates you.
Bro, but it seems like you're not a very big fan of me. Anyways, fellas, there we have it. What a fantastic race that was. I got to be honest. Was your prediction Seb?
Whose was Seb?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, but to be fair, whose was yours?
Yeah.
Yours was Benica, and mine.
You know what?
We can't.
Listen.
I'll defend Josh.
Thank you, friend.
I think this is the first time ever these two have ever had. Oh yeah, Rory. Yeah, I've got my eyes on you, Rory. Yeah, this is the first time you guys have ever agreed on anything. I'm pretty sure. But you know what? All I'm trying to do is give you a fighting chance here. Okay? Someone has to. God knows. Anyways, back to the race at hand. What a fantastic overtake we had there from Josh Rogers. Final lap as well at that.
It was the one that was necessary, wasn't it? For many reasons, not just for the result today, but also it spoke volumes about how he's put those, as I said, demons to bed from yesterday. Despite still being afflicted by the bug that he's got, he has come back again and brought his best. But hey, there's a lot that really happened throughout that race. Rogers was a beast for many reasons. I mean, remember where he started? He was midfield. He had to get himself past Kevin Ellis Jr. on his rise up through to the top. Dane Warren came with him. But Lewis, there was some fraught battles here.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you got this one. This was Josh Rogers working his way through first on Kevin Ellis Jr. to work his way through into 4th place. We saw this, Thomas Tutler going through. This was him taking over the race lead basically for the first time on Sebastian Jobe. Again, this is more Dane Warren working his way through, assisting his teammate on the rise up the order. And then this was the big talking point. Sebastian Jobe coming back through on the inside, maybe taking a bit too much curb. I don't know. Maybe race control are going to give him a penalty for that, but I don't see it.
We're hearing rumours that there will be a decisive decision made on Sebastian Jobe through this incident. We'll have to wait and see what Adrian Fidalgo comes out with. I'm sure we'll hear from Rory in a moment. But this was the major moment here. Sebastian Jobe and Joshua Rogers' final lap. This is the occasion. This is the time. That's the place. Get it done before late com.
So good.
Mastery.
I think especially when you take a look at the fact that Josh Rogers started 4th on the starting grid. Obviously, Sebastian Jobe eagerly awaiting a result from race control. I can't even begin to imagine. His heart must be absolutely racing.
Well, it's more like, so if he gets a penalty, it's probably only going to be, you know, a few seconds.
I know, but bro, that's not the kind of like start you need for your day. It's like as much of a momentum killer in terms of like your mental heading into the next race. You don't have much of a breather between these races.
Especially how good he was yesterday, right?
Exactly.
I mean, what a fall from grace in many ways if that does occur. So, you know, it's outrageous. We are hearing in our ear
1 second penalty.
1 second penalty for Sebastian Joe.
Which we believe is for the Thomas Sattler incident, which I'm just going to say, I don't agree with.
No. Fair enough.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, race control. The thing is, whether we disagree with them or not, race control decisions stand at the end of the day.
Yeah.
That's the dealio. So the drivers kind of have to respect that. But imagine how irritated he is now. He's going to carry that irritation into the next race, into Road Atlanta.
Yeah.
100%.
That can affect his mentality.
Absolutely, I completely agree with you. For the Thomas Tassler situation, I would quite like to see Tassler's reaction to that. Because I feel like as soon as that happened, I looked into the crowd and everybody hands on head, you know, kind of shocked
I think
at what's happened.
For someone who rarely shows emotion, Thomas Tattler is probably one of those that when he makes the slightest sort of frown or grimace, I think that speaks immense volumes. But I'm hearing though, Jasmine, we've got some news?
We do indeed. Let's go ahead and check in with Rory.
Oh, well, Josh has just, Seb's just wandered off. I'm going to go find him, though, so come with me. Come with me, and I will grab him. Oh, you've got a camera on him before I have. Hang on, I'm here. Seb, how you feeling?
Robbed. I've been given a penalty for something that wasn't really my fault. And then you can see on the last lap, there's certain strengths that the Porsche has, and top speed is clearly one of them. I've lifted to close the gap to us, give him the dirty air through Eau Rouge, and then make him pull out of the slipstream early. He's pulled out of the slipstream, and then he's just driven straight past me. The BMW simply can't compete in that situation, which is ridiculous that we're still having to deal with this, especially when the BMW is also very poor in tyre wear. It's a recipe for disaster. And then to be handed a 1 second penalty on top of that is just a smack in the face. I'm very, very angry.
So it was all looking so good with your quali lap as well. You were leading out front, and then, to be fair, Thomas, you know, the serial underdog, the silent assassin came for you there. Do you think there's anything you could have done more to avoid it?
I don't think so. I think it was one of those unlucky situations where 9 times out of 10 we get through, no issues. The way his car spun out was very weird. I've never seen that on this game. You know, you can normally rub a little bit, and I made the corner. I left the car's width on going into the left as well. You can see that in the replay that I clearly very easily was going to make the corner. Just unfortunate that we made contact and he spun out. I don't think there was much more I could have done other than not try, and that's not what I'm about.
Is that going to adjust your mindset going into that corner for the rest of the races, or not?
No, not at all.
You're just going to go for it?
Yeah, I still don't think I deserve that penalty. So
thanks for your time, Seb. Appreciate it. Back to Jasmine, Lewis and George.
Well, Seb, you're not the only one that feels like that, homie, because over in the G2 camp, we've been given this fan sign from the crowd. They certainly do feel like Seb's been robbed.
I will say they feel you know, robbed a little bit because, of course, of the incident and of the penalty. You know, we can take again further looks at this one, and you kind of see how we feel about it. You know, definitely, I think they're robbed of this 1 second penalty. I think robbed because of how Josh Rogers got past. I think that's a little rich, but you know, BOP is always kind of going to be an issue. The BMW is faster in some places than it is than the Porsche is faster in others. That's how BOP works. Yeah, right now through here, that's, like I said, again, race control, maybe they've seen something and they're consistent on something else. I don't know. I don't
Listen, I don't think it's as open and shut in terms of my opinion of racing incidents as it was at Road Atlanta in terms of Luke Bennett's incident. I think this one, there is a few grey herrings here, there, and everywhere, red herrings, I should say. But heading up through Les Combes, it seemed to me that there was no intention for Job to really tread outside of his racing line. He was on his racing line. There was certainly nowhere else he could go.
No.
I don't feel there was anything he really did wrong, but obviously race control differ in their opinion.
They've seen something. Maybe they've seen something in the inputs. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
What are we thinking? How are we feeling about the recent BOP?
To be honest, from what I've spoken to most drivers, like it seems fine. The thing is every single driver. We've commentated enough, obviously, real world, whatever. It's always the same. My car is always the worst car. Always the worst car.
Yeah.
Every single time, it's the worst car. Everyone else's car is better. Now, the Porsche is faster in straight line. That is you can clearly see that. So what Sebi's saying is true. but then the Porsche's worse in other places, and that's kind of what people kind of tend to sort of like forget. The Mercedes is best, but it's terrible when it comes to drive off the chicane. But no one talks about that because it's best here.
Well, you know what? We can stand here and theorize as much as we want and speculate about whether or not that was necessarily the right decision. But I think Race Control are better suited to tell us about that.
Yes, I'm here with Race Director Adrian. Adrian, we're meeting you earlier than we did yesterday, straight into it as we anticipated. So, first incident of the day, can you just give us an idea of what you guys thought of the incident and then what the penalty and why it was applied?
So basically what happened is like Sebastian chose a little bit a tighter line, which obviously he went a little bit over the curb, which unsettled his car from the rear, and he hit the rear of Tatala, which obviously caused the actual spin, you know.
And then the penalty. So what does that act sort of trigger in terms of penalties? You gave him a 1 second penalty. What kind of, is that just because we felt that was the severity of it, or why was 1 second deemed an appropriate penalty?
Because it was not, let's put it this way, as an incident itself was not a severe incident or intentional incident. So that's why we went for a 1 second penalty than actually larger penalty.
Right, so like a racing incident, but one that cost, obviously, Thomas Tatler a chance of winning, so we needed to imply it, right?
Exactly.
Perfect. Thank you, Adrian. I'm sure this won't be the last time we see you today. Thank you so much. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much for that, Rory.
It's good to hear from Race Control at least.
Lewis?
No comment.
George?
Sorry?
Yep, okay, that's what I thought. Anyway.
It's fine. Look, the thing is, it's good to hear from Race Control, and it's always good that they can voice their opinion, but you know, like I say, whether we agree with it or not, it kind of doesn't matter. Race Control decision at the end of the day is final. That's what we have to respect.
Well, you know what? Throughout the duration of ESL R1, we've had so much fun here on the broadcast. I know it might not seem like it right now because everything's incredibly tense, but I believe we've got a little bit of... What have I missed? Have I missed something?
No,
I'm going to leave these two to it, and I'm
we
going
have
to
a bit of
let
fun
you
coming
enjoy a bit of content.
Yeah, hi, yeah. Listen, I'm not sure whether you saw what happened yesterday. Great show and all that. But then they play this VT. And it's Jasmine and Lewis, right, in a car. They're talking about all the people they worked with, carrying the broadcast. Are you actually kidding me here? I've been here right through since Katowice, since day one of ESL R1, and I don't get recognised for my efforts. Lewis McGlade, who is he anyway? Who is he? And then, lo and behold, steals my catchphrase. Absolutely outrageous. Now, if he's not fired, or at least in court, then we're having problems, okay? The next thing, you'll see him wearing a waistcoat. Nearly swore there. You think they're stylish? Seriously? They're stylish. They're in right now, right? They're in. Thanks, Mum.
I'll see you in court.
Thanks,
oh,
Mum.
goodness me,
Thanks,
wow.
Mum. I was ready for you to start flaming me, I'll be honest.
No,
it's all aimed at me.
It's usually always his fault, so it's
as
fine.
soon as you said,
Sorry.
As soon as you said you've been there since the beginning at Katowice, I was like, right, he's going to say she wasn't even here from the start.
Can we just?
Well, no, I can't really say that because I wasn't at Munich either. So
I was going to say,
I didn't want to walk into that door.
I've been here since Katowice. Yeah. We discussed it.
Yeah.
We've done. This is technically our 24th broadcast over the year of their broadcast. I've done all 24. Someone hasn't.
Have you done all 24?
I've done all 24. You've done 19. So step back, sir.
I wonder if he's done more than me.
Who, me?
No.
Oh,
it might be quite close. Actually. Yeah.
I'll just throw that. Ignore that.
That was the equivalent of a mic drop.
Wait, hold on. How many? You missed 2 days. I'm really calculating this now.
All right, don't put me on blast.
Oh yeah. Do you remember? I had to cover for it once.
And you had to. We all had to.
Yeah.
And
really?
Yeah. And you had to. And you got.
All right. Anyways, guys.
Like
All right. Yeah. Stop flaming me. Stop flaming me here. Nobody needs to know about the things, the dealio. Anyways, we've got Road Atlanta coming up next.
Change topic. Okay. I understand how it is.
Someone has to, okay. Yeah. Anyways, Road Atlanta, how do we feel about that one? For me, I feel like Seb, even though he said, you know what, I'm not going to let it affect me continuing on throughout the races, the tournament, I don't necessarily see him taking a victory on this one. For me, my prediction, I would say Dara McCormack.
Ooh, do you know what? I was expecting Kevin Ellis Jr.
I was also expecting Kevin Ellis Jr. Yeah. I'll take Dara McCormack then.
Yeah.
No, I'll take Kevin Ellis Jr. So you've got Dara McCormack. I'll take Kevin Ellis Jr.
Wish I said nothing now, to be honest. But, there we go.
But like the one thing that's worrying me about Dara, I'll be honest, is whether or not he can reset the mental. I feel like that is always his biggest hurdle, his biggest
And what about the
barrier.
penalty points?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you know what? Okay.
Feeling brave?
I almost kind of, if I run down on my seat, if I run in a good spot, I'm okay with, like, you know, if I've qualified well and I've got into the race, I'm okay with, you know, picking up a penalty point and getting the grid drop for the next race. And just kind of like, you know, just being like, look, get that out of the way before we get into finalist mode, if you can get there. But who's your pick?
Oosh, I'm going to go for something against the grain. And do you know what? I'm going to go with Dane Warren.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. All right, well, I'm curious to see which of our predictions are going to ring true. So without further ado, take us through the joys of Road Atlanta.
And absolutely no one of us have picked Sebastian Job, so that's an interesting and brave call. He does have the lap record around here, both in qualifying and in race, so there is that. Tricky circuit, we love this one. You know, big roller coaster going through the that first and second sector. It's incredible.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this circuit, I love it. Variation in its abundance, ladies and gentlemen, and a little bit of elevation as well. So we are taking a little bit of Spa and putting it into this track. But hey, listen, there's lots more to be concerned about. Now, remember that chicane yesterday, Lewis? Nearly claimed Kevin Siggy after that little bit of contact with Dara McCormack. Could we see something similar again, because they're back in this race still?
Did you say a little bit of contact with Dara McCormack?
Just
one of the biggest hits I've ever seen in ESL R1. Of course, one of the big things to note with this circuit is it's the shortest one that we have on the calendar, which means that we have the most laps around here. So that's, you know, it's 12 laps. It's a lot of laps to go racing. There's a lot of attempts into the chicane, a lot of attempts into turn one, all of it.
It is, and like we say, that variation as well in terms of elevation is a huge factor as well. So I believe, actually, we're standing by. We got an interview with Jamie Fluke.
We do indeed, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Yes, I am here with Jamie. Jamie, firstly, how are you after yesterday? Massive disappointment. You feeling a little bit better today?
Yeah, a little bit. I've sort of licked my wounds from last night. It was a tough day, really tough day. It sort of all got to me a little bit at the end there, but, you know, I'll dust myself off, and we're here supporting Kev. Hopefully he does a super job today. So, yeah, fingers crossed that he does the business.
And you have remembered to take the positive out of it, right? You remember where you are. You remember being on the, you know, on the precipice of getting to the final day of the final. Yeah. You know, that's quite an achievement, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, the first season went really poorly for me, and as a team as a whole, like, we didn't do great. So to come back in the second season and step our game up and make it this far is a great accomplishment. But obviously, still wanted a little bit more.
Of course. So obviously you're here. You're in your sweatshirt today because you're here supporting Kevin.
Sure.
This is Kev's track, right?
It is Kev's track. It's sort of all of our track for some reason. We can't really explain why, but we've all clicked really nicely around here. So if Kev's going to win a race, it'll be here. So we hope that he can do the business and, you know, start putting pressure on the top guys for
So you hope he can. Do you think we'll see a win from him in this one?
I hope so, yeah.
Top man. Thank you so much, Joe. We appreciate it. Back to you both at the desk.
Always good to catch up with the nicest man in sim racing. He hates being called. That's a good sign. Absolutely right, though. This is a great circuit from not just even here in ESL R1. They're good around here in the wider world of sim racing. But here they've just constantly delivered. You know, Kevin Ellis Jr. obviously taking a win yesterday around here.
Yeah, not only that, round 7. We go back to the online rounds. Incredible. It was Jamie Fluke himself who would go on to take the round victory, and how emotional he was as well. It was such a major moment, I think, for the series. And, you know, obviously that is what it means to these talents and these drivers. That Mercedes definitely performs around this track. It really does like it. Kevin Ellis Jr. as well. They speak at Apex Racing Team about how much preparation they put into a circuit such as Road Atlanta. With those variables, they seem to have its number around here.
Yeah, and of course, you know, when we say about that, he said all of us go well around here, and that is absolutely true, because obviously Johan took a victory around here. We did see Kevin Ellis Jr. taking a victory around here during the season, and then Kevin Ellis getting another one yesterday. It is a really strong track for the squad, and they did get a 1-2 around here yesterday. So we can see our updated points, though. So Sebastian Job is now on 113 points, obviously after being dropped back with that 1 second penalty. It's still provisional. He can still get into finalist mode, but now he needs 2 victories in the next 2 races. If he gets a first and a second, not good enough. He needs 2 wins.
Yeah, and despite it being provisional as well, you look at Rogers' number. He's creeping closer into that fight. That victory has certainly meant a lot in terms of his own championship charge. There's so much to consider here at this point. How crucial could that victory at Spa be for the Porsche Commander outfit? Could it be Joshua Rogers being celebrated as a champion again, like you're so used to historically? But Kevin Ellis Jr. is definitely one to watch. Very smart pick from yourself here, Lewis McGlade, as we take a look at Josh Rogers preparing here at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, of course, you can see Rogers behind the wheel, wrestling it through. At the moment, they've just essentially started their practice, the end of the practice. You can actually see there, Luke Bennett is the fastest driver at the moment in practice, ahead of Kevin Ellis Jr., although Dara McCormack just slapped himself through into the top of practice. I don't think practice doesn't really matter so much in this. It's more just about warming yourself back up into the car. They've done so many laps around all of these tracks.
I think a lot of it is mentality as well. You get used to yourself being in the car, you're on the track, you know, just put everything out of your mind. This is what you're doing. You're basically preparing yourself for your quali lap. You only get one shot, Lewis, at the end of the day. So they need to make the most of everything they have in practice and all the time they can get as well. Sebastian Job would be lucky to put his demons behind him. Obviously, that last race coming off the back of receiving a 1-second penalty. The G2 Esports camp not happy with that decision either. I saw the team boss, Nathan Tague, walking past. He was not thrilled at all. That is a very good drawing.
That's a great drawing.
That is a fantastic drawing. You might have to give me that so I can show it. Yeah.
Oh no, you can't. I don't know if we can show this. Go on then.
Yeah, I think. Well, let me just say, this wasn't me that drew it. It was G2.
It is very good though. It is a great drawing.
It's very detailed. I mean, look. Hey, look. You got the dog there. This is fine. You know, it's
a great meme.
For you emoji fans, Porsche Commander have got one too. Fantastic.
What even is? No, that's
Snoopy,
that's a meme, and it's a quality meme as well. We're about to head into qualifying though, and we can see who's going to get pole position, of course, here at Road Atlanta. Qualifying is going to be very, very important here, and of course, the idea of starting at the front of the field, you can't pass. You've got another picture. What is this about? Well, yeah, I didn't see what Emma had written on hers. What was it? I was looking away.
Emma,
she's not listening.
She's not showing it. I mean,
what was it? Oh, it's just Let's Go Dara.
Let's Go Dairy at this point.
It is Let's Go Dairy.
It is Let's Go Dairy. But hey, let's go qualifying, Lewis. Kick us off.
He was not happy when I called him Dairy.
He was not. No, he was not happy.
Max Benneker then will be the first driver into qualifying. Of course, setting that 9.6 in the first sector, that's kind of normal and expected. We do expect it. Maybe you can see a 9.5 and nothing too major. It's all about this middle sector. This is where all the time is, and make sure you don't run too far out wide to pick up an off track.
Yeah, absolutely. Max Benneker, so proven, so concise, so calculated. We saw him take victory that brought him to the dance here today and into tonight as well. Depends on how long we're going to go on for. It is a mystery, folks. Obviously, one win can make the difference. Benneker will have that on his mind too. Sector 1, a 9.6, which is there or thereabouts, but Sector 2 could be a little fraught, 40.0.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Yeah, we do expect a little bit faster than that. Breaking into the 39s is kind of important, but then again with the Audi, 40.0 is absolutely fine. This is kind of on the money of being a solid lap time. We'll see what it's going to be from Max Benneker, and we'll mostly see based on his reactions whether he's impressed with it, because it's not necessarily about setting the fast lap times that we'd see online. It's about setting a decent lap time for here and now. Although that said, Sebastian Job did just break a record at Spa. Across the line goes Max Benneker and a 16.9. Not bad, actually, not bad.
No, 27.2 in the final sector as well, so not horrendous at all there for Max Benneker. Kevin Siggy up next, but a 9.5 is really quick in the first sector as well. The second sector right on the cusp of the 39, so Mustachio going to work here for Team Redline. Makes his way down the hill, out of the banner, the Wrenchport banner, over the top. He's going to make his way down through towards the start-finish line that will surely pip Maximilian Benneker to the top. A 16.9 takes him through by 11 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, I think we're going to need a 16.8. I mean, to be fair, we have seen Sebastian Job set a 16.7 around here, and he's an angry man at the moment, so pretty much, he might be able to do it. And I think he has also come through turn 5 at the moment already, so he's ticked off the major point where you can get an off-track around here, so we'll keep our eye on that. Jeff Rietveld, though, into the final complex. He's seen his teammate go up onto the provisional pole position. That's why we can see him in the bottom right of our screen. But Jeff Rietveld will be the next one to come through. He comes across the line. Is it going to be a 16 to 16.875? This is a quick session.
It is a quick session. 300s now between the two Redline cars. They occupy the front row. Sebastian Job, though, is going to look to break the deadlock, but a 9.6 is not the 9.5s that we have seen. 40.0, though, is right on the money. So it's all about Sector 3 now. Sebastian Job, fresh from receiving receiving a 1 second time penalty in our previous race. A head shake as well coming into Sebastian Job. That certainly spells and speaks volumes as he makes his way up towards the line. It's not even enough to pip Max Benneker. He's stricken in 4th.
But it is still a 16, and to be fair, coming into this, I remember when we did the online round, I think it was only sort of like 4 drivers that got their way into 16s. Definitely Dane Warren, Josh Rogers and Sebastian Job did. There weren't, and we did see Kevin Ellis Jr. Josh Rogers, though, has got a slowdown as well, so that's pretty dramatic in all of this. Marcel Cinci will be heading through the final corner, and this race down the 80-foot drop into the final and across the line. Can he challenge Job, Benneker, or anyone in that likes? Yes, he can challenge a pole. It's a 16.8.
51 thousandths to the good here ahead of Jeffrey Riedfeld. Can anyone top him? Joshua Rogers, though, with the slowdown is going to put him out of contention for pole position. Fresh after winning at Spa, Lewis. What could he be thinking?
It's devastating. That is absolutely devastating for Joshua Rogers. And I mean, to be fair, like I say, I think every single driver on this grid, they're going to have a bad race today. If you're going to get your bad race out here, get your bad race out here, although this is one segment where you do not want to be starting from the rear of the field. He'll come down across the line, and of course we know it's going to be last, as Kevin Ellis Jr., decent in the first, decent in the middle. See if he can go and grab pole position. Come on, my pick.
Yeah, 9.6 in the first sector is pretty much on the money. Third sector, I think, is going to be prevalent. It's now or never for Kevin Ellis Jr. Remember, Victor here coming into the final is what brought him to the dance here this time. Can Road Atlanta deliver the goods for him this time? It's going to take a mighty lap to topple Marcel Cinci. What's it going to be as he now heads up towards the start-finish line? 27.2, a 16.9, only 5th fastest, and outside a 10th of a second.
But still, the fact that we got that many drivers on 16s is just incredible to me. This is a very fast session. To be fair, Yuri Toma might be one to move up. Who did you pick, by the way? Was it Dane?
I picked Dane Warren.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine. We will see Dane Warren
Save the best till third.
In a little bit. Of course, Yuri Toma into the final sector. I actually kind of think this might be 7th at the moment. Whilst it's still going to be a pretty impressive lap time, see what the Audi can do in the final sector. I think it might be behind Rogers. We'll have to, behind Sebastian Job, but it is going to be behind Sebastian Job. The first driver to set a time that's in the 17s.
Yeah, contrasting laps between the two RAG individuals. Cinci still holds on to the pole position, but Luke Bennett now with a 9.6 in Sector 1 is looking pretty saucy, and he's into the 39s as well in Sector 2, so Sector 3 could be the difference maker. A gasp here for Marcel Cinci in the bottom right. Could Redline now topple the RAG? Dane Warren's got to slow down as well, believe it or not, but here comes Bennett up towards the line. Can he go fastest? No!
Wow.
Not even high enough to topple Riedfeld. 75 thousandths off the top.
But second, third and fourth position, Redline, 2, 3, 4. That is very important indeed. They are taking control of this. We've still got 2 times to come in though, but for Porsche Commander, what a disaster.
It's a huge disaster. You know, contrasting race from what we saw at Spa. They fought their way to the front. Dane Warren was also in podium contention too. So this is a real difference here from what we saw in race 1. Race 2, they've got to try and harness it. Dane Warren at this stage has just got to try and better Joshua Rogers in terms of his lap, because of course they're both sharing slowdowns. Let's see where Dane Warren figures. 10th fastest, but it's over to McCormack.
It is McCormack. It is, of course, Jasmine's pick. Middle sector is Megatown. Let's see if this is going to be the pole time. Ideally now, you need to break into those 16.7. I think we've only seen one of those before, and it was, might have seen 2 in the hands of Sebastian Job, who did think you could do a 16.8 round here. Sorry, 16.6 around here as McCormack comes across the line. Oh, and it's an 8.00. And look at what that meant to McCormack.
That meant a lot. 24 thousandths now is granted in pole here at this stage, though Thomas Tatler, who has proven to be one of the sheer catalysts of bringing superior results, was a winner here yesterday that brought him here as well. A surprise victor that basically toppled Luke Bennett off what could have been an easier entrance into this final here at this stage. Darren McCormack looking in the bottom right. He looks comfortable, he's happy, but will he be happy after Thomas Tatler finishes his lap? The heroic driver looking for more heroics, but not enough at all. 10th fastest. It's all Darren McCormack. He's quickest.
And we'll take a look at our VRS starting grid. All Porsche Coanda at the back, 12th and 11th. What a shock for them. Both of them getting slowdown penalties before the pole sitter yesterday. Thomas Tatler will start this one from 10th. Yuri Toman will start from 9th position before we get to Sebastian Job on pole just a few moments ago. Very disappointed with his lap time. He holds the record for qualifying times around here, just 8th place. Kevin Ellis Jr., winner yesterday, 7th today. Big shock for him before we get to Maximilian Benneker. And then a whole sea of Team Redline. Kevin Siggy, Luke Bennett and Jeff Riedfeld. The front row, Marcel Cinci, your spring season champion. But then it is Derry McTarmack starting from pole position. Of course, Dara has done an impressive feat there in qualifying, and you saw how much that meant to him after a disappointing start to the day. Well, things can start to turn around now. He knew he was going to be strong at Road Atlanta. He said this is the track that he can definitely win at.
This is a big chance here for the Irishman now, looking to bring grandeur here to the Williams Esports team, in the Mercedes as well, might I add. And
what does that even say?
I don't even know.
Riccietta?
Maybe.
It does. It does mean Dara
Riccietta.
I have no idea what we're saying. It's definitely Polish. I can count to 10 in Polish, but I don't know what that means.
No.
But still, you've got another picture which I'm going to give to you just for a second for when we're on camera. We're looking at the drivers at the moment.
Yeah.
Big disappointment for Porsche. Big disappointment.
I mean, what a change-up, eh? I mean, in comparison to what we saw at Spa, I mean, just the sheer slowdowns, again, being the crux of the issue. I mean, it's not the first time we've seen it at Road Atlanta. It was a prevalent sight yesterday. Of course, we saw quite a few drivers suffering that, but Porsche Commander, coming off the back of their greatest high, are now visiting one of their greatest lows.
Yeah, it's... But like I said, I was going to say it in the previous race, but I wasn't 100% sure. I was like, maybe someone's not going to have a bad race. But in this kind of format, I do actually think that everyone will get a bad race.
Yeah.
Right? You know, whether it will be...
nobody's perfect, Lewis.
Well, you know, I am. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But no, it's really tricky for the drivers to nail every single race. We've seen this in the online championship, to nail 3 races to get a win over a round.
Yeah.
It's so rare.
It's a really brutal format here as well when it comes down to the full season.
You've seen this?
Yeah, I know, outrageous.
Frederick just walking around in one of your waistcoats.
Yeah, absolutely stellar. Now, just a reminder, of course, the drawing that we were given. This was given by who? Porsche Commander, I think.
Commander, yeah.
Who actually drew
great
what looks to be a cross between Snoopy and I think what's his name?
I don't know.
The one who likes honey.
Winnie the Pooh.
Winnie the Pooh, yeah, Winnie the Pooh and Snoopy.
Science.
Whether that's true, I'm not quite sure. Good effort, though. Really nice drawing. Yeah.
Well, either way, it is about time to get ready for the race here at Road Atlanta. Oh my goodness, we've got toys as well. This is going to get to a very sketchy race, but of course, Road Atlanta is about to start. We had an incredible qualifying in this race, and hopefully this race is going to be fine. Who knows, though, as Dara McCormack was starting from pole position. You've got Marcel Chinchik on the inside as we're about to begin this run down towards the first turn at Road Atlanta. The lights are on, we're getting ready, and we are underway for the second race of finals day. It is a great start from Dara McCormack. Look at Kevin Siggy going straight down the inside of his teammates, but McCormack with the whole shot as we begin our rise up the hill to turn 2 and then begin the run down the hill through the S's. Perfect from Derry McTarmack.
Yeah, we're getting a quote here. Derry is the GOAT. He is for now. He leads here at Road Atlanta and is starting to try and career away with Chinchik trying to close the gap. Rietveld in third with close proximity. 2 additional red line cars. Luke Bennett and Kevin Siggy also following suit as well. So that's going to be a menacing bunch that is going to try and escalate their position in towards the top 2. Further back, Max Benneker, formerly of Red Line as well, looking to try and batter against those competitors above as well. Further back, Kevin Ellis Jr. So good at Road Atlanta, but it did not quite work out in quali.
Here comes the big slipstream though, down to 10A and 10B. Yes, I hate that it's called that, but it is still the chicane. Anyone going to go for a move on lap 1? Of course, McCormack clouted the rear end of Kevin Siggy yesterday. It might be Kevin Siggy getting past once more. He's going to get dived a little bit here from Benneker, but he had to get on the brakes quite late, nearly into his teammate. Benneker not able to get through into 6th position is where Benneker's going to hold, rather. But right now, the Team Red Line trio still running down 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Yeah, he has no sense of waiting, no sense of patience. The opening lap is done. We're on to lap 2. Benneker now having a look in the side view of Kevin Siggy's Team Red Line BMW as now they career through turn 1. Benneker, who knows exactly how to win championships. He's a winner at Saudi Arabia for Gamers 8 and looking to bring that stellar form back again to win full major competition. Following in the footsteps of the spring season major winner, Marcel Chinchik, who sits in 2nd place right now. Fastest lap as you'd expect. Dara McCormack, after cruising through the opening lap, remains out in front and is careered now into the 7/10 of a second mark.
Wow, again, like I say, very impressive at the moment from McCormack. He needed to break, it was 6.5 tenths again. I was told 7/10 from Will Chadwick, but then Mac Backer corrected it 6.5 tenths. If you get outside of 6.5 tenths, that's where the slipstream basically has no real effect. Unless Marcel Chinchik's got a good drive off of turn 7, which I think he has, he might just close back in a little bit on McCormack here. But McCormack's having an unbelievable drive right when he needs it the most. We might have a switch here between the teammates.
Yeah, we might do as well. Siggy and Luke Bennett coming together this time. Of course, Luke Bennett won't have fond memories here of this circuit to a certain degree. He was very nearly a race winner here yesterday, but it was taken away. It was Thomas Tattler who would receive it as obviously a response to the issues that were discussed by race control and Adrian Fidalgo, who is right in the thick of it. Max Benneker, though, right on the cusp here, perhaps opening the door on Kevin Siggy again. Once again, dipping very nearly into within the same 10th of a second of his competitor in front for 5th place, but can't quite open the door heading down the long straight. No, exactly. Turn 7's the really awkward one, and yeah, I'm sure we might see a couple of big drives over there. That's where that's the corner you got to nail. If you have a mistake through there, through turn 7, that's where you get that terrible drive off onto the long straight, and that's where you're going to get passed down into turn 10. At the moment, I think Cinchic's kind of settled himself, bringing himself back into the rear end of McCormack, but I think McCormack might be quite hard to pass. Any progress in the Porsche Commanders? Only up to 10th place for Josh Rogers, getting past Thomas Tattler. Yeah, I mean, what you could say about Marcel Cinchic is that given that he has the fastest lap, the pace might be in his favour, and he has broken to within that half a second gap as well, so he is starting to chop at that wood. The question is, can he topple the tree here in lap 3 of 12? He's still got plenty of laps still to go. In behind Jeffrey Riedfeld, 7/10 away. A Team Redline struggling here as we see Cinchic just warning McCormack in the mirrors. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens with the Redline contingent, whether they can bring themselves back into it. Of course, Riedfeld has no real pressure on his shoulders, but oh my goodness, here we go. Max Benneker's worked his way past. Kevin Ellis Jr. is also going to try and do so. Is Kevin Siggy dropping down the order? It's not going to be all three Team Redline cars together. That was a superb move from Kevin Ellis Jr. It's not done though, as Kevs go to war. Yeah, two Kevins come together through turn 1. Kevin Ellis Jr. managing to fit through the tightest of gaps in order to try and hold on to 6. He's only got a done it. It's Kevin Ellis Jr. But enter Sebastian Job through as well. Sebi, I think, just got squeezed off a little bit by Kevin Siggy there. We'd have to see that one on replay. But as they came out of turn 1, I think that they might not have been fully alongside, and there might have been a bit of a squeeze off. So I think Kevin Siggy's starting to feel that pressure. His heart rate is definitely going to be elevated. Yeah, he's had a lot of work to do, remember, as well. Obviously afflicted with what happened in our previous race. Looking to try and calm himself down, enter himself back into the fold. It is a very tough system that we adopt here in ESL R1, especially when it comes down to ESL major competition. It's all about grabbing those race wins. You need to be in the points threshold of 160 to be in finalist mode to grant yourself a chance of taking the title. McCormack's still in front. The gap now has gone back out. So Cinchic, despite all the hard work that he did to manage to get within 3 to 2/10 of a second, it's now gone back out to 6/10. Is it the case that Mercedes is better in a straight line? I don't 100% know. We've got Sebastian Job working his way through on Kevin Siggy. More contact between the pair of them. I have just seen at race control, they are definitely looking at Kevin Siggy squeezing off Sebastian Job. Side by side through the final corner. It's going to be a big move for Sebastian Job. Space given this time. Sebastian Job has worked his way through into 7th place, but this is going to be a massive cluster to the first corner. It is certainly, and Yuri Toman's in the mix on this as well. Outside for Joshua Rogers as they go wheel to wheel. Very nearly Toman losing the car, but Rogers moves up into 9th place, and what an achievement as well. Remember, he was right to the back after the slowdown, but he's dragging himself into the fight. Yeah, like I say, it's incredible between this lot. It's a really tight fight, but as they work their way up the hill towards turn 5, clipping the curb, running out wide, and then bringing it back onto the road, Kevin Siggy's the one in 8th position. Like I say, I think he might have to deal with something from race control, because there was definitely an overlap from Sebastian Job when he squeezed him off, but it's about whether you're fully alongside enough or any of that kind of like at the moment, though, the gap for the race team, by the way, went out to 7/10. It's come back in from Marcel Cinchic. So they're kind of ebbing and flowing a lot. And to be fair, Jeff Riefeld's not exactly been dropped by the grouping, but I do think it's a 4-car fight for the win. Yeah, I think it is, because Riedfeld and Bennett are still not lost yet. And Benneker has lost a little bit of time after his fight with the likes of Kevin Ellis Jr., Sebastian Job, Kevin Siggy, all of them in the mix. But look at this now. This time it is the turn of Joshua Rogers once again to elevate his placing here in this timing tower. Siggy once again on the defensive. Remember, twice the race winner yesterday. Rogers looking to try and bring himself into the dance now as they hurtle through the final corner and enter their next lap now. Very, very shortly. They've got turn 1 coming up. Rogers right in the slip as they head through towards turn 1. Can't quite open the door, but this is great tenacity here from Joshua Rogers. Yeah, and again, we'll see. You're not really going to do a move into the blind turn 2 and 3 where we go through now and begin the run through the S's, which is inexplicably called turn 4. We're not talking about it, it's fine. Joshua Rogers still not able to work his way past Kevin Siggy. He has dropped a lot back from his team. Remember, he was running 5th at the earlier portion of the race. We're approaching the halfway point now.
he is not looking fast. It's not looking like the same driver we saw yesterday.
No, not at all. I think there's definitely been a change in mood. Of course, he did suffer a little bit yesterday, and trying to rein it all back in today, and he looks like he's a different man almost. Kind of like how we looked at Kevin Siggy yesterday in comparison to his online season form. But hey, this is great. Certainly Road Atlanta does provide these brilliant moments. Dara McCormack still out in front, has maintained that 0.5 of a second gap between he and Chinchik. So that battle for the lead still ongoing with Riedfeld and Bennett in behind in third and fourth. Benneker still in fifth, as now we see Rogers going for the move once again on Siggy. He might have the upper hand. He's got half a car alongside, but this time Siggy refusing to budge as they go wheel to wheel. Look at Yuri Toman as well as they take the deep descent in towards the final corner and start the next lap, Lewis. It's all kicking off at this moment.
That was close. That was brilliant from Josh Rogers, who now completes the move. Kevin Siggy dropped back to ninth position. Yuri Toman in tow as well. Great move from Rogers, just working his way around the outside. I honestly thought there was going to be contact between a pair of them, but this is why we have 12 of the absolute best sim racers on planet Earth going toe-to-toe here. It is so great to see them get that close to each other. I'm not taking a hit at the F1 control, by the way.
No, not at all. Well, he's certainly cruising, and he's looking to give the bruising, as now he sees now in front of him plenty of drivers that he's looking to topple. Dane Warren as well, who is looking to try and fight back. Remember, he's right at the tail, chasing after Thomas Tatler. So whilst we got one Porsche Commander car on the rise, the other is currently stricken right at the back and looking to alleviate itself. There is, of course, Thomas Tatler, who suffered earlier on at Spa. He's suffering again, trying to gain on Yuri Toman. You can see his reaction. He doesn't look comfortable, Lewis.
Do you know what the worst part of this race is?
What's that?
Well,
hit me with it. I'm right at the back.
Jasmine's prediction's right at the front.
I know, I can't believe it.
It's terrible.
I swear it's fixed.
Oh my goodness me. At least mine's in the mid-pack, so there's at least that. Here comes Yuri Toman down the inside of Kevin Siggy into the chicane. Siggy's plummet backwards continues, but I think he might be able to hang on here. Big kick of oversteer from the Czech driver, who's just trying to send it around the outside of the Slovenian sensation. Kevin Siggy with the inside line. Contact between the pair of them. Thomas Tatler's going to come through to finish the job.
Oh! I tell you what, that was a nervous moment. Yuri Toman very nearly losing the car, swaps to the inside for turn one as Thomas Tatler now breezes into P10. Toman now left behind, being joined by Dane Warren as well, who is glued to his rear on the Audi R8 LMS. The Porsche trying to give off the attack, doesn't want to remain in P12. Points mean prizes. Finalist mode at stake. They all want to get to 160.
A lot of curve being taken there, going through T4. Take a look at this on replay. This is between Benneker and Siggy, of course, and this is where Kevin Ellis Jr. worked his way through. Again, this is so good.
Fitted through that gap was unbelievable. Hair's breadth between them.
I wonder if we keep this replay on the run up the hill to see what happens with Kevin. So Kevin Siggy gets to the inside of Kevin Ellis Jr. But watch Sebastian Job. We're not going to see that on replay, but Sebastian Job tried going around the outside and then squeezed on the exit of turn one. That's what we needed to see from that.
Yeah, absolutely. Dara McCormack still leads, but like again, we saw it earlier on. Chinchik starting to go to work. Holds the fastest lap of the race so far. Chinchik now going for a daring. He's hungry here for a move here on Dara McCormack, but McCormack with the tyre line heading out of the S section. Once again holds on to the lead, but Chinchik is far from done, Lewis.
Yeah, you said he's hungry. Well, he's hungry for some cheese. He's hungry for some
dairy.
Hungarian
and he's hungry.
Exactly, and he is trying to go for it on the Irishman. Dara McCormack trying to hang on to the race lead. The gap has ebbed and flowed. It's gone from a couple of tenths to 6 tenths. It's gone from 7 tenths. It's gone back down to a couple of tenths. It's gone back up. It's gone back down. And now we have the battle for the race lead. 4 laps left to go here at Road Atlanta. And Dara McCormack has got a big job to hang on from Marcel Chinchik.
He certainly does. Chinchik now looking to deliver. Look how tight he was heading through the S-bends. Very tricky to manage when you go through those race curves. Some of them are flat, some of them are raised. They're tricky to manage. Dara McCormack, though, with the advantage. Chinchik still holds the fastest lap, so can he unleash that pace with only a few laps still to go? Jeffrey Riedfeld also not far behind with Luke Bennett still in the mix. Look at Benneker's delta. He's brought that second gap within nearly 4 tenths. What a drive from Max Benneker.
It was 1.1. The thing is, he dragged Kevin Ellis Jr. with him. We have got an absolute showdown here in the second race of the afternoon between McCormack, Chinchik, Riedfeld, Bennett, Benneker and Ellis Jr. And hey, do you know what? Don't count out Sebastian Job either. After issues in qualifying, he's still working his way back into the mix. He's dropped back in the race a touch, but he has got the pace to mount something very special here. 3 laps left to go.
Yeah, day 2 has certainly got off with a bang. We witnessed a sensational race last time out. This time, though, a very different complexion as an Irish Irishman holds on to the lead of this race at Road Atlanta. Dara McCormack, by far one of the most consistent contenders throughout yesterday's action, picking up P3s left, right and centre that got him enough points allocated to bring himself into this full season major final, with only a small matter of obtaining several wins to get you within that 160 threshold. He needs it now more than ever, and this win will go a long way to potentially putting him in the mix against the likes of Joshua Rogers. McCormack still now 6/10 in front. Dara is certainly speed at this stage. Can he hold on though?
Yeah, he's flying right now. He's got a gap out, back out to 7/10 of a second. So very impressive there for Dara McCormack as they head their way out through turn 7 onto this this enormous backstretch. They'll wind their way through 8 and 9. If you can find them, tell me. I don't know where they are, but they're apparently along this stretch at the moment as we head down towards 10A. Watch this from Kevin Ellis Jr. He wants to get past Max Benneker and maybe work his way. I think he might be able to pick up another one on the Team Redline cars as he gets squeezed up a little bit by Benneker on the race down the hill. Let's see if Ellis Jr. is going to work his way through.
Yeah, he was looking for that outside line because they'll give him the outside, but the inside on the exit of the chicane.
Brilliant,
that is brilliant. Oh, Kevin Ellis Jr., that was superb. Even Max Benneker gave a wry smile of appreciation for that one, but he's not going to take it lying down, wheel to wheel down the straight. They remain toe in toe together, but still Benneker looking to batter back against Kevin Ellis Jr. wheel to wheel through turn 1. Who's going to come out on top? It's Big Kev. Kevin Ellis Jr. now holds on to P5.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there from Kevin Ellis Jr., like you say, and you can see how furious now Max Benneker is about all of that. We've got 2 laps to go. We're on the penultimate lap at the moment. McCormack, this is where I think the concern's coming, because the gap's grown, and guess what? It's coming back in again. Marcel Chinchik looking for a late race charge here.
Tell you what, it's getting tight. Penultimate lap of the race, 11 of 12 here on day 2, here in race 2. McCormack looking to deliver yet another victory, of course, never winning a round in full season, which is absolutely baffling. We alluded to that stat before yesterday. Of course, remember, he was the very first driver in ESL R1 history to go back-to-back in round wins on the lead up to the spring season major. This time around, though, did not lay claim to a single victory on the run-up here to this final. And it has to be said, a stellar showing to at least bring himself to the dance, but could be on the cusp of breaking the deadlock and taking victory here this time.
Yeah, of course, he didn't win in a final race, but he did win 4 times, 3 in a knockout, and then 1 in a semi-final. But this one will be sweeter than any of that. He's got 1 lap to try and angle for Marcel Chinchik, but I can promise you, if Chinchik nails turn 7, he will be all over the rear end of the Williams Esports driver on the race down towards 10A and 10B. They head their way through this awkward turn 2 and turn 3 complex. Think of the pressure now, and again, the heart rate on McCormack.
Yeah, they've got the S's section to complete as well, which is very tricky, trepidatious. Dara McCormack feeling the pressure here. Lap 12 of 12, Chinchik not far behind. If there's one man you don't want, it is the spring season champion breathing down your neck. But Dara McCormack, who has faced stern competition time and time again, he'll surely look to try and take this home and host. He's got the small matter of 2 sectors to complete before he can cross the start-finish line.
Yeah, we head our way then onto this enormous backstretch. We'll complete sector 2, and I do not believe Marcel Chinchik is close enough to try anything. He's going to be closing in that slipstream. He's going to try and be brave down towards 10A, but I think the Irishman might just be able to hang on. Let's see if he's got it in the tank. He's looking for another victory. He's looking for another podium. He's had 3 yesterday, did Dara McCormack. This would make it 4 over the weekend, but sweeter than any of those. McCormack is on the redemption arc as we head down the hill, down the 80-foot drop. Watch the reaction here as McCormack wins at Road Atlanta. What a superb drive. Dominated that one and dealt with Marcel Chinchik in perfect form.
Absolutely sensational. Of course, we saw the raw emotion coming from that sensational pole lap that he managed to catch. What a clutch lap as well. But Lewis, what a performance.
Yeah, like I say, 12th victory in ESL R1 in its totality. And of course, another one to add to the sheets. His first of the weekend. And again, I'm sure that one will be pretty sweet. You saw his reaction after quali. Let's see what his reaction is after the race with Rory.
I am here with Dara McCormack. Oh, I almost got that wrong. You two need to put some respect on that name now. Race winner, Dara McCormack. How does that feel?
About time. That's all I need to say.
I was going to say, so our first ever double round winner, and then nothing since, right? And then, well, we could say you're leaving it till when it matters, though, right?
Could say that. Let's see at the end of the day. Time will tell.
Are you feeling relieved getting that first win out of the way?
Yeah, a little bit. Sorry, my engineer. Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit relieved, but eyes forward. going to enjoy the little break now. So yeah.
I think there's someone else here as well who will be relieved as well. Is who's here as well supporting you?
Emma, my girlfriend. Yeah, I'm really grateful that she could come over. It's been awesome.
Perfect. I think we're actually seeing her later as well, which is quite good. But congratulations, Dara. Well done. Hopefully for you, it won't be the last time. But great step towards the 160 that you need. Yeah, well done. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And we're going to head back now to Lewis and Jasmine.
There we go. He finally remembered me. He finally remembered my name. Thank you very much for that, Rory.
Right?
Yeah, okay, I knew that was coming. Well, congratulations are in order for Dara McCormack, and I have to say the thing that I mentioned heading into that race was whether or not Dara could have a reset of the mental, because historically speaking, back in Munich at Gamers 8, that was the area in which he struggled. A very consistent and solid driver, but when he's not necessarily had the best of races prior to that, it's an entirely different story. So, you know what? I'm quite proud of my prediction.
No, you took a brave one, and to be fair, you know, as someone who's a big Dara McCormack fan, I think that was very impressive. It's one of the best drives that I've seen from Dara McCormack, and like I say, we can see some of the bits from the race in a moment, and see some of the. I mean, some of the shocks of it, to be fair, McCormack just kind of led straight into the first corner and kind of ran away. We saw this between Siggy and Maximilian Benneker. Of course, we're on board with Kevin Ellis Jr. and all this, trying to get down the inside going into the final corner. There was so much of this kind of style of racing where it got quite intense. What was it like watching it?
Yeah, well, one thing I really wanted to highlight was the fact that Kevin Siggy, by the end of that race, was overtaken by Sebastian Joe, Kevin Ellis Jr., Max Benneker, and Joshua Rogers. So my question for you is, at what point did it all start to fall apart? How and why did that can of worms end up opening?
Do you know, I kind of, again, we wonder if we can get the replay here. I wonder if it might be this, but watch Sebastian Job, who will try and go around the outside, and then we have this. So it wasn't really actually as bad of a squeeze off from that low angle that we had.
Yeah.
But there was contact between the pair. I kind of wonder, you know, when you lose one position, you kind of get freight trained a little bit. That's what they call it, you know, where one person goes through, and then the next, and then the next, and then the next. And it's really hard to sort of stop the bleeding. And I think, like, mentally, he just kind of couldn't throughout the race. You know, Josh Rogers worked his way through. That would be a painful race, Siggy.
Well, you know what? It's a darn good job that they had all three red line drivers behind one another on the starting grid, because for me, I feel if they didn't have that kind of backup plan, that safety net of the other two drivers in the form of Luke Bennett and Jeffrey Rietveld, it could have all started to fall apart for the side of Team Redline. But you know what? Fair play to every single one of our drivers. I think that was an incredibly close race.
It was, honestly, it was really, really good. You know, a very well deserved victory for Dara McCormack, as you could see across the line there, taking that victory. Again, it's his fourth podium of the weekend. He's been really, really consistent, and we did have a little bit of a chat last night and around that kind of time where he was saying that, you know, this is the circuit where if he's in finalist mode going into Road Atlanta,
You're chilling.
This could be the one. This could be the one.
Well, you know what? I've heard that from a few drivers now. The fact that that's the approach: stack pad as many points as you can over on Road Atlanta, and then hope for the best. Basically, scramble, try and gather as many points as you can. What's going on here?
So what we're having here is this is a rig change. So because there is a technical issue with this rig, I'm not sure whose it was. I think it might have been Yuri Toman's. We've not got a nameplate on it, and I do believe Yuri Toman's is the one that's missing. So it was Yuri Toman's rig. So they're basically taking something out from it, whether it's the entire rig itself, whether it is you know, a computer or a wheel. They're taking something out of this rig and then they're going to replace it with another. This is why we have you know, spare rigs everywhere. You know, we've had a problem with this in Munich. When you're at LAN, yeah, it's not like you bring in just a PC and a mouse and a keyboard.
Yeah.
You know, you've got, these are highly, highly sensitive, highly technical and highly complex bits of equipment. Sometimes, you know, the bits break.
Well, you know what? Whilst they are dealing with all of those technical issues, let's go ahead and visit our provisional race results, of course, to see how things are shaping up here in the points category. Well, Sebi is looking pretty comfortable right now, but you know what? I feel like it might not last for long.
No, McCormack only 2 points behind now after that incredible victory. And of course, what this means now is that we were talking about when was the fastest that anyone can get through into finalist mode. Well, now we need at least 2 races.
Yeah.
You know, Sebastian Job and McCormack, it is 2 races at the minimum. It'll take them 2 races. Marcel Chinchik is 3 races away, but he does need to basically win all 3 of them. Same with Josh Rogers. So yeah, we're not looking to get into finalist mode until at least, you know, maybe race 5. That's when we're going to start talking about it. But hey, it might even take longer than that. What's it?
You know what? I want. I'm not going to make this prediction, so please don't try and make me.
Okay.
I want a prediction from everybody that is joining us in the chat. Let us know either in the chat or on social media,
or on these little
social.
written boards.
Or yeah, or on these. I want to know how many races do you think it is going to take for us to finally get our ESL R1 full season major champion? On that note, I want you to answer. 5.
I think it's 5 races until we get into finalist mode, and I think it's going to take 7 races to get our champion.
Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Well,
Science.
You know what? For Dara, as well as many of our other drivers, actually, they've got family, they've got friends. A lot of them have brought their girlfriends as well with them. I was having a chat with, I think I was talking to Jeffrey about this. The fact that you have like family and friends here, from my perspective, would be more pressure than actually competing. Because at that point, it's like, the people I actually know and care about are going to be judging me.
Yeah,
but for a lot of these drivers, it's like a boost to the confidence.
This is why it pays to be lonely, ladies and gents. But no, it is tough when when you're taking part in a competition like this, and you bring your family. All that will be going through my mind is I'm like, oh, well, this person's travelled all the way to Sweden to come and see me do this, and I'm like, I have to perform. I have to do something. I have to perform. Although that said, when it all goes badly, at least then you have someone to at least say, oh, don't worry, I'll be all right next time. And I'm like,
okay, so what's your standpoint? Would you bring family and friends?
No. I know I didn't when I went. I didn't when I did the LAN in Germany, like 2018. I didn't then, and I wouldn't now.
Okay. Because I get like that when I'm hosting. I'm like terrified, and I've got my
taking your parents to a host.
I know. That's why I'm terrified now. But you know what? If Dara can bring his girlfriend and do well, then maybe me bringing my parents out to see me host my first ever event live might be good luck, maybe?
Maybe you'll finally do a good job. No, I can't say that to you. I can't say that to you. I'm so sorry. You just teed that up so well. I can't help it. I've been commentating with George Morgan. I'm instantly like just firing shots constantly. I can't help it. I'm so sorry.
You know what? Yesterday someone said something that cannot be repeated on broadcast, and I very quickly had a snappy response, and everybody was shocked, and I was like, I'm so sorry, I've been spending too much time with Lewis McGlade.
That's true, that's true. We do have some just horrific responses to each other. I mean, me and George, we've, well, I don't like the guy, but it's fine.
Okay, all right, well, without further ado, we did indeed have a bit of a teaser being launched on Rensport, so let me throw that up so that everybody can take a look at that. Well, there we have it. Rensport providing us with all of the fantastic goods. If you want to secure yourself one of the 15,000 beta keys, we have !beta in the chat. But it is my pleasure to introduce everybody that is tuning in right now to Beth. Was that right? Beth and Emma. Okay, so ladies, do you just want to give a brief, like, your relation to the drivers and things like that? I'll start with you first, Beth.
Yeah, Kevin Ellis Jr. is my boyfriend.
Okay, so how long have you guys been together?
A year, just over a year.
We ship it. We like that here on the broadcast.
And we obviously know who my boyfriend is. He came in. Yeah, Darren McCormack. We've been going on it for a year as well.
Oh, okay, lovely. So, ladies, I think a very big question for a lot of people would be, how did you guys react to the whole sim racing thing when you first met your partners?
I didn't have a clue what it was.
Okay, how did he explain it to you? How did he explain it to you?
He pretty much just took me to the sim building and showed me what it was.
Okay, what did you make of it?
I thought it looked cool.
Very cool, very impressive. How about you?
Basically just called himself a gamer. He says, oh, I drive professionally, and I'd heard of people that had, you know, like the flight simulator kind of things in their house, so I kind of understood what the vague idea of it was. I just didn't realize how big he was in it. I just kind of thought, oh, he's back in the field. No. I'm quite lucky to have Dara as my boyfriend.
Oh, that's so sweet. And have you guys given it a go for yourselves? Tried some sim racing at all?
I have, not proper sim racing. First time I got on the rig, I had no guidance, went straight into a wall, and I haven't really touched it since.
Okay, yeah. Quite a traumatic experience. Yeah,
I'm the same.
Yeah, I did. Me and Dara went for our 1 year. We went to Salou, so we went to Ferrari World, and I did the sim that they have there, the F1, but I was not very good at all.
It's okay. You guys have great boyfriends, though, so they might be able to give you some tips and tricks, and then you can tell me all of those tips and tricks, and who knows, maybe I'll be half decent at some point.
Sure.
Maybe? You don't look too convinced. You're like, no, I think it might be quite difficult. Well, how about your family and friends? What was the kind of response when you explained, sim racing is a very big and real thing?
I think my parents were kind of skeptical about it.
Yeah.
They weren't really sure. They thought I was joking at first, but obviously we watch it now together as a family. If I'm at home, we watched most of the ESL R1 online at home. My little brother is one of Dara's biggest fans,
So sweet.
Yeah.
How about your family? Were they kind of surprised?
Yeah, they're really supportive, and I have a daughter who loves watching him as well.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah.
Well, for you both to kind of make arrangements to fly out, to see them, how do you kind of rearrange that in your day-to-day lives? Is it very much like as soon as they know about an event, they'll let you know and ask you, or are you very much like, I want to be there?
I kind of surprised him. He didn't know I was coming.
Oh my God, I love that. I love that so much.
So I was just hid behind the curtain
there's
and
a
jumped
great
out.
video.
Is there a video?
There's a video.
Okay, you're going to have to send me that video, and we'll see if we can show it at some point on the broadcast, because I'm here for it. I absolutely love it when I see family and friends flying out, supporting all of our lovely drivers. And how about for you?
We had it planned ahead of time. I've always wanted to go, and he just said ESLR will probably be the best one to come to because the atmosphere is way better than he does ACC as well, but the environment for there isn't as good as it would be. It's not like there's not a big crowd like there is here. So
amazing stuff. Well, is there anything that you want to say to your partners or anybody that is cheering on your partners right now on the broadcast? Feel free.
Just carry on doing what you're doing. Like, whatever the outcome, you're still my winner.
I'm kind of the same. It's like he'll always be #1 to me.
You guys are so sweet. Oh my goodness. Well, you know what? Thank you so much for joining me, ladies. It's been an absolute pleasure. Before I throw it over to Rory, though, I want to give my prediction. Please don't get mad at me. My prediction for this one is going to be Jeffrey Rietveld to take the victory. I'm sorry. Please don't hurt me. But without further ado, I'm going to throw it over to Rory.
Did you see that? That was nice. So I'm here with Dara and Marcel, by the way, who had just engaged in an incredible race, and we've got a little bit of downtime in between races. So how was that? Obviously, we've spoken to you, Dara. How was that race from your point of view, Marcel?
I really enjoyed. Like, I was trying to overtake Dara, but I only had one chance after taking turn 5 well, but it wasn't enough. So Dara did an amazing race.
And how was the pressure of having someone like Marcel behind you?
It was fine up until lap 7 or 8, where I made one mistake, cooked my rear tires. And from there, it was a little bit difficult because I made a couple of mistakes after that, getting warnings. And I was on my last one on the last lap. I was like, okay, I really need to take it safe in the downhill, but also not let Marcel get in my slipstream. So yeah, that was a bit stressful, but it was fine when I came across the line.
And everyone's all nice and smiley now, and I think that's because we're not quite in finalist mode yet, right? I don't think I can get both of you, because you're second and third in the race. We've got Seb, who's top at the moment. Do we think we'll be that smiley, Marcel, when one of us enters finalist mode?
I think so. If I'm going to be finalist, I'm going to be smiling. So
You're always smiling. How about you, Dara?
Yeah, I mean, I like to keep a straight face when I'm racing, usually, but yeah, I mean, me and Marcel, there's no bad blood between us. We're pretty good friends, so yeah, I think once it comes down to finalist mode, we'll just see what happens.
And on 3, I want you to tell me who you think out of you two is going to get to finalist mode first. Okay? 1, 2, 3.
Dara.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. And we're going to go back to the jest where George is with Jamie Fluke.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rory. And I tell you what, someone who does not have an ounce of bad blood is the one, the only, Jamie Fluke. Everyone, let's give Jamie Fluke a round of applause. Hey, look at the support. They're all here for you, my man.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, Jamie, a track that you've driven time and time again. We look ahead, of course, to Hockenheim. I also want to talk about mentality when it comes to racing in a championship such as this. You've been on the great end, also maybe the slightly rough end of racing as well. Your highest moment, no doubt, being Road Atlanta in round 7. Talk us through it.
Yeah, so, wow, where do I start with that? So it was a new track into the game and into the series as well, so there was a lot of unknown going into it.
Yeah.
And as a team, we just fully sent it, pretty much. We took every opportunity to try and learn every little nook and cranny of the track, and yeah, I've been sim racing for the guts of 10 years now, and that's my first big, proper, massive win. So that's why I got all emotional about it and everything. Like, it meant the world to me to finally get that win that I felt I'd put so much time and effort into.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the raw emotion as well. It was certainly palpable. We saw it coming towards the end of the race. It clearly did mean a lot to you. And it's those moments that can really define a championship as well, right? And, you know, you've got the likes of Kevin Siggy, and, you know, obviously he was looking to come back. He's come back and given the best. I'm going to talk about another Kevin as well, which is your comrade and teammate, Kevin Ellis Jr. Another solid performer. Was brilliant at Road Atlanta as well yesterday. You guys eventually getting a 1-2, which is brilliant. Couldn't quite get you through, but it got Kev through.
Yeah.
And you guys are all gunning for his support here this time.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, Kev's just the most solid and reliable guy that we know on track. He doesn't make too many mistakes, and you know, he started pretty strong here today. He's picked up a couple of top 5s, which is really, really good. But hopefully, fingers crossed, not showing too much bias here, we can push it a little bit further and see if we can pick up a win or two.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk a little bit more in depth about Hockenheim. So talk me through it, Jamie. Strengths and weaknesses when it comes to a circuit such as this. We've got the track map here in front of us. Where can you clearly define the best overtaking zones? What are the hot points around this track?
So it's actually probably starting all the way back at turn 1. And that sets up the whole theme for the track. If you can get a good run through the first corner, then everything else starts to piece itself together. If you're good through 1, then 2, 3, and 4 start to feel quite nice for you. And then that sets up the run all the way down to the Parabolica, down you know, turn 5 and then turn 6, where we see a lot of overtaking, a lot of side-by-side action, maybe a little bit of contact as well.
Maybe a couple of risk takers as well, trying a few, chancing their arm a little bit.
Absolutely. It's so wide as well coming down into there, and then it pinches right in. So we'll see some bumping and banging in there, but that's where a lot of it stems from. And then you can still be side-by-side all the way out of there through nearly the rest of the lap. We've seen so much side-by-side racing over the course of the 2 seasons that we've had so far. So it all truly starts at turn 1 and kicks off from there.
I can already hear Adrian Fidalgo's headache now already all the way from here. He's going to be in for a rough ride, I think, after this one. But
yeah,
yes,
I think so.
We've seen so many incidents. Turn 6, you alluded to it being the pinch point. It certainly has been a frequent provider of incidents over the course of the spring series into the fall series as well, even maybe a little bit for Gamers 8. But I mean, obviously coming into this essential round, we're pretty much halfway through now what we would consider the first 4 races that are compulsory here in this championship. This, I suppose, is a point where drivers are probably a little bit more loose. They maybe will chance their own, will they not?
Yeah, and there's guys who are maybe a little bit further down in the points where they don't feel like they've got a shot yet.
No.
So they might as well risk it, might as well
risk
go
it for a biscuit.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
What kind of biscuit?
Oh, no, digestive.
Digestive, good man. That's a solid pick. I like it.
Plain Jane, my friend.
Good
man.
Yeah. We're not too fancy here, are we?
No, not at all. Well, let's take a look at the top 12. Obviously, Sebastian Job in the form of his life, though. The first 2 races haven't necessarily indicated brilliant so far. Dara McCormack, fresh after a fantastic win. Bear in mind, these championship points are provisional at this stage, folks. The Irishman, after a stellar result at Road Atlanta, how much will that make a difference to his run at Hockenheim?
I think it will be important for him because that's his big standout moment so far from being here at DreamHack. It was a huge qualifying lap. Like, we've seen the time come in, it's like, oh, that's big. Like, that's the biggest that we've seen since young Sebastian in the online round. So yeah, I think that's going to set him up quite nicely. He goes quite well at Hockenheim. He's won there before. He's got a good shot, but everyone else also still has a very good shot as well.
Yeah, we've also had a proven record from Marcel Cinčić as well, spring season champion, and we can actually take a little look at him now.
Our first champion, it is Marcel Cinčić!
The ESL R1 major champion,
Marcel Cinčić.
I live here in Karancskeszi with my brother and with my parents. Who got me into racing? The first clear memories about motorsport, it was watching the F1. That passion is just stayed with me, you know. Probably it's coming from my mother and my father. Back then they were going to watch rally races. They bring my brothers also. We were going to do some go-karting. We wanted to race against each other and all the stuff, you know. My brother found out sim racing. We got our first wheel in 2008. It was a really basic one. It just could turn like 90 degrees to the left, 90 to the right, and it had only throttle and brake. But we were really happy with it. This is how my interest in sim racing started, and I'm doing sim racing since that moment.
Wow, 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 what emotion, what raw emotion, not just from us, not just from the team, but from the crowd as well.
Of course, back then I couldn't dream that I'm gonna reach this kind of level, like in sim racing. If I told to my 8-year-old myself that once I'm gonna be here where I am now, I think he would be really proud, for sure.
Hogy amikor megnyertem, ugye, amit éreztetek?
Sírtunk. És végtelenül büszkék voltunk. Meg egyébként is büszkék vagyunk.
Ja, tudom.
Mind a hármatokra.
Most stressful part of the race weekend is definitely the qualifying. I was being so stressed that I could even hear my heartbeat sometimes, you know, like beating.
Marcel Cinčić once again starts feeling that pressure that's all over his shoulders.
I never really met this kind of stress in my life. When I was doing the online rounds from home, I was just like getting out from the seat and walking around the room until the countdown was hitting 30 seconds left. Somehow it was helping to remove the stress. I felt better than being in the cockpit with my own thoughts, at least taking away my attention. You know, it was crazy, for sure.
Cinčić, though, loses a place. Should it stay like this, Cinčić will not be going through.
I would say like the stress level through the season, I think it got the worst in the middle of the season. Around round 4 or 5, I got a bit lost in the mind.
Currently 7th, not good enough.
Can he improve? No, this is not the best form we're seeing from Marcel Cinčić right now.
I was blaming myself so badly, not really blaming the others. When I do some bad performance, I always try to find a mistake in myself, what I did wrong. I was angry on myself. Like. When I'm doubting myself or like I'm being in like low moments, I'm the only one who can do against it. I have to decide it in my mind that I can do better, I can be better. I have a really good supporter. Like through the whole season, I met with her like on social media, and she's like supporting me like many ways. So I'm really thankful for that. Yeah. Especially for my parents also, because they gave me the chance for this whole thing. Of course, I want to make them proud. People are not around you physically, but you know that they are around you in soul or something. That's a really great motivation. I need that kind of people supporting me to be back on the top again.
Marcel Cinčić out back! He's going to go through! Marcel Cinčić has put the pressure right on to James Baldwin. It's Cinčić and Baldwin on the front row. Let's get the lights on and get this race underway.
Baldwin is leading, Cinčić is second. Could this be the last race? 5 kilometers then left to go.
So we went to the last lap. James was still leading. I was being really close to him and he was defending.
It will come down to the very final chicane.
I know that he's gonna go defend on the inside, so I was trying to go to the outside. I was trying to make the chicane, but I had no space anymore. I decided to cut the chicane, but already in my mind I decided that I'm gonna hand back the position to James. I was slowing down, and after that I saw that R1 and James had an incident. James spun, R1 went by, he won the race.
He's going to come through to win. It is not done yet. I can't believe what we've just seen. We are going to a 7th race.
I was being really exhausted and didn't want to go for race 7 anymore.
One final potential fantastic race. What's going to happen? Are we going to see the champion crowned? Marcel Czincik once again starts feeling that pressure that's all over his shoulders.
You know, like being calm in sim racing is for sure really important. Every time, like, my hometown is just coming to my mind. This place is really close to my heart. I like it. I really like it. She likes the camera.
He's erratic, he's crazy, he does this, he does that, he does what he wants. He can be a bit wild, but there is something about competitions like this. His mentality, it just matches it really, really well. He is just super calm.
The red lights will be coming on. Marcel Czincik. Here goes McCormick around the...
Whoa!
Lawrence Lerner into all of them. They're all over the case.
And this is massive for Marcel Czincik. He's nearly a second lead for the Hungarian.
At this moment, I'm thinking back to the whole season, all of the hard work I did. 4 months of crazy racing, preparing every day. I was looking forward to get home. I wanted to do not just for myself, but also for my family. That gave me some plus motivation.
Just one more trip around this circuit for Marcel Czincik to take this title. The gap, of course, comfortable.
I'm reaching the last corner of the last lap. I realize now that I'm gonna take the win and take the trophy.
And he is to be crowned our first champion. It is Marcel Czincik.
It's just worth to prove yourself what you are able to do, what you can achieve if you trust yourself. That's what's nice about sim racing. You can have low moments, you can have pretty bad moments, but when you are on top, those are the moments worth to do.
And look at the emotion down there as well. Your Spring Major champion, Marcel Czincik.
So after I won the major, my boss congratulated me. Like he wrote to me on Discord actually. We keep pushing. So, and also after that he asked some advice, some settings for Rensport, so maybe he wants to race next season. Being the best from 48 drivers, doing so many laps, so many hours, everyone was being on the limit to realize actually I could do it. It's still hard, but I start to believe it, you know. It's just probably giving me more motivation for the next one, being hungry for this again, you know.
Well, sheer goosebumps indeed. After looking back at our spring season major, what an occasion, and no better man to sort of diagnose the mentality behind that than this man, Jamie Fluke, of course. Jamie, we just witnessed, obviously, the journey Marcel Czincik took to claiming that title. As someone who's raced against him and has featured on track against him several times, what does it take to pull off what he did there?
It takes a lot of guts. He had to work extremely hard to fight for every single position when he was out there, and he held his nerve extremely well when it mattered the most. The final race was a little bit of an anticlimax where like the pressure was off, the incident that happened behind him, and he could kind of ease his way then to the championship, but everything up to that point was a lot of hard work, and I would say like he was probably the most consistent driver across the the whole season when it mattered.
But I think Monza stood out, certainly one of his strongest circuits. He was dominant around that circuit leading up through to the spring season major. Haven't quite seen that same stigma though this time around. He's a bit more, I would say, every circuit seems to be a strong suit to a certain degree. We've seen positive displays at Road Atlanta, some in certain areas. In terms of a driver's ability through certain circuits, you guys obviously have nailed Road Atlanta, for example. Coming up to a circuit like Hockenheim, who do you see as the major players?
I think anyone in a BMW is going to be quite strong. Jeffrey won his way into day 2 here, in the race that I was in. beating out everybody around him, and he's won there a couple of times before as well. So I would say he's a strong favourite going into this. Can't look past Seb or Kevin, both Kevins actually. I'll always back my man Kevin Ellis Jr. But
yeah, cool.
Yeah, I'd say the BMW is quite strong around here.
Yeah, and your prediction? You can lay it on the line.
We'll say Jeffrey.
Yeah, we're going to go for Jeffrey Reed.
Yeah, I'll stick my
Well, they're in a very similar position to where you guys were yesterday, right? Because, of course, you had 3 cars in the Group A scenario leading through to this major. So Redline have got 3 cars in the actual major final. So what strengths and weaknesses can you take out of that scenario?
You run the risk of tripping on toes and not wanting to disturb your teammate who also wants to do well. You don't want to cause any animosity, but you can also work to that where you can maybe box somebody in and strategically place an overtake here and there. You can always encourage each other in the race as well, which is quite nice, and give yourselves a bit of an adrenaline boost that way. So there's swings and roundabouts with it. I'd rather have my teammates in there than not.
Yeah, and what's the communication like with the team radio? Have you got direct communication with your teammates, or is it a case that you have to speak to the team manager and they relay whatever messages to your fellow teammates? I mean, how does that work logistically?
So we're all in one Discord channel. We can all communicate with each other. We can all talk to each other. We can all blow our ears off if needed. Turn the microphone way up and just scream.
I can't see you doing the shouting.
I had a little bit of that yesterday whenever it all went horribly wrong for me. But
couldn't hurt a fly, Jamie. Surely not. I know that you're ever competitive, though. You've got a great team behind you. Kevin Ellis Jr., ruthless. Looking ahead to his form around Hockenheimring, how do you think he'll perform out there?
It's a little hit and miss for Kev. He'll even say that himself.
Yep.
When it goes well for him, it's really, really good. But it all comes down to T1 for us in qualifying. If we can get that right, then the rest of the track sort of flows quite naturally for us and we feel quite good. But we have struggled a little bit recently with turn 1. So if we can get through that clean, fingers crossed, then he can get himself right up there and score some big points.
Yeah, and how have you managed to avoid certain strengths or should we say avoid certain weaknesses with the car change that you guys conceived through the course of the season? You moved away from Audi, which is what you were in the Spring Series. You're now in the Mercedes. What benefits did you see from that move?
A lot of benefits. I feel like the car actually just suits all of us in terms of a driving style quite well from our background in other platforms. It lends a little bit more to our driving style. So we picked it up quite well. It took us a couple of rounds to get going, but the car gives us plenty of confidence. We can attack the track, whereas with the Audi, we felt like we were tiptoeing around and trying to avoid certain parts of the track and certain curbs, and we never felt totally at home in the car. In the Mercedes, we definitely do, though.
So has that made any adjustments to the way you drive the car? Driving style has obviously changed.
Yeah, 100%. And each car drives noticeably differently. The front-engine cars have similar tendencies, and the Audi and Porsche also have similar tendencies, but they're polar opposites, basically, in how you try and drive and get speed out of each of those cars. So we did have to do a bit of a 180 on what we were doing, but we figured it out reasonably well, I think. And yeah, we've got 3 of us here, so I think we did a reasonably good job.
I think you definitely did that well. I tell you what, brilliant insights, but we're going to throw it across to Jasmine.
Thank you very much for that, fellas. Why did nobody tell Jamie that he can't copy my prediction? Go find a new prediction over there, Jamie. But anyways, Beth and Emma, it is a pleasure to be joined alongside the two of you once again. We had a brief chit-chat earlier, and we got that video that you were talking about. So TLDR, if you weren't here earlier. Beth, you actually surprised Kevin Ellis Jr., your boyfriend, here at DreamHack for the first time, I'm guessing. Right, okay. So let's see if we can go ahead and throw up that video to catch his reaction.
Hey dude, let's go back to the room now. Just having a quick. What? Oh my god!
I'm guessing he didn't know you sent me that video.
No, I went and told him.
Oh, okay, okay. So at least now everybody has seen what he looks like when he's scared. You know what? Can we play that one more time, please? Because that was brilliant.
Hey dude, let's go back to the room now. Just having a quick. What? Oh my god!
I think he's hanging his head in shame now. I don't think he's ever going to be able to live that one down. I think someone should GIF it for the ESL R1 Twitter page. I think that's a reaction GIF or like meme that's going to be posted. All of the other drivers are staring at him right now, by the way, for everyone that can't see it right now. But ladies, tell me, how have you been enjoying DreamHack as a whole? Have you had a chance to go and explore elsewhere?
No. Just here, to the hotel and back.
Okay, dedicated.
You're too preoccupied with watching it. You don't want to miss anything.
Yeah.
So it's not even that we want to. Like, go anywhere else. We're actually happy enough, I think, to be here.
To be here, yeah.
We have each other to talk to, and then we have the other two.
I love that. So what's the plan for today? After the tournament's done and dusted?
I think
Any
pool.
plans?
Back in the hotel.
Yeah.
Okay, I love
and
that.
we're going for a big meal if you want to come.
Oh,
There we go. There we go.
meal.
There's also a bowling place nearby.
I heard about
as
that.
well.
Yeah.
How do you fancy your chances of bowling?
I am quite good at bowling.
Oh, over the road, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe some bowling in there as well.
Yeah.
Upstage the boyfriends and some bowling.
Oh, yeah.
Post some more videos for us so we have loads of content. What is George Morgan doing? He's trying to distract me on the stage. Can we get a camera on him so that we can see what he looks like? He looks like a right doofus.
Hey, listen, I won the bowling. Just wanted to make that point clear.
Yeah, but are you winning the predictions?
No.
No.
We won't talk about that.
Okay, yeah, thought not. So what are your 2 predictions, dare I ask, heading into this race? We need to get it official, on record.
Well, obviously, Dara, 100%.
Kevin Ellis Jr.
I love that. You know what? This is what we call ride or dies right here on the broadcast. But you know what, George? George, you ready to take it over from here? You ready?
I'm happy to.
Are you ready to do a little bit of a boogie for us?
I could do a little boogie if you want.
Go. Cut the camera to him right now.
Come on, Jamie.
You're not catching
Loosen
me
up.
doing that. No, no chance. It's not happening.
It's Hockenheim. Loosen up.
It's good.
It's fast.
I like Hockenheim.
It's tactical.
But not enough to dance.
Oh, wow. Okay. Talk about a party pooper. No wonder you're not in the final. Sorry. Yeah, apologies, mate. I didn't mean it. But yes, looking ahead now, you've given your predictions. You're going with Jasmine. That's very brave. Rietveld is your selection. We also heard from Lewis McGlade. He's gone with Dara McCormack. How do you weigh up that? Obviously in the Merc, much like you guys are. So they should perform, do you think, or not?
It's not one of our stronger tracks, but it's a strong track for him.
Yeah.
He's always went very well around there, so he definitely has a shot. It's definitely not a super weak track for him, so he can definitely do it. To be fair, any of the 12 drivers can do it.
Yeah.
On any given day, at any of the tracks.
Yeah.
It is that tight. It's so close.
I mean, we've got to the point now where obviously 12 of the best have made it through. I mean, we've got such a strong roster of talents throughout the entirety of the teams, and it's always punishing to see many drivers come and go. But this man, Sebastian Job, he'll feel like the world is on his shoulders right now. Bear in mind as well, folks, don't forget our beta key bonanza. Of course, you know, if you want to get yourselves a chance at playing the Wrench Sport game, you can enter the key on the right-hand side. Make sure you put it in the Epic Game Store to be in with a chance of getting access to the Wrench Sport game. But now we're seeing, like I said, Sebastian Job back in tow. Obviously, Max Benneker, somewhat of a positive start. Obviously, the proceedings, he seemed pretty much well ingrained. And Hockenheim, I would argue, is one of his strong tracks too.
I would agree as well. I believe that the Audi goes quite well around there.
Yeah.
Moritz looked very quick for Moyes yesterday. It's a shame that he...
shame he didn't make it, yeah.
Shame he didn't make it, and he picked up a slowdown penalty.
Ruined Lewis McGlade's prediction, by the way. Yeah.
It definitely did. But we know that car goes well around there. So, yeah, Max has a shot everywhere. He is that good.
He does. He's such a professional. Of course, you would have met him several times over the course of your sim racing career. Dara McCormack, once again, of course, winner at Road Atlanta, looking to try and perhaps bring that same muscle again. He has a great chance of taking the championship lead at this point ahead of Sebastian Job and closer to the threshold of 160. So has he got to try and, you know, put if, buts and maybes at the back of his mind now and just focus on what's in front of him?
That's what you have to do. You have to take sort of all the emotion and all the noise sort of out of it. You're driving the car around the track. That hasn't changed.
Of course.
And the conditions and everything are the same. It's just the circumstances around it are different.
Yeah.
You just go out there and do your job, and wherever it lands, it lands.
Nothing else you can do, right?
Exactly.
That's the simple principle. Joshua Rogers, who he himself, bit of a transition in form. Yesterday wasn't necessarily brilliant, but coming back into today, form seems good.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking to him, he wasn't particularly well yesterday.
No.
Wasn't feeling up to it. I was speaking to team manager Jörn on the way in this morning. He sounds worse, but feels better. So, whether that's a correct trade-off for him, I don't know.
Yeah.
But the win at Spa, a good start. Not so strong at Road Atlanta. I don't think it's a brilliant track for that car. But then Twan almost won yesterday, so maybe it's not so bad. But again, like, he's very good at Hockenheim. I think they're all good. They're all good everywhere.
Yeah.
So they've all got a shot.
Absolutely. Well, let's go over, of course, as well, basically the rule of thumb here at the major, of course, the procedure that's currently in front of us. Of course, we're into the third race out of our 4 compulsory races that take us through proceedings here in this championship. Of course, remember, 160 points is where the drivers need to be in order to achieve the feat of being in finalist mode. So Sebastian Job is the closest to it. He's on 119 points, but he will not be able to take the championship until he crosses the 160 mark and then take victory in order to win in finalist mode. Dara McCormack as well, one to watch. Second place, 2 points away from Sebastian Job, and Marcel Chinchik not far behind. When you look at point standings like that in race 3, what is your verdict on that, Jamie?
Still a long way to go.
Yeah.
And that's the important thing for everyone, even all the way down to Tuomas Tatala. Like, nobody's there yet.
No.
Pick up a couple of race wins, even in his position, and he's right back in the mix again.
Yeah.
So I don't think anyone's worried at this point. Nobody's stressing, oh, someone's going to win in this next race, or we're still at least 2-3 races away, minimum, before anyone's lifting that trophy behind us.
In your expert opinion, how many races do you think we'll get through? Obviously, we have the 4 compulsory ones, and we have races until we get to the point we're in finalist mode, and then, of course, the finalist mode driver takes victory. How many races do you think we'll get through before we actually realise that particular point in this championship fight?
I think this will be done and dusted in 7.
Yeah.
I think it'll be 7 races.
About the same as me then. That's what I predict.
Oh, is it? All right, well, then we're on the same page. Excellent. 7, if it goes longer than that, then I think the racing will get really, really spicy. So I'm hoping it goes on all day, all night, through to tomorrow.
It could all start here, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
We could be here all night. You might have to put up a sleeping bag and replace Lewis McGlay full time. I'm enjoying this. But yeah, no, fantastic. But yes, the drivers now making their way around. Now, qualification starts in a matter of a minute and a half, so it's the dying moments. These drivers are going to be utilising every little bit of practice they can. How imperative are these final moments here, Jamie?
Crucial, absolutely crucial. You have 6 minutes, roughly, to find your feet again at a track that you maybe haven't driven yet, on that day. And it's so hyper competitive. If you're not feeling quite up to it, if you're missing an inch, you're missing a mile, is the way I sort of see it. That's what I had a little bit yesterday in that final race at Monza, where I just couldn't get it to click, and it all completely fell apart. And it was, we're talking like a 10th or 2 that I felt like I was missing.
Incredible.
Not much, but such is the standard. You have to jump in and be on it.
10th could be the difference between P12 and P1, essentially, couldn't it, at this stage? So, and with quali being, one shot at this stage, just talk us through the sector times you expect to see at a track such as Hockenheim. Where would you like to be in the first, second, and third sector?
Anything in the 0.1s in the first sector is pretty strong. Mid-high ones, roughly, and in that sort of ballpark. No guarantee that you need to do that. You can kind of slightly game it a little bit because of where the sector line is. So you can maybe get away with like a low 2 and then set a better run up all the way down towards turn 6 and gain a bit of time in that second sector. Anything in the 3s is really good in the middle. And then in the last sector, 2s usually are pretty good. Low 2s.
Yeah, low 2s. Yeah, brilliant.
So
well,
that's generally where we want to be.
The ballpark.
That's the ballpark.
Yeah, okay. Would that take pole, do you think?
If you can do a 0.1, a 0.3, and a 0.2, yeah, that's pole.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll look out for those to see whether anyone can pull that off. Obviously, the stratagem is pretty clear. Some of these drivers are going to be chasing the big bucks, and naturally, the prize pool is huge. 100K up for grabs. And again, we're going to be seeing the results come in as they look to take one step closer to the threshold of finalist mode. But first, we've got a small matter of a qualifying session to bring you before we can even discuss the prospects of points in this race 3 scenario. We've got one more race after this one, and then we enter the non-compulsory races until we reach the finalist mode equation. It is going to get hotter and hotter here at DreamHack, despite being in a very cold nation of Sweden. Have you enjoyed the experience so far, Jamie?
I have enjoyed it. I've experienced the outdoors in all of its glory. Went out for a run this morning, and it was snowing sideways. It was fun, but not fun in equal measures.
I couldn't believe it. Of course, we've heard a lot of the the threats of weather that could be seen in Sweden. I had to see it to believe it, to be honest. But the snow did feature this morning. But nevertheless, now Joshua Rogers making his way out on his lap. Talk us through it. What is he thinking right now, Jamie?
He's thinking just make sure to get through the first sector nice and clean. Good straight exit out of turn 2 and through 3 and 4 here as well. And let's look at that first sector. 258. That's not bad. That's fine. You can definitely work with that. You're looking at that and thinking it's not terrible. It's not amazing, but it's not terrible. We can fight with that.
That's where you'd like to see the 0.1s, yeah?
Yeah, that's where you'd like to see a 0.1 if you can manage it.
Yeah, well, he's making his way down towards the pinch point, as you discussed, in towards turn 6. So let's see where he can hook this one up. You're turning back on yourself almost as well. It's beyond 90 degrees heading through that segment. So obviously you have to trust your brakes.
Absolutely. And it's so easy to get that braking point wrong because you're coming from such a high speed. And pulling the car up isn't the most straightforward thing in this particular platform. So, so far, so good. Looks pretty clean from Josh. Lots of curb there. coming towards the end of Sector 2. So that's pretty strong.
Yeah, we know that the Porsche... Yeah, 45.3. Would that be something that would make you smile if you were to grab something like that?
I'd have already fist pumped and said I've got it on pole at this point.
Oh, wow. Well, there we are. Big statement here from Jamie Fluke. As now we see the Porsche, as we all know, really acclimatizes itself well in the corners now as he makes his way through the final sector. Let's see what Josh Rogers can bring to the table. The wonder from down under is back again. After already taking victory, can he add yet another sensational qualifying lap to take himself to the top of the tree to kick things off here at Hockenheim? And it certainly will be a 1:35.885. Outrageous. We got a question from the chat from Tone720. How many drivers have to pass that finalist threshold?
Only one actually has to pass it before it could be over and done with. So, or we could have all 12 somehow get there, and then literally the next race that will finish because someone has to win the race.
Absolutely right. Jamie Fluke there bringing us all the analysis as he does so brilliantly. 35.885 to beat Max Benneker, his fraught enemy. They have seen each other in battle 52 thousandths away from Joshua Rogers. Not quite enough for that P1 spot.
Not quite. A little lost time there in the last sector. 2.8 isn't bad, but whenever Josh has put down a .885, you need a little bit more than that.
You certainly do. 20.4 in the first sector is not ideal for Yuri Toman. The 45.4, just a tenth off, you'd think, at this point. But can he find something in Sector 3? The check, is he going to check in with a great lap? Here, coming up towards the line, 2/10 off. Again, Sector 1, the catalyst.
Yeah, a 4.07. It's so hard to recover from that. And to be fair, his last two sectors were strong, but a lot of lost time. Fortunately, I've just spotted there Kev with a slowdown penalty on his qualifying lap, so
that's
really
a big blow for you.
Yeah, it's not good. Yeah.
Be brave, Jamie. Be brave.
I'll stay strong.
Top man. We've got Jeffrey Riedfeld as well, now making his way through the closing stages of his lap. We can't quite see the sector times, but we'll soon see which time he garners, and he tends to qualify well as well. He's looking pretty strong, but no, he's shaking his head, as you so rightly say. A 36.1, beyond 2/10 as well. And there we have it, finalist mode. The drivers need 160 points, as we've discussed, to enter that finalist mode. Another slowdown, and it's Dara McCormack. He's failed Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate that both of the Mercedes AMG drivers have off-tracked their laps. It'll be tough to fight from the back, but if anyone can, these boys can.
Well, the Flying Finn is also not happy. Thomas Tattler, once again having struggles, this time at Hockenheimring, and goes nearly 3/10 slower in behind. And now, Kevin Ellis Jr., what's he got to do in this stage? Because this is a bitter blow, isn't it, having the slowdown here at this stage?
The key thing is to do what I didn't do yesterday, avoid panicking. We've still got a long way to go. You can afford a bad race here and there, but also once it comes down to finalist mode, that's where you can't really afford the mistakes. Not the end of the world, but not ideal either.
Yeah, we saw his girlfriend's reaction in the bottom right as well. Obviously, we've been speaking about how they provide certainly a big beacon of support for these drivers as well. It's so important. Dara McCormack as well experiencing it, but unfortunately as well, it's quite ironic how they're both sat there. Both of them have got slowdown penalties. But nevertheless, the Irishman, Dara McCormack, at this stage, can he at least, I suppose, elevate himself higher than Kevin Ellis Jr.? I suppose that's the mission at this point,
yeah,
right?
At this point, you still don't want to completely throw the lap away. If you can finish 10th or 11th, it's still better than P12, so
yeah,
you take what you can get, even if it is for 1 or 2 points.
Well, he has gone past Kevin Ellis Jr., so that is the two Mercs, and another slowdown, this time for Dane Warren. So that's a Porsche that's now managed to find itself on the wrong end of a slowdown penalty. Hockenheim once again providing those little difficulties, those moments of tragic elements into qualifying. Absolutely sensational. But Sebastian Job with a 20.3 in Sector 1. That's not brilliant. Needs 2/10, ideally more on that. This is going to be a tough one. And Job wiping his brow. What's going on with the G2 driver?
Good question. Not sure. He hasn't quite hit all of his cylinders yet so far today. He obviously started off in pole at Spa, but...
And you'd expect the BMW to be strong around here, right?
I did, yeah. But Josh's time will be hard to beat, especially under this pressure in these circumstances.
Of course. And Rogers, obviously a very stern competitor, well experienced. Marcel Cinchik, of course, Spring Series champion. 20.2, that's not bad. 45.3 is in the mixer. Could yet trouble Joshua Rogers up at the top end if he pulls together a stellar Sector 3. Makes his way across the line. Oh, he goes second fastest. 37 thousandths off the top. Rogers still leads.
Yeah, Rogers hanging on, and yeah, that's a good time for Marcel as well. But yeah, Rogers, it might be a little bit of an advantage going first, not having to sit and wait and think about everything and feeling the nerves and pressure. He was the first one to do his lap, and he nailed it immediately.
Yeah, and once again, proving to be not his friend. Hockenheim certainly hasn't provided Dane Warren with lots to shout and scream about. And once again, on the end of the slowdown, there's 3 drivers this session that we have witnessed slowdowns for, and Warren will certainly not be happy. His teammate is currently up at the top, and he looks like he's going to be at the bottom. Luke Bennett now next up. We've got 2 Team Redline cars. Obviously, they've seen Jeffrey Rietveld 0.2 of a second off the pace at the top end. Luke Bennett looking good with a 20.2. Now, he's good at this track. He has said before that he is accomplished around this circuit. We've seen him certainly perform at his very best. Sector 3 will be massive. He could put himself in the same guise as Chinchik here as he comes up towards the line. Goes better than Marcel Chinchik. 32 thousandths off the top, but he's not alone. Kevin Siggy's next.
Yeah, and Kevin's sector's not looking quite as strong here. I mean, this is also hyper competitive, but a 2.9 and a 5.2. We're sort of looking more in that sort of Seb, Yuri sort of area, 5 and 6, maybe even with Jeffrey in P7. So he won't be best pleased. We know that Mr. Siggy can be quite animated with how he feels, but he's staying composed to the line there. A little disappointed, but yeah, 0.1 there.
Yeah, unfortunately finishing in behind his teammate. Let's take you to the starting grid for race 3 from back to front. Starting with Dane Warren, we've got a trio of slowdowns here to take you through. Porsche Coanda in 12th with Dane Warren, then 11th place for Kevin Ellis Jr. Dara McCormack down in 10th place with Thomas Tatler in 9th. Kevin Siggy in 8th with Jeffrey Rietveld in 7th. Yuri Toman in 6th. In 5th place is Sebastian Job. And then we have 4th place going to Max Benneker, starting on the second row of the grid. He has a great chance here, as well as Marcel Chinchik in 3rd. Luke Bennett in 2nd on the front row, but no one could stop the man, the mighty Joshua Rogers, victor at Spa in race 1. He's looking now, rather than to build it from the back, he's going to try and do it from the front. Can he take his 2nd race win in procedure here in the major? Let's wait and see. Jamie, how can you assess his performance?
He's looking strong. He's looking a little bit more up for it today. He'll be a tough man to beat at any track, not just Hockenheim. So he's probably thinking, yeah, I've got a good shot here. This is starting to come together quite nicely.
He's come a long way since yesterday, has he not? I mean, obviously, I think Spa spoke volumes. It was very methodical in the way that he sort of moved his way up the field. He had to get past Kev, of course, to move into the sort of mid-stage of the timing tower, eventually grinding his way to the front end, left it to lap 7, which ideally is perfect for the drivers at Spa because you've got the long straight-up Kemmel. Different prospect though this time, starting from the front row of the grid. Now, around Hockenheim, is that preferential as opposed to being in behind?
It depends a little bit on where you feel like you're strongest in the race. If you feel like you can get off the line and attack the opening couple of laps well, then you'll want to be up front and try and create a gap behind. If you feel like you're better towards the back end of the race and maybe the car ahead struggles a little bit with his tires or just isn't quite driving so well, then maybe you can make that move later on. But there's always opportunities down into that hairpin.
Now, as you can see, they're going to work on Jeffrey Rietveld's rig here. Obviously, some issues starting to plague. Now, whilst obviously this is a concern for the drivers, because again, this is something that you would have experienced as well. Obviously, technology has its moments. You know, we can't elude from the fact that there is obviously going to be time when technical failures come in, very much like real life motorsport. I mean, how do you battle against something like this? I mean, is it a case of just resetting yourself? You've got to put it in the back of your mind, surely.
You have to. With these things, it's not your fault. Sometimes these things happen. If you know how to fix it, then great, then go and fix it. But if it's out of your control, it's out of your control. What can you do about it?
Yeah. What's been your reaction to something like that? What would Jamie Fluke do? Don't fear to go all guns blazing on this.
No, like I think I would be pretty calm about it. I'd be gutted, obviously, if it happened at a crucial moment, and for some people, it has happened in a crucial moment. At one point last season, I lost all ability to shift at Spa and was bitterly disappointed. Not ideal. I was already towards the back end. It was a bad day at the office, as sometimes I have had, but yeah, that sort of compounded it. But sometimes things go wrong, and it's not in your control. If it is in your control and you mess up, okay, yeah, beat yourself up a little bit about it, but if it's not in your hands, then it's not in your hands.
Well, I tell you what, whilst the feelings are a little fraught here, we're going to throw it over to VT, just checking out the drivers and how they felt leading up to the major.
What is your nationalities?
Well, I'm Irish. I'm Scottish. There's a joke in there somewhere.
How much do you get for your accent? I tend to keep mine pretty neutral. I try my best, but when I'm around my friends from Ireland and then my friends from sim racing, they're like, what the did you just say?
There's literally times where I'll get off the phone with like my mum or one of my mates, and I'll talk to my girlfriend and she'll be like, "Have you just been talking to someone from back home? Because I can't understand a word you're saying."
Exactly.
Who has the better accent? I can't do an Irish accent, so I'm not going to embarrass myself. I prefer the Scottish accent to listen to, but obviously I'm biased.
I'll be biased outside my country as well. I think Irish accents are just funny. Mate.
Well, let's get on. Oh, f***, man, I lost 3 10s in turn 5. Sounds like the really box quality microphones that you get, sorry. Oh, fuck, what are you doing?
Oh, get down, mate!
Here's Jamie Fluke. I mean, naturally, we've got the Irishman, Darren McCormack, Scotsman, Kevin Ellis Jr. Usually when they meet in bars, they're all right, aren't they?
They're definitely down for a good time, that's for sure. Those two boys get on really, really well. Yeah, but yeah, let's see how they get on from the back of the grid in this next race. Maybe they won't be so good friends after this.
I don't think they'll be too friendly. I think there will be some virtual punches thrown, I think, in the case of what we'll see out on track. But yeah, hey, listen, we have witnessed certainly a massive qualifying session for Josh Rogers. I mean, what an achievement, getting himself to the top once again. You know, like we said, we allude to the fact that it was a hard grind for him yesterday. He's back on top, but I'm more concerned about the drivers that are around him. Max Benneker, also someone who fought his way through the field at Road Atlanta, wasn't scared to make the big moves. I'm guessing we'll see a similar trend heading through Hockenheim?
Yeah, I would say so. Max is a feisty character, we all know that.
Yeah.
He races hard. And he has previous with Josh as well over the years in past series. Like, those two guys don't really like each other all that much.
No.
So if they get...
long rivalry, right?
Yeah, it's been brewing for years. So yeah, if they can get side by side with each other, I'll be rubbing the hands.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
Me too. We'll both rub our hands.
Let's get stuck in. Like, this will be good fun.
Should we see if Rory's rubbing his hands?
Yeah, we'll see that.
Let's see. Rory, over to you.
Thank you very much, George. I'm here with little Mac Backham when I'm standing next to him. When he's big when he stands next to George and Lewis. But how are you, Mac? Good to see you.
Yeah, I'm excellent. Thank you.
Good. I just want to say how good you were yesterday, by the way. A few of those guys up there, namely George and Lewis, should probably be looking over their shoulders, right? Do you fancy a bit of that?
Yeah, I'm coming for that job. Joe Morgan, your days are numbered. Yeah.
Exactly that. Look at his face. Genuinely, it was really, really good yesterday. Going to today, how do you think the guys are getting on? How are the guys? How were they this morning at breakfast?
Yeah, I think they're looking a lot better that day. I think the first race obviously showed that 1-2 for the team. That's perfect. Yesterday they were definitely not happy. I think especially Josh as well expected a lot more from himself. You could see he had the pace. He was always going forward in the races, but you need to start at the front as well. And that's what he done in Spa. Obviously Road Atlanta wasn't ideal, but he still moved forward. And yeah, I mean that lap he put in now is ridiculous. So yeah, I think they're in a lot better spot.
Yeah, it's not the usual consistent Josh that we're used to. I mean, Dane just snuck in, so fair play to Dane. I remember sitting on the couch with him and looking at that. But with Josh, I mean, has his sort of illness, and has that really affected him?
I would guess so. I'm not really too sure. I mean, he's the most capable guy in the world in my book, so must have been something affecting him yesterday, but I think he's definitely feeling better today from being a little bit sick, so he's feeling a little bit better. So I reckon that's definitely helping him a bit. And yeah, I think if we can continue the way we're going now, it's looking pretty good.
And you've been here before, so what is everybody's sort of feelings going to be? We haven't got anyone yet in finalist mode. What will the guys generally, when we can see Max Benneker there playing with his Rubik's Cube, I mean, that's an example of what people do to sort of alleviate stress. What will the guys be thinking at this point?
I think at the moment it's pretty straightforward. Still, everyone is trying to kind of just get as many points as possible. And I think obviously Sebi is for sure the main target because he's just ahead in points. It's that simple, and probably Dar as well. So everyone knows, okay, if those two guys are ahead of me, we're going to have to put a move on because you need to gain points to them. So if you finish behind, that's not going to happen. But I think especially once you can kind of see the first few guys kind of get into finalist mode or really start to taste it, for sure they'll be attacked even more. Yeah.
I think we got. I think it's going to get a bit spicier, isn't it? But thank you so much for your time, Matt. We appreciate it. Well done again for yesterday. Back to you guys at the desk.
Well, there we are. Jasmine just running in for a cough sweet. But there we are. There we go.
That was a quick escape.
Listen, I'm ordering a Happy Meal in future, not a Big Mac. That was outrageous from Matt Backham. I used to like him, you know. But yeah, not anymore. But yeah, I like Jamie Fluke instead, so he's my new co-commentator. But yeah, thank you, Jamie. Listen, technical issues when they arise. We talked about it briefly. We talk about composure. We witness the guys going to work on it. Sometimes they take longer than others. Ideally, we like to get them done quicker sooner rather than later. The drivers obviously relate to that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We don't like sitting, waiting around for something to happen.
Yeah.
It's frustrating.
Nothing helps the tense nerves more, does it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a frustrating one for the drivers because like you've got yourself amped up, you're ready to go, you're ready to get stuck in and get on with the race.
Yeah.
And then you stop and you have to calm yourself down, reset, rebuild the energy back up, and then go all over again. It's not easy. It's very difficult to do.
Yeah, well, especially given the format of this championship, it's one after the other. They haven't got another group stepping in between them. You know, it's a case that these guys are racing all day long. So they're reliant on that momentum, aren't they? That trend, you know, of keeping up these results. So, you know, all of a sudden when you get something that breaks the chain, it suddenly causes a bit of a twist, a bit of a could end up being a turbulent race and a turbulent result. So, you know, how do these drivers go about sort of managing that? How do they get themselves back into that same mindset?
So everybody's different. Everyone has a different way in which they operate. So I like to keep myself pretty calm and chill and relaxed. Some people like to get really amped up and ready to...
Sure that's not you?
Some people like to rip doors off.
I might ask you to do that to Matt Backham later on.
I'll try not to. I don't know. He's a lot bigger than me. He's a lot bigger than me.
His size does not matter, Jamie.
I can run from him, though. That's the important
thing. Yeah, there you go. You can run faster. Brilliant. Yeah, fantastic. Look, listen, you got Yuri Toman as well. And obviously, he hasn't necessarily had the most consistent of races, certainly up at the top end. He's looking for something big here. Obviously, Kevin Siggy, someone who has been, I suppose, consistent through this major. He's taken 2 wins, one back at the very first race. Then he took one at the very last moment as well. Someone who does like to get amped up, likes to get a little bit fiery. We saw it at Gamers 8. A little fiery as well the other day with race control. I mean, how often could we see something like that as well happen? Because, of course, you guys have been on the wrong end of that as well.
Yeah, sure. I think as we go through the day, it'll get more and more tense and more anxious.
Yeah.
At this point, everyone's kind of just consolidating, building their points. It's not super high stress at the minute. Don't get me wrong, it's still high stress.
Yeah.
Want to do really well, but
smell the tension around here.
Exactly. But yeah, the tension really builds up once it's finalist mode, and someone can win this and end it all.
Yeah.
And that's when people start to get desperate. Aggressive moves get made. Race control have to play a bigger role, and yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. Jeffrey Rietveld, as we can see on screen, getting himself amped up. We are back in the session, so the driver's just getting those last minutes in, and they'll be then making their way onto the grid. Jeffrey Rietveld still actually getting... I think obviously a little fraught there. The cameraman just moving in, just obviously trying to get some perception as to what's going on. Dara McCormack as well, making his way around the track. Once again, we're in that vital practice stage. Good chance for the drivers to get back on the bike, Jamie.
Yeah, exactly. Just notice there Dara's practicing his stars. Now, this is an important thing that maybe isn't easily known or well known. We need to make sure that we're good to get the car off the line.
Yeah.
And just double check that your settings are correct. That's what this time is for, to make sure that everything works as it should, and that you feel confident and comfortable and ready to go.
Yeah, and tyre temps? Is that something that is key to manage?
In the race, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's very easy to sort of end your race quite early in terms of what you can do with the tyre. Like if you wreck them early, you don't bring them back.
No.
The races are too short and you do too much damage. So making sure that you're clean and precise early on is important, but if you're taking it too easy, then guys behind will take a huge opportunity to overtake you. So there's a bit of a balancing act there.
Yeah, and if you're pushing too hard at the start of the race, where does that leave your car in the latter stages?
If we push too hard, we're in deep trouble.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So this is a fine line you guys are treading.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. There's one or two mistakes will put you on the back foot for sure, and it's hard to then get back out of that.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, there is a glimpse of what's on the line. The trophy that is certainly up for grabs and could yet be decisive. Marcel Cinchik's name is the sole one engraved after his championship win back in the spring season major. We are here at DreamHack this time around, and now it's down to this. Race 3 in what will be, I'm sure, a real big dogfight. Max Benneker with a chance off the second row, but Joshua Rogers, his arch nemesis, back on pole after taking the first race win in grandiose style. Can he follow it up in, well, again, decisive fashion? Of course, a different race in prospect as now the cars line up onto the grid here at the Hockenheimring. Who is going to get the best start here? Obviously, we've got Porsche Commander on the front row, closely met by Team Redline alongside him. 3 lights, 4 lights, and the 5th light. And it's pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go. And soon as they get off the line, it is still Joshua Rogers who holds the lead. RAG filtering in the back. Max Benneker hasn't moved from P4 either. It's a very orderly start. No chaos through turn 1, but Joshua Rogers holds on to the advantage here, Jamie.
He does. It's a very good start. And pretty clean from everyone so far, but it's going to get feisty here. Yeah. A lot of side-by-side action now down through the field, so that looks like Toman and Seb Job then Oh, that's a bit of a shove, but Toman's holding on to the position there for P5.
Yeah, we're coming into the pinch point now as well. Opening lap of 10, day 2, race 3. We're underway. Look at this as well. The Team Redline boys starting to open up the door here. Side-by-sides further back. We have got, of course, Jeffrey Rietveld right in the mixed battle for the leaders. Rogers tries to hold on. Minimal between he and Luke Bennett, who has a stellar record here at this very circuit. Max Benneker is the only man as well to take a race victory here at Hockenheim so far as well, as we now see on the outside line, Bennett looking for a move, heading around the outside. Very rarely do you get it done there, and he's left the door open for Marcel Chinchik.
Yeah, but he had to try it early. It's so important to try and get that position early. I think it's a BMW driver versus Rogers in the Porsche. As we look further back, it's pretty feisty back there with Sebastian and Rietveld. They're fighting for 6th position coming into the stadium section.
Yeah, certainly looks like G2. Sebastian Job getting off to a strong start, still mid-pack. Has got Yuri Toman to deal with. Kevin Ellis Jr., your man, as well, going wheel to wheel with Thomas Tattler. 3rd sector coming up. Can he hold it together? Nervous view there from the lounge as we now see them come side by side. Look at the reaction here once again as we see them make their way around. Don't yawn, this is thrilling. As now we see Kevin Ellis Jr. make his way down the stretch. Tattler's got off. Tattler's got off wide. And again, the misery continues. Will Kevin get penalised for that?
Good question. I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to let whoever makes the decision to make the decision. I refuse to say anything.
Get off the fence, Mr. Fluke. Get off the fence. As you now see now, they've come wheel to wheel. Dane Moran now also at the mercy this time of Thomas Tattler. The two Porsches collide and they bump wheels as well side by side, heading through turns 2 and 3. But this time around, it's Warren who holds on to 11th place.
Yeah, it was pretty feisty from Dane there. He's seen the opportunity, and you can definitely make a move down there into turn 2. So he's seen the door open and sent it straight in.
Yeah, no surprises to see that Joshua Rogers has the fastest lap of the race so far. He is in front, of course, leaving lap 1. He, of course, takes that fastest lap here so far in this race. Luke Bennett in 2nd, Marcel Chinchik just in behind. Sebastian Job trying to build his race into what could be considered a real big threat for P1 here at this stage, but still very early on. Opportunities still exist for every driver on this grid. Luke Bennett now, half a second within. Rogers doing a good job just managing the pace right now.
Yeah, I think he's trying to actually build a little bit of a gap just to try and push Bennett further back into the clutches of Chinchik. The cars that have definitely different strengths and weaknesses, and yeah, I think Josh is trying to make the most of what the Porsche is good at, which is good, straight line speed and good long run speed.
Yeah, absolutely right. Indeed, Rogers, as we said, we speak about the Porsche, how good it is in the corners. Of course, the latter sector, I would argue, is where the Porsche thrives. Obviously, with the intense cornering, you've got some of the fast speed corners, you've got some mid-speed corners, but I would argue that it's the slow speed corners that we tend to see, or the mid-speed corners that this Porsche excels at.
Yeah, exactly. So with the engine at the rear, it helps massively with traction, especially later in the race. That's a really key point around here. Similar to the Audi in that regard as well.
Yeah.
The Audi is actually probably the best car on front tires out of all 4 manufacturers that we have in this series. So
it makes finding those apexes quite useful.
Quite useful, quite nice, especially later in the race. It can struggle a little bit with understeer early on, especially behind another car, but expect Marcel to put Mr. Bennett under substantial pressure later in the race.
Yeah. Does that mean he can, I suppose, be more attacking when coming into an apex? So I suppose he'll hit the corner, whereas perhaps some will take a bit more of a tactical line and leave it as wide as possible and maybe be a little faster on exit as opposed to going into an apex?
It's, at that phase of the race, it's a little easier to place the car. The front engine cars will wear the front tires a little bit more, just physics, just how it works.
Of course. Yeah.
There's more effort to work the front end of the car, whereas there's nothing really to hold the front end down in the Audi, so it's not burning its front tires as much, and it's easier then later in the race to place the car where you want, and that's a lot of where the speed then comes from for these cars later in the race.
Yeah, absolutely right. So it's all a case of management again, and tyres are going to be prevalent, especially around this circuit where the fast-paced sections do tend to burn that rubber up as well. Obviously, the slow-speed sections can do as soon as you put the foot down to the floor, as Josh Rogers will be trying to build this gap ahead of Luke Bennett, but that's going to be easier said than done. Obviously the Team Redline driver that has been so successful historically around this track. Redline themselves have actually had a blissful campaign here at this circuit. Luke Bennett's actually taking 2 race wins on the run-up in round 3 at Hockenheim, back in quarterfinal and semi-final action, which I'm sure will serve him well here in this fall season major.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the BMW is just generally looking strong everywhere at the minute. It doesn't seem to have too many weaknesses. It struggles a little bit on its tires in race trim, so if he could make the move as soon as possible and try and put some distance, then great. That's why he went so aggressive for the move on lap 1. If he could get clean air, then fantastic, but it didn't quite happen, so he kind of has to sit in line a little bit at the minute, make sure he doesn't
bide his time.
Bide his time, exactly, and see if he's got something then towards the end of the race.
Yeah, we saw Cinčić as well, just moving himself to the inside. It could work both ways, in fact. Could be a case of just trying to cool the tyres down at the same time. Also just showing in the mirrors, just being a little threatening, I suppose, to Luke Bennett, just to ask the major questions. This is something that Cinčić does quite regularly. And of course, it would have helped him on his way to a spring season championship title. Of course, we all saw how he did it to the VT that we played earlier on. Absolutely superb run from him on that occasion. And as you can see, there are keys available in the live chat. Make sure you get on board, everybody, and enter them in the Epic Games Store to get a chance to play the Rennsport product. Still, it's Rogers out in front, still holds the fastest lap of the race so far, which speaks volumes in terms of the pace within the Porsche right now. Bennett not managing to obtain that accolade just yet. The purple marker still stands next to Joshua Rogers. But Dara McCormack further back, P9 on the tail of Kevin Siggy. When would you expect him to put the burners on?
In his position, I think he's just going to go for it as early as he can. The races are still quite short, and he's down in P9. You don't want to hang around too long. If he's got an opportunity, he'll absolutely go for it.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily a case that you just straight away gun for it. It's a case that you do, of course, apply a certain level of measure before you head on the attack. As we look at a little bit of a side-by-side here, we've got Joshua Rogers obviously out in front, our race leader, running on board obviously with Marcel Cinčić. We also have a look with Luke Bennett, who currently sits in P2, so a very interesting view on our top 3 in this race right now. Obviously very pensive, no emotion, no need to at this stage. Equilateral gaps between everybody. They're just settling into the race as we make our way on the halfway point.
Absolutely. Something that I've noticed from both drivers, and it's something that I do myself, is the look towards the top left of the screen. Now that's normally, as Roger makes a small mistake there, you can get away with that a little bit in the Porsche.
Bit of understeer creeping in there?
A little bit. I think he just went a little bit deep in the brakes, but the Porsche's big strength as a car is its traction. So if you make a small mistake like that, just get it squared off, punch the throttle, and away you go.
Absolutely. Well, they made their way out to Mercedes Arena section. Now they've got Sector 3 coming up next after this. Again, this is the technical point where obviously Rogers can apply his trade in the Porsche, but Luke Bennett in the BMW is going to be ruthless. He's broken to within that half a second gap. And Rogers, who off the back of winning at a vastly different circuit to what we're seeing now, we've got the rapid undulation, the roller coaster elements that revolve around Spa. This is a very flat circuit, Jamie Flew.
Yeah, absolutely. Not much in the way of elevation changes, so it makes braking usually a little bit easier.
I saw your fingers crossed there.
Yeah. Fingers crossed for these guys that nothing major happens, or maybe we do want something major to happen. We'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a little bit easier to place the car where you want because you're not worried about elevation changes.
Yeah, again we see Marcel Cinčić drifting out of the aero from the car in front. What's he doing there, Jamie?
Couple of things. Getting out of the aero, so his car has a bit more stability on the brakes and on turning, and also it's a visibility thing. Like Marcel will probably have a specific marker on the track that he's looking for, and if he's tucked up behind a BMW and that thing's nice and wide at the back, he can't see what he's looking for.
No.
So he'll duck out and move and find what he's looking for so that he doesn't make a mistake through the corner.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Obviously, you need the visibility in order to calculate the maneuvers. So Cinčić getting quite close now to Luke Bennett. Obviously, the slipstream proving to be very useful around the parabolica. They come out of turn 6. Rogers again being met by Luke Bennett. I would argue getting close to the, actually, P3 as well. Cinčić being dragged into the mix too. And Benneker waiting in the wings further back. So the race is starting to heat up now as time goes on. Obviously, eventually these drivers are going to start cooking here around the Hockenheim circuit. We're only in lap 6 of 10. We got 4 more in total as we make our way to the precipice of action here at Hockenheimring. Cinčić now 3/10 away from Bennett and starting to dig a little deeper as now we see Rogers make his way into Sector 3.
Exactly. Again, a point I wanted to make earlier was Bennett there looking at the standings in the top left. And now he can see the same gaps as what we can.
Yes.
So he's gauging how close is the car behind. Do I need to start covering? Do I need to defend? And Rogers ahead as well will be doing exactly the same thing. You'll know from experience with the amount of testing that we've done throughout the entire year, like we've got a good gauge on if I have this gap, am I safe then into the next corner?
Yeah.
So do I have to start looking over my shoulder, or am I good? Can I just focus on the next corner?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, you're learning from those experiences and applying them essentially in your race going forward. Now, Cinčić getting closer here to Bennett. Now, obviously, as far as Cinčić's concerned, he needs to make those moves, I think, a little earlier than what Bennett does, right?
Sure. He'll want that race win just as bad as everyone else.
But he's yet to win one yet.
He's yet to win one, and it's been a decent campaign so far for Marcel, but he hasn't quite stood out yet. There's loads of time left for him to
it's
do
a very
that.
brave call on our spring season champion.
But you need to peak now rather than earlier in the season.
Yeah.
Like, this is when it matters.
Yeah.
So we're still looking at Marcel diving in and out. He's filling the mirrors of Luke, and he's also then sticking really tight to him. It's all sort of mind games a little bit as well. He's saying, I'm here, and I can move the car around wherever I see fit, and I'm still right on your rear bumper. Watch out.
That's Jamie Fluke saying the past is the past. Make sure you leave it there, as now we see the cars make their way through the middle sector and in towards sector 3. Luke Bennett now losing a little bit of delta on Joshua Rogers again, and still Chinchik starting to dig deep here. So he's focused, he's measured, he's looking, he's waiting. Benneker as well in behind with Toman as well, bringing himself into the mix. So both RAG cars perhaps being told to push here, Jamie.
Yeah, absolutely. This is where the RD really comes on strong. As I mentioned before, it's kind on its front tires typically. So maybe Luke has, what's been sat up inside that 3/4 margin to Josh has burned up his tires a little bit and is starting to drop back. Maybe it's a deliberate ploy just to give himself something to work with maybe for the last couple of laps. Or maybe this is all that he's got and he is under big pressure from Marcel.
Yeah, as you can see from the graphic below, yes, Luke Bennett did succeed twice, took back-to-back wins in quarterfinal and semi-final action when we first visited Hockenheimring in the fall season on the run-up to this very major, and now is on the precipice, and we've got a penalty here for Thomas Tackler as well.
My guess is that's for track limit violations. We get 5 that we're allowed in the race, and then the 6th one will put you over the limit, and then it's a 5-second time penalty. So that'll be at least a point for Kevin, fortunately down there in P12.
Yeah, it's a common factor that we tend to see as well when we're racing around Hockenheimring. Of course, we saw it all happen in qualifying as well, as we see Chinchik taking a very wide line, almost had to take slight evasive action, I would argue. Didn't want to plant his car right into the back of Luke Bennett. It's just taking, just evasiveness, I would argue there.
Yeah, I'd agree. It is such a pinch point, as I mentioned before, and I do love using that phrase, pinch point. It's my go-to for that particular corner. You don't want to cream into the back of the car ahead and then cause issues, cause a stack up, lose your own drive off the corner. It's better to slightly sacrifice your run through the corner. And again, just get the car straightened and get off the corner. It'll still be okay. It's not the end of the world if you're not millimeter perfect on the apex of that corner.
No, not at all. And now we're coming into the penultimate lap of the race very shortly. We're into sector 3 proper now of lap 8 of 10. Rogers now still out in front, half a second now the deficit as the Porsche applies its trade, as it does so well in this very sector. Chinchik coming into the mixer as well. You can see the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, the constant correction being made by Joshua Rogers as he gets physical with the Porsche. He'll cross the timing line now and commence the penultimate lap here at Hockenheimring. It's 9 from 10 here in race 3, and now things will start to heat up as Chinchik bursts through turn 1 now. What are the drivers thinking here at this point, Jamie?
Hopefully the car ahead makes a little bit of an error so that I can get straight onto the back of him and then make the move down into turn 6. It's still all very static at the minute. The gaps are all pretty much even. Everyone's got more or less the same slipstream to the car ahead, outside obviously of Josh in front. But the Porsche is quite good in straight line. It is quite slippery on the way down to the hairpin, so that's an advantage for him. Again, Marcel ducking out there, trying to get some air onto the nose of the car just to help him on the brakes. Also maybe to try and put Luke under pressure, but Luke's a wily customer even at a young age, so he's been around the block plenty to not be worried about something like that.
Yeah, and there's plenty here to consider, because whilst obviously Bennett and Chinchik are in behind, they're fighting for the race win, they can't really afford to allow Joshua Rogers to take another one, because of course 2 race wins, maximum points in 2 races. That is huge, obviously in the context of, this major scenario, trying to get to that points threshold of 160 in order to enter finalist mode. Joshua Rogers well on his way and could yet grant himself the championship lead if he continues in this vein of form as well. As they now venture in towards sector 3, it is still the Porsche Commander that leads the way here now as they'll venture around the final sector on the penultimate lap. Luke Bennett, I'm sure, will look to cook up the pace here coming in towards that final lap. Lap 10 of 10 to come with Chinchik in behind too. He's going to be dragging along a huge party of cars that'll be all the way down to P6 because Rierveld is 1.2 behind.
Yeah, absolutely. So, this is the last lap. This is it. If you've got anything left to show, now's the time to show it. Bennett is a little closer this time to Rogers, but turn 2, 3, and 4 here is so crucial. It's so important for the BMW to get a good run out here so he can have a move down into the hairpin.
Yeah, we've been waiting patiently for this, and Bennett right on his tail, needs a big exit heading out to this initial section to perhaps draft something heading through the famous Parabolica section here at Hockenheimring, the German circuit about to light up with the sight of a Porsche and also the BMW of Luke Bennett. Can he pull something off Will he try a move late in the day? Chinchik Mighty breaks out of the arrow. Yet again, no move this time for Luke Bennett, who waits behind, but he will still have a chance. Entering the Mercedes Arena section, he's reliant, I think, at this stage, though, from an error from Josh Rogers.
Absolutely. Josh was pinpoint accurate through the hairpin there. No mistake. Gave absolutely nothing away. As Chinchik's half looking up the inside, not quite able to make it stick. But we're coming to the very closing stages now of this race.
He's very nearly pushing Luke Bennett's car through that middle sector into the final sector. Joshua Rogers, though, still at this stage will lay claim to the race victory should he take it home. He's got the small matter of one final sector to deal with, but it's been a stern drive, a brilliant drive from a stellar pole lap that has granted him placement up at the front end. He held it together and he holds the purple lap as well here at Hockenheimring. A stupendous drive from Joshua Rogers, who had a difficult day yesterday. He's going to take his second win on full season final day. It's Joshua Rogers, the wonder from down under, wins at Hockenheimring. Jamie Fluke.
Yeah, that's a top drive. Not a single mistake that I could see there, outside of maybe one little brief moment where he gave a tiny glimpse of hope to Luke. But outside of that, spot on, no mistakes.
An assessment as well on his performance has certainly displayed many stellar results for this man, Joshua Rogers. Porsche Coanda back to the top, a position they're oh so used to, and they're now going to look to try and dynamically find their way to the front once again in the Drivers' Championship. Can he make it 3? We'll have to wait and see. Stand by. He's with Rory.
I'm here with Luke Bennett. Luke, how are you after that one?
Tired. That was probably the most physically demanding one. They're not really physically demanding, but that one was certainly up there. But yeah, it was really difficult to stay with Josh. I think it's probably the fastest race stint I've done, and luckily it was in the race, and also the pressure from Marcel behind. But yeah, happy to take away P2. I knew if I wasn't going to get Josh on lap 1 that I was never going to get him.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible to have Josh in front, trying to chase down Josh Rogers, and then having Marcel Chinchik behind you. As you said, was it very much a case of once that you couldn't get past him on lap 1, it was then looking in your mirrors trying to keep Marcel behind?
Yeah, I mean, I also was just trying to hold on to Josh because I knew that doing that would mean that I would keep Marcel behind. So it was just focus on that, and you know, after lap 2, I was like, I'll just take a P2 and try and hold off Marcel.
And we saw Marcel moving quite a lot. Did you see that as a pass? I mean, they were talking about it in commentary, whether it was him seeing his braking points or whether he was looking to try and put you off. What did you see that as the car in front?
I'm not really too sure. It could have been a mixture of many things, you know, trying different lines, trying to put me off, but none of it worked, so I'm happy.
Good man. Thank you so much, Luke. We appreciate you. And back to the desk.
Thank you very much for that, Rory. A pleasure as always. But Lewis McGlade, I'm pretty sure George Morgan missed you so much, he actually ended up calling Jamie Fluke.
Which I'm not that offended by, you know. I'll take being Jamie Fluke for a day.
Whether or not Jamie Fluke would be offended is another story.
Is Jamie Fluke offended? Being called Lewis McGlade? We'll see. We'll see. Who knows? Who knows? Of course, it was a pretty chaotic race, especially towards the opening stage. He nodded all.
He was umming and ahhing about that. He wasn't sure. We'll report back on that a little bit later on. But yes, what a race we had on our hands. The poor girlfriends of Dara McCormack and Kevin Ellis Jr., their reactions as soon as I came back and I saw that they had their slowdown pens.
Yeah, I mean, this was on the opening laps. We saw like a couple of bits of contact coming down. I was sat next to Moritz Lerner and I said I had a vibe there was going to be a horrific crash in this race. Thankfully, there kind of wasn't. But there was plenty of side-by-side. Thomas Tutler and Kevin Ellis Jr. getting squeezed out. Dane Warren almost dragging it down the inside into the first corner. I mean, this is kind of the style of the race. We just saw a little bit of awkwardness, a little bit of trickiness, and the inability to work their way up the order, which is kind of expected a little bit at Hockenheimring.
Well, I have a question for you. Jamie, during that race, had said that Marcel would be placing even more pressure on Luke Bennett as the race went on.
Yeah.
Because of the Audi. Why is that?
Well, because the Beamer tends to go through its tyres a little bit more. It tends to overheat the tyres, so it's kind of a little bit on the back foot towards the end of the race. It's not like it's dropped off where you go, the tyres have gone off a cliff and they're a second off a lap. It's not like that, but they lose like a couple of tenths by the end of the race stint, and that's when Marcel Chinchik can go on the attack. If they go on the attack too early, fair enough, great. But if you wait a little bit, you can maybe get through.
All right. Thank you for the insight, Homie. Nice one. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our standings thus far. Visit our dear results here. Dara McCormack, Is he going to be able to have a bit of a comeback victory heading into the next track?
I don't know. Did he get involved in any incidents? Because he can't get involved in any.
Oh, he absolutely can. He does not want to be a part of that party. Neither does Jeffrey Rieveld, though.
No, Jeffrey. So Dara McCormack has 1 penalty point left. If he has that, he'll get a ban from quali. Jeffrey Rieveld has 2, which he'll probably get from 1 incident. So realistically, for the pair of them, if they get involved in a single incident, they're on the back foot. There is Emma. Obviously looking over the shoulder and having a little bit of a chat. Oh,
let's get a collective.
Let's make them uncomfortable.
Please. 1, 2, 3. You guys are
he
useless.
hates
Honestly,
it. Oh, Dara
I was promised that you would all wake up for today. Honestly.
Just to clarify,
yeah,
I did pick Dara McCormack. That's because I chatted to Dara McCormack before the race, and he went, "No, pick me." I was like, oh, "Okay then."
Is it that easy to sway your judgment, and sway your decision
Very
making?
much so. Who am I picking in the next race?
Wait, didn't you pick Moritz Lerner as well? Because
Yep, I 3 times, and the 3rd time was because he said, "You should pick me again." I had a big conversation with him backstage. It's fine.
you know what? I still have to have words with Jeffrey Rieveld because
He's there. He sat down.
I'm gonna go have words because I ain't happy.
Why not?
Because he was my prediction.
Yeah, but you've had
faith.
1 or 2 right, 1 right today.
I had 1 right today.
Yeah, well, let's keep it that way, shall we?
Who was your prediction, George?
Yeah, who was your prediction?
Made one.
He didn't make
He didn't even make one. Okay, I think that's the safest bet at this point in the tournament. But you know what? Let's go ahead and have a little bit of a head-to-head because Kevin Siggy yesterday managed to secure himself a race win over on Monza. The real question is, do we think he can do it now?
So he's not had the best start to the day.
Exactly.
Let's go with that. You know, he's not had the greatest start. Maybe he's got a little bit in his own head. If he can reset himself, then maybe. But the thing is, the reason why we picked these two, we love these two. A pair of them, we had them in the back of the van, had a little bit of a chat between them. They're saying to themselves, these two are like the most aggressive, the most this, the most that as drivers, and we love that. They're very fiery characters between the pair of them, and you can kind of see a similar mentality when if things start going wrong. It's very hard for the pair of them to reset and get going again. Yeah. And we're seeing that maybe a little bit from Siggy.
Once they begin going downhill, let me tell you now, it is most definitely all the way downhill. But if you happen to miss the video that Lewis was just talking about, let's go ahead and check it out.
The thing is, we didn't... I did once. I remember vividly. Was it in red light? Was it in red light, yeah. But I'm not sure if you remember.
I honestly don't remember. The one thing that pissed me off was last time it was Major in Munich, where I was out and you were in the last race.
Oh, yeah. Who wouldn't be, right?
But me too. I think we're quite similar there.
Yeah, probably rage at the same height level, and then we just calm down the next day. It's fine. Off track, I'm really aggressive. Small things are really just blow my head gasket. On track, I mean, it depends on the moment. If you both get very upset on track, we are gonna leash it out on everyone.
Sure, yeah. And I mean, I got a penalty already this season, so I guess.
Yeah, I was lucky enough that I didn't get anything, so. How are you? 100%. I'm frail as hell. More frail than an 85-year-old grandma. It's incredible. I just weighed myself, actually. I'm 63 kilos. I've got nothing.
Yeah, I think I
have no muscle.
Not sure if it even helps with sim racing, right?
Probably doesn't. Imagine if you break your arm or dislocate a shoulder, then you're done.
That's right.
Let's just hope it's on the right hand.
Oh, bless. Did you see the way he hung his head in shame when he said 63 kilos?
Yeah, it's because he really is Kevin Soggy. He's not got much going on. Bless him. I also don't disagree. I think Max would absolutely beat him in an arm wrestle. But
I reckon I'd beat them both in an arm wrestle.
Nah, Max has got a bit. You know, he's got some guns. You know?
Easily. Anyways, our next track is going to be Monza, as we mentioned a little bit earlier on. What do we think? Why would both of these drivers thrive on a track like Monza?
So, most important thing, BMW is actually really good around here.
Yeah.
It's one of those circuits where, from what we were kind of hearing from them, they reckon the BMW is arguably the best car around here, although we know the Porsche's quite quick in a straight line, so who knows. But the BMW is quite strong, and that's the important bit. This is why Kevin Siggy won yesterday around here. He won at Spa as well. And to be fair, if there is a comeback charge for them, this is the circuit. Max Benneker, I mean, the Audi's kind of it's best kind of across the border, across various tracks, and you can see here, it's Benneker that actually has the Sector 1 and Sector 2 record in that Audi R8.
The real question is, who is going to thrive heading into this one?
You asked me for a prediction?
No. I'm putting mine in first.
Okay.
My prediction is Sebi.
Okay, that's fine. My prediction, I'm going for your man.
My mate Jeffrey.
Veld. I'm going to go Jeffrey Veld.
If you know what, I'm going to be so annoyed if Jeffrey wins this race. I'm going to be like, where was that energy earlier on? But you know what? Rory might be able to give us a little bit of that Team Redline insight.
Thanks, Jasmine. Yes, I am here with Mark, Team Redline Manager. How are you doing?
Quite fine. What about you?
I'm great, as always. I'm great. But not as great as you after yesterday. Obviously, you have 3 drivers who did really, really well yesterday. How were the team feeling last night after such a successful day yesterday?
Yeah, I think the evening was quite nice. Like, we were happy that we had all drivers for the second day now. Yeah, current positions are okay-ish. Could be better, could be worse. Yeah, we're trying to fix it until the end of the day.
Were there any negatives at all from yesterday?
I wouldn't say so. I think overall we're pretty stoked with the performance, yeah.
And has the whole, because obviously we had the Road Atlanta thing, didn't we? Where, you know, both Kevin and Luke found themselves kind of in the mix. Is that all forgotten now?
Yeah, it's not relevant anymore for today, I would say.
So gone but not forgotten?
Yeah, okay. Exactly like that.
Okay, fine. And then just moving to today, how would you assess the guys' performance so far through these first few races?
Yeah, I think we're lacking some pace in the qualies here and there. It could have been a bit better. Yeah, but as I said, like, we're trying to fix it now. I think the first 2 races went like our tracks. Now it's looking a little bit better. Yeah, let's see on the next tracks.
And we saw Kevin Siggy just absolutely smash it yesterday. We haven't seen quite that from him so far. Do you think that he's going to be able to turn that around?
Maybe you should ask him. Let's see. I don't know.
Well, to be fair though, you've now got the advantage with 3 of your drivers. What's the game plan once one of them gets to, if one of them gets to finalist mode? What does that change? Is it we're trying to get 3 drivers into finalist mode, then go from there, or once one person's in, everything goes behind that, or would that be giving too much away? I can see a smile on your face.
That's the secret.
I guess we'll see. Next few tracks coming up. Anything that you know that you're excited about with it, or anything like? We're at Monza, we can see. So what do you think the guys' chances are there?
Yeah, I think we're quite good there. Yeah, we don't have a plan. The plan is to at best win, maximize points, but nothing special planned. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for your time, Mark. We appreciate it. Back to you guys at the desk.
Certainly so, and of course, you know, as we head into qualifying, I have to ask very quickly for your prediction, George Morgan.
Now you're off the hook.
And also, how was it?
That was really good. Well done.
Seeing as you betrayed him, I'm going to go Darren McCormack. My man.
Okay.
My man.
That's a brave call around Monza, but yeah, fair enough.
Hey, no, he's twice a race winner on this
Yeah,
circuit.
it's fine. Yeah, I'm not sure the Mercs are that strong around here today. That's fine. We'll see about it. Of course, as we talk about this coming into it, obviously the point standings at the moment, you've got that 127 points for Sebastian Job. Basically, what we're saying is, you know, him still being the points leader, we still need a minimum of 2 races to get anyone into finalist mode.
Yeah, and I would argue actually the actual championship itself has got a lot more confusing, I think, given the fact that we now have 3 cars that are in very close proximity of each other. Joshua Rogers' second win of this final stage, and that is huge. It's brought him to within contention of Job up at the top end, getting closer to that 160 as well. So it leads me to think that we might get to a point where we have several drivers at the same time reach finalist mode.
Yeah, potentially. You know, this is the whole thing. So I called it. I want your prediction on this one as well, not just on race wins, whatever. I predicted it as I reckon it's going to take 5 races to get drivers into finalist mode.
Yep.
I reckon it's going to take 7 races to finish this whole thing off.
Yeah, well, me and Jamie Fluke actually agreed on 7 races too.
7 races?
Yeah, we both went 7 races. So I got to say, I think that's unanimous.
It's 7 races.
Yeah.
We've
Deal's
fixed
done.
it here. We'll see you. No, obviously not. You never really know. If you joined us in Munich and kind of paying attention to that one, you'll know that it was nearly over after 5 with Marcel Chinchik. Got passed by James Baldwin. It was nearly over after 6, and then the 2 made contact. Race 7, door was wide open, and we had 3 more drivers enter the finalists, but we had 5 drivers in the end in finals. How many do you think we're going to get here? That's one thing that I've not really thought about.
I think we could get 5. I think we could definitely get 5 at the very least. I think immediately we'll get 3. I think we could see 2 additional ones creep in towards the end.
I think 3. I think it's so early to tell. We just don't know which way it's going to go, and that's what makes this so exciting. But of course, as being the 4th race off this one, there'll be a little bit of a break for the drivers to have a bit of a breather, because it has been quite a tall order for them to race. I mean, this is intense.
Well, as opposed to racing in groups like they did yesterday, and they have those little breaks that sort of come in on the odd occasion. Yeah, this time it's relentless. They're literally 0 to 8 at this stage. Obviously, we think there's going to be around 7 or 8 races, so bear in mind they're going to be going from 0 straight to 7, right through, bam, 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 series of tracks. It is going to be a real trying scenario for them. Many of them will be feeling exhausted after the initial 3 we've already had, and now adding a 4th one into the mix at what can only be described as a stellar track that we've got coming up this time.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I wonder if we'll see any more stellar laps as we head into qualifying, of course, here at Monza. And we'll see who's going to be grabbing pole position. And, of course, the first driver who we're going to be seeing in qualifying, it's the master of Monza, the monster of Monza. It is, of course, Marcel Chinchik, the driver who's won so many races around here, and including the Spring Season Championship. This is where he did it.
And he kicked off his fall season as well with a victory here in qualifying. Was, should I say, in quarter-final action, was the very first driver to take victory here in the fall season major as well. Don't forget the beta key bonanza, everybody. Get your keys logged into the Epic Game Store. Remember, you only need 1 to give yourself a chance at playing the Wrenchport game.
Yeah, !beta as well if you're in chat, so you can find out a little bit more just to make sure you're on the right path, as we can see Marcel Chinchik and the intense focus. It's not been the best start. Obviously, he had that 10th place at Spa, but finishing the last 2 races on the podium, starting to see things turn around from first sectors. Okay, I think they might have needed a 0.6 in the first sector. I don't fully remember. I got criticised by Dara McCormack yesterday, by the way. He was like, "Oh no, I set a worldie lap time at Hockenheimring. It was nearly a record-breaking one, and you didn't call it, is it?" And I was like, honestly, I can't remember.
That's why I believe in him, Lewis McGlade.
I just didn't remember what the sector times were.
Incredible. Extraordinary. Marcel Chinchik, the Hungarian, though. 34.7 to kick things off. Let's see what the second sector will deliver. Of course, that sector time will come in just as he enters the Ascari chicane as well. So look at the bottom left, folks. Let's see what it is. It's a 35.7 as he makes his way through the fast left and right, and then kissing the curve again over the top as he now thunders his way down towards Kerber Alboreto.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see what the lap time's going to be from Marcel Chinchik. He's got 1 final corner to deal with. Tricky little braking zone to this one. You'll see it over on the left-hand side. You'll see the 100 board fly past. It's kind of in between there somewhere, around about sort of 80, 75 in that kind of margin. Get on the brakes, breathe through the corner, come through the parabolica, and then out towards the line. You are actually technically correct on that one. I will accept it, but still, I can't help it. To the line for Marcel Chinchik. He'll cross it, and it'll be a 46.2. Ooh, I'm not sure that's...
It's going to be a tough one, but I'll tell you who has arrived and is certainly persevered is Dane Warren. Look at that second sector time already in the 35.6s as opposed to the 35.7 that Marcel Chinchik set initially. So this could yet typify into the Porsche's favour. Dane Warren, who's yet to find himself up to the sharp end, has obviously had a difficult start to proceedings here in this championship fight, despite a great showing at Spa. Makes his way across the line, does go fastest by nearly 0.3 of a second. Massive lap from Dane Warren.
Now, we've seen Kevin Ellis Jr. terrified today, but can he terrify the field into the final sector? First sector's not so great, but I don't remember the Merc going too well through there. Second sector's okay with a 35.6. He'll come through the final corner up towards the line. 46.0 to beat. What's his face looking like at the moment? Kind of not really too bothered right now as Kevin Ellis Jr., so I can't imagine this is going to be amazingly fast. As he crosses the line, he goes into second position.
Very close. That second sector was actually pretty good. He could have found perhaps a little more in sector 3. The first sector wasn't perfect either, but Jeffrey Rietveld, he of course now looked to once again persevere and push his red line car ahead of Dane Warren's perhaps. We'll have to wait and see. 35.6 in the middle sector is definitely the way to go, but that first sector is looking less than impressive. A 34.8 is no way near the 34.7s or even 34.6s 4.6s we would like to see as Rietveld makes his way up through towards the line. What's the third sector granted him? 2/10 off, just over 2/10, but ahead of Marcel Chinchik.
Moritz Lerner is convinced I've got a curse. He is convinced. Everyone that I'm saying right now is getting cursed. So I might have to pump the brakes on the prediction game in a moment. We'll see. Jeff Rietveld's third position, then Dara McCormack into the final corner. Your pick for this one. Let's see how he can do. First sector's not looking great. Second sector's okay. A little bit of a shake of the head. Disappointment from McCormack after setting some impressive lap times. Unfortunately, not at the previous round and not at this one either as he crosses the line, third place.
The important fact about that, he's ahead of your pick here, Lewis McGlade. Jeff Rietveld demoted to fourth. Dara McCormack up to third. Second row of the grid they share. As we now see Yuri Toman setting a 34.7. That's more like it. 35.6 as well in sector 2. So a huge third sector. Could yet pile on the agony against his teammate and bring himself closer to Dane Warren up at the top. It might be enough to jump past Kevin Ellis Jr. Let's wait and see. He makes his way up towards the line. Another Audi R8 could yet find itself in the top 3. Let's wait and see. He does. Perseveres. Fourth fastest. Loses it a little bit in the final sector.
Yeah, and he's not having a good round, a good weekend really here, because he struggled a lot yesterday, did Yuri Toman. Struggled a bit today. Finally got a top 5 in the previous race at Hockenheimring. What can Max Benneker do into the final sector? Really needs to start making some progress here. Of course, not been on the podium yet today. Did have a 4th place finish in the previous race. He's been getting better. He's got an 8th, a 6th, a 4th as well. Well, maybe this one's going to be a 2nd. Let's see what it is towards the line for Maximilian Benneker as he'll cut the stride. It's good enough for 4th.
Yeah, 4th place here for Max Benneker on the second row of the grid. That's not a bad place to be. Thomas Tatler has provided the odd surprise here and there. The second sector's decent, but the first sector is not necessarily where you would like it to be. We'd like to see more of those 34.6s, maybe a 34.7 at the very least, but the 34.8 is going to be vastly damaging here for Thomas Tatler. But can the Finn plant himself higher with a stellar sector 3 lap time? We know the Porsche can rotate quite well through the corners. Can he push it again up towards the line? As he does so, 7th fastest and only just higher than Marcel Chinchik.
4 drivers left to go. Bennett, Rogers, Siggy, Job. All 4 of these can absolutely get pole position. Lap time from Bennett's looking okay, not great. More in the hunt maybe for where Benneker and McCormack are on the road rather than where Warren is. Decent lap time for him in that 46.0. That is the target for the next 4 drivers. Who is going to grab pole position? Luke Bennett out up towards the line. He'll cross it and he'll go in between McCormack and Benneker. See, I'm all right at that.
You are. You're pretty good at that.
I'm just the best. I'm 2-time this year.
Well, the first sector, I think, off the back of this, has been the crucial element of these laps making their way through. Obviously, I think the Rettifido chicane into the Rogia can be quite testing. Of course, getting the traction out of those curbs is vital. Joshua Rogers, twice a race winner already. He's taken 2 wins in 3 races so far today. It's been a stellar showing from the wonder from down under. Can he do it again here at Monza at the Temple of Speed? Here comes Joshua Rogers now, 6th fastest and 1.5 tenths off the pace.
Well, we've got 2 more drivers left to go. Considering how disappointed, by the way, Dara McCormack was with his lap time, might end up somewhere on the 2nd row. This is a really strong second sector from Kevin Siggy. The first sector, though, is mid-tier at best. But let's see what Siggy can do. Is it going to be a soggy lap or is it going to be Siggy Mastermind? He comes through the final corner and out towards the line. He's in 11th position at the moment. Mustachio's going to cross it. I think he might be 2nd place. It is 2nd place, only by 1,000th over Ellis Jr., though.
Yeah, very small gap. Sebastian Job, 34.7 in the first sector is okay. The 35.6 is mid-2. It's around average at this point. Could yet, though, go higher than Dara McCormack. Maybe even break into the top 3. Dane Warren with a stellar showing to put the 146.012 unperturbed. As you can see, his reaction emotionless here at this point. He'll wait to celebrate, I'm sure, as Sebastian Job comes up towards the line. Can he topple anybody up at the top end? No! 7th fastest for Sebastian Job on pole. It will be him, Dane Warren.
Yeah, the VRS starting grid then for race 4 is Marcel Chinchik, the master of Monza, spring season champion, starting from 12th place. Thomas Thaler alongside on that rear of the field. We've got Jeff Rietveld in 10th place with Yuri Toman starting from 9th. A bit of a disappointment there for R8G before we get to Joshua Rogers. 2 wins today, but only 8th position on the grid. And then it's Sebastian Job, who's having some problems today. He's not had a podium yet, and he's going to have a struggle to get there from 7th place. Maximilian Benneker and Luke Bennett on the 3rd row of the grid before we get to Dara McCormack, the Mercedes as well of Kevin Ellis Jr. And the front row of the grid, it is Kevin Siggy. And a pole position for Porsche Coanda, it is Dane Warren starting from the front of the field. Well, he's had a couple of troubles today. He started out the day with a podium at Spa, a couple of issues at Road Atlanta and Hockenheimring, but Dane Warren is back and he wants a race victory.
Yeah, he has a great chance of doing so. Certainly gave Porsche Coanda something to smile about at Spa as well, alongside Joshua Rogers. Of course, Porsche Coanda celebrating 2 wins coming into this race. Can he be the one to make it a 3rd one?
Well, I mean, look, this is kind of what I want to ask you. Dane Warren has come into the day. He obviously snuck his way in yesterday a little bit with obviously some of the issues with 11th coming in. What do you think his game plan is today? Is it more about what can I get from this? Obviously every position in the top 12, more money for moving your way up. Absolutely. Or is it more, let's talk about getting Joshua Rogers that 40k?
Well, this is it. I mean, obviously at this stage, Warren isn't necessarily as high in the championship standings as what Rogers is. I suppose Porsche have to ask themselves, what's more vital? Getting Dane Warren into the mix, getting himself some points, getting some severe closeness in towards finalist mode, or should they just concentrate on one man alone? Should they concentrate on Joshua Rogers and help him leapfrog his way into finalist mode?
Do you know what I think?
What do you think?
I think if I'm Dane Warren, if I'm the team, I don't care where Dane Warren is in the standings. He is here as a rear gunner for Joshua Rogers. We're talking about him winning the title. We know who the team leader is at the moment because he's the highest on the points. He's the one battling for the championship right now. Whatever you can do to help Josh Rogers take the title, that is the important bit right now.
Yeah, well, we're now seeing Dara McCormack as well on screen. Of course, someone who is no stranger to race wins. He took it at Road Atlanta, remember, folks, and looking to come back in and try and fight his way through the field. Thomas Tattler, who things haven't quite gone right for him since Spa, Lewis.
No. Like I say, it's a bit of a shame. I mean, he's not started out of the day, 11th, 10th and 12th today. But to be fair, at Spa, obviously, he had great pace. I think that contact with himself and Sebastian Job is what's kind of maybe got a little bit in his head. So easy to do when you get involved in those incidents, thinking, that could have been a win.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, it was a very fraught contest. We saw them go wheel to wheel. Of course, Sebastian Job did get penalised for that incident, but Tattler now, I think, feeling the effects from that moment. Of course, may have frazzled his approach to racing in this major. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, he has done extremely well to be a heroic representative in this major final. So let's wait and see whether he can bring the goods, obviously in race trim. Porsche not doing too badly out there, though.
Yeah, certainly so. We're about to head into the race. I was going to say about Marcel Chinchik starting from the rear of the field, despite having 2 podiums. I mean, he won the spring season around this circuit. He's got to do it from the back of the field and maybe throw himself into the mix, but who knows as we look and get going again. It is, of course, Dane Warren from pole position. It is Kevin Siggy alongside. It is not a great start, though, from the BMW. As you can see, Kevin Ellis Jr. dragging himself into the mix. We head down into the first corner of that first chicane in the rest video for the first time. And of course, it is Kevin Siggy with the inside line. Kevin Ellis Jr., Kev on Kev action. We've seen this at Road Atlanta. We're seeing it again. And look at the whole shot that the Porsche Coanda's got at the front of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still Dane Warren up at the front end, but really inspired showing here from Kevin Ellis Jr. A statement of intent now on the rear of Kevin Siggy. It has been so personal between all of these drivers. They all look to fight for the prize money. 100k on the line.
Whoa.
Oh, big swap from Rogers further back as he looks to make the move. A huge effort here as he looks to try and career past Sebastian Job.
He's been squeezed out a little bit as well. He's going to have to cover off Yuri Toman as they run down towards the first Lesmo. That contact was always going to happen on the exit of the corner, so fair enough. They're all on the road and they keep going. Dane Warren leads. The important thing from all this, by the way, the highest place in the championship, that's the highest place in the race, is Dara McCormack in 4th place. If he can work his way up into 2nd position, he could be a race away from moving into finalist mode. And what is that race next? It's Road Atlanta, where we know he can win.
Yeah, Kevin Ellis Jr. as well, proven as well at that particular circuit, so a great performance here could mean a lot. Of course, sat in 3rd with McCormack alongside him, 2 Mercedes that are looking to try and poleaxe their way through the field, but they've got to try and get past the BMW that is currently in their way. Don't forget the beta key bonanza, everybody. Get your keys, embed them into Epic Games Store, and give BM with a chance of playing the Wrench Sport game yourself as well. Be sure to use the exclamation mark beta as a command in the chat as well. Dara McCormack, we run on board with his front nose here.
Yeah, indeed. It is, rather than his rear nose, absolutely right. It is, of course, the front nose of Dara McCormack on the slipstream. I'm so sorry, I love it when people say that. Kevin Ellis Jr., of course, the driver ahead. Again, we need to see Dara McCormack in 2nd place. That's what he's aiming for. Straight down the inside, of course, the 98, the Apex Racing Team car over to the left-hand side. Both of these teams affiliated with the Mercedes squad. Straight down the inside. Dara McCormack moves his way onto the podium. One more, and he'll be 1 race away, potentially, from moving into finalist mode.
Yeah, Max Benneker also making a crucial move as well. Luke Bennett under stress because Sebastian Job is now looking to try and elevate himself as well. Around the curve of Grande they go, wheel to wheel, still they stay. And now Bennett now 3 wide as they make their way in towards the Rogier. In comes Josh Rogers, a mammoth move. He moves his way past Luke Bennett, but back comes Bennett out of the Rogier chicane.
Here comes Yuri Toman as well. That's not worked out for Josh Rogers, and it could be a bad move for him. You've got Jeff Rieveld as well. Luke Bennett straight back through on Sebastian Job. He was behind the pair of Job and Rogers just a few moments ago and scythed his way past. They head down towards the first Lesmo.
Yeah, and in a matter of moments, Benneker's time gap has gone out to 1.7 seconds. The Seraglio straight is going to be absolutely bustling with cars. Rogers is on a mission, goes down the inside, heading in towards the Ascari chicane, wheel to wheel. They make contact now, but still Toman defending the place as they rumble over the sausage curves.
Disaster.
Oh, no!
Just pure disaster. I mean, look, we can hear it from some of the drivers. They are being vocal. I heard Jeff Rieveld not being particularly happy there. You've got to say, going for a move into Ascari, we've commentated on our fair share of races around Monza. It is not the wisest move. It was the move that decided it for Thibaut Kazamon against Kub Brzezinski, of course, back in Gamers 8. And you can see race control with a lot to look at straight away.
Absolutely outrageous. They're going to be busy over there, folks, trying to dial in as to where that incident came from. Of course, it looked to me that Rogers was busy trying to manufacture the overtake, but we will, of course, have an idea from race control as to what they think of that incident in particular. I can guarantee you they're going to be in action. And Rory, I can see already cruising his way over there right now.
Straight over for a little investigation, Mr. 100K, to see what exactly is going on at race control. It's going to be busy times there. Fastest lap of the race, Dara McCormack in the Williams. He is closing up to the rear end of Kevin Siggy. And to be fair, with all this drama for Joshua Rogers, with Sebastian Job being down in 7th place and not looking super strong, the advantage is moving the weight of the Williams driver right now.
It is. McCormack looking great, and that's great news for my prediction as well. So sit tight, everybody. Let's take a look at a replay here. Now, this is what happened on the back end of Seraglio. You see Rogers tucked into the inside, bustling there, I believe, there with Yuri Toman, I think, there in the fight there, and then entered in Jeffrey Riedveld and just got pinched, I think, there, Lewis.
The thing is, from this point, as they go into the corner, he's trying to back out from making a move on Joe. It's just that Yuri Toman's kind of there, and as they go side by side, it's so hard to go side by side for that. There's a bit of contact. I mean,
it gets narrow very quickly, doesn't it?
I don't want to be that guy, but I'm kind of looking at it being like, it's almost a little racing incident-y.
It kind of is, isn't it? I mean, I'd be very interested to see what Adrian Fidalgo thinks of it, because obviously we've seen some very interesting moments come through during the course of this major fall season, but now we're seeing them make their way down in towards Kerber Alboreto again. It's still Dane Warren unperturbed at the front, but that could yet change unless, of course, Dane Warren can get a stellar exit heading out of this final bend. Now, further back, Dara McCormack in 3rd place as well, looking to try and lift himself higher. Kevin Ellis Jr. as well, right in the midst of a potential move. He's going to stay in the slip and potentially open up the door heading down through towards turn 1. The Retafilio will alight now with 2 Mercs going toe-to-toe. Will he open a door here, Kevin Ellis Jr.? No, he's patient, he's waiting.
You saw him, as he was closing in, you could kind of hear it in the engine tone, a little bit of a lift there. You could definitely see it in the body language of the car. Just breathe out the throttle a little bit just to make sure that he stays behind McCormack. Now's not the time to go for a move. If you go for a move now between the pair of you, and if you're side by side through the rest of the video, you're going to allow the top 2 to potentially clear away. I want to be in it to win it. Dara loves Monza. Well, we'll see about that one. Monza is a track where Dara McCormack earned the most amount of points out of all of the tracks. Oh, right.
Yeah, does that make you feel better about my prediction now?
No, it still doesn't, because I'm still not sure that Mercedes is that strong now.
Well, I mean, Dara McCormack is obviously the outlier.
By the way, that strong, we're talking like a 10th, half a 10th.
Got the fastest lap of the race as well.
It's slipstream, mate, slipstream. It's fine. No, look, we all have a little bit of Dara McCormack. Maybe he'll take the victory here, but he's got. The thing is, between all of these, they've got to pass Dane Warren, who's in that Porsche. Where do you do your overtakes around here? You do it down into turn 1. What was Sebastian Job said about that Porsche earlier on? It's so fast in a straight line.
Absolutely, it is fast. And I think Dane Warren has certainly shown that. I think coming out of the Curvo, Alboreto, he has managed to hold the pace. I mean, you'd expect, getting in the slip that Kevin Siggy would be able to draft his way closer and closer to the back end of Dane Warren's car, but hasn't been able to necessarily do that unless he's applying that little element of patience that we saw Kevin Ellis Jr. doing earlier on. It might be the case that he's waiting until the final lap to manufacture the overtake, but they're getting so compressed through Alboreto.
Exactly what you just said there, by the way, because Kevin Siggy, he wanted to go for a move, he could have absolutely done it into the last corner there because he was so close. Backed out of it a little bit earlier. As we head down onto the start-finish straight, we can see on board with Kevin Ellis Jr. I actually kind of want to see on board with Kevin Siggy, and you can see it even by the shadows, he is closing in. This time he's going to get alongside, but is there the potential of an overtake by the time we get down to the Ratifilia? The gap's still closing, but the straight line speed of the Porsche is able to just about keep him in touch. Kevin Siggy straight on the inside, contact between the pair of them. Dane Warren, though, holding that defensive line, we saw from Warren yesterday, of course. But look at Darren McCormack into the mix. Sebastian Joe will be looking at this thinking, they're defending like I was yesterday.
Yeah, heading through the Curva Grande, it's starting to light up again. Darren McCormack starting to ask major questions. He's got the inside, heading through Curva Grande. Oh, he's getting to second. Can he hold off against Dane Warren, the Porsche, under severe punishment as they now enter into the Rogier bend now. Siggy still leads. McCormack is up to second place.
Yeah, this could be big for McCormack. You can see Maximilian Benneker as well looking for a move on Kevin Ellis Jr. Do remember, as we've said before, Darren McCormack, if he gets second place here, and if he gets a race victory, of course, of the next race at Road Atlanta, he will be the first driver here at the full major to enter finalist mode. It's a big moment for him, but hey, do you know what? I don't want to leave that race victory to the next one. I want to get that here. Let's see if we can do it. Let's see if we can get in a finalist mode ASAP.
Yeah, that was a great advert for the switchback of dreams that we saw from Darren McCormack coming out to the Retifilia chicane. Fantastic move to try and, really increase the punishment across the likes of Dane Warren and, of course, Kevin Siggy as well. Still, it's Siggy who leads. McCormack now trying to breathe down his neck. Half a second deficit, but he still has the fastest lap. So I still believe that this Merc still has something to give here in this race. And look at the gap now. Has the Porsche lost its tyres? Has it burned too much here, Lewis McGlade?
No, not this early in the race. You wouldn't suspect it. I think it's just a couple of mistakes and then kind of making a bit of a mess and a bit of a mare of the Rogier. This will be Kevin Ellis Jr. trying to work his way through. Obviously, you can see the slipstream closing in. He's not going to be as patient as he was behind McCormack. Drags it alongside, picking up those little bits of the slipstream from McCormack's Merc up ahead. Straight round the outside. Things falling apart a little bit for Dane Warren. Is he going to drop back in tow? Nope, because the pair of them are going to remain side by side going through the Rogier. And what this will do, sorry, through the Retifilia, what this will do, this is now a two-horse race to the victory. It's between Siggy and McCormack. Let's go.
Yeah, opted away from the dirty side of the track, decided to have the Tiger line on the exit of turn 2 and is now finding himself wheel to wheel here with Dane Warren, but with that Mercedes nose in front. But look at Max Benneker as well coming into the fray, but boxed in between the two cars, and Warren doing a stellar job on the outset of Curva Grande to retain that third place.
Kind of saw on board there with Benneker that he actually backed out of it quite a bit there, and to be fair, I think Kevin Ellis Jr. did as well, just backed into the line. They don't want to go side by side into the Rogier. It's a very risky move, especially not on the last lap of the race. We've still got 3 more to do after this, 3.5 from the point that we're at. We've definitely got a 2-horse race for the victory. Kevin Siggy, after finishing 9th and 8th, is the driver leading right now. I said what a turnaround he could have, but damn, again, he keeps shocking us with these turnarounds.
He does keep shocking us. It's been a stellar display. Kevin Ellis Jr., I'm sure that Jamie Fluke is going to be absolutely thrilled with what he's seeing. Obviously, we heard his views on their team's performance heading into this one. He, of course, disappointed as well that he is not making it an ART double act here in this final stage, but I'm sure cheering on Kevin Ellis Jr. as he looks to chase a podium here at Monza, which will give him a bumper load of points that could yet bring him closer to finalist mode. But Max Benneker doing his utmost to stop that from happening. But look at the gap now between Warren and McCormack, 1.6 seconds, which allows McCormack to merely focus on what's in front of him.
Like I say, 2-horse race, and we can see this now. 3 laps left to go from this point. Siggy versus McCormack, 0.3 of a second. Is Darren McCormack going to make a move here? He's got to be brave. I think he might be a little bit too far back. You can see the moves happening in the background as well. Darren McCormack is going to look down the inside. He's going to try and commit to it, but does back out of it. Smart move. Love seeing that.
Yeah, but certainly not wasting any time is Kevin Ellis Jr. Tiger line on the outset of the Retifilia, and he's pulled it off, at least for now. But same principle applies. We go back to a lap ago where we saw the exact same formation of cars here. Again, Benneker forced him behind him, but he has the outside line now. He has a chance to tackle Dane Warren through the Curva Grande as they head down in towards the Rogier. Still, at this stage, is Kevin Ellis Jr. in third. He has lost now yet more time to the car in P2, but gets the move done past Dane Warren. It's third place for Kevin Ellis Jr.
Yeah, an important move for Kevin Ellis Jr. You can see that, they're getting terrified down there. The whammon of the drivers here in second and third position. Darren McCormack, Kevin Ellis Jr. being spied on at the moment. That's a good move from Kevin Ellis Jr.
Fantastic.
But at the moment, I think we're going to need something just as special from Darren McCormack.
I think we'll get something. He's getting closer, and I feel he's being patient. We've got the penultimate lap coming up after this one, so I tell you what, no rest for the wicked. Of course, Darren McCormack the Irishman, who's already taken a race win back at Road Atlanta. Of course, that track having undulation. Once again, though, we're at a track that is relatively flat, similar to what we saw at Hockenheimring. It's Kevin Siggy, though, Mustachio. Remember, of course, taking 2 race wins on his way to full major final competition, and now still in front. But for how long can he hold it, Lewis McGlade?
Well, they head their way into the Parabolica once again, and it was, again, looking pretty close for Darren McCormack to look for something, which kind of makes me feel that if we get onto the final lap of the race, that whoever's in second place might be able to do something into the Parabolica right now. Let's see if there's going to be a move coming down into the Rettifilio. The slipstream being used from Darren McCormack. Let's see if he's going to go for it. He certainly is. He's going to get to the inside. He's got the massive overspeed. You'll see from Kevin Siggy's point of view, the Mercedes flies past. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No.
No.
It's Darren McCormack.
McCormack. Yes, it is. He has finally made his way into P1, but the question is, was it a clever move? Was it the right move? We got more battling going on further back as once again Porsche Commander and Mouse meet again here at Monza, but Max Bedecker this time at the wheel, aside of that of Dane Warren, who has unfortunately lost toe of ever since he lost the lead of the race. He has dropped back convincingly, and Bedecker through the Curva Grande with the upper hand. He has now taken that 4th place.
Yeah, Dane Warren just doesn't seem to have the pace, doesn't seem to have the mentality, and is losing out a little bit. Next one, Sebastian Jobe. Now, he needs to keep Sebastian Jobe at bay because Josh Rogers is at the back of the field. Sebastian Jobe is one of the drivers he's battling with to get into finalist mode and stuff like that. He cannot allow Sebastian Jobe to score any more points than he currently is.
No, not at all. He's got to try and keep him behind as well. Obviously, this is the mission that Dane Warren has. Remember, he's going to be trying to help out Joshua Rogers, despite Rogers not obviously managing to succeed here in Monza due to the incident that we saw earlier on, and I'm sure we'll analyse that later on after this race has concluded. But we're on the penultimate lap of the race. One final lap of magic still to come here at the Temple of Speed, and Darren McCormack, despite here holding on to the lead of the race, could potentially lose out to Kevin Siggy on this next lap should he stay in the slip.
He's had a mega lap though. As soon as he came out onto the backstretch down into the Parabolica, immediately tried breaking the slipstream. They head their way down into the Parabolica to begin the final lap of the race, and it's all about this run down into T1 whether Kevin Siggy can get into the slipstream and maybe try something. He might be a little bit too far back. The drive of the corner also looked really good from McCormack.
Certainly did. They crossed the timing line once again to commence the final lap of the race. It's to McCormack currently with the advantage, and Kevin Siggy knows he only has one chance really at, well, certainly taking the race lead here at the Temple of Speed. Will he try late into the Rettifilio? No. McCormack doing enough to hold back the tide against the Team Redline BMW as then they venture through the Curva Grande.
Look at this in the background though. You'll see them come through side by side, Warren and Joe, but it's Warren with the inside line. He's got the inside line all the way around Curva Grande. Bit of rubbing between the two of them. I mean, rubbing, maybe it's racing in this kind of style. Trying to get that TCR racing in early. My goodness me. As here we go then for the race lead. Darren McCormack's having to defend from Kevin Siggy as they come down into the Rogier. Oh, he straight lined it. And McCormack had to cut across the corner. Surely he's got to give that up to Siggy.
Yeah, we saw Siggy's face there. It certainly painted a picture here. Will Race Control step in and make a groundbreaking decision here towards the very end? But still McCormack making his way through Lesmo 2. Nothing has certainly phased him. He is still looking decisive. A shake of the head, though. He is not happy, Lewis McGlade.
No, I mean, he'll say, I say surely you should give that back to Kevin Siggy. I mean, what will happen? He'll say that Siggy was down the inside and he squeezed him off, which, to be fair, kind of could do. We only saw it from one, so, yeah, fair enough. And that he'll say that he had to straight line it. But right now, do you know what that's going to do if he gets a penalty? He's going to be starting from the back of the grid.
Yeah, because of the penalty points.
So, yeah. Wow, that is a huge shock and a huge turnaround. So much to deal with as we head to the end of race 4, and we've completed all 4 of our circuits. So many bits of drama in the opening 4 races here on finals day, and so much to talk about. McCormack will come through the final corner, and at least on the road for now, provisionally will come across as our race winner for the 2nd time today. Little bit deflated though. You saw the little fist bump. It's kind of like, yeah. Well, I know we're going to have a little chat with Race Control right now. McCormack wins.
Yeah, he does. Darren McCormack, still, though, a rack of mystery around this very race. Darren McCormack, though, a stellar drive. He might be questioning whether it was the sensible decision, though, to make the move on lap 8.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen, because McCormack taking that victory. And, you know, after a stunning display, obviously he had a victory earlier on in the day at Road Atlanta. We'll catch up with him after that one and see what he has to say, because Rory's having a little chin wag.
Yes, thank you, boys. I am here with Darren McCormack, race winner, provisional race winner. What did you make of that one? What an incredible race. Kevin's just here saying well done. What did you make? Well, firstly, what did you make of that last lap battle with Kevin?
Yeah, unreal. Great respect from Kev. I think it just came down to a small racing incident where I was pushed off slightly, but let's see what the race controls say, because it's out of our hands now.
What do you think? If you're a betting man, do you think everything's going to be fine for you?
Well, from my side, I had no space to go anywhere, so like I had. So for me, it's not a penalty, but let's see what they say.
And Kevin came over to you. So normally, if Kevin, we know Kevin. So if Kevin was aggrieved, I think we'd know about it, right?
Yeah, I'd say so. I'm really thankful to him and everybody else that we just battled with. It was a great race.
Yeah, it was absolutely insane. The second insane race for you in a matter of a few, right? So you are now less than one away from finalist mode.
Yeah, that's nice. A lot of pressure on my shoulders now, but see how I handle it. Anybody can win here. All 12 drivers. I think it was a little bit different last season, where it was sort of the top 6 could only win, but now it's the level is just insane. So I think anybody can win from now and reach finalist mode first. It might not be me at all. So yeah, let's see.
Are you going to do just enough? So if you're in a position where you can get more than enough for finalist mode or just enough for finalist mode, would you be more conservative just to get over that line, or would you go for it again?
Well, once you're over the line, it doesn't matter. You just have to win a race after that. So if I get the points that I need to be over the line, I need to use my head in the upcoming races.
Vidara, thanks a lot. Congratulations on your provisional win. And we're going to head over to Jasmine, Lewis and George at the desk.
I got it right.
I could hear the cogs turning.
Yeah, it's slowly getting there. Hey, that is cool. I'm impressed.
It does actually look quite good on you.
It does look
Does
great.
it really?
You picked the right colour.
Yeah, you have.
Waistcoat gang,
It
right?
suits her more than
so
it suits
clever.
you, I'm not going to lie.
That is so clever.
Yeah, I didn't even realise it first.
I know,
When I looked
that's
over
what
now.
I was literally saying. Should I go up on the desk now? Because I was worried you guys would notice.
You look
and I
like a
wouldn't
character from Mortal Kombat. It's brilliant.
Yeah, it really is in that vein.
You don't want to be messing with me, I'll tell you that for sure.
Get over here.
Literally every one of these drivers to race control right now. Boys, talk to me about this race.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of drama. It was mostly obviously what we saw from Rogers going through Ascari. Did not really have a good one, though. Just kind of couldn't get into the rhythm of the race and was involved in this battle. Was squeezed off a little bit by Sebi here and then had it a little bit later on as well.
Yeah, it was a huge moment. I think, obviously, Dara McCormack, I give him credit where credit's due. This was a great move on Kevin Ellis Jr., by the way. And, it was needed. I was just amazed at how flowing it was. This, though, was a major one. And I'm sure Race Control are probably doing their heads in, currently trying to work this one out.
There's so much to juggle in there. Like, is it Marcel Chinchik's fault? Is it is it Josh Rogers, whatever? This was Dane Warren continuing to try and hang on for the race lead, and that was where Dara McCormack tried sneaking his way through and was able to work his way through eventually on Dane Warren. Of course, Kevin Siggy taking over the race lead.
Yeah, Kevin Siggy obviously doing what he did, which was absolutely stellar. I mean, we look at Kevin Ellis Jr. as well. Very impressed with his drive. I think obviously kept himself out of trouble, just made the places that were required, though did come under a little bit of fraud pressure, but still, Dane Warren, unfortunately for him, dropping back through the field, it just wasn't to be for him. I would argue, I think Dara might have made an error in judgment here. I thought that was too early.
I want to see this bit. So this is where Kevin Siggy's on the inside. Well, never mind, we're not going to get to see that, so we'll head down to race control.
NVM, over to you, Rory.
Sorry, guys, to interrupt. I am here at the moment. 1 second.
His fault.
Is it possible?
Come on.
Whatever he says, you know what I mean? We're seeing it from the outer.
He's the person who pushed me off.
We're seeing it from the outer perspective on things and just having a look at it.
Why is it not a possibility? If I say so to remove it, just remove it. I'm
obviously enough.
Opposing.
Decisions are taken to race control, not from driving.
He pushed me off. Like,
we'll see again, but obviously enough. We reviewed it quite a little bit of time. So.
But just show it briefly. Just tell me how you experienced, how you approached the corner.
I just broke too late. Simple as that. And I just broke too late and pushed him wide. Well, I mean, he's defending, he's ahead. And if I push him on like that, I mean, it's nothing he can do, really, can he? In my opinion, at least.
We're going to rewatch it with that info you have and see if it's consistent what we see.
Personally speaking, you should remove it.
Yeah. But I appreciate you coming here and being straightforward about it.
Yeah, I mean, I have to be. I don't want to be the prick that, obviously takes everything for himself. I did a mistake. I knew it was a mistake, so I gave up. So it wasn't really something that I wanted to protest. I'm not sure if they protested it, but in my mind, it was clear my fault.
No, I don't think the process came through,
No, it
actually.
came from us, from race control, we reviewed it.
We raised the incident to be reviewed.
In the rules that you can come up with incidents, like reviewing and
Yeah, we have the right to review all parts of the race, yeah.
I didn't know that. But, I know it's your decision, but personally speaking, I would remove it still. So anything you do, respect it.
Your inside of it and how you approach it, and we're obviously gonna use that when we're gonna review it finally.
Because it can happen to me as well, right? It could be the same thing. So it can happen to anyone. So it can't be like that, really. It's the same. It's the same as yesterday, really, as well. What you guys has been doing, right? With some of the incidents with fighting, I mean, it wasn't the best. But over here, same thing. I mean, this is not really F1, is it? Where you have to give the position back every single time you go across the track, right? So I don't know.
So guys, so Kevin, sorry to jump in. So Kevin, you're saying what is it kind of from your point of view? You're saying don't penalise Dara. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, personally speaking, I wouldn't, because it was pretty much my fault. I broke a bit too late, and also I think I released the brakes a little bit. I tried my best to make the corner, but at the end of the day, I realized in the braking zone that I was going to miss it. I was going to hit it on. So as soon as he went off track, I mean, there's nothing he can do. I mean, to me, he should have stayed ahead. I gave up after that, so it was pointless for me to even try and compete at that stage to overtake him for a win. Even if it's after Ascari, I wouldn't have done it. That's not really my thing. So what they did, I think personally, is wrong, and that's what I want to. I don't really want to make, these decisions to stay clear like that.
So you think Dara should keep it? Dara, you think you should keep it?
Absolutely. I mean, Kevin said it. Like, he braked too late. We made contact. I went off. I had too much speed. I was never going to make the corner valid regardless. Even if I turned left, I would have had to go on top of the curb. So there's nothing I can do. And furthermore, just want to say this will give me a quali ban. So now they've just completely ruined my entire major if they do that. So, I mean, I have nothing else to say. It's ridiculous.
Well, thank you, guys. Off you can go. So we've got a fascinating situation here where the leader, who's basically the race directors, appear to be in kind of conflict with the two drivers who are in agreement. So let me just see if I can interrupt here. Adrian, what's going on for the viewers at home?
So actually we're gonna rewatch it now, but obviously enough, we have our approach, not like obviously for the decision being taken. So there's a statement that has been done, but obviously enough, once they come to us, we need to rewatch it, which is only fair.
Perfect. Well, what we'll do is we'll come back to you as soon as you know, and we'll let everybody know. But at the moment, let's head back to George, Lewis and Jasmine. Absolutely fascinating stuff.
Oh my, okay, let's dissect that bit by bit. I want to preface this whole segment by saying fair play to Kevin Siggy, fantastic sportsmanship, the honesty, the accountability, everything about that. Credit to him.
The thing is, I'm going to step in here because I don't like doing it. No, it's fine. I'm just going to step in because I want this to me kind of backs up the whole incidents should be really looked at if they're reported.
Yes.
Right? Because, and I understand that race control have to act autonomously in certain things, but in this scenario, if that were the case, it seems like Redline would never have reported it, at which point we wouldn't have this problem.
Yeah, I mean, look, hey, I first of all want to stand up and applaud Kevin Siggy. I mean, that is something we very rarely see from a driver, especially here when so much is on the line. It takes real balls of steel to make that move to go in and support a driver that isn't part of your own team even.
I mean, as soon as that race was over, the first thing he did was go over to Dara, shake his hand, and take accountability
real
for
class
the situation.
Act, that in terms of moral victory, I think he stands up and wins that, to be honest with you. But in terms, I respect his honesty more than anything else. So the fact that he owned up to the race director, in race control, turned around and said, "Listen, I braked too late. I broke too late."
Yeah,
took him out of the race. That's
racing needs to be hard. Racing needs to be hard, but that needs to be fair.
And he knows that.
And when you overstep the mark, it happens sometimes. We'll once again see this. You can see the pair of them very, very close. On the brakes together, they'll come down into the corner. They're racing really hard because they're racing for a victory.
Of course,
They need to be free to be able to race really hard. And if there is an incident like this, it's the slightest bit of contact on the apex. And then, Dara does go straight over here. But if Dara stays on the track, he's going straight like the pair of them are going off.
You'll take Siggy out.
Pair of them
Absolutely.
are going off.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's here in black and white as well. I mean, obviously, Dara himself, he had nowhere to go. He's absolutely right in what he's saying. He took the wider line. You could see Siggy here. Look at how much he gains heading through in towards the Rogier. They are wheel to wheel at this point, but you just see the extensional force coming in from the apex of the corner, pushing Dara further into the braking zone.
What do you think, Jasmine?
I think, I'm so glad you've asked. I think the fact that Dara McCormack is, if he does get a penalty, if he does get penalised at this point, the quali ban is going to heavily influence his performance heading into Road Atlanta. And we've said it time and time again, the fact that the Merc on Road Atlanta is going to be thriving. winning. So I think if Kevin Siggy had not owned up to this, he could have completely ruined Dara McCormack's tournament. So
well,
even
still
more,
under review,
yeah, exactly.
as far as
Even more credit to him. But you know what? There's still so much for Race Control to dissect and dive into. I'm a little bit lost for words, to be quite honest with the two of you.
You're absolutely spot on. You know, with Dara McCormack, the pace is with Mercedes at Road Atlanta. He won there already. He's taken already a race win. This is such a huge result because if he loses out, he also loses the chance to enter finalist mode in the next race.
More issues at Race Control because Sebi's down there, and of course Michael Preston also from Williams. A lot of things happening down there. Oh my goodness.
Well, you know, there's so much for them to dissect down at Race Control and kind of absorb all of that information. But for everybody that is still tuning in, whilst Race Control reach a conclusion of their own, we're going to present to you one heck of a fantastic part one of our Furia documentary.
My heart was almost going out of my mouth.
Back there from
This is what I need to perform.
If you don't perform well, there's a new driver getting the chance.
And look at Sorensen!
This season must show what we are made of.
Around the outside!
This is showtime.
It is everything to us. We had this mission for Season 1 to qualify for the major.
These drivers, Kaiki Oliveira has the whole shot coming in.
Kaiki Oliveira having a nose down the inside, super move! Kaiki Oliveira solidifying his placement up into the major.
We did it, but it wasn't enough.
Furia, again, not looking so great.
Oh, look at this, Furia as well, further back.
Drama in the background for the Furia car.
I wanted more drivers in the major. We need to show more progress. We need to be on the prize pool.
Maybe we're going to see something special out of Furia.
This season for us is the definitive season.
I would love to see Kaiki do really well. He's left his family, his friends, to make this dream a reality.
I'm Kaiki Oliveira, I'm 28 years old and I drive for Furia. This is my second season ESL R1. It is almost half a year away from home.
The fact that Furia have Kaiki Oliveira representing the squad and he's doing an incredible job.
Today we have the knockouts for round 5 in Monza. Lassie's racing the first race. Yeah, okay, Lassie. Good luck on today's race. Things haven't been going very well in the beginning of the championship.
See what Lasse Sorensen can do. A 10th down on where he needed to be in that final sector, but he was on for a top 6.
My name is Lasse Sorensen. I'm 26 years old. Besides being a driver for Furia, I have my own company that does events and renting out simulators. So you can say like my whole day is basically around the simulator world.
Big boy, go, go, go.
The pressure in the championship is really high, the highest it has been in sim racing as a whole.
We need him to succeed in this championship. He's battling so hard.
If you don't perform well, there's a new driver getting the chance. At the moment I'm P10, so I have to gain a lot of places to get to the semifinals. They start fighting a lot, and then I see I have a gap on the inside. So I go to the inside.
Yeah, on the inside. Yes, great.
And make an overtake of 2 cars.
Yes.
I get up to P6. Besides being really happy, also a bit nervous about how the penalty points are gonna hand out.
He's a big boy.
Did he push somebody off?
No.
You don't know?
Because it really can decide if I go to the semifinals or not.
Wow, it was such a challenging first season. So for Season 2, we were with these 2 options on the table. One was Malta, and the other one was when Lassie told us that he had a good office, he had sim rigs, and he wanted to be with the guys. So Denmark, from one day to the other, just appeared to be a very good option.
Aqui é a casa, é um apartamento bem legal. É, mano.
Like, okay, I am an underdog. I'm a Brazilian that is coming to Europe, doing the hard work, going the hard way. And I use this as my advantage because I know everybody's on their comfort zone, I'm not. So I'm getting comfortable with the uncomfortable.
Race 4, we're having Kaique Oliveira.
For me, the most pressure that I feel is on quali, because when you are waiting 4 minutes to do a lap that you are working for 2 weeks, the pressure starts to creep in and like your heart starts pounding like crazy and you're like really not thinking about anything, but you feel the pressure of, oh, this is showtime, this is what I need to perform. A tiny mistake on the detail, I get mad at myself.
What is that thing that you drive with anger? It's like you transform yourself into a beast.
It's just focus. I never had this before, but run sport is just so much pressure that I had to let the emotions out.
He was swearing, we were thinking he was P12. But when he crossed the line, he was P2, and we were like, how is it possible? Kaique right now is on second place, but his pace is not good enough. He's being overtaken by 2 other competitors. He's just asking himself what is wrong with his pace. But we are very proud of him, and he's through. He's on the semi-final.
Sweet, but good. Another semi-final, 5th straight semi-final. I'm happy, but I'm not satisfied. I'm actually quite pissed with my race pace.
Sem acabou com sua corrida, cara. Valeu, mano.
If Lasser did this move, but he didn't move against Mount. What about the move?
Besides being really happy, also a bit nervous about how the penalty points are going to hand out. It really can decide if I go to the semifinals or not.
All right, let's see the official result.
Yeah, Lassie's in! Lassie's in! Yes! Let's go in! You're in! Congrats! Yeah! Yeah, semi-final, man. Congrats.
Told you, see you in the final.
Well, there we have it. What a documentary. Oh, who wore it best? Can we get a vote?
Oh no, you wore it better than either me or George.
Really?
Can I just say
it did look really good on you.
Don't you say what hypocrites, right? You criticise me wearing that waistcoat, right?
And I still do. I think I look unreal. I look ridiculous right now.
I think you both look
These are quite comfortable actually.
Yeah, I must say what you did with it was quite clever.
Yeah,
with the belt as well.
Yeah,
it looks good.
Very stylish.
I just look insane.
That could be a new thing for waistcoats. I'm really impressed.
I look like a new villain from the new Batman.
Can we expect you to see wearing
a belt as well?
Yeah.
I wouldn't go that far.
Okay, all right, maybe not any
We'll
time
ignore
soon.
this for now.
We are digressing. Anyways, we saw a fantastic Furia documentary.
Yeah, we did.
How have you guys been feeling about the Furia journey so far? Because I had a brief talk with Kaique and Guy yesterday.
Yes.
One thing that I really wanted to know is, from Guy's perspective at least, how do you encourage, boost those other drivers, give them a bit of a push to ultimately help out Kaique a little bit more than they did manage to do so in the season so far?
Hey, listen, I mean, first of all, really enjoyed the documentary series. I've watched episodes 1 and 2 now, and they're fantastic because we get an insight into what happens behind the scenes for the drivers. They've all moved to Denmark, obviously to be part of what Lasse Sorensen's doing, and you know, they've really adjusted well. It allows them to sort of build a bond together and kind of understand how each other work. Kaique, going back on your question, phenomenal talent. I think he is one that's going to grow into the series, I think, a little more.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of our teams as well, content has namely been astounding this season. I've got to say, we've seen memes, we've seen funny videos, we've seen reaction bits as well. Anybody really spring to mind any cheeky content that you've seen outside of our content awards, which I'll give you more info on?
I've been quite partial to G2 because I know that Luke is quite good with memes. So.
All of the, to be fair, all of the GT posts straight after the knockouts are really funny because they've got great photographs of all their drivers, and there's you have like Sebi Jones like, and then behind you have like.
They also pulled off a really
so
incredible.
Good.
There was an incredible video as well. They posted. I think they cut the heads out and they stick them on the character.
Yeah.
I think was it Wolf of Wall Street? I can't remember what.
Yeah, they've done some of Wolf of Wall Street. Yoni Tormala. It's all very good. They've done some very good
G2
stuff.
also posted. This is like going back a while now. They posted the best movie poster.
Yeah.
And were flaming Crimsix and the rest of FaZe.
Yeah.
Did you guys see it?
I did. Yeah, we did.
Spot on. Whoever does the G2 socials have got it on lock. But I did mention our content awards that we've got going on throughout the duration of ESL R1 fall season. Let's have a brief chit chat about the content that all of our teams submitted. We had, who springs to mind, firstly?
We had the Porsche Command, their video from their facility, which is all very good.
Yeah.
We had the BMW
Wait, let me give a bit of context about that one. So basically, Porsche Commanders one was a before and after of their facilities, before ESL R1 and how it looked after. From my perspective, looks super slick, especially when we end up doing those online interviews with them as well. I think it looks spot on. What was the next one you were going to say?
So you had the BMW one, which was the it was the emoji one, where they were all Ibrahim Khan, mate, son, child. It was you. It was a car and an N, and you didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
It's you.
Hey, listen, I'm not going to hit it too hard. I'm
scripted.
rubbish at the emoji game, so listen, I'm not going to go
It was the McCormack one. It was a burger, the word or, and then the burger, and you were like, oh, Mac or Mac.
Yeah,
McCormack.
Yeah.
Oh, right, it makes sense.
That came across a little bit scripted, especially the Ibrahim Khan one. There's no way. There's absolutely no way.
No.
What about you? Anybody else stand out to you?
Well, no, I mean, I was a big fan of the Porsche one too, to be fair. I mean, that was the big one that I was a big fan of. I mean, I felt that the sort of behind-the-scenes view was always quite interesting, so I think getting that view was quite good. I mean, sorry?
It's not who we vote.
Yeah, you can't guess that, can you? Surely not. No, Porsche for me.
Yeah, well, all of our teams certainly submitted fantastic content. So if you want to check it out for yourselves, !social in the chat, because we'll have the lovely ESL R1 team put a little something together to showcase all of the fantastic submissions we've had. But that leads me in quite nicely for us to reveal who the winner was.
Yes.
It's actually a team that we didn't mention here already. So let's go ahead and check it out so you know exactly why we picked this one.
Okay, so you got to identify who they are based on just the haircut. Kevin Ellis Jr. Baldwin. James Baldwin. Josh Rogers. Oh, Max Benecki. This here's a little short of that, isn't it? Yuri? Henderson. Yeah. He's right. Oh. Sebastian Job. Yeah. Sarah? Nah. It's not Max Benecki.
Okay, so I am here. It's okay. It's okay. I am here and I have a check for, I don't know if you can see this, 7,000 euros that has been won by the Apex Racing team who are just there. Hello, Mark. Hello, everybody. Hello, Johan. There you go, my friends. That is a check. So I don't think the version that we just saw was actually your version, but I don't think you care about that, do you? We'll post it on our site. Don't care about that, do you? You're 7,000 euros better off. Yeah, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, delighted. I mean, Lewis has put a lot of work into our socials for this season, and yeah, it's definitely paid off. So yeah, looking forward to finding a way of spending it.
Perfect. Congratulations. Dinner's on you, right? Dinner's on you tonight.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And back over to Jasmine.
Ooh. Hello. Thank you very much. And congratulations once again to the entirety of Apex Racing Team. I am joined here by none other than Morris, the co-founder and CEO from Rensport. Morris, it's been a while since I've seen you. Last time I saw you was over in Munich. How have you been?
It was Munich, yeah, and now we have the final of the ESL R1, first years in the
in the box close.
Yeah.
Before, I think it was a great year. So a long season. We bought, I think, 1.5 million euro prize pool into the sport for the teams and for the drivers. I'm really happy.
I think most of these drivers are certainly happy as well with the prize pool and the growth, and obviously having a fantastic audience here as well. And another change that we made this time round compared to Munich was the Team Content Awards that we just saw a moment ago. Once again, if you want to check it out, !social in the chat. But what was the kind of reasoning for bringing in Team Content Awards into the ESL R1 season?
I think creating great content is super important today, and it's just a logical thing really to get a kind of a prize for creating good stuff and pushing ESL R1 on the team channels and wherever.
Yeah.
So that was the reason.
Well, whilst 7,000 euros have been won by the entirety of Apex Racing Team, we have an even bigger prize pool on the line for our ESL R1 major champion. So without further ado, do you want to do the honors and sign the fantastic check?
I will do.
Do you ever get nervous signing this check?
I'm always nervous.
I'm going to keep distracting you to... Oh, no way. You can't tell. Don't worry about it. Nobody would ever be able to tell. Do you need some help? Should I hold it?
Should we show
yeah, we
it,
can shimmy it around, flip it around. 40,000 euros. This is both our driver championship checks and our team championship checks. The real question is, though, how do they transport this back home?
I have no idea.
So I can tell you, last time we were in the car with Marcel after he won the driver championship.
Yeah.
And let me tell you now, it was a bit of a struggle. It was a bit of a struggle.
He really tried to take it home, or?
Yeah,
really?
Of course. You wouldn't frame this? I wouldn't frame this.
Yeah, no. But maybe this time we can send it. So
Okay.
where we can do this.
I'm sure that'll be a huge relief for a lot of our drivers. Now, Morris, my final question for you is, who do you think is going to be our ESL R1 4-season major champion?
I have no idea. So many great drivers. There are a lot of drivers close to the final mode. So it's just great to follow the sport. I've really no idea what.
I like that. No bias over here on the desk. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining me here, Morris. Let's go ahead and find out some of the predictions of all of the drivers thus far.
Who's going to win the major? We both have to say us, but, you know, I'm going to say me.
Who wins the major? Well, do you mean between us or?
No, overall, surely.
Hopefully me.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, like.
Who wins the major? That's a difficult one. Yeah, we're probably going to argue over this.
Sebastian. I think we all managed to say different things then. None of us said ourselves either.
I guess the favourite has to be Seb, right? Seb John. He's been really impressive the whole season.
Seb's got a big chance, isn't he? Such a points haul.
Yeah.
I say Joshua. Yeah.
Yeah, Josh.
I want to say the same.
I don't know. It's there's so many people who can win. It's McCormack, yeah, Josh, Rogers, yeah, Jinchik, always very good.
It's hard to discount Seb, but anything can happen at LAN, right?
I think you can't predict anyone. It could be me, it could be you, it could be whoever's in P24.
That's what's interesting with this format, is it only takes one race to just completely upset the order.
It just shows how special this championship is. It's up for the grabs for everybody, so that's why it's so cool. Yep.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to the desk. And Lewis McGlade looking sharper than he's ever looked. But I tell you one thing that is sharp, and certainly he'll be feeling sharp if you're Darren McCormack. Yeah. Unfortunately, the decision has stood. He is receiving a qualifying ban. He is not the winner at Monza.
No, indeed. Obviously, we'll update you with the points in a moment's time. But huge drama, like we say, we can see it here. Darren McCormack will be the points leader. He can still technically move into finalist mode here, but he needs to finish in second place to get those 160 points. He is the only driver right now that can move into finalist mode, which say we're in race 5, and we've not had anyone. This is open. This is going to take a long time. I think we're going to be here until the end of my life.
Well, look at this. Look at this string of drivers we've got in close contention. Luke Bennett is in with a chance as well. He is not far away from those ahead of him. What was initially perhaps looked at as potentially a 3-car scramble making their way in towards finalist mode. Of course, remember, 160 points is what defines finalist mode here for each of our drivers. We have now got, I would say, 5 potentials that could yet all go in at once.
Yeah, indeed. I don't think they are going to go in at once, but the thing is now, from this point on, I don't know when McCormack, because we know the Merc's really good around here, and we know this is where McCormack can win, although we've seen him win at Monza now. I don't know where this goes. I don't know who's the favourite anymore. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what to think. I will say, we all kind of had a thing of, you know, the decision. It's going to be the controversial topic that we're going to take through. And almost at this point, regardless of who wins, that's the thing that we're going to be thinking about quite a bit afterwards, is that decision.
Yeah, I mean, look, hey, we love learning things, Lewis. Let's see if we can learn a little more with Rory.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm here with Nikolai Hansen, Heroic team manager. How are you? We haven't spoken to you too much today.
No, it's been nice to not talk too much with you.
Charming, charming. But let's go back to yesterday. So I'm not going to use the word heroic. Just absolutely brilliant performance in the final race there for your driver. What do you make of that? That came out of nowhere, right?
Yeah, we kind of lost hope, but we knew it always was an opportunity to finish well in one race and win that, and that would give us a spot for today. And we didn't expect it to be Road Atlanta if it were to happen, but it did. So we're happy about that.
And it looked almost emotional. Was he just in shock? I know he's not. He's a typical fit. He's quieter than most, right? He's quite introverted. But was he actually emotional with that, or is that how he normally is?
Oh, he was happy. He was also thinking it was a bit funny to come in and take the win like that.
He took one win, and then he almost took another one, right? He almost took another one before that issue with Seb in race number 1. Obviously, that was a disappointment because I guess you started to believe. But what do you think his chances are for the rest of the afternoon?
I think now it's more about not tilting and remembering to have fun. Like, that's an important element right now, not to let these bad races keep you down, and then just keep the head high.
Well, he surprised us before, so you never know. He might surprise us again. Thank you so much, Nikolai. Back to George and Lewis.
Thank you very much, Rory. Great to hear from Nikolai and the Heroic team as well. Only one driver representing them, of course, being Thomas Tatler. But let's dissect what we've been hearing, of course. Once again, race control causing a major storm in what we've seen already. And Dara McCormack losing out on what could have been a second race win coming into finals contention. We can see him there. He's got to try and recompose himself. We saw his reaction to the decision-making process. He was not happy whatsoever. And, of course, Kevin Siggy standing up for him despite them being competitors. And, obviously, that's caused a major stir in terms of the championship.
Yeah, now, for Dara, it does mean that, you know, it's still possible for him to win. But as he said, it's derailed the entire major. We have heard that the pick for race victory, by the way, from Jasmine is Kevin Ellis Jr. Am I allowed to go first?
Well, listen, I'll let you go first.
Okay, I'm going to go Sebastian Job.
Yeah, well, technically, do you know what? I'm also going to complain of race control because Dara McCormack was my pick at Monza, so kind of feel a little robbed.
It's the curse.
It is the curse.
It's apparently the spooky curse. No, it's absolute rubbish.
Yeah. Outrageous. I mean, I'm going to go this time. Obviously, Dara McCormack, unfortunately, has got to serve a qualifying ban, which is not going to be ideal now heading through to Road Atlanta, but could bring in yet maybe some other drivers into this fight. I'm going to go Max Benneker.
Ooh, that's an interesting choice around here. No, I can see it. I can see it, but yeah, no, we'll have to wait and see. The thing is, again, you can pick any one of these 12 drivers and be like, yeah, sure, they might win. I mean, look, you go Josh Rogers and he could blast over the track limits at turn 5 and
who knows?
Bish bash bosh.
Could do a Dane Warren over the crest.
Yeah. He's sorry, he can't hear us, it's fine. Yeah, Sebastian Job, he's already had a slowdown around here today in qualifying, so we just don't know. And this is a circuit where qualifying is so important.
Yeah, it is very, very important, and the sector times are going to be definitely something to keep an eye on, folks. Very shortly, we will be getting straight into the session. Of course, practice has been offered to the drivers. Of course, they would have spent time at this circuit. Despite already racing here prior, it is still vital to be prepped before you take your lap.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's going to be a tough one for these drivers. But this is the joy of qualifying around here. I was actually having a chat with Morris Lennon. He's like, oh, I wish we could have, instead of it being a 1-lap shootout, I'd like 2 laps in qualifying. Yeah, like if everyone had 2 laps. I was like, do you know what? I actually kind of like the idea of that.
Well,
I don't want a completely open qualifying.
You only need 1 time though. You know, you don't need to.
Yeah, but I like the idea of just the one. Jeffrey Roosevelt. That's a stretch. That is a stretch.
No, that's pretty good. Roosevelt. I think that's okay. That's pretty close. I'm with it. I think it's great. He is, however, not the first Team Redline car to make his way around the circuit. Because first of all, we have the man that was at the centre of that debate at race control, Kevin Siggy, though, despite not agreeing with race control, this time siding with the likes of Dara McCormack. I think it's also very important to note as well. Remember, it was Darren McCormack who went into the back of Siggy here at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, exactly. Like they've had their issues and their beef already, and still Kevin Siggy stood up for him. So what does that tell you? I mean, like I say, it was a very interesting one, but alas, Kevin Siggy.
Darren McCormack to red line confirmed.
we weren't teasing him a little bit this morning. Was it this morning? It was last night. It was last night about you know, where he went up. Yeah, you're going off to red line.
We're just joshing, folks. We're just joshing. 9.6 in the first sector is decent for Kevin Siggy. Second sector 40.1 would rather be in the 39s. So the late 39.9s I think would be ideal for Kevin Siggy. So losing approximately a 10.5 to 2/10 in that middle sector. So sector 3 is going to be more paramount. You want around a 27.2 if you can, and Kevin Siggy now making his way across the line. What can he garner? 27.2 is indeed what he gets, so 117 on the board. We do sometimes though see late 116s.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's what we needed to do. We had like, was it 5 16s in the previous session? So you know, last time we came to Red Atlanta. So I don't think that 17-0 is going to be that great. See, this is a great looking lap coming in from Luke Bennett. Yeah, the middle sector is on fire. The first sector is pretty decent in the low 6s. Luke Bennett through the final corner, not using all of the runoff on the exit of T11. It comes over the line. It's going to be a 16.819. Wow. That's a good lap. That is a very good lap.
I mean, Siggy's was pretty much there or thereabouts. Maybe a little slow, maybe a little sluggish. But Luke Bennett parking his car 0.2 of a second at least higher than his own teammate. Kevin Ellis Jr., who likes it round here, also putting together a 39.8 in Sector 2, 9.6 in Sector 1. Now we know how good Apex Racing Team are at this very circuit. He could raise the roof here with a special lap against that of Luke Bennett. Can he topple Team Redline here at this point? No, he splits them 77 thousandths off the top, and you can see the reaction from Luke Bennett.
Here comes Joshua Rogers, of course. He's won twice today. It was in race 1, it was in race 3. Maybe he wants to make it in race 5 as well and move himself closer to, of course, getting into finals. But he cannot do it in this race. Only one driver can, and that is Darren McCormack. Into the final chicane, Rogers will go up and over the crest before dropping down the hill. Of course, McCormack is the only driver we will not see in this session, so it's just 11 drivers to deal with as Rogers races his way towards the line. I think it's going to be ahead of, that's even ahead of Ellis Jr. That's actually a very good final sector from Josh Rogers.
Yeah, the middle sector was pretty good too. He came into the 39.9s. Now Yuri Toman, it's the turn of he. Hasn't had the best final run here in this major. He needs something big to happen. Could it happen here at Road Atlanta? Of course, I have picked an Audi car, that being Max Benneker, but can it work for Yuri Toman as he makes his way down the crest here, representing R8G? As he now looks to burst down the straight, the Czech will check in here at Road Atlanta, this time with a time of a 1:17.070, 2.5 tenths. That's a quarter of a second off the top.
Yeah, so that's the first sector for Jeff Reef. That's about half a tenth off of what Luke Bennett's done. Let's see what it is in the second sector. We can't see a second sector. We'll come down to the final chicane. And of course, we've already seen 2 of the Team Redline drivers come through. Kevin Siggy wasn't particularly pleased with his lap because it was a 17.0. And I don't think... I'm not sure Jeff Reeford's going to be able to challenge his teammate. He comes through the final corner as Luke Bennett is sat there on the pole position. I think he might be holding on to that as Reeford crosses the line, shakes his head. He's back there with Siggy.
Yeah, but 3 Redline cars in the top 5 at least for now. They've managed to get past Toman at least, but Dane Warren could cause a stir. 9.6 of the first sector is decent, but the 40.1 could be the problem. He needs a mighty third sector to try and bring himself anywhere close to anyone further up. This could be behind Yuri Toman, should it continue. Let's wait and see. As he now makes his way through the final chicane, he'll then take a deep dive over the crest, down the hill, and take the in-swinger and take the start-finish line as well. What can he marshal in for Porsche Coanda? It's going to be a 1:17.1, and it is slower than Yuri Toman by another tenth of a second.
Yeah, here comes Maximilian Benneker. I'm just checking some stats, by the way. Of the 12 drivers we have, 8 of them have podiums. 2 of the drivers that definitely don't have podiums right now. Maximilian Benneker's one of them. And guess who else is? Sebastian Job. Absolutely crazy. This shows how consistent and how tricky it is. Of course, Thomas Tatler being the other one without a podium. Same with Yuri Toman. Max Benneker will come round the final corner to set his lap time. Middle in the middle sector is not great, but he is good enough in the final.
Yes!
What a lap time from Max Benneker.
Yeah, and that second sector wasn't exactly stellar. We've had 39s, but look at Chinchik. He's got a 9.6 in Sector 1, 39.9 in Sector 2. Max Benneker drives an Audi, so does Chinchik. Could he steal the show away here from the Mouse Esports team? He's looking in the camera. He's looking vigorously as well, Marcel Chinchik, now as he piles his way around the final corner. Here comes the Spring Series champion, 4th fastest, and look at that, the top 5 within a 10.
Yeah, his drive out of T10, 10A, 10B wasn't that great. Let's see what Sebastian Job can do. First sector is great. Second sector's not that great though, but it's kind of in the margin where we saw Benneker. Let's see what he can do through the chicane. He doesn't look particularly pleased. He does hold the lap record. Big slide though as he exits 10B. Up and over the crest, down the hill. Can he deny Maximilian Benneker as he comes through the final corner? One more lap time to go after this. Sebastian Job crosses the line and he's only good enough for 6th.
Incredible, outrageous. Thomas Tatler here at this stage now, 9.6 in Sector 1, 40.1. That is a 10th off where we saw Max Benneker earlier on, but that is absolutely sensational from Max Benneker. That 3rd sector, credit to Luke Bennett from doing what he did. He's only 6,000ths away, slenderest of gaps here at this point. Tatler now bursting through the final chicane. Now he's going to take the deep descent. Of course, he did cause a stir at this very track, taking victory here that brought him to the final. Can he bring the superlatives here again for Heroic? No, he can't. 9th fastest. No one can stop him. Once again, he's back. Obviously known as a competitive force in the world of sim racing, now back here in ESL R1 in major competition, and it's Max Benneker on pole, the unlikely force here at Road Atlanta.
Wow, I mean, again, what an impressive quality. Obviously, Max Benneker was your pick, was he?
He was.
My pick, of course, was Sebastian Job. Who was yours again? I can't hear you. Kevin! Oh, okay. Kevin Ellis Jr., of course it does. Of course it was. Of course it was. You really had to shout that one as well. Bless you. Yes, Kevin Ellis Jr., so fair enough. Those are our picks. I don't know who yours are. And obviously, let us know in chat. Let us know around here, but what a lap.
Yeah, oh, mate. Honest to God. Where did it come from? That middle sector?
It's the final sector.
It must be the final sector. The middle sector wasn't anything special. I mean, it was a 40.0, I think, 19. And then, of course, you know, I mean, the first sector was okay, 9.6. That's kind of where we expected it. But the third sector was definitely a mad one. Now, just to let you know, folks, as well, make sure you get involved. We have got surveys for you guys to get involved with. Remember, ! surveys. We heard, of course, from the Rennsport teams as well. These surveys are so vital to the later performance of the game. They're listening to you guys, the viewing public, as they look to develop this game further in the near future. And obviously, very exciting time to be around Rennsport right now.
Yeah, of course, you can say what you've loved about the series. You can say what you've hated about the series, about Rennsport itself. You can say, look, let's be real here. Let's get rid of the waistcoats from broadcast.
Let's get rid of Lewis McGlade.
They look insane. But yes, ! survey in chat to get on top of that. And hopefully you're going to react positively to how this has been, because it's been absolutely fantastic so far, and it's building up to quite the crescendo. But I said 5 races will get someone into finalist mode, which has to be this one, which means it has to be Dara McCormack. So I think we're a bit off on that one.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be 7 races long. I'm now not sure.
No, it could go longer. I mean, to be honest,
I still think 8.
I think when we're talking 7 and 8, I think we're around the threshold. I think at this point, but we're now on the final compulsory race. Should we say? Kevin Ellis Jr., great record around this track. Apex Racing obviously do. Unfortunately, Jasmine picked him, which kind of cemented his place where he is. Thomas Tatler back again. Obviously, he's got a bit of work to do. Things still haven't seemed right since Spa. But, of course, Heroic, I think, are just glad that they've at least got some sort of representation, because this is their first season or first year in ESL R1.
Can you believe that stat, by the way? There are 4 drivers without podiums. It's Sebastian Job, it's, of course, Maximilian Benneker, Yuri Toman and Thomas Tatler. Can you believe that Sebi Job and Max Benneker are still on there?
It's outrageous. I can't believe it. I mean, I love facts and figures. But the one thing I will say about this is that Max Benneker has broken that fact and figure right there, because he's just taken pole.
He's taken pole, yes, fair enough. But to be fair, Sebi obviously did win a bit earlier on, but then had a penalty that dropped him out. But I think that's kind of what's knocked his mentality a little bit. And we're kind of still seeing that continue.
Yes. Absolutely right. The cars, though, will be lining up, folks, very shortly. We will be heading down to Road Atlanta, and I must say this is a circuit that has blown the minds of many. It's set to blow the minds once again this time, and we'll once again crown another race winner. Our final compulsory race, should we say, in this championship, and then we continue onwards. We race until we find a victor, as now all the cars line up onto the grid, and we get set to go racing here at Road Atlanta. Who's going to get the jump? Who is going to get the best? Max Benneker away as we put pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go. Benneker leads the way, heading through now the first corner. Luke Bennett minutes in behind. Porsche Commander as well, lined up still in third place. RAG with Marcel Chinchik not far away either. It's a very orderly start, nice and smooth. Beneke leads.
That was boring. That was way too tidy. Get on with it, lads. I'm sure once we get down into 10A and 10B, there's going to be absolutely nothing but excitement. Big slide there from Luke Bennett as he heads up the crest at T5. Now on the race down towards the 6th corner, and of course that all-important 7th turn. Has Maximilian Beneke got the drive of the corner, and will we see Luke Bennett challenging when we come down into the chicane?
We'll have to wait and see. 2.540 miles, that's 4.088 kilometers. That's the undertaking for these drivers, lap on lap, 12 laps as well ahead of them here in race 5. Day 2 now upon us, and Beneke still now in front, with Bennett not far behind. Joshua Rogers in third as well. Chinchik also trying to line up with a very special result perhaps on the horizon here for the RAG team, who have not yet seen their man touch the top end just yet, despite going close on several occasions. Kevin Ellis Jr., yet another honest performance here in qualifying, now sees himself in P5 and threatening those in the top end, very much like he did at Monza 2. But as Beneke crosses the line, lap 2 begins.
Yeah, certainly so. Whoa, look at how much Beneke used. That might have been too much. No, it wasn't. Wow, did 2 wheels into the grass to really open up the corner. I thought that was going to be a big old slide from Beneke, and maybe a mistake. You can say he's certainly feeling the pressure as we head down the hill through the S's. Very calm from Bennett at the moment. Definitely wants to get a couple of wins, because to be honest, Bennett's not out of taking a win here. We did get into finalist mode at Munich, of course, one of the 5 drivers to have done so.
Yeah, and obviously, just to point out as well, we can confirm that Jeffrey Rietfeld is only 1 penalty point away from achieving a qualifying ban. Of course, he doesn't want to achieve that. That's not an achievement he wants, but still, nonetheless, it might happen anyway. Bennett now on the tail of Max Beneke as they make their way through this next right-hander. Of course, they've gone through the S's in the first sector. Now they've got the double rights now down the hill, out of turn 8, in towards turn 9, leading up towards turn 10A and turn 10B. Still, Beneke leads. Fastest lap to his name, as you'd expect after 1 lap of racing so far. It could all change. Bennett, who really likes this segment of circuit, does have a look in the mirrors, heading through that chicane.
By the way, you said Jeff Rietveld's got 1 penalty point. Seb Job now only has 2 penalty points left, so he's getting close.
That's a major one.
Yeah, exactly, and he's picked up quite a few, which means that Dara McCormack might get brought up in it. By the way, he's not made any progress. Someone who's trying to make some progress, and this is Yuri Toman, side by side with Dane Warren through the final corner. The 2 of them separated by absolutely nothing, as Dara McCormack sat on the rear end, gets in the brakes nice and early as they head their way into the first corner. Bit of a contact there between 10th and 11th. Yuri Toman straight around the outside, hangs on from Dane Warren as they get into line through 3.
Yeah, and also Bennett taking the fastest lap of the race as well. So far, he has the pace. Of course, he's got the tail of Max Beneke. He's in the slip, so has a great chance of potentially opening the door, heading down the back straight in towards turns 9 out to turn 8, as now we see them tackle the crest. Still, though, a little uncomfortable, though. This time, Yuri Toman being pressurized by one Dane Warren, who's had a very overzealous visit around this portion of circuit in the past. Of course, managed to pull off the most dynamic recovery when we first visited Road Atlanta in towards the tail end of the season. Remember, round 7, where it would be Thomas Tatler who won here as well, leading up towards this major competition in this final stage as well. But of course, there would be Jamie Fluke on that occasion to take that round victory, leading up through towards round 8, where we would crown a team's champion. But still, though, Beneke leads, hasn't yet got the fastest lap back. Bennett in behind, 2.5 tenths, soon becomes 3 tenths. Beneke getting a better exit out of the final chicane.
Yeah, I mean, he's giving it a good go at the moment. He's not quite there, but I think Luke Bennett will have a chance to get past Beneke at the moment. But of course, we head now 8 laps, or 3 laps down, 9 laps left to go. Obviously on lap 4 of the race, looking backwards from Max Beneke, taking this really wide line going through turn 1. I'm not sure if that's the wisest line. It's very, very risky going out there, because you can, well, essentially, if you clip the grass too much, you can get pulled off straight into the barrier. So at the moment, Beneke taking a bit of a risk there at the first corner.
Yeah, 12 turns in total, though you can call it 13 if you count the A and B, as they make their way through the first sector out of the S's, and now over the crest once again as they look to go down the hill towards turn 6 and turn 7. Double right-handers to come. Beneke still out in front, and is still maintaining that 0.3 of a second gap as we take a look at Luke Bennett in the bottom left-hand corner of our screen. Just fraternising with some of the gears now as he moves up to 3rd, and now looks to power down this next long straight. Again, an opportunity to perhaps open the door and put the pressure on Max Beneke. The slipstream so powerful down this segment of circuit, and also couple that with that downhill motion as they make their way into the final chicane.
Yeah, he's not going to go for it though, surely not. He's too far back. I think at the moment, Bennett's playing the wise game. He's playing the long game right now, bringing himself back into the mix. I mean, right now he's getting 20 points. The thing is though, as we can see, Dane Warren right over the rear end. If Bennett takes 2 victories. He needs a win here and he needs a win in the next track and he'll be in finalist mode. That's how close he's got to it. But it must be victories. If he's second place in that, doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's that model of consistency that's brought him to the dance. He's got a great chance. He sits fifth place in the championship, and now we've got a fight here now between Dane Warren and Yuri Toman. Oh, the rear flicking out on the Porsche. Very nearly losing the car, nearly taking Toman with him.
Wow, that was close. That was insane. Dara McCormack trying to get himself in the mix, still sat there in 12th place and not gaining a single point for doing so as we head our way down the hill. Got to say though, when you're at the back of this field, it kind of feels like, oh, I'm in last place, I'm in last place. It's like, yeah, you're in last place, but again, it's like you're in last place. Of the 24 drivers that came here, you're actually halfway through the pack. It's so much more complicated now. You're last of the 12, but top of the, basically the 50-odd drivers we've had so far.
And he still leads the championship. This is the mistake that we saw earlier on. Max Benneker.
It's not a mistake, I don't think.
Flirting with danger, though, heading into the grass.
I don't think it's a mistake. I think he's using every bit that he can possibly do.
Oh, I tell you what, that's a lot of risk to place on your shoulders, especially when you lose all that traction as soon as you rub onto the grass. But Benneker proving to be fearless once again as Bennett now looks to try and claw back the delta. They are bringing Rogers and Chinchik with them, though. Rogers is a major danger.
Yeah, you've really got to watch out. Obviously, Josh Rogers, who is involved in the fight for the title, he's on 118 points right now. He could be 2 races away from getting into finals mode, but again, he could really, a first and a third will do it. He could really do with getting that second place. A couple of second places should be able to tie that one up for him, but it's going to be, like I say, a long afternoon. Josh Rogers, who I know has been victorious around Road Atlanta countless times in his sim racing career, he knows how to get it done around here. To be fair, he knows how to beat Luke Bennett and Max Benneker around here, so that'll be an interesting one to see where he can find that pathway.
Yeah, Josh Rogers, of course, a winner here back in round 7 in quarter-final action, and has now since found himself in 3rd place in this race. 4 tenths, the gap's smack on equilateral between Benneker, Bennett and Rogers here now. Chinchik also very much in the same delta as they now make their way through this next right-hander. Now they've got another venture down a certain straight with a few kinks in the bend, a few lefts, and then a right as well before they then venture down towards the chicane once again. Halfway through the race this time, Benneker still leads, 0.5 of a second the gap now between he and Bennett. Bennett still holds on to the fastest lap of the race. Rietveld getting closer to his teammate Kevin Siggy. Now will Redline initiate a swap?
Oh, I mean, no, maybe, no, but maybe. Obviously, I've got no idea. Something that we definitely don't have an idea on is what's positive and what's negative about all this, but you may do. ! Survey again in chat and tell us exactly what you have been thinking about ESL R1 and Rennsport itself, heading down the hill into the first corner. A little 460-metre front straight, and Max Benneker nailing it every single time, but Josh Rogers is now knocking at the door. Surely, when we reach the end of the back stretch, 1.3 kilometres, he'll have the move, because we know this car's fast in a straight line. He'll have at least an opportunity.
And we know he can win races at this track as well. So there we have it. It could be the proof in the pudding here. As we take a look at 3 of the cameras that are currently showing our first, second and third drivers here. Rogers starting to get closer as now he looks to persevere after Luke Bennett, who has lost a little bit more delta from the back of Max Benneker. So Rogers closer to Bennett than Bennett is to Benneker. And now, as they peruse their way through on lap 7, of course, Benneker's going to be hoping that Rogers gets into the mix, because the more that he and Bennett fight, Benneker's going to be allowed to seep away.
Yeah, here we go then. I'm not sure that that Bennett's going to get another chance at Benneker right now, so that one's a little bit sketchy. Let's see if Luke Bennett will hang on to second position right now, because Rogers is knocking at the door straight down the inside, and that's an easy move, as easy as you get. As soon as Rogers pulled out, did you see that?
Yeah.
Lifted straight out.
Yeah, he did. He wasn't risking anything. He wasn't risking anything. Of course, he's had moments that have got between him in the past. We look back at the Tatler victory. Of course, Luke Bennett, many would argue that he was wronged when he came here to Road Atlanta, losing out on that race win to Thomas Tatler. He is not leaving anything to chance this time around in finals mode.
No, certainly not. And like you say, I think, he kind of was a little bit robbed. Fair enough, it is what it is. That'll be on his mind a touch, but still, 3rd place here, it's decent. Like I say, he needs a couple of wins. He's closing in on finalist mode nonetheless, and of course, once you get into finalist mode, you only need 1 race to win it.
Absolutely, and it's all about points. You don't necessarily need to win to get into finalist mode. All you need to do is get into that 160-point threshold, and then you chase the win. Then you need the win. So that is when we'll see the drivers go at it and potentially fight it out for the championship. Benneker now still leads the way. Rogers in behind that gap, though, still remains at 7 tenths. I'd argue that Bennett now still has a chance of regaining that old place back, but Rogers seems to have the bit between his teeth with just around 4 laps to go.
I've never been such a Josh Rogers fan, and it is mostly because I don't want you to be right. I'm gagging for a Rogers victory here, and it's literally only because you picked Benneker.
What a perfect picture we painted here. We got 2 of the old rivals that have been dueling to and fro for year on year, and now they're trying to sell their differences. We've got a battle further back though, Lewis.
Kevin Ellis Jr. getting around the outside. Marcel Chinchik going for the up and under, leaning on him. Maybe Sebastian Joe might find his way through here as they head down the hill. Tight little fight. Watch the G2 Esports run. I mean, to be fair, Sebi can make no risks here because he's obviously quite close to the cut-off when it comes to the licence points.
Yeah, Kevin Ellis Jr. holding on to 4th place. Great move. Breezing past Marcel Chinchik. Sebastian Joe pushing the Audi R8 now as they come through turn 1, heading through turn 2. Through the S's they go. Chinchik still providing a great wall of defence to keep Joe behind, but great tenacity for the G2 car.
Yeah, and of course these lot being pulled right off the rear end of the top 3. Beneke, Rogers and Bennett. Marcel Chinchik holds the fastest lap on day 1. It was actually just on the day around here. So Chinchik's pretty quick around here, but I get the feeling that the Bennett's lap might have been quicker earlier, to be honest.
Well, I'll be honest with you as well. I mean, obviously Chinchik's pace is going to be, certainly null and void here at this point because Kevin Ellis Jr. is virtually a second off where Luke Bennett is right now, and Bennett also falling off as well.
Yeah, look at Rogers though. Rogers is closed right in.
Oh
my
no,
goodness!
Toman!
Has it been a technical fault again? We've seen a couple of issues for his rig, and I wonder if there might have been something, and you can see he's not looking particularly pleased. But Yuri Toman straight into the barrier. Meanwhile, we've got all this fighting happening up ahead. You've got Marcel Chinchik, you've got Sebastian Joe, you've got Kevin Singh, you've got Jeff Reveld.
Oh, the problems are getting back from bad to worse here for Yuri Toman. He hasn't had the easiest of major times here, and he looks visibly perturbed by everything. The frustration clear on the face of one Yuri Toman, and now a technical fault here at a very sensitive stage of the major is certainly coming between him and potential success here in this series. We'll have to wait and see, but obviously, as you can see, very despondent.
Yeah, I mean, he's irritated. It's more, to be fair, I think more for him. Like, he's not going to win the major. Like, that's done. He's definitely not winning it. But it's more like he can't assist his teammate. He can't help Marcel Chinchik right now, and that's the frustrating bit for him. Either way, we've got a couple of laps left to go with 2 and a bit, including this one. Josh Rogers is absolutely knocking at the door, and he did win. He's won race 1, he's won race 3, and this is race 5.
Yeah, the emotion has laid claim to Yuri Toman. He is obviously distraught about how this has worked out. Obviously, R8G that have tasted success in the Teams Championship, of course they'll celebrate that, but this is certainly a different story. And while Chinchik is still within a chance of laying claim to the driver's title, going back to back, we do of course have a battle for the lead though, as Beneke and Rogers now go wheel to wheel, heading down through towards the S section. Who's going to take the lead of the race? The Porsche now against its former nemesis. It's Joshua Rogers who takes the lead here at Road Atlanta.
But is it going to be settled there? We'll see if Beneke can come back at any point. We've got 2 more laps left to go here at Road Atlanta. They are the shortest laps we deal with, but there is still the opportunity. Rogers to the front. He had to get through. He had to close the gap down, and you can see how disappointed Max Beneke is.
Yeah, it's oh so personal between these two. They know each other through thick and thin. Porsche Commander V-Mouse this time around, but he'll hold memories, Joshua Rogers, of when he fought Max Beneke, when he was at Team Redline as well. Plenty of times where these two have met in their histories, and now it's the turn of Beneke to lay down the chase upon one Joshua Rogers. Still the gap remains at 4/10. He can't afford to allow the Porsche to get away here.
That was a little bit wide there from Josh Rogers, breaching track limits almost certainly on the exit at T5. He went the other side of the cones, to be perfectly honest. It doesn't matter right now if he's got the sort of the cut tracks to use. I mean, he could use them up right now. They head their way through T7, but it's about here. The straight line speed of this Porsche, it'll blast off into the distance, and well, I say blast into the distance, it'll probably hold about half a second gap, to be perfectly honest, by the time they get down to the end of the straight. I don't know if Beneke's going to get another option here.
No, I think he might be in trouble, and of course the Delta is going the wrong way. It was steeping outwards to nearly 5/10. He is bringing it back in, though, the slipstream heading down the straight, providing some retribution. Side by side, though, again, this time Luke Bennett, Kevin Ellis Jr., who has been on the move. He's boogieing his way up into the top 3, and now Bennett with a degree of frustration on display. Toman, well, he is absolutely devastated, Lewis. I don't know what more to say about it.
Yeah, poor guy. Someone needs to go up there and give him a hug. That is brutal. Kevin Ellis Jr. then onto the podium, and that's again very, very solid. I've got to say, Josh Rogers. Does this mean that he's winning it in race 7? If he's winning the odd-numbered race, the ones you're leading actually, have you got better than something?
I've got nothing on him at the moment. I mean, listen, this will be his 3rd race win of this finals campaign, which is absolutely unreal. The form that he has brought to the table has been absolutely unbelievable. Lap 12 of 12, final lap. Rogers taking him through. Beneke not far behind as they venture through this next right.
So impressive, honestly. Again, considering where Josh Rogers was yesterday, he was ill, he was struggling, he was not a part of it, and we were all kind of saying coming into it that maybe Josh Rogers is the favourite. Maybe it's not going to be Sebi Joe, maybe because this. Well, yesterday I was a little concerned. And we were all kind of changing our tune, maybe leaning a bit back towards Sebi. Nah, mate. Here he is. He's back to being the favourite.
Yeah, the skies are no longer grey for Joshua Rogers. Yesterday is a distant memory. This time around, he is not only one time, he's not only two time, but he will potentially be 3 times a race winner. He'll hail down the crest here in the Porsche now for Porsche Coanda. They'll celebrate surely as once again Rogers takes success here at Road Atlanta in truly stellar fashion.
Brilliant stuff. Like you say, you can see he's remaining calm. Porsche Coanda lot, they're in a big old bit of applause, as you would expect.
Yeah, he's once again a victor for the 3rd time. It is Joshua Rogers getting closer now to that threshold of 160 points. Finalist mode is only 1 step away, surely. And he's in with a great chance. And I tell you what, we will be hearing as well from Max Bedeker. He's with Rory.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm here with Max. Max, in your own words, how was that?
Yeah, I think I drove to my maximum. I did one mistake, but I saw him coming already from behind, so like I did my maximum I could do. There's just nothing to hold up that car in the race, so unfortunately it didn't work out with a win there, but gotta be happy about that pole lap, so it was a very good one.
Yeah, that was a mega lap, and also some mega points. You know, you've been uncharacteristically quiet today. So yeah, do you feel that's going to give you a good helping hand?
Let's see, maybe. Yeah, hopefully. I don't know. I like in every single quali, I had a alrightish lap, and then there was one sector where I just made a mistake. So let's see. Maybe next up is Hockenheim, I think. So might be better again.
You're okay there. You're okay there. And also, you're not used to watching Josh win and then taking it away from him, as we've seen in Saudi, right? So. Yeah. You kept quite confidence there.
Yeah, well, I mean, when I saw that gap shrinking, I knew it's probably not going to work out. The Porsche is very quick on the straight. So, yeah, just got to hand him that. Well deserved as well. I mean, he had a good quality up as well. It was just like 200s, right? So a deserved win as well. Doesn't really matter in the end.
Good man. Thank you, Max. Valuable points. Well done. Back to you guys.
Thank you very, very much for that, Rory. What a race we've just witnessed there. Max, poor guy. He had a good fight up until that very final lap. But congrats are in order for the entirety of the Porsche Coanda squad. They've been incredibly passionate, incredibly loud, and that makes Joshua Rogers our 3-time major track winner. And I don't think we've ever had that happen before. We had 2-time in Munich.
Yep.
We didn't have a triple.
No, I think we might. I don't know. I'd have to go back and check the stat. I mean,
check the receipts.
You've got the spreadsheet here. You know, you can check this. There's a lot to deal with, and I'm not even going to go through it at all. There's so many races. It's terrifying. Obviously, you know, it was a mega race. You go what the little highlights here. I should it was very good. It was very
well, listen, it was a great start, wasn't it, for Max Bedeker? He had a couple of nervy moments that sort of crept in. We talked about the tactical use of the grass. I mean, obviously, we kind of debated on this. You said that obviously he's trying to go as wide as possible. That could be true. Of course, try and maintain the throttle right down to the floor in order to access turn 1 in full momentum, but obviously we started seeing some really crazy moments happening further down. Dane Warren as well, he was trying to lift himself higher and higher. He came up against a very vibrant Yuri Toman, who had his own problems as well, but this was the move that crafted out certainly a stellar rise from one Joshua Rogers, managed to burst his way past into P2, then eventually the battle for P1, almost requisite of his Spa form that we saw earlier on, where he fought his way from the middle of the field to eventually take race win. Getting himself past Max Bedeker was massive. And of course, just look at the wheel play here at Road Atlanta. It's so fast-paced here. Just a really good race.
Yeah, just taking a lot of the curb for a final corner and going for a bit of a slide. This is a bit of an up and under from Sebi Job, trying to work his way past Yuri Toman and the likes of Marcel Ciczyk. It was Marcel Ciczyk at this point, wasn't it? Through the final corner, open up the opportunity. A bit of contact between the two, bit of leaning. And to be fair, you know, if race control see that as being a penalty, who knows? Definitely at this point, that could be more encroaching closer to a quali ban. Who knows? By the way, on your stats, I've had a little look. I've got my
the receipts, got the log.
I've got my results from the spring major. I do have James Baldwin actually had 5 wins. I don't know how many Dara McCormack had. Dara McCormack had 3, but James Baldwin did have 5 wins. That was across the 2 days there.
Okay.
3 on the final day.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm kind of feeling like I want a record to be broken.
Oh yeah. It's going to have to be.
Can we get 6?
Rogers is a possibility, I'd say.
I don't know if we can get six victories, but like the thing is, at least on the final day, it was 3 on the final day from Baldwin, and so we need at least that record broken from Josh Rogers if he's going to win today, because he needs to take at least one more victory after finalist mode.
Another thing I want to add to this, by the way, is the fact that all of our drivers throughout the duration of the ESL R1 full season, every single time they've been mentioning the fact that they're either not well, feeling sick, is when they seem to be performing their very best. It kept happening online, it's happening now at the major, and as we take a look at our Driver Championship top 12, Joshua Rogers is looking pretty darn close to walking away with that title. And before you add anything to that, Lewis McGlade, I want to mention the fact that prior to this race, you had said, you know what, I think Sebastian Jobe could win the major now, after already picking Joshua Rogers.
I did, yeah, no, because I did.
We don't do any flip-flopping round
Yeah,
here.
but I was a little concerned yesterday because of Josh Rogers being a bit sick. But I will say we did record it when we were grilling him, and I did say I thought Josh Rogers. So I said it on Thursday.
Yeah, we don't do flip-flopping around here. You either stick with your prediction or you don't. What about you, George Morgan? How are you feeling?
Hey, listen, I think what Joshua Rogers has achieved has been brilliant. I think no less than perfect, really. In terms of a response to yesterday's performances, he really did not come in with the greatest of momentum, but has managed to cultivate a fabulous performance. And God, only to be a fly on the wall for that conversation.
So for Dara, from my perspective anyway, we said from the very start that Merck on Road Atlanta could have been incredibly beneficial to him, and of course the amount of points he has as well. But for him, resetting the mental, I mentioned this being an issue for him prior. For me personally, I think this is a situation in which it's that much more difficult to try and regain as you head into Hockenheim, and I really don't think he'll be able to do that.
I kind of think, though, so the next track we're going to is Hockenheimring, and we know he's quick at Monza, which is the track that follows it immediately after, right? So if he can get, I think he needs second place at the Hockenheimring. If he can get that and goes into finalist mode, then now we're talking, Dara McCormack's in the position where he could, because we know he's quick at Monza, provided he doesn't get a penalty.
Oh, we don't talk about penalties around here anymore. George, I see you grinning. What are you looking at? What notes-wise? What do we think is going to happen on Hockenheim?
Look, I mean, Hockenheimring, we obviously I had the opportunity of assessing it with Jamie Fluke, and we were sort of talking about some of the fits and starts that come in. He actually alluded to the fact that the BMW is the strongest around this circuit. So this could be an opportunity here for Team Redline to strike one back here as well once again. So, I've got my eyes peeled on the likes of your Jeffrey Rietvelds, as well as the likes of your also Kevin Siggy's and drivers such as that. Joshua Rogers, though, obviously, you look at his R1 lap record, you just pointed to it, Jasmine, very apt as well. If he can harness that same pace, that 1:35.885, he could be on the precipice of yet a fourth victory leading into this final. It's what an occasion, and he's risen to it for sure.
Speaking more about the Redline boys, I just want to see Luke Bennett walk away with a race victory at this point. That's what I want to see.
This is the track you can do it in.
Yeah. No. Although I will say that lap record, the 8:85, do you know when that was set?
Earlier today.
That was the one earlier today on the pole time. Now we've said this, we've seen this from Josh Rogers. It was it was Gamers 8 Drivers Championship. It was race 6 at the Hockenheim. Nürburgring. At Gamers 8, he set a record-breaking lap that was unheard of at that point around the Nürburgring. It was even faster than his theoretical best at home. That's kind of what we've just seen there from Josh Rogers. If he does that again, I'm leaving. I'm going home.
You're going to mic drop.
Peace. See you.
Peace, I'm out. Right, well, I think it's prediction time, baby. And I'm going to go with Kevin Siggy.
Ooh, good show.
Yeah.
I'll let you go first.
Oh, you mean? I didn't want to go first. Who do I want to curse? I'm going to go Josh Rogers. I have to. I'm sorry, I can't. Even though it's race 6, so technically he doesn't win this because he only wins odd-numbered races. I'm going with that.
Well, I'm expecting this man to deliver the goods. He's yet to get a win. I think Luke Bennett is going to be the man to deliver the goods around Hockenheim. He likes this track.
I'm just saying, if Luke Bennett ends up winning, I also win by association because I said I want to see him get a race win. Just throwing that one out.
I thought you were suggesting because you picked a Team Redline driver as well.
That's not true.
Well, yeah, I guess that too as well. Anyways, it's time for us to head over to Rory.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Jorn Jens, Porsche manager. How are you?
I'm doing all right, thanks.
Good. So how's Josh getting on? Obviously Dane's here as well, but let's focus on Josh for the moment. How's he feeling today, and is he, well, I think he feels a bit better, right?
Yeah, yesterday the performance was not on his level. He was just not there, and today he's where he usually is. So he's performing 2 wins already. That's like really good, and I think we also took the championship lead now.
Yeah. He's coming good at the right time. And also, I know we spoke a little bit before camera, there have been a couple of things that have maybe helped Josh's cause, like maybe the incident at Monza. Did you see that?
The one from Dara?
Yeah, the Dara and Siggy one. Did you see that?
I must honestly say I was busy with my driver, so I did not see it at all.
Yeah, I thought you might say that. So now what has Josh got to do to get into finals? Because he's been here before. You know, we've been in Saudi Arabia at Gamers 8. He's been here before, and then Max pipped him to it. So will that be in his mind, do you think?
I think he's really focused right now. He's really good at it. Also at these events, like he just is all in his game. And yeah, I really hope he can get the points now to get into finalist mode, and then maybe see what happens then.
Yeah, I think it's all about getting to finalist mode, which is the absolute goal for him, right? Do you think he can do it?
It's Hockenheim now, and yeah, I think P2 is what he needs. It's on the line, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, Jorn. Back to you guys.
Well, there we go. See, have you noticed how the day, as the day's gone on, Rory's got more generic? He's like, he's back to the desk, he's back to the guys.
That's because he's forgotten who we are.
He's been caught out with a Jasmine not being here. Oh no, she is. Oh goodness me. Yes, even he's agreeing. Even he is agreeing. Of course, we're a few moments away from going into qualifying for this one. But like we said, there is 3 drivers that can get through into finalist mode. These are 2 of them. Josh Rogers, the points leader now, and Dara McCormack. That's been so disappointing.
And look at the gap, 2 points between them now. Josh Rogers taking the lead after a stellar showing back at Road Atlanta. Average grid position, though, favouring Dara McCormack. The top 6s, though, equilateral near enough, but the percentages favour the Irishman. Podiums, while they may favour Joshua Rogers percentage-wise, again, McCormack not far away.
Which kind of is a bit of a shock. You know, when we consider Josh Rogers being one of the strongest drivers, we know Dara McCormack also is. But that top 6 percentage, I would have said, you know, if we were doing it as a blind test and a blind guess, which probably we should do as a quiz at some
Maybe
point.
so.
I would have said, I reckon Josh Rogers would have been ahead on the top 6s, but Dara McCormack sneaking that one. Once again, Beta Key Bonanza, of course, exclamation mark Beta in the chat. But also, if you are seeing one of those codes right now, get over to the Epic Game Store and type one in a minute if you want a little go, of course, on Rensport. But if you are here, by the way, at DreamHack, there is a little hot lap competition around there.
There is.
We had a go.
I lost that.
Yeah, exactly. Thankfully, they're doing GT3s around Daytona, I believe, at the moment.
I'm better at that.
Meanwhile, we did Spa and the TCRs.
Yeah, TCRs.
And
the new TCRs, by the way.
Yes, indeed, which did come out, I believe, yesterday on the beta for everyone at home. Which, to be fair, I'm actually looking forward to getting home.
So if you get the beta, you get the chance to drive it.
Exactly, and then you can set a 2-minute 27.3. No, sorry, 2:29. What did I set? No, I set a 2:29.3.
I try and block it out of my
I set a 2:29.3.
It was a scarred moment. It was a scarring moment.
It's fine. I'm faster than George Morgan. That's the important bit. 4 minutes left to go in this practice session. They're all just getting themselves warmed up. I did see that Yuri Tobin's rig is all back and working. We did see them checking things out. We'll take a little look around the circuit, of course. We know this is a tough one. Of course, we already had a lap record broken today, and it was this one.
It was this one, and it went to the way of Josh Rogers after a stellar showing. Obviously, now we look back. 3 times now a race winner, Joshua Rogers. Can he make it 4 around a track we know he's quick at? It would make a huge statement if he could do that, and he will be in finalist mode after this.
Do you know something which I've actually just thought of?
What's that?
So you know how we always like, oh, how much slower are they going to be in LAN? Because obviously it's not their own rig. So we've actually had, of the qualifying records, we've actually had 2 qualifying records beat today. Because we had Spa from Sebastian Job. He set a 1-1 something, where it was a 1-3-0. And obviously we had this one from...
We smashed this trend, didn't we? I mean, it has to be said. We're achieving greater laps in a LAN environment, which is, you know, unheard of in many cases, but just goes to show the stiffness of quality that we have in amongst the 12 that we have behind us.
Indeed. I keep blocking the trophy, by the way, which they're what we're fighting for. Mostly because I've got there's this step that Jasmine stands on, so that she can feel a little bit. This is how she feels compared to.
So she can test our altitude as such.
Yeah, exactly. She can see if the air's any thinner. It's not, but that's fine. But yes, of course, that is what they're fighting for. Yeah, he is a bit taller. That's what they're fighting for. We saw the Czechs as well. 40 grand for the winner, and of course they're all fighting for their fair share of prize pool of 100,000 euros. And honestly, the further we get along in this, the less I am sure as to who it is that might be anywhere near winning.
It's going to be tight. I mean, again, we saw the top 5 and how close they were, but I will say this, if Joshua Rogers does deliver the goods, does pull off a great result, he's in finalist mode. Great chance here for him to do that. Here's a reminder of the championship. 143 going by the way of Rogers, but a 2 points gap, as well as McCormack level on points with Job. 2 sharing 141. They're both within 2 points of Joshua Rogers. And further back, Bennett. One big result here, and he's not far away either.
Yeah, there are 3 drivers that can get into finalist mode. Josh Rogers, Sebastian Job, Dara McCormack. If any one of them finishes first or second, they will enter finalist mode. Now, if one of them finishes first and the other one finishes second, they both enter finalist mode. That's the important thing to note. It's not that only one person per race can enter finalist mode. And once they're in finalist mode, they must win a race. They keep hold of finalist mode for the rest of the event, but they just need to win one race.
One race. As soon as they break the 160-point threshold, we just caught Luke Bennett, of course, my pick for this race, round 3 at Hockenheim. During the online rounds, he took victory twice over in quarterfinal and then semi-final action in concurrency. And now back again here, looking to try and achieve the unthinkable. Sebastian Job, level on points with Dara McCormack, only 2 off the top, currently occupied by Joshua Rogers. This is such a compelling fight.
Now I've got a different prediction for you. I love playing all these different prediction games. It's not just about drivers. It's not just about.
I think about these games too, man.
How many drivers in qualifying are getting a slowdown?
Around Hockenheim.
Around Hockenheim.
We've had 3 already.
We had 3.
We had 3. Earlier. We did have 3 before. That was with me and Jamie Fluke, actually, watching all that unfold. And Kevin Ellis Jr. was one of the recipients of that. And Dara. This time around, hey, I think we can see 4.
2 for me, 4 for you. I don't see where Veracity's run off to, so I can't get her prediction on that one. So never mind. We'll have to just guess and hope that maybe we'll just. She says 3. Why not?
3, yeah. We'll just put her in the. Yeah.
She says none. She's very brave. She's saying none.
Yeah.
But no, obviously she's not said anything. But it's fine. Let's say I reckon 2. We had 3 earlier. It was Dane Warren, it was Dara McCormack, and of course it was Kevin Ellis Jr. who received slowdowns earlier on. I wonder if they won't take as many liberties through T1.
Well, that's a possibility, because that has been the crux of the issue. Many times we've seen it in qualifying. That is where the time is lost, but also at the same time where the invalidations, all the slowdowns do occur. So we'll have to keep note of that. Obviously now, as practice comes to an end, they're going to be getting set for qualifying, and matters like Turn 1, Lewis, could yet be plaguing on their membranes.
Luke Bennett's the driver that's topped practice coming into it. Again, we know it doesn't really matter too much because they're all basically on the same speed. It comes down to this 1 lap in qualifying. It was a 35.931, which would have been pretty close to the record-breaking lap time that was set, of course, by Joshua Rogers earlier on. With qualifying being underway, I wonder if Josh Rogers is now the favourite to get at least pole position here.
Well, he could do. I mean, he's got potential. I mean, he's got the fastest lap in R1, has he not? So, huge opportunity here for Rogers. Not only to take pole, but also take a 4th race win. But let's wait and see. Bennett is going to kick us off. My pick here in Hockenheim, a proven race winner around this circuit. Let's see what he can deliver.
Yeah, indeed. So Luke Bennett being the first driver, we'll keep our eye on the first sector. Now, the BMW has done, I think it's one of the fastest first sectors. Not consistently the fastest in the first sector. It's normally the Merc that is. But the BMW in the hands of Joni Tormler, I think, is normally one of the fastest in this first sector. As we'll see him run a Cove, it was 20.3. Oh, my goodness, look at that. Hand on ahead, Luke Bennett. He's already kind of messed it up. That first sector is not good at all. We need to see a 0.2, a 0.1 really.
Yeah, really a 0.1 is what we need. He is 2 tenths off already out of the first sector. So I tell you what, past form is not requisite of a great lap, and certainly now. Yeah, I'm not saying. If you didn't hear me, it didn't happen. Yeah, at the end of the day, though, we've still got the rest of the lap to come. So obviously the second sector will need to be great. Sector 3 will need to be sensational.
Into the Mercedes Arena section, Luke Bennett will go 20.3 in that first sector as he heads his way out of the arena section down towards Mobile 1. We'll see how tidy this final sector is going to be from it. It needs to be a clean one. 45.5 in the middle, which is actually not that bad to be fair, as he runs his way on the exit of Mobile 1 and down now into the Sachs curve. This is where things really tighten up. It completely changes the dynamic of the rest of the circuit. This is the bit that's been, you know, classic. It was even before we were doing the racing around here like before 02. When we had this change, this newer layout of the Hockenheimring. Bennett leads the final corner and out towards the line. He is fuming. It's going to be a 36 something, maybe a 0.3. Oh, sorry, 36.1. That's, to be fair, I mean, he's annoyed, but it's not that bad.
Well, I would argue that is potentially 2 to 3 tenths off our best time I think we will see. And you can just see the frustration there in the bottom right-hand corner and already visibly shaken by that very lap. Kevin Ellis Jr., 20.3 is 2 tenths off, around the realm of where Luke Bennett was, but has, in fact, garnered in those crucial thousandths. 45.4 in the middle sector is okay as he heads up towards the line. And expect this to go to the top here. Kevin Ellis Jr. shall surely take P1. Not bad at all. Gets himself underway, but here comes Joshua Rogers.
So Josh Rogers, the next one to go through at the moment, is Kevin Ellis Jr. on the provisional pole. But Josh Rogers had a slowdown in the first sector, 22.5 as we see it come through. Oh my goodness, I see a sign to support Josh Rogers at the wrong time. Oh my goodness, such a shame. He was my pick as well. I'm fuming.
Yeah, unfortunately the slowdown laying claim to our 3 times race winner here today, and now guess who's the turn? Well, we got another slowdown, Kevin Siggy, and that's Jasmine's choice.
Oh, well, at least there's that, to be fair. At least there's that. At least there's that. Like, we can take solace. Luke Bennett's not had a great lap. Josh Rogers not had a great lap. Kevin Siggy's not had a great... We're okay. As predicting, we're all going bad. There's no such thing as the commentator's curse. Sebastian Job, one of the drivers that can work his way through into finalist mode, out through the final corner. He'll race his way to the line, and we'll see what it's going to be from Sebastian Job. Is it good enough for provisional pole? No, it is not. It continues to be in the hands of Kev.
Yeah, but that middle sector was okay, but not quite enough, I don't think, to marshal a charge against Kevin Ellis Jr. We saw a brief celebration from Kevin Ellis Jr., and I think for good reason. He definitely feels content here at this point. There's only one driver within the same tenth of a second of him, and that is Job. Jeffrey Riedfeld, who is another outsider for a potential big result here. 20.2 is decent in that first sector. We're not sure where he sits in terms of sector 2 or 3, but we'll find out now shortly as to where he'll go as he comes up towards the line. He goes first fastest by a miraculous 82 thousandths.
Unfortunately, it's not going to be there for his teammate as well. Kevin Siggy has got a slowdown penalty to join Josh Rogers. I see, you picked up more of these things to write, like more of the signs. How many do you have now? Oh, okay, it's not like there's only 4 or 5. I don't know, there's been a lot written down. Of course, we do have a lot of people around writing things on signs. Normally, though, I feel like it is cursed. There's a few. There is a few. Let's see what Kevin Siggy does across the line. It's not going to be that impressive. It's going to be back there with Josh Rogers. As he crosses it, 2.5 seconds off, something like that. Oh, 4.4. Wow. It's one of my lap times.
That's going to be towards the rear. Unfortunately, Yuri Tomin, who has been plagued with the technical problems that we saw in our previous race. Now back again. What can he marshal in? Obviously, this will be a valid lap. And doesn't look so okay, actually. 20.3 in Sector 1 is pretty good. 45.4. Very good in the second sector. So he's okay here at this point. Final sector to come. The Audi R8 LMS here looking to try and burn bright here in the closing stages. Could he go up to the top? Fourth fastest here for Yuri Tomin, second row of the grid.
Maximilian Benneker up next, and look at that middle sector, 45.3. The first is not great, the second is pretty decent. Into the final sector he goes. Is he going to be challenging for the pole position? Of course, he can't get into finalist mode, and we're still yet to see him, really take to the fore at the moment. Of course, he got his first podium of the day in the previous race, out through the final corner. Looks pretty happy with the lap. What's it going to be as he comes up to the line? Is it good enough for pole? Oh. Yes, it is! A 35.885. Is that faster than we saw earlier?
That's extraordinary. I think that's pretty close, Lewis. It's 135.881. That is definitely very tight. It is faster than what we've seen at all. The new fastest lap recorded here by Max Benneker. Darren McCormack, though, looking to try and strike back after the quali ban he had last time out. He's going to try and usher in a big performance here at Hockenheimring. Can he go to the top end this time around? Will it be Redemption Day? Third fastest. Wow. Second row of the grid, but outside of 10th.
Decent one there for McCormack, but what a lap from Max Benneker. Insane stuff. A new record-breaking lap here at the Hockenheimring, which means the next 3 drivers, if they're going to beat Benneker, they have to do something very, very special indeed. Marcel Chinchik into the final sector as he comes out towards the line. And can the spring season champion do something special? Can he do the unbelievable out towards the line? I'm not sure it's going to be as he crosses the line and goes to third.
That's a very respectable time from Marcel Chinchik, second row of the grid. That's not a bad place to be, especially when you consider turn 6. The pinch point will give him an opportunity to maybe challenge for the race lead. We now have Thomas Tatler. That first sector is pretty good. The middle sector is also pretty good. In fact, into the 45.4s, maybe just outside a 10th of where he would like to be, but this is on par with Max Benneker. Coming into the final corner now, he could yet settle something decent here in the final sector. Can he? A little shrug of the shoulders. Is it enough? He makes his way through, 6th fastest, and lost it all in sector 3.
Yeah, the Porsche's not really fast enough in that final sector, which means that Dane Warren almost certainly is not fighting for pole position. He'll be fighting around the Sebi Job, Thomas Tatler kind of positions of what we just saw. Might even be slightly below that. What a dramatic session that we've had. You know, Rogers getting the slowdown, Siggy getting the slowdown, Dane Warren through the final corner, not abusing track limits there on the exit of the penultimate turn, out through the final one and out towards the line. He's not looking particularly pleased. As he crosses it, Dane Warren will go to 4th. Hey, to be fair, that's not bad, as we can see the starting grid for race 6. Kevin Siggy and Josh Rogers starting on the final row of the grid after receiving slowdown penalties. And the third of our picks, Luke Bennett, will start from 10th place. Well, that's not great, is it? Yuri Toman will start from 9th before we get to Sebastian Job and Thomas Tatler. Sebastian Job being one of the drivers that can get into finalist mode. As we get to Kevin Ellis Jr., Dara McCormack, another one of the drivers that can reach finalist mode in this race, but he must finish in 2nd place. Dane Warren, Marcel Chinchik, Jeff Rietveld, and it's Mad Max grabbing pole position after an incredible lap time. Stunning performance, and it had to be a record-breaking time from Max, and that is just so special.
He's still got it, hasn't he? He's still got it. Despite losing out at Road Atlanta, he's back again, takes pole, and now, once again, we'll have a chance. He doesn't have Josh Rogers bothering him this time. Of course, he's going to be starting further back, and now it gives Benneker a chance to career onwards, and with a stellar lap like that, also besting Joshua Rogers' fastest time as well.
Yeah, like I say, very, very impressive to have just pieced that one together in the way that he did. I'm just going to say, like, the fact that we've had now 2 record-breaking lap times around here is just crazy to me. It shows the quality of this field, that they deliver when it's hot. Also, 2 different cars, so, you know, none of this, well, Porsche's best around here nonsense. Clearly, the Audi can fight as well.
It can, absolutely. Well, it's the brilliant all-rounder. I was talking to Jamie Fluke. He says it does have that characteristic. Let's take you through the Drivers' Championship, the current state of affairs before we head into Hockenheim. Joshua Rogers, 143 points, but look how close it is. Sebastian Job, Dara McCormack, both sharing 141, 2 points behind off the lead. And definitely this race could yet force a big change, and yet we could see drivers enter finalist mode at the end of the race here at Hockenheim.
How exciting. How exciting. Like we say, of those drivers higher up the order, Dara McCormack, if he finishes in 2nd place, he'll be entering finalist mode. He's really the highest one and the most likely to do so. And as we said before, the next track is Monza.
Yeah.
If Dara McCormack gets into finalist mode here,
for the Mercedes.
He's won at Monza today. I mean, I'm going to stay. He has won at Monza today. You know, and yeah, he can do it again.
Yeah, he can, and you know, he's perfectly capable. I mean, what it would mean to him too, because he's always been knocking on the door. I look back at his spring season form, the first driver to go back-to-back in terms of round victories, and arguably the most consistent driver heading through the full season major. Interesting to see that the man who has swayed you away in terms of the pundit predictions.
I'm still disappointed in you, Moritz.
Outrageous.
I picked him 3 times yesterday.
And he let you down every single time.
All three. Especially the last one where he got
we're always going to remind him of this this weekend, I think.
Yeah, I think so. And rightfully so.
I think so.
It's race time, though, as we're going to get ready for the 6th race. We could see our first driver entering finalist mode here, but maybe we'll have to wait until the next one. We're certainly getting closer to it, and we're getting closer to seeing who is going to win the full major and who is going to be our full series champion. We're about to get underway after a record-breaking time from Maximilian Benneker. He'll be starting from pole position. This race down towards the first corner is short, but it's risky, it's dangerous, and it is very dramatic indeed. What is it going to be, and what's it going to hail for the Mouse driver? We race our way down the first corner. Perfect translation from our pole sitter as we head our way through the first corner. There is side-by-side, though, Sebastian Job and Thomas Tattler from our 7th position.
Yeah, because Job knows exactly what it means to garner the points that could yet put him in finalist mode equation, and already pushing for the big moves as he looks to the inside, heading through towards turns 2 and 3, being joined by the RAG as well. Yuri Toman trying to fight back as they make their way towards the Parabolica. It is still, though, Beneka out in front.
Yeah, it was Luke that was trying to make it, Luke Bennett trying to make it 3 wide, basically on the run down in there, but at the moment things are looking great. Look at the gap, though, for the lead. It's getting closer because Jeff Rieveld's trying to do something here. He's trying to make something special for Team Redline. Maximilian Beneka with his old team trying to go around the outside. Contact between the pair of them. Look at Dane Warren as well, trying to come through side by side with Marcel Chinchik, the spring season champion. Still, Beneka leads.
Yeah, he's like a vulture, isn't he? Just waiting to strike Marcel Chinchik. Watching the front two, battling it out. One mistake and he will pounce as they head through the middle sector. It's still Beneka, though, who holds on to the lead here with 2 tenths now swaying behind there. Jeffrey Rietveld already marshalling the charge, and Kevin Siggy having issues already.
Yeah, I was about to pat you on the shoulder and be like, oh yeah, you know, how do you feel about that one? And I'm like, oh no, actually let's not talk about it. Because mine's not going so great around here as well. Big drama out wide. Sebastian Joe, by the way, dropped down to 12th position. Not 100% sure as to what that was. I did see someone going off at the exit, or rather at the start of the Mercedes Arena section, so it might well have been there.
This is a key point now. Dane Warren in front of Dara McCormack here. Now, bear in mind, Josh Rogers, yeah, obviously Dane Warren's mission here is obviously to keep Dara McCormack behind, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. The only thing that Dane Warren can do really to help his teammate more than anything else is stop Dara McCormack getting his way up into second position. And I'm sure Dara knows what's at stake right now. He wants to go into Monza with a chance of being victorious. But yeah, it's going to be a tough one.
Well, I can tell you that Rietveld, I think he can smell an opportunity here, 3 tenths away from the lead, and Beneka, though, still out in front, and now Dara McCormack keen to get this move home and hosed. He could yet venture into finalist mode, as we saw. If he gets into P2 or higher, goes for the move, switches straight away to the inside, heading in towards turn 6, wheel to wheel with Dane Warren now, goes aggressive in tight now as he battles with the Porsche. Contact between the pair as they run the paint together, but still now, they rise out of turn 6, wheel to wheel, through towards the Mercedes Arena section.
This has got to be brave, though, of course. It's a Mercedes branded car trying to get around the outside of a Porsche branded car, and it is the Mercedes Arena section, but it is the Porsche that hangs on. Dane Warren, sterling defence, 4th place still remains his, and the gap is, importantly for him, growing between himself and Marcel Chinchik. That is a good thing, not a bad thing.
Yeah, for Dane Warren, the task is perfectly clear. Keep McCormack at bay. Keep him away from P2. Give your teammate a chance now as they make their way through the final sector. Now the gap's starting to spring outwards as Dane Warren drops to 7 tenths away from Marcel Chinchik. Don't forget, folks, to get involved with the survey, !survey. Get involved, scan the QR code, and unleash your responses to what you've seen.
Oh, Josh Rogers spinning around. I did say I thought he was in the Mercedes Arena section. It was Josh Rogers down the inside. Now that is one where I'm looking at it being like, yeah, it's pretty much
2 championship contenders as well, right up in the thick of it.
That's a slam dunk pen.
Yeah, I think, without any shadow of a doubt, Race Control are going to take a dim view at that one. Now we're seeing some fighting as well with Kevin Siggy, Luke Bennett as well, trying to fight back against Yuri Toman, wheel to wheel as they make their way out of turn 2 in towards turn 3. No, nothing doing there, still Toman holding on to 8. Beneka still leads though, but Rietveld, fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, Rietveld's charging, of course. Beneka, I mean, whilst all the other champion contenders are all kind of squabbling with each other, this could be time for Beneka to work his way back into the mix, and we know he can win. We saw it at Gamers 8. He's the driver's champion at Gamers 8. He's kind of one of these drivers that can get in his own head a little bit. But the problem with that for everyone else is that, yes, he can get in his own head a little bit. Once you give him that whiff of confidence, boom, bish, bash, bosh, he is down the road. He had a podium in the previous race. He's been building up to this into quite the crescendo, and he currently sits on, 116 points. Hey, a couple of wins, and he's straight into finalist mode.
Yeah, fascinating as well to see Moritz Lerner watching on as his teammate still leads here at Hockenheimring. It's down to 1 solitary mouse, but it's a mountain of a task for Max Beneka, despite his reputation as one of the greatest drivers in the world. He's got Rietveld in behind, Chinchik as well in 3rd, and then Dane Warren in behind, who is doing a stellar job of keeping Dara McCormack away from that P2 or better that will garner him finalist mode. So many stories here to pick apart. Porsche Gawanda, we will surely see Joshua Rogers suffer at the extent of Race Control after an issue with Sebastian Job. I tell you what, it's all to play for. The drama has only just it's only just getting started.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, we're only 3 laps into this race. By this point in Munich, we had 2 drivers in finalist mode, approaching a 3rd one into finalist mode. We had the most dramatic race, which was in, of course, the Nürburgring, when there was contact between Erhan Yovsky, Marcel Chinchuk and James Baldwin. It ended up being 3 after that race. Right now, we're 6 races in. No one's entering finalist mode yet.
No, and I can already see Rory on standby down at race control. So after this race, we will be speaking to him, I'm sure. Because I can tell you that Rogers has got a 3-second time penalty. So that's our latest update here from this race. Joshua Rogers receiving a 3-second time penalty after the incident with Sebastian Job.
That's fair. I like that. We had disagreements with race control a little bit earlier on. That one, I'm like, yeah, I mean, yeah. He left his nose down the inside going into that corner. It was a bit of a silly one. I mean, we can probably see it again here. This is on board with Josh Rogers. He's going for a gap.
Very low.
The thing is, he's probably not actually, if you removed all the cars, he's probably not actually missing the corner. He's braking at the normal point. The problem is it's Constantino effect.
Yeah, it is Constantino. Obviously, it tends to get slower as you deep dive. You know, you can look at corners, you know, such as when you go to the Nürburgring, for example, in towards turn 1, of course, many cars Constantino, when you turn back on yourself heading out of turn 1, it does mean, especially on race starts, that you tend to get the cars clumping together. Same could be said about the Mercedes Arena section, as we now see Benneker make his way around once again to start the next lap, which will be a halfway point. Lap 5 of 10, day 2 of race 6. Benneker still out in front. Rietveld not quite closing, but again, that patience element, I think, is coming in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure as to see if Benneker's going to be closed in. I mean, what happened in the previous race? He got out in the lead, he was leading by a comfortable margin, he got closed in the final moments and got past. Maybe that'll happen with Jeff Rietveld, although he was saying he was ready for it. He knew that Josh Rogers was going to be closing and he knew there wasn't much he could do about it. Do you know what? Ticking off a couple of second places would be important, but right now Benneker can't. He's something I need to win. I need to take this this W and move forward.
I'm telling you now, McCormack's not out of this. There's a huge chance here for Darren McCormack, I think, because as time goes on, I think this Porsche will start to feel the pinch. Darren McCormack is known to be a tenacious driver, a wheel-to-wheel racer, a stiff task member as well for Williams, has a great chance of perhaps elevating himself up to 4th place and is right within the delta of half a second as well, away from Dane Warren further up. Rietveld as well going to work here on Max Benneker for a potential move for the lead of the race. Benneker doing enough though to hold back the tide, but again, Rietveld starting to flirt with the idea of potentially making a move.
Did you see Nathan Tate walked his way, of course, team manager, whatever you want to call it, of G2 Esports, has walked over to race control to have a little gander, not a conversation, I think he's having a little view as to what's actually happening at the moment. Of course, managing Seb Job in this race. I'm on what that's about. We'll have to find out later on.
Your guess is as good as mine at the end of the day. I'm
but
sure
look who's gone over to have a little listen in. Of course, it's Rory. He's going to be letting us know what the dealio is on that one in a few moments' time. We're about halfway through this race, though, and Benneker's leading.
Yeah, he is, and he's in charge right now. The gap still remains the same. Rietveld, though, still doing the business. Dane Warren getting closer. McCormack now 6/10 away from Warren, and Kevin Ellis Jr. coming into the fight. So this is not an open and shut case right now. Plenty of cars in the slipstream of each other to bring themselves into the fight. Kevin Siggy dropping a second away from his teammate Luke Bennett in 9th place. So the car's starting to divert into 2 groups, as we're seeing now. They're venturing through towards the Parabolica. Rietveld there we can see in second. You can see how composed he is on the left-hand side. I'd imagine the nerves, though, started to creep in here on lap 6 of 10, knowing that we're coming down to the crucial stages of this race. And Benneker with a great chance of alleviating himself from the bottom end, or should we say he's about midway through in the championship table. He would like to be in the top, fighting for finalist mode.
And like you say, I think he can absolutely be one of those drivers, and a win here will completely turn this one around. I think there is something like me looking at this. I don't know what it was. I mean, even though we're dealing with some of the same drivers as what we were dealing with back in Munich, there is something about this grid now where I'm looking at it being like, honestly, I think this is stronger than we had at Munich. I think it's so much more open than we had in Munich. It's definitely more open than we had in Game of Day, even though, again, we're dealing with the same drivers. I don't know what it is. There's a vibe about this. Anyone can win.
Yeah, the longer this championship goes on, it becomes a greater stamina test for each and every single one of these fantastic drivers that have brought themselves to the top of their game, competing in the greatest sim racing championship in the world today, certainly here racing at DreamHack, and certainly now we have Max Benneker currently leading the charge with Rietveld in second, third place Marcel Chinchik, Dane Warren in behind as well, Dara McCormack filtering out in fifth as well, as we see Chinchik breaking out of the aero, something we saw time and time again from him here at this very circuit. As Jamie Fluke weighed in on it, he said it's trying to break out of the temperature, trying to keep these tyres cool.
I definitely want that clip, my goodness me. Max Benneker though leading by half a second. Marcel Chinchik in tow. Like we say, we've got this train going back down to Kevin Siggy. No moves just yet, everyone's playing the longer game. No one's really nailing the exit of turn 2. That's where it's all about, coming through turn 2, through turn 3, and then out onto the parabolica, down into the hairpin. That's where it's going to get close. Let's see what the gaps are doing. At the moment, the one that's closing up the most is Rietveld Chinchik, but that's not really going to happen. A bit too far back. I did see Yuri Toman poking his head out a little bit on Timus Tatler. But again, not going for it. It's super close between second and third.
Yeah, it is getting really nip and tuck, and obviously this championship in itself will bring an end to a fantastic year for ESL R1 competition, but still we've got a champion to crown, and Marcel Chinchik knows exactly what it takes to get there. He himself, though, yet to taste victory here in final contention here so far today, but yet this could be a chance, because he is now within 3/10 of Jeffrey Rietveld. He's in third and could yet clamber on the back of fellow Audi driver, but a mouse driver, Maximilian Benneker, because the man who would break the record here at Hockenheimring, a record once set by the man who has sustained a 3-second time penalty in this race alone, Joshua Rogers.
Yeah, I did see the one written down about Luke Bennett trying to catch a mouse. Well, it's Jeff Rietveld that's trying to catch it at the moment, and Max Benneker seems to have the speed, the agility, and the advantage at the moment to keep the red line driver at bay. They've got 3 more laps at Hockenheimring, and I say maybe it's the last time we see this one today. To be fair, technically speaking, maybe it's not. If we need to go into a 9th race, we deal with going through the tracks again. We'll discuss how that one's going to work if we need to get to it. We've not gone past 8 races yet. We've had 8 races at Munich. We had 6 races. We went racing back in Gamers 8. Maybe this is going to be the longest day so far when it comes to ESL R1 competition.
Yeah, lap 8 of 10 now, and next lap will be the penultimate one. Of course, Max Benneker still out in front now. Jeffrey Rietveld within half a second now, looking to get closer. I get the feeling that he's waiting for the opportune moment, and the next lap could be that. Marcel Chinchik in third place as well, watching all this unfold with Dane Warren, who's driven superbly at this point just to retain that 4th place. Dara McCormack has been hovering all over him, but McCormack losing, and he's out to a second away now here at this point. With him behind, Kevin Ellis Jr. starting to close up upon him.
Yeah, so McCormack scoring 10 points in this race, by the way. Obviously taking to the lead of the championship. That's obviously very cool and all of that lot. But it will leave him 9 points clear of going through, which means he kind of needs, what is it? I think it's a top 10, top 5. He'll need to move into finalist mode in the next race. The next race is Monza. That's one that he wants to win. It's going to be frustrating.
Well, the great news for Dara McCormack is that whilst he gets the points here, obviously it means that he could yet get himself a little bit closer, in which case P2 is not necessarily the goal to get. At the very least, he could get something perhaps a little less and still be in contention for finalist mode.
Yeah, which is great, but the thing is, like, he would want a finalist mode in this race because he's going into a track that he knows he's strong at. That's kind of the problem. Yeah. And then the track after that is Spa, where I've been told by the Mercs, they're like, no. That's one where, like,
I would argue BMW are probably more favoured over a track like that. We have seen, of course, the likes of Team Redline, Porsche perhaps as well.
Porsche, exactly. It's between kind of those two. So for Josh Rogers,
yeah, fantastic opportunity.
Just go and score some decent points at Monza.
But this will be a setback, right?
This will be a setback. I mean, he still needs to perform at Monza because at the moment he's he will score no points in this race. So he's still, Josh Rogers still needs to get on the podium. He needs to finish second or first at Monza, as we'll see closing up here for Kevin Ellis Jr. No move coming. This is a very calm race.
I've been very impressed with Kevin Ellis Jr. so far, this weekend. I mean, coming into this final, he's rarely been outside the top 5, and he is right on the precipice of achieving a top 5 yet again, obviously trying to flirt away with Dara McCormack. He's bringing himself into the fights, trying to bring himself into the top 6 every single race, and he has constantly been there. He is choosing the sensible moves, a very educated process put in place here by Kevin Ellis Jr. And now on the penultimate lap, which will soon be the final lap, Benneker cruising as well ahead of Jeffrey Rietveld, 0.7 of a second. So Benneker trying to consolidate in these dying moments. points.
Yeah, and like you say, it's very impressive, very scary for some of these drivers how strong Benneke's getting. This will move him to 141 points. It will move him to a race away from going into finalist mode. And like I say, that means that at Monza, we're having a lot of people fighting over getting, what, second, third position. We're going to have a lot of people very, very close to finalist mode. I think we're absolutely 110% getting someone into finalist mode next race.
Yeah, I think so. It definitely looks like we're on the precipice. Lap 10 of 10, final lap now underway. Benneke leads with Rietveld in behind as well. Cinczyk now 4/10 of Jeffrey Rietveld in his own right, so a great chance for Cinczyk here to perhaps promote himself into second place. We'll have to wait and see after the famed Parabolica section, which will take them around turn 5 in towards turn 6. Benneke can breathe a sigh of relief. He is now 8/10 clear of Jeffrey Rietveld. That gap only coming down by the slenderest of margins. It's barely coming down now at all as Cinczyk starts to show in the mirrors, threatening the back of Jeffrey Rietveld.
And the thing is for Cinczyk is that if he finishes where he finishes now, he needs to win the next race. It's Monza, he's pretty good there. If he gets past, he only has to finish second at Monza to get into finalist mode. After this race, we'll have 5 drivers on the cusp.
Yeah, exactly. It's the picture that we've been painting right through. We saw 5 drivers coming into the fight. We could yet see those 5 drivers confirmed into the fight, and yet could be all on the precipice of finalist mode. This is just getting saucier and saucier by the moment. Max Benneke, though, what a sterling drive, and very nearly breaking a second as we come towards the final stages of this race.
Yeah, it was a sensational quali lap from Benneke. He grabbed himself pole position with a record-breaking lap of the Hockenheimring. For the second time today, we've seen it, but this time through the final corners, he's getting closer. He's building himself up. It is Mega Mad Max Benneke taking victory here at the Hockenheimring, and that will feel like an unbelievable weight off his shoulders.
Yeah, returning the serve against Joshua Rogers as well. Benneke now on the precipice of getting into finalist mode as well. Another driver in the mix as we look ahead to yet another stellar race. It's all to come.
Back-to-back podiums then, a podium in the previous one, a victory in this one, and again, he's moving forward. Could be a race away from getting into finalist mode. We've got 5 drivers there, but right now we'll catch up with Benneke with Rory.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm back here with Max. Max, hello again.
Hello. Retaliation for the last race.
Yeah, we were here only a race ago. All it took was a lap record in quali. Wow, what a lap. Tell us about it.
Yeah, the Sector 1 was really bad. I thought, okay, I need to nail Sector 2 and Sector 3 now. Sector 2 was absolutely nailed, really, really close to my PB. And then the last sector was just like very good average. So very happy with that lap. Was close, but happy.
Do you feel you're sort of coming to the party a little bit now? You've had a couple of good results on the spin?
Well, it seems like, but like as I had the interview already on Wednesday, it's so close, everybody can win, right? And that's exactly what we see here. You know, you see people on pole, like we have 5 different pole setters, I think, now in the 6th race, so it's pretty crazy.
I mean, I don't know if you've seen, obviously, what's going on behind you, but the rest of your main rivals who are on the cusp of finalist mode seems to just be going backwards at the moment.
I have not seen anything of the result except for Jeffrey and Marcel, I think, so I don't know.
Job's at the back, Rogers at the back, Dara's not quite there yet, so is the confidence growing?
Confidence has always been there. It was just like, didn't hit my quali lap really, so that itched me a bit, but now 2 times pole in a row, I'm very happy with that. Now we go to Monza. Monza is not my favorite track, to be honest, but I will try my best and let's see where we end up.
Yeah, it's the guy who's sat next to you that's his favourite track. But thank you, Max. Congratulations. And back to the desk with Lewis McGlade and George Morgan.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for he's not vague on that one, is he? Obviously, thank you, 10K Benneke, 100K.
100K.
Of course, Mr. 100K Rory and Mr. 6K now.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
What can we say about that race? Again, incredible stuff. Dara McCormack moving closer. He's now 9 points. He's the highest position in the points through that race. We can take a look at some of the highlights from it. But wow, yeah, we're going to build up to quite a race at Monza, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I think a statement of intent here from Max Benneke, of course. I think the initial stages was the catalyst, of course, defending the place against Jeffrey Rietveld, and this was also a major moment, of course. Joshua Rogers' 3-second time penalty after colliding with Sebastian Job, just an error at the corner, which unfortunately led to a tie-up of cars, but Joshua Rogers having to take the penalty for that one.
Yeah, Dara McCormack battling with Dane Warren. Of course, Warren was then on sort of like the cusp of trying to defend from McCormack, which he did do quite well, to be perfectly honest. Marcel Cinčić, now another driver who's on the cusp of moving into finalist mode. Max Benneker taking the victory and getting himself to 141 points. Exciting race. Of course, we need to see what race control say about any of that. At the moment, we've only got one penalty from the race, being that 3 second for Joshua Rogers, whether there's anything else to be dealt with. But superb from Benneker. Last 2 races, you know, to have done what he did at Road Atlanta, to have done what he's done here, very good.
It's amazing because now the paths are starting to cross. We can take a look at the Drivers' Championship as well. Of course, everything provisional while the stewards mull over everything. And look at McCormack, 9 points away from finalist mode, but take a look at the top 6. It is so tight. And you could argue Kevin Ellis Jr. as well.
Yeah, I mean, for me, what I want to look at is I'm going to look at the top 5. McCormack, Rogers, Joe, Benneker, and Cinčić. They're all the drivers that are on the cusp of moving into finalist mode. 3 of them being McCormack, Rogers, and Cinčić. Obviously, they all got into finalist mode back in Munich as well, so maybe they're looking to do that twice in a row. Maybe Cinčić might sneak a win here again.
And they are the form players to watch out for. So I tell you what, now, should we say the 5 cars that we've just seen, obviously getting so close and very tight and personal, it could yet become 6, could be 7 for all we know. It's still there and up for the taking. Like I said, I've been impressed with Kevin Ellis Jr. I think as sole Apex Racing driver, he has really matured out there through the course of this season. Again, bringing his best. The consistency is what counts, and I think that's exactly what Kevin Ellis Jr. is proving right now.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, he's very fast. We've gone our way past Red Atlanta, but we're going into Monza. We know he's quite strong. He's had a podium around here as well earlier on. Obviously, by the way, we've got a little bit of a break between this one and the next one because the drivers definitely do need to cool down because it's been a very, very testing time. One of the drivers, though, who's not racing in this, potentially the person that I might have cursed the most, even though I think that's total rubbish, is sat by with Jazz because, of course, it's Moritz Lerner.
Moritz. Thank you so much for joining me here in the lounge itself. What do you think of Lewis McGlade's mentioning of him having commentator cursed you throughout the duration of the major?
Oh, we talked about it a long time when he sat next to me up there with on the manager booth. And I think it's real. Like yesterday, he picked me 3 times, I believe, and 3 times it went really bad for me. So I do believe it's real.
Well, you know what? Lewis's argument to that was the fact that you told him to pick you.
I did, because I wanted to validate that it's actually true, and it is.
Was it
100%.
worth it? Was it worth not making it to the top 12 of the major for today?
Is it though? No.
We've got Lewis shouting that it's total rubbish.
It was a nice experiment.
Yeah.
And I mean, everyone knows now, or I hope everyone knows of the drivers, that Lewis should never pick any driver ever again because he will not make it.
Especially because I don't think he's got a single prediction correct this whole major at all.
Is that so?
I believe so. I don't think he's got a single one correct yet.
Well, then first, he's really bad at picking. Second, yeah.
We'll come up with something funnier for second in a little bit. Well, we've just seen Max's performance, and before heading into the race, I asked for your prediction, and you very confidently said that Max would comfortably take this win. And I asked you, was it just bias, or is that actual method to the madness? Do you want to share with everybody the method?
You know what? The last time you asked me this, I also said Max is going to win. And I think this, oh no, it was Spa where he got the penalty afterwards. But he won on track. And now my prediction again was him winning, so I don't have the commentator's curse because I'm not a commentator. But yeah, like Hockenheim is the best track for us in the Audi, so that's really the only time we can really perform. And yeah, he did it. He did a really good qualifying lap. A 0.8 is really good. That is close to PB, so perfectly executed. And then in the race, Hockenheim is an easier track to overtake. So at first I was a bit afraid that Jeffrey would maybe have the chance to attack him because he was staying close for most of the race, and I knew the tires of the Audi drop off in the end. But it seems to be that Jeffrey was dropping off even more in the end, so he was able to be in first place for most of the race, for the whole race, and yeah, win it, which is really good. I just saw the points table; it's like really close now. He's in for the fight again, and Max knows this now, and he will be on fire.
The real question is, though, heading into Monza, how do you think the Audi's going to fare? How do you think Max is going to do? Because not his favourite.
No, it's not his favorite. It's also not the Audi's favorite. But then again, I think the Audi has good chances in qualifying to be somewhere up front. And on Monza, if you're up front, of course it is like huge draft, long straight, so easy overtaking opportunities. But once you're at the front, let's say P1, 2, then you're really safe, and then you can make it a bit strategic where you want to place yourself to be in for the win in the end. The race is going to be tough though, because race is really bad for the Audi here. Like, I hate talking about BOP all the time, but it's just
I've been hearing
topic.
it from every single driver. We were talking about it earlier as well. But at what point do you maybe start to reflect on your own driving ability? When all of this BOP talk, never ever,
Never your own
constant denial.
No, it's really hard to really say. Like, as I said, I don't like talking about the BOP because you never actually know when someone did a really good performance. Like, you see a different car winning and you're like, okay, was it actually his driving or was it because of the car? If the same car is winning and you're somewhere at the back, then you know, okay, I did a really, really bad job. But whenever another car is winning and you never know, is it the car? Is it the driver? I really want to believe it's always the driver, but you kind of always have to give it the benefit of the doubt.
Well, Moritz, I'm so happy that you're here on the couch with me. And you know what? In pretty good spirits as well. It's been so fun having you here. But I got to ask, a lot of our drivers we've seen have not necessarily had the ability to disconnect from the results of yesterday. A lot of them are still looking pretty glum. So tell us, what is your secret? How are you able to reset and still be here with a wonderful smile on your face?
I don't know. I'm a very positive thinking human, and of course I'm still disappointed in the back of my head of not being there on stage driving and getting some money with me to my bank account. No, but it's whatever. Like, what happened happened. I can't make it any different. My season was bad and the final almost went even worse. And once I realized yesterday, it was like, yeah, okay, whatever, just get it over with and just enjoy the event, enjoy the experience you're on, enjoy the new country I'm in, first time in Sweden. So yeah, it's better to have fun, smiling, than just being depressed and sad, running around at a venue like this all the time.
That's very true. Now, you mentioned the prize money. I have to ask, does that actually factor in and play on you guys' minds when you are driving at all, or is it more of an afterthought?
For me, at least, no. Of course, you think about it, like here, 40K for winning. Obviously, that's nice. But I think everyone is here to win, for feeling proud to win. It's all about winning. We are not here, like, even if we were to get the 40K as like P20, then it wouldn't be the same feeling as, or if everyone got the same amount of money, no one would care, I guess. Like, obviously it's nice, yes. You always have to say it's nice, yes. But we are here to compete. We are here to win.
Okay, so here's a question for you. What means more, the money or the trophy?
Trophy.
Really?
Yeah, because it shows you won, and that is what matters. Like, you will not say, or people will not say, okay, he got 40K at this event. People will say he's the champion of the fall season of the major.
I think that's beautiful.
In my opinion, that's worth a lot more than money.
That's so beautiful. I love that for you. But what do you think right now, heading into Monza, is going to be playing on Max's mind? Any words you want to give him, words of encouragement?
I don't know if you've seen, but he has his Rubik's Cube all the time, and that seems to calm him down quite a lot and lets him focus.
Until he knows he's on camera trying to complete the Rubik's Cube. 19 seconds it took him.
19?
Yeah,
that's
because I was timing him, and then he was like, okay, give me a few seconds to take a look at the Rubik's Cube first. So I gave him a few seconds, then he cut it down to, I think it was like 15?
It was actually the first time I knew he's doing stuff like this. And then I saw it, I think it was yesterday, like doing it behind the manager's booth, and was like, damn, he's really good.
Yeah.
And taking it actually with him to the rig, I think he did it for the first time now. And it helps him, especially in qualifying, when you have to sit there for like 5 minutes until you get to do your qualifying lap. You're cooling down, it gets kind of boring, and then you're basically out of it. And I think something to do helps you to stay concentrated, stays you in the rhythm.
I've got an idea for you. For the next major, I have a little hobby for you to do. He's got the Rubik's Cube. Can I convince you to do some knitting, maybe?
Some what?
Knitting, you know. Like
Knitting? No.
No?
No.
Maybe we can get you on a Rubik's Cube. I would love to.
I thought about it. I always wanted to get a Rubik's Cube and actually get good at it, but...
You know, Max was trying to teach me some Rubik's Cube strats, but my memory is awful, so I couldn't retain any of that information.
Maybe I have to pick something up, I don't know. Actually, like stuff like this I thought about a lot, like chewing gum maybe, just to keep the head concentrated, just do something while waiting there.
A lot of players do that. Is there any other hobbies that you'd like to pick up maybe? Anything else that you're like, maybe this could help me? And also, like, why would it help you? Is it, like, more from a nerve standpoint or keeping the brain active?
Both. Like, when you're just sitting there waiting because you have nothing to do during the waiting time in qualifying, it's really, really hard to, I don't know, stay focused. And you just get bored really quick. So you need something to do. And if it's chewing gum, just... You know, not chewing on your teeth the whole time. Chewing gum is like, it just helps you to just do something and not go, like the worst thing is going into your mind and like, oh man, I really have to hit turn 1 now. Okay, where do I have to brake again? Because if you think about where do you have to brake, you forget. And if you forget and think about, okay, wait, is this really the right braking point now for turn 1, or was it somewhere else? And then you're like going into a rabbit hole of thinking and thinking, and then you will just you will mess up turn 1.
Well, you know, we were speaking off camera about the use of a mental coach and how much we think that impacts and affects drivers heading into big events like this. Obviously, there's a crowd, there's thousands of people watching around the world. Obviously, you've got your followings on social media and things like that as well as pressures from an organization standpoint. How does a mental coach kind of factor into all of that?
It definitely helps in some way, because a mental coach, like, you always think, okay, you do this, you do that, but then you talk to a mental coach again, and he tells you, okay, try this, and then you try this at the next event, or he even tells you stuff you never thought about. And even though you don't maybe think it helps you right away, it's still in the back of your mind, okay, I've got a mental coach, and that is, like, for a lot of people, they never get to be in a position of getting like a mental coach or doing something like that. So just being in the position of having that and getting to do it, even though you don't maybe think it helps you right away, it's still in the back of your mind. It's like, okay, he helps me, he gives me suggestions of what to do, and if that even subconsciously helps, then it's really good.
Well, Moritz, thank you so much for joining me. I've had an absolute blast being joined here with you, but I'm going to throw it over to Rory as he's joined by the manager of G2.
Yes, thank you, guys. I am here with Nathan. Nathan, how are you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you. Good. I was beginning to think we'd done something wrong, so we've not spoken yet this weekend.
No, well, it can be a blessing or a curse. That can be a blessing or a curse. Before we get on to today, how was yesterday? How would you sum up yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, it went perfectly, didn't it? I'm not used to being in a position at these events so far where, you know, the first race is done and realistically it's a massive weight off our shoulders. So it was nice to get that first win out of the way super quickly, meant that we could kind of basically race without fear with Seb, build that points buffer and get ourselves into a nice position for today.
And again, it got off to pretty much the perfect start, right? Almost. He comes in today with the most points. Then actually, it was actually a tricky one at Spa, wasn't it? Because you had the Thomas Tatler battle, which I don't think anybody, you know, with all due respect, I don't think anybody thought that was going to happen. How was Seb after that?
It's tricky, isn't it? Because from our perspective, and I think from the perspective of a lot of people, it wasn't a penalty. And I think at that point you have a decision to make on how you take that, and you can carry it forward with you. Realistically, I think what we try and do is operate inside our own circle of influence. At the point where that decision's been made, regardless of how we feel about it, there's nothing we can do about it. There's no recourse. So it's about resetting and trying to go again and make sure that you know, we get in a position where we can win the thing.
Yeah, and I think that's a great mindset to have, and I think it's easier said than done. I think we've seen that with Seb as well, because I don't know if it's fair to say, it's not what we're used to seeing from Seb. You know, it feels like he's stuttering a little bit and almost stumbling across the line to finalist mode. How would you kind of sum up his journey his journey today really towards finalist mode?
It's an odd one. I think it's a tricky day in general. Obviously, we've got to the business end of things, and it's the 12 best drivers. You know, there's going to be no gimmies. There's going to be no, you know, guaranteed Sebi pole anywhere. And I think also a combination of that and the fact that he's come into the last day with, you know, such a comfortable margin, he's almost the man to be hunted. So I think it's probably a combination of those two things. But Seb's incredibly, mentally resilient. We know how quick he is, and we've seen today. I was saying to you before the interview how much the pendulum has swung. All it takes is for it to swing back in our direction in the next 2 races, and we can still, pick up the trophy. So, yeah, I still believe in Seb always will. He's the class of the field. I know other teams have said the same about their drivers. 100% believe it is Sebastian. He's, an incredible worker, an incredible driver, incredible teammate. So, yeah, I still think he can pull it out of the bag.
That was going to be my final question to you. Do you think you can do it? But it's clear that you do.
Absolutely.
It's clear that you do. Thank you for your time, Nathan. We appreciate it. Back to George and Lewis at the desk.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rory and Nathan as well. Some really interesting insights, obviously, into that. Obviously, G2 have had to deal with a lot. Sebastian Job hasn't had it easy, I'll be quite honest, as we take a look at him getting ready and practicing here at the Temple of Speed. On one level, there's been the stewarding decisions, things of that nature. But then there was also just the very nature of the races themselves. We saw at Hockenheimring, he gets spun by Joshua Rogers. It's sort of really struggled to get going here, Sebastian Job, in a way.
I mean, you could almost say that that he's been through a lot, but
he has been through a lot.
But maybe not. Maybe that's a Gianmarco Verducci thing. We'll take a look at the circuit, of course, where Sebastian Job does hold the lap record around here. But of course, Sebastian Job on that topic, just a little bit, by the way, not had a podium yet. Still.
Yeah,
today.
which
Crazy.
is unbelievable, really, when you consider the form that he is in. And around this circuit of the Temple of Speed, there is one man that continues to prevail and show the form that we're also common to seeing generally in online season form, even though we haven't seen it coming through to the full season major. It's Dara McCormack. So let's wait and see whether he can deliver, obviously, for the Williams Esports team, because he is so close from reaching finalist mode.
Yeah, now thankfully we haven't heard a prediction from Jazz.
Yeah, which means we can pick his for it.
Which means that we don't have to pick any, which means that I don't have to apparently curse anyone.
Yeah. We'll just say she picks Moritz Lerner.
I did get told by someone who's been involved with stuff behind the scenes, a guy called Lino, who did tell me that I should now pick, in future, always should pick Moritz Lerner, so he's always got an excuse.
Jasmine's got to pick Moritz Lerner now, I think.
Well, I mean, it's pretty hard in this race, isn't it?
Yeah, well, this is what I'm saying. We get to pick.
Oh, right, I see. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Well, here's a look at the points.
Yeah, the point situation is thus Dara McCormack still leading the championship charge now this time around, taking over actually from Joshua Rogers, 151 to the 143. The gap's still minimal, 1 point separating Rogers and Job as well. One big result. In fact, we could see several drivers hitting finalist mode off the back of Monza.
Yeah, so theoretically, the highest, we could see 3 get into it because Rogers, Job and Beneke, all they need to finish second. Chinchik needs a win, and so obviously it could be at most 2 of those, and McCormack needs a top 5. So at most we could see 3 drivers of those 5 move into finalist mode here, and hey, maybe it will be done at Spa in the next race, but that's a maybe. That's a big maybe.
Well, we were talking predictions. I had in my ear just now a message that Jasmine has picked Sebastian Job. So there we go. So there we have it. That is the decision that Jasmine has made.
Who are you going with?
I'm going to stick with Dara McCormack.
Okay, I want some influence from the FIA, really. Who should I go for, Eric? He's wondering. He has no idea. He has absolutely no idea. If I say Marcel Chinchik, I say he's no idea. There we go. The FIA influencing me there.
You picked the master of Monza, though. That's
I did. But he did finish 10th here earlier on. But we're not going to talk about that.
Yeah, we won't talk about that. Yeah, no, we won't talk about that at all. But hey, listen, drivers now looking to get ready to get started in qualifying. We're down to the mere seconds as the drivers now get the final ounces of practice into play. Reminder, folks, survey still ongoing. Use !survey or scan the QR code and make sure you register your thoughts by taking part in the survey, because your impetus means everything to the build, not only of Rennsport, but also that'll be ESL R1.
Yeah, of course. Like I say, qualifying just around the corner. Don't worry, it's not going to get delayed by half an hour, but we will move our way into it in just a moment's time and see who's going to be on the pole position here. Race 7, still no one in finalist mode, which again has never happened before in ESL R1. By this point in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, we were done. We were already tucking into some food, but none of that here today.
No, this is DreamHack, Lewis. We're taking things up a notch here.
Oh, yeah.
One of the biggest events we've seen in ESL R1 competition, and it's here at DreamHack, folks. the grandest stage of all, obviously, that's about to witness the greatest championship certainly we have witnessed here in ESL R1. Of course, this is not only encapsulating what has happened here in the closing months of the year, it's also encapsulating the entirety of the year since we put pedal to the metal all the way back in February. And of course, it has been such a journey since then.
Yeah, I think, I can't remember exactly how many races. I've not done the full calculation, but I'm pretty sure we're just about to approach, if not over 100 races now in totality at ESL R1, which has been a crazy, crazy year. Of course, we head into qualifying session. It has to be Marcel Chinchik again, who's our first driver. It has to be.
It had to be the master of Monza, and of course, your selection for this race.
Sort of, mine and the FIA's.
Well, yes, yeah, if you want to throw the blame somewhere, you know, that's probably not a bad way to throw it. Yes, there we go. As we now see the R8G Audi R8 LMS make its way down through towards turn 1 and turn 2. The Hungarian sensation, that is Marcel Chinchik, still your resident champion, all the way back from the spring season major back at Munich. He's now looking to do the same again, this time at Sweden.
Into Curva Grande up towards Roger, where the drama was, obviously, in the race earlier today when there was that contact between Kevin Siggy and Dara McCormack that saw McCormack going straight over at this point and receiving a penalty for doing so. A lot of curb being taken there from Marcel Chinchik. First sector's okay. With a 34.7 as he heads his way through into Lesmo 1.
About a tenth off where he would like to be. 34.6 would have been probably more the mark where he would have liked to have hit, but still, nevertheless, he still will move, heading through towards the Seraglio Straight, coming out of Lesmo 2. He'll then beckon his way, heading down towards the Ascari Chicane. Now, the Sector 2 cutoff comes into play when we venture in towards Ascari, and then he'll be in Sector 3. So this is a big moment. Can he dial it in as he makes his way in towards the first of the S section? 35.7, again, another tenth off of where he would want to be.
Yeah, it's okay. It's nothing super special, but it's an okay lap. Sometimes you need a bit of an okay lap to get through. You can see Chinchik maybe not enjoying this too much. He has had 3 podiums today, of course, including in the previous race. And like we can see there, Marcel Chinchik needs a victory here to enter finalist mode. He is one of the 5 drivers that can do it, but it needs to be big.
Yeah, needs a big victory here, and it would be massive, but no one can do it better than the master of Monza himself as he makes his way up towards the line. Can he add himself to the top with a superior lap time? The first 2 sectors weren't ideal. The third sector, 35.7, isn't ideal either. Another 10, sacrificing, I would say, 3 tenths, and someone, it's Dane Warren, he's invalidated.
Yeah, that's not a big lap time from Marcel Chinchik. Do apologise. No, again, the commentator's curse doesn't exist. It's fine. He did his own lap time, all right? It was him who did it. 46.2 for Marcel Chinchik into the Parabolica. I think that's definitely not going to be pole position, but will Thomas Tattler be the first driver around and the first driver to beat him? Let's have a look as he races his way towards the line and under this enormous gantry that goes from one side to the other. And it will be him indeed, but I can guarantee that ain't pole position either. 46.191.
No, I think we're going to see superior lap times than that. Dane Warren, unfortunately, won't be one of them who's going to bring it. Obviously, an error has come in, and it's claimed him. It means the slowdown will mean that he will not be anywhere near the front end. Currently, the sole man with a slowdown means that he will be cemented towards the back.
But will he be the only one with a slowdown when we get to the end of this qualifying session? That is the point. More beta keys being given out. Again, exclamation mark beta if you are in the Twitch chat. But also, head your way over into the Epic Game Store and type one of those bad boys in. Dane Warren across the line, and into no shock of anyone, it's 4.7 seconds off.
Yep, Kevin Siggy was well-proven race winner. We all saw the fracas between he and Dara McCormack at this very circuit earlier on after their collision. Of course, Dara went to obviously take the win on track, but obviously due to steward deliberation, they stuck with their decision, and it would mean that Siggy would take the race win. But now making his way up towards the line now, he'll wrestle in a 1:45.9, not the best certainly, but still 2.5 tenths quicker, near enough, than Thomas Tattler.
That's pretty decent. That might be the pole time there, the 45.9. We'll see if Sebastian Job can instantly beat that one. You can see in the bottom right, an almost irritated looking and shaking the head a little bit there of Kevin Siggy. See if Sebastian Job can instantly beat that one. Another driver that can get into finalist mode. He needs a second place, a better nodding of the head. This is a big lap in coming from Sebastian Job. He's not irritated. Let's see what it's going to be. Oh, it's not good enough. Wow, the nodding got us out there.
The slenderest of margins, red line now, maybe can add yet another car to the front end. They're currently seeing one on top with Kevin Siggy, a 1:45.952. This time, though, Jeffrey Rietfeld with a 34.8 in Sector 1 is less than ideal. He's on the money in terms of Sector 2, however, so needs a huge Sector 3 to try and bring himself to the forefront. Can he add his name underneath Sebastian Job? Surely this beats Thomas Tattler. You would have thought, no. P4 just behind Thomas Tattler and nearly 2.5 tenths off the pace.
Now, Kevin Siggy's lap time there, the 45.9, is the fastest lap we've seen today.
Wow.
We saw a 46.0 in the hands of Dane Warren for pole position earlier on. So that lap time from Kevin Siggy could be good enough, but he's got to defeat Kevin Ellis Jr., who we know the Merc's quite good around here, Dara McCormack, Josh Rogers. These will all be quite fast around here as Kevin Ellis Jr. heads his way to the line. 34.7 in the first, 35.6 in the second. Across the line, exactly the same as Sevi.
Wow, well, amazing lap firstly from Kevin Ellis Jr. was nearly or precisely on the money in Sector 1 and Sector 2, eventually siding with Sebastian Job with 97 thousandths outside of Kevin Siggy. There's now Yuri Toma with a 34.7 in the first sector, around a 10th off of where he likes it, but a 35.5 could yet correct the issue, could yet add his name into the fight for P1. Kevin Siggy watches on nervously. What's Toman going to issue as he now comes up towards the line? Fourth fastest. Sector 3, not ideal.
Yeah, indeed. That's not too great, but we've got 4 drivers to go. Luke Bennett, Max Benneker, Dara McCormack, Josh Rogers. These drivers will all be expecting to battle at the top. Luke Bennett needs a bit of work to do, but hey, he's maybe a couple of races away from getting himself in a finalist mode. First and second sectors looking okay, but not great. I don't think he's challenging his teammate here. I think it's going to go between Ellis Jr. and Toman as he comes up towards the line, even behind. No, it's exactly where he goes, because I'm great.
Brilliant stuff indeed, though. Red line now occupying Ps 1 and Ps 4. Rietveld, of course, making it P7 as well. Max Benneker, who has been in stellar form so far, has issued in race wins already, savouring the success that he has had here in this final major. The full season major final as he now beckons his way through the final corner at Kerber Alboreto. 34.7 in the first sector isn't the best. 35.5 though in sector 2 is stunning. Here now as Max Benneker comes up towards the line, second fastest and just over half a tenth off the top. And Kevin Siggy with a little wry smile, I think he knows what's coming. It's Dara McCormack.
Yeah, if you want to know what Kevin Siggy, by the way, is looking at, it's not his cameraman or anything like that. No, he's looking at the broadcast. He can see it on one of the big screens over here. That's what he's keeping his eye on. He's got 2 more drivers to see through the final corner. Dara McCormack will be the first. This is tracking to be around about where Luke Bennett is as he heads towards the line. Remember, he needs a top 5 in this race. It might even be faster than that. It's exactly 5th.
Yeah, it's not a bad place to start. We'll need a good getaway off the line. Joshua Rogers, 34.8 in the first sector, 2 tenths off, ideally where he needs to be, but sector 2 right on the money. Sector 3 would be massive here. Porsche, of course, generally okay when it comes to cornering, but the long straights might yet crucify them. We'll have to wait and see here now as they make their way through Kerber Alboreto. Joshua Rogers now, where is he going to find himself? Of course, his teammate Dane Warren was serving that slowdown penalty that meant that he is nearly 5 seconds off the pace, off the top time. Josh Rogers, 8th fastest and 2 tenths off the pace. Let's take you through the starting grid, folks, from back to front, starting with Dane Warren, the slowdown putting him in P12. Marcel Chinchik, the master of Monza, and Lewis McGlade's pick, currently sits on the back row, P11. P10 going to Jeffrey Rietveld, alongside him, Thomas Tattler for Heroic in 9th. P8 goes to Joshua Rogers, with Yuri Toman in 7th place. Luke Bennett in 6th. 5th place for Dara McCormack. 4th place as well for Kevin Ellis Jr. Again, the consistency prevailing, with Sebastian Job also on the 2nd row, 3rd place. Max Benneker returns to the front row yet again in 2nd, but it's Kevin Siggy. Mustachio returns here with what could be back-to-back Monza wins. This time, though, he'll like to do it on track instead of the stewards' room, and he wouldn't bet against him. It's Siggy on pole.
Fantastic qualifying lap time, but he's got to defeat Maximilian Benneker. Again, if Benneker is 1st or 2nd, he will move into finalist mode. Of course, Marcel Chinchik, he needs a victory. We've seen his Sevi Job needs to be in the top 2. So we've got a few people that can do it. Dara McCormack, he's in position right now. He needs to be a top 5. He's in the top 5.
Yeah, don't forget as well, folks, Beta Key Bonanza time. Get your codes, place them in the Epic Games Store to get your hands on a copy of Rennsport. Remember as well to use !beta to find out how you can achieve such things as well. Get involved and, become one of the first people to play it. 15,000 keys on offer.
Wild, indeed. What do you think of the drawing of Kevin Siggy that we actually have down here? What do you think of that one?
Well, yeah, I like the effort on the moustache. You know, I think it's smooth. I think the head shape's correct as well. So yeah, kudos.
Do you know, I think if you remove the tash and you can see a bit more of the head, I'd almost say it looks a little bit more Harry Kane. But, no, it's fine. It is fine.
Not sure about that.
Well, yes, it's just it's the white hat. It's fine.
Keen golfer though.
Yeah, he is actually.
Yeah.
I don't think Kevin Siggy is.
No.
What is Kevin Siggy?
He throws golf balls.
Yeah, no. I mean, to be fair, after one of the races, I wouldn't be too surprised.
Or golf clubs.
Throwing golf balls towards the race control after that one. Of course, we're in warm-up now. We're getting ourselves ready for what could be the penultimate race.
Yes.
Could be.
Yep.
We need to see drivers enter finalist mode, though. This could be the one where we're going to see them.
But we could have no less than several drivers entering finalist mode at this point. Sebastian Job with a great chance, might I add, to achieve that. As does Zara McCormack, who is also in the mix too. 151, only 9 away from achieving that feat. Same could be said for Joshua Rogers, of course, though he's got a little bit of work to do. 17 points away from that finalist mode. Can he achieve it? Same could be said for Sebastian Job. 18 points for him. Max Benneker as well, not far behind. But the cars now getting lined up as we look to go racing here at the Temple of Speed. You can see Dara McCormack pensively watching on as he gets set and prepared, ready to go racing. And we will surely be seeing them all race down through towards turn 1. The timer is ticking, folks. Get set, ready for a Sterling race. Do you feel nailed on with your prediction, Lewis?
No, good Lord, no. No. I only brought the FIA into it because I've got someone out to blame, which is why all the drivers believe in the commentator's curse.
Absolutely right. Well, there we have it. Lewis McGlade pinning the FIA on whatever decision occurs here this time around. Incredible. 3 lights lit, 4 lights, and the 5th light here at Monza. And it's pedal to the metal, and it is go. Kevin Siggy getting away extremely well. That's does as well. Not forgetting G2 Esports Furia and Sebastian Job going to work here as well with the mouse car belonging to Max Benneker. Into turn 1 now. Siggy still leads, but into Benneker, who is trying to go side by side. Feisty here as they come through turns 1 and 2, and they come neck and neck between the Audi and the BMW.
That was very messy indeed. Benneker's trying to send it in. Sebastian Job straight around the outside, looking to secure himself finalist mode, and guess what? A first podium of the day. How crazy is that for the number 22? Dara McCormack going side by side, all of them onto the brakes a little bit early as they try and funnel their way into the Rogier. Ellis Jr. straight around the outside of McCormack to hold 4.
Yeah, they're coming out now in an orderly fashion. Though it's a little bit disorderly further back. We've got all sorts happening as now Luke Bennett tries to protect the pace against Yuri Toman, who's trying to launch a charge here, and he's ahead of his teammate, of course, Marcel Chinchik, down in P12.
Yeah, exactly. Marcel, don't stop talking about it. Marcel Chinchik, the master of Monza, yes, he's down in 12th place. He is having a struggle here. He's been very on and off today, not quite like we saw when he won the spring season championship. I'd say arguably the strongest driver when it comes to consistency throughout the day is Dara McCormack, and he's in position now to move into finalist mode.
Yeah, of course, proven race winner as well here in this chase for finalist mode. Kevin Siggy also a race winner too. Could yet go back-to-back at Monza. What a feat that would be as well. Maximilian Benneker in 2nd place. Of course, could yet get back-to-back race wins in totality. Of course, he just come off the back of a stellar run after he achieved pole back at Hockenheim in our previous race. Would love to make it back-to-back wins alongside 2 back-to-back front row starts here in ESL R1 full season major final competition as they now burst their way down the long straight. Now we can see a 3-car tie-up here, Lewis. Big chances here.
Yeah, there's plenty of people to work their way through. Yuri Toman looking to the outside of Luke Bennett. Josh Rogers is going to make this 3 wide because of course he is. He's trying to make his way up the order as quick as possible. He wants some decent points. This heavy onto the brakes. He's going to go as they head their way down into the Retifinio. You've got Maximilian Benneker though getting himself into finalist mode position as he works his way past Benneker. Works his way past Joe, but is Benneker ahead in 2nd?
Yeah, Joe was definitely testing the limits there. Joshua Rogers as well testing the limits. Remember, he was behind these 2 on the way down through towards turn 1. Now he's tackling them through the Curva Grande as they go wheel to wheel. Now 3 cars into the Rogier. Surely doesn't mix. They remain the same again. They go together. They can't be separated. Rogers now going in tight, and he's ahead of all 2 of them as well. But looking behind as well, Luke Bennett on the rise.
I thought he was going to make it 4 wide there. Rogers works his way past and gets himself into 6th position. It's not done yet though because the side-by-side behind Yuri Toman, Luke Bennett. I thought there was going to be an unbelievable crash between a lot of them as they head their way into the Rogier. But Rogers has worked his way through. Toman, Bennett, Reveld as well, all involved in this trade. It was nearly 4 wide between the grouping of them. But we need to go a bit further up because the battle for 2nd spot, the battle for for a position in finalist mode is on between Maximilian Benneker and Sebastian Jobe.
A distinct display of bravery, though, for Joshua Rogers. A stellar move. 2 cars taken within 1 sector as he made his way through the Roger. 3 into 1 does not go, but this time around it did, and it was Rogers who prevailed with the Tiger line on the outset of the corner in towards the first Lesmo. Here now they beckon their way through Kerber Alboreto, though Siggy with a bit of breathing space. He could yet clamber on yet another win, another vital victory here in Monza. Benneker as well trying to hold on, but Jobe now peppering that rear wing as he makes his way down the stretch now. Retafilio lighting up, a BMW meets it out. Enter the Merc as well as Kevin Ellis Jr. goes for the podium places.
Kevin Ellis Jr. could deny, if Kevin Ellis Jr. gets past Jobe and Benneker, he could deny them getting into finalist mode. But at the moment, Dara McCormack is definitely doing so. Superb stuff there as Kevin Ellis Jr. around the outside of Maximilian Benneker, whose chance of moving into finalist mode are disappearing into the distance.
And a very clever and cautious Dara McCormack down the inside of the grass. Incredible. I did say cautious, maybe not so much. In towards the Roger they go. Wheel to wheel. The other Merc now looking to come into play. Benneker forced to defend, losing 2 places. That's a meteoric loss.
Yeah, he's dropping down the order, but there's still plenty of time left in this race. Maximilian Benneker, of course, a driver who's been victorious in the previous race. He was on the podium in the one before. He has completely turned around his form heading into the final moments of the day. But of course, a couple of laps down of the race and things are starting to fall apart. Kevin Siggy, the Sockmeister, way down the road. He's already won this race. That's set. It's about who's finishing in second and who's going into finalist mode.
Benneker has revenge on his mind. The Scot now in front of him. Kevin Ellis Jr., of course, subjugating him to defeat, heading through the Retafilio chicane. And now on the same lap, here in lap 3, we are a third of the way into the race. Kevin Siggy still with the advantage, and look at the gap. 1 second clear, even with Jobe at the fastest lap of the race. And Kevin Ellis Jr. now in third, but at the mercy of Maximilian Benneker in fourth. 3/10 away now from potential P3 glory as they head through Kerber Alboreto. They'll run down the home straight.
You know what? If I'm McCormack, I'm not fighting Benneker. Rogers is 2 seconds back. Don't fight Benneker. Let them get on with what they're doing. Hold that 2-second margin. You're in 5th place, mate. You're going into finalist mode. Do not worry about anything else.
No, not at all now. Wheel to wheel, nose to tail. The gap's minimal as they head down towards the Retafilio. Luke Bennett on a charge. Toman as well on a charge as well as he goes past Josh Rogers and takes P6 away.
Yeah, indeed. It was all coming out of the Parabolica. Kind of saw them in the background, just with Toman pulling out. And again, to be fair, this isn't going to help his teammate because Chinchik's down the back end of the order in 10th spot. It is going to help McCormack again. It builds that gap back out. McCormack's taking a little bit more control.
He is now. They venture through the Curva Grande again. Toman now still holding on to 6. Rogers, though, back on his tail, could open the door, heading through towards the Roger. Will he dare to dream, dare to make the move here, looking for that P6, but still Toman subjugating the issue, holding on to the position. Now the Audi R8 LMS could settle down here. The Porsche still in behind. They need to regain the delta, but 1.8 seconds is a massive turn of foot.
Now for Sebastian Jobe, at the moment he's in 2nd spot. If he hangs on to that, if he can hang on from Kevin Ellis Jr., as we can see here, Sebastian Jobe, Dara McCormack will go into finalist mode. Sebastian Jobe is really strong at Spa, which is the next circuit. He obviously won there earlier on the day before having that win taken away from him after contact between himself and Thomas Tattler. That is very scary indeed if he starts heating up now.
It is very scary indeed. 1.9 now, he nearly becomes 2. Toman now under pressure. I think he knows it. I think he's more concerned about what's going on behind him here. Now Rogers, not in an ideal spot. He would much rather be above this lot. Needs to ideally find himself in the top 5 and kind of push for those 9 points. I believe, obviously, with P5 up for question, obviously that's where Rogers would prefer to be.
You could see in the background there of Sebastian Jobe's camera, you can see Rory starting his little rap career, just you know, holding the microphone, looking pretty cool. Looking chill. You can see in the back he's loving life right now. We're all pretty chill and we're all pretty calm.
MC 100K.
MC 100K. None of these 12 though are calm because here comes a move from Josh Rogers. This could be 3 wide as well with Bennett coming into the mix. This is not calm even remotely as Bennett has also dropped back to 5th.
Unreal scenes here. Great move indeed. Yuri Toman losing out, so Rogers doing the necessaries here, but 2.1 is such a gap to find, and without the aero that you'll get from the man in P5, it will leave him open to another attack here from Yuri Toman. But are these drivers working together here to try and bring the delta back?
Absolutely not. I don't know what they're really doing, but they ain't trying to bring that delta down. They're just involved in their own little fight. And to be fair,
2.3 now nearly.
I was going to say, that gap, I just don't see it closing in 4.5 laps. We're now halfway through the race. We've literally 4.5 laps into it, and we've got 4.5 left to go. The gap being 2 seconds. Unless McCormack and Bellica have an unreal fight, which I would say is a very bizarre call, they ain't catching.
No, not at all. Kevin Ellis Jr. in second. Look at this, though. I mean, I've got to say, the battle between third and P2, Job is in trouble here because Kevin Ellis Jr. is bringing himself into the mix here. You can just see, look, Big Kev currently sat in third to 1.5 tenths. He might be chasing greater points. Big chance here for Kev.
Kev's going to be smarter here. Kev, I don't think, is going to fight Sebastian Job because Sebastian Job is closing in on Kevin Siggy. That's what I was pointing out. The gap was, what, 1.1, 1.2? It's now down to about 0.8 of a second. He's on the cusp of getting in the slip ring. I don't think Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to go for anything here unless it's a bold move down to T1, where it's not going to lose some time. At the moment, I think hold position, Kev.
It's a possible opportunity, but you might be wary of Dara McCormack in behind as well. Let's wait and see, because Dara's got bigger fish to fry as well. Remember, he is chasing points for Finalist Mode 2. And given the fact we're on lap 5 of 9, we're beyond the halfway point currently now. Lap 6 of 9 kicks us off. Here comes Dara McCormack now. Outside, he chases after Kevin Ellis Jr. This is a move for potentially P3. He's taking it. Kevin Ellis Jr. backing out, saving it for a later date. And obviously, when that rainy day arrives as well, Kevin Ellis Jr. will be on the attack.
Kev's lifted, and I kind of think there's a bit of a bromance brewing between McCormack and Ellis Jr. is around the outside. Rogers gets on Toman. 6th place for Rogers. Got to say, though, there's a little bit of a look to from Luke Bennett. Yeah, McCormack's working his way forward. You can see Ellis Jr. is backing out the throttle. So I think that's a tactical move.
Yeah, no, tactical move indeed, but it could yet become a bit of a hustle and a tussle heading down towards the Roger. Luke Bennett trying to force a move against Yuri Toman. Might find it on the outset now. The second half of the Roger chicane unsteadies the car, so allows Toman to hold position here. Toman now in that 7th place with Luke Bennett in 8th, Riedfeld in 9th as well. Still at this stage, Joshua Rogers occupying P6 with a little bit of a half a second breathing space in between him and the man in P7. McCormack now, he's the driver, 2.5 tenths away from P2.
And again, see McCormack, this now will be a big move for McCormack. He is absolutely going to try and get past Sebastian Job. You might ask why. Well, yeah, sure, he's going to gain the field, but he's already going in the finalist mode anyway. If he gets past Sebastian Job, he is the only driver in finalist mode. This could be a big move, but he can't take too much risk in doing it. If he spins round and he drops out the top 5, well, that's it, he's done.
He might be smarter waiting until later on into the race, where obviously the risks apparent, well, would be apparent, you know, maybe a lot less than what they would be now. Obviously doesn't want to open the door to potentially Sebastian Job retaking the place away from him later on, so obviously needs to be smart with how he escalates this situation. Lap 6 of 9, and once again they'll make their way down across the start-finish line, the timing line indeed. Dara McCormack commences lap 7 of 9 this time around, and now starting to rise against Sebastian Job as he crawls closer and now looks towards turn 1. Wheel to wheel, backed out of it. He's waiting. There's definitely a plan afoot here for later on in the race.
Yeah, I think it's because he wasn't quite close enough. He kind of backed out, but this is where things are a bit close enough, as Luke Bennett's trying to get past Yuri Toman, but still not able to do so. Had McCormack had more speed, I think he would have taken it side by side into the apex at the first corner, because it was kind of, it would have been like a bit of a half and half move. It's not worth the risk. It's not worth the penalty. I mean, if you get a 2 or 3 second penalty, bish bash bosh, again, you're outside the top 5.
Yeah, and Yuri Toman now under pressure from Luke Bennett. Again, these two were fighting it out last time in our previous lap in the Roger chicane. Toman trying to defend, does defend, and almost similarly to what we saw earlier on, keeps Luke Bennett at bay, can't quite find it. And also, this is holding up Jeffrey Riedfeld, who immediately pounces on through. He's into P8 now, so now an alternate red line car is going to pounce on Yuri Toman.
Yeah, let's see where these switches are going to come. Obviously, I think McCormack's not going to receive too much pressure from Kevin Ellis Jr. I don't know what it was. I think it was a little fake taxi they were in. They were having a great time in it, just having a little chin wag with all the accents and stuff. Yeah, they were having a great time. I think those two get along quite well now, and I don't think Ellis Jr. is going to fight McCormack, so he's going to allow McCormack to fight Sebastian Job. They're not teammates or anything. Seeming like they're mates.
No, absolutely. They seem to be managing the race between them. Obviously, now at this stage, it will be Dara McCormack who'll make his way down the stretch now, soon to be on lap 8 of 9. The penultimate lap of the race will kick off. Still, it is Kevin Siggy. Now, one thing I will say is that Sebastian Job doing a stellar job of bringing the delta in. It was above 9 tenths. It's creeping to within the 7/10 of a second mark very soon now. He could be on the tail, but Dara McCormack might choose to take the P2 for himself. Will he back out of it? Will he remain behind like he did on the previous lap?
He's got to go for it.
He's going to go go for it now, I think. I think you're absolutely spot on. Side by side they will now head down through towards turn 1. Who's going to come out on top? BMW or Merc? It looks like McCormack might have the tiger light, but on the second half of the corner, it will be Sebastian Job, but it'll all be settled around the Curva Grande.
Yeah, with the inside line, of course, for Dara McCormack as they work their way through. Outside line for Sebastian Job. They're going to be side by side, surely into the Rogier. This has completely confirmed Kevin Siggy is the race winner, by the way. He's gone now. The gap's back up to a second. McCormack to the outside. They're coming to the Rogier. Sebastian Job with the defensive line. No way on earth is Dara McCormack going to risk it into the Rogier. Not a chance.
Yeah, fantastic. Smart move as well from Kevin Ellis Jr. just to stay behind, not risking anything. Just staying behind Dara McCormack, getting the toe. That, of course, allowing him to keep Max Benneker behind him here at this stage. Of course, the Audi, though, still threatening. Remember, Benneker was in P2. Remember, he was on the front row of the grid commencing the start of this race. Kevin Siggy doing a superb job, though, of now moving that lead advantage back out to above a second. And now Sebastian Job under pressure once again as Dara McCormack goes on the attack.
See if he's going to find it again. Little bit of a look. He's trying to force a mistake here. Nothing more than that. He's just trying to force a mistake out of Sebastian Job. It's never going to work. Sebastian Job's far too experienced.
Against someone like Sebastian Job?
Not happening. Not happening. But as we head into the final lap, he's absolutely going to try something. It's a really long straight here at Monza. He's going to try and nail the run out of the Parabolica and get down into the Rettifilio. And he will try something into the Rettifilio. You can absolutely bet on it.
Yeah, I bet you can as well. The exit out of the Kerber Alboreto is going to be massive. Kevin Ellis Jr. daring a little bit more on the brakes as he makes his way through, but in the toe of Dara McCormack in the sister Mercedes. Of course, different teams, ART, with one sole representative here in this fight. And Kevin Ellis Jr., who's consistently knocked on the points door. Dara McCormack now looking to open up and go for the move here as he reigns side by side here. Kevin Ellis Jr. also looking for a move as well. He moved alongside, looking for the slip. They wrestle through now the Rettifilio chicane. McCormack and Job now.
Here he goes, he's got it.
In comes Dara McCormack as they take Curva Grande.
He's got it, surely he's got it. They go into Curva Grande now. I get the feeling Sebastian Job has to be so brave when we get to the Rogier. This could be an enormous moment for the championship. If McCormack gets through, he is the only one in finalist mode going into the next race. He's going to probably back out of it here. He doesn't want to risk it running outside. No, he is going to try. He drops it behind. There's contact between the two, but Kevin Ellis Jr. gets on the brakes and allows McCormack to continue.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't speak.
Credible defensive effort from Sebastian Job, who did absolutely brilliantly to force back Dara McCormack, but it's not all said and done yet. They've got the run down the Serralio Straight, and Kevin Ellis Jr. is hot on their tail.
I'm sure Kevin Ellis Jr. is not going to try anything. I'm sure he's not going to. He's going to sit behind and wait. But does Dara McCormack risk it into Ascari? We've seen that tried. We've not seen it really work across the entire time. He is going to look, but surely he's going to back out. He's looking. He's going to go for it.
He's going to send the move down into the Ascari chicane. Wheel to wheel, they stay. Job now being forced out wide here as they make their way through towards the second half of it. Stellar racing between these two. McCormack with a brave send.
Unreal between these two. Kevin Ellis Jr. is back in it. This is going to come to the Parabolica and a drag race towards the line. Siggy's going to win. We don't even care. Here comes Benneker.
Incredible. They come through towards Kerber Alboreto. McCormack takes P2. Absolutely superb. Benneker trying to come into it. Enter Kevin Ellis Jr. Kevin Siggy will take victory, but it will be finalist mode surely for Dara McCormack, who crosses the line and takes second place.
What a stunning race. Absolutely unbelievable from Dara McCormack. The guy he just shook hands with was Sebastian Job. We have only one driver in finalist mode, and it is the McCormack behind this driver here, Siggy, after a great victory.
Outrageous racing there between those fighting it out for P2. Kevin Siggy, though, certainly undefeated, unperturbed. There's Dara McCormack, though. Of course, he'll be celebrating the finalist mode stage here at this point, achieving the P2 that will garner him the points here at this point. And I can tell you this right now, we will be standing by and hearing from the Irishman very, very shortly, because he is standing by with Rory Alexander.
Yes, I am here with Dara. Dara, my word, what a race.
Full gas.
He's very calm now. You weren't calm a minute ago. That was unbelievable. How do you feel after overcoming, you know, the last time we were at Monza? You had an issue that didn't go your way. How do you feel now that you've made it to finalist mode?
I don't know. I'm just gonna have to send it. I mean, winning. My engineer. Winning a race is going to be ridiculously hard, so I have to absolutely send it now. There's nothing else.
I mean, you had to do that to deny Seb joining you. Were you well aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that until the second last lap. I asked my engineer, I was like, wait, why do you want me to pass him so much? He's like, you need to pass him to stop him from getting finals mode. I was like, oh, okay. So I passed him. That was it.
Well, the only guy in finalist mode. Congratulations. We're going to talk to the driver to my left that you denied. Congratulations, Dara. Sebastian Job, how you feeling?
It's good to see you again. It's been a while.
I don't believe you.
It's a mix of emotions because I'm just happy to get the pace back. I really lost my confidence for a while. I think it's back. But yeah, just really good scrap on the last lap, and well, to be honest, I only had I had 5 out of 6 incidents, so I couldn't use like if I got another one, I would have got a 5-second penalty, and I think that kind of played in my head a bit. I couldn't really take the risks I wanted to. Luckily, Dara always left me space, otherwise he could have easily given me a 5-second penalty, and I don't think that would be removed, so I'm very glad that he raced me hard and fair, as did I to him, and it was a great battle, but you can't win them all.
Yeah, it was incredible entertainment. You guys shook hands at the end, which just shows, you know, how much you appreciate just the racing, probably above anything else. But yeah, you kind of been stumbling a little bit. Confidence back now? You think you can push on, get to finalist mode, and then go from there?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. Spa, I think, next, one of my better tracks. But I'm just want to see if I can keep a bit of momentum going, because I've really lost it for a while there. And you know, it wasn't a great qualifying lap at Monza, but it was good enough for P3, and that's, you know, I can fight for that. Yeah, the P6s weren't cutting it.
Well, good luck. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thanks for that, Rory. I'd just like to point out, by the way, everybody seems so tunnel visioned and so focused on the Dara McCormack show, as they should be. But let's not neglect the fact that Kevin Siggy managed to secure himself a race win.
But this is the whole thing of, like, as I'm sure we've seen so many times, if you win the last race of like a championship, like F1, you win the last race of the champion, no one cares. You know, everyone is always just sort of like, but the champion, that's the more important. Yeah. And it's always like, so it's kind of, it's like the win you don't really want to have, because everyone's like, oh my God, it's so more. Kevin Siggy did an amazing job. He put on an amazing race, had a great run, and yeah, it wasn't very soggy at all.
Wasn't soggy whatsoever.
Was not soggy. No.
Now, George, I want to come to you, because at the very start of the race, we had mentioned the fact that, you know, Max needed at least second or higher in order to secure himself this finalist mode. Heading into this, were you confident that he could have done it, especially seeing where he started on the grid?
Yeah, do you know what? There was so many things going on in that race. It was very, very tight. We had 3 wides. We had everything. I mean, I thought this was stellar, by the way. The move in towards the Rogers chicane. Outrageous how Joshua Rogers committed to that on the way out, and yet still remained on top. It was a distinct display of bravery on his part. But yeah, Dara McCormack's battle, just riding through the field. Look at the number of cars he had to leapfrog to get into that P2. I think this is just as impressive as a P1 display in my view.
I had no doubt that McCormack was going to get into finalist mode. He needed to finish top 5. I thought he was going to have the pace around here. I did not think he was going to march his way up the order. This is where Kevin Lewis Jr. basically let him past and let him go on the attack of Sebastian Job. I kind of wonder if there's a little bit of this between, like, because those two are like the only ones representing their team, if they've kind of come together and been like, look, we'll be teammates a little bit here, yeah?
Maybe, who knows? But speaking more about Max Benecke, obviously we heard from Moritz during the lounge that you know, the Audi tyres would ultimately end up giving way, and they really, truly did. He started second on our grid, ended up 4th. So talk to me on that front. Where do you think Max Benecke went wrong potentially? Or do you think it just comes down to the Audi?
I think you know, we generally think the Audi has you know great verse to most circuits. I think, though, it just came against competitors. I think there were in cars that were just genuinely strong at Monza. I just think the straight line speed with the likes of the the actual BMWs themselves that would grant Kevin Siggy the result, they've been excelling at this circuit in the past, so it's no real surprise. I mean, one thing the Audi does have in its favour, however, is the fact that Marcel Chinchik has been so successful at this circuit. So I don't know, it's a bit of an outlier for me, but whether it's just because Mouse haven't managed to find out what's right about this track, or whether it's just the case that it is the car, I really couldn't. I
think it's just a battle that he was in. Like, the thing is, you can have the best car on the planet, but if you're in a battle with that lot, you know, consider how tight it was. You know, the important thing is he still scored some decent points. He still moved up into 3rd, and we still. I think it's the top 3, the 3, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. They need a top 5 now, and then the likelihood of those getting a top 5 is actually very, very high. This unreal battle.
Yeah,
Honestly,
incredible.
we saw this and I was like, that's really stupid from McCormack. That's so risky. Oh no, he's done it. Oh, cool, brilliant.
He pulled it off. I mean,
Unreal.
listen, it's very rarely that you can carry a side-by-side right through the entirety of Ascari. You know, generally, we've seen it in single-seaters as well. Mistakes get made. Beneke as well, forcing him into the fight. Like I said, I don't think he was necessarily out in terms. I think you're absolutely spot on. I think this was just down to the mere situation of the fight. He was not outside of it, but hey.
You could have got back to second.
Yeah, you've got to. Kevin Siggy, though, credit to him. Fantastic drive.
Absolutely. Yeah. You know what? The thing that we kept mentioning, or at least I kept mentioning, was the fact that I wasn't entirely sure if Dara could reset the mental heading into this one. After the incidents we've had throughout today and before, earlier on, fair play to him. I'm really curious to know what they've been working on, him as an individual, the team as a whole. So let's go ahead and find out from Williams and Rory.
Thanks, Jasmine. Yeah, I'm here with Michael Preston, Dara's manager. Wow. How was that for you? How's your heart rate?
I was definitely beating a little bit faster in the middle of that one. I'm not sure whether Dara fully understood the situation of how important that was to make sure that we were the first and only driver going into finalist mode, but yeah, bit stressful, that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's stressful, I think, for everybody watching. What an incredible battle with Sebastian Job. So important for him to make sure that he was the only one in finalist mode. So that just goes to show how crucial that drive was, right?
Yeah, definitely. We've seen before, we've had one major, and the first driver to make it into finalist mode on their own was the one that ended up winning it. So hopefully that's a good omen.
And he's done an incredible job, I think, from a mental side. You know, we'd be really interested to hear what your view is on it, because he had a massive setback last time out of Monza with the issue with Kevin. Even though it seemed like both drivers agreed it wasn't a penalty, race control didn't agree and gave Dara a penalty. Then he had a quali ban. How was he after that, and how did you get him back on track?
Yeah, I'm not going to give away too many secrets of how I hopefully helped him get back on track, but I think you're not going to win the championship without going through a number of tests, and that was just one of the tests that you needed to pass in order to hopefully finish well in this championship. And if we end up winning it, it's just going to make the story even better.
Yeah, well, I think he passed that test with flying colours. Are we going to see Dara McCormack crowned champion today?
We'll see.
Thank you. We are now going to Jasmine and Dara's girlfriend.
Thank you very much for that, Rory. Thoughts, feelings, emotions, how are you thinking and feeling right now?
That was exciting. That was really exciting. Yeah, like blood pressure has increased.
Yeah. Through the roof right now?
Through the roof.
Have you managed to have a chat with him at all?
I did. I had a little bit of one, but obviously he's back to practicing. So, yeah.
Okay, so how does it generally go between races and things like that, especially when it's online? Are you there when he's doing the online race?
It depends. If I can be there, I choose to be there, but a lot of the time I am at home. We do watch it from home. Yeah. My little brother is obviously a very big fan of Dara, so we put it on in the kitchen, and we all as a family watch Dara.
I love that. Are they watching right now?
No, I actually never sent them the link.
You know what? Get it done. Send them the link.
I don't want them to see me on the stream. I think that would be...
But they'll be able to cheer him on there.
Yeah.
Weigh up the pros and cons. Think of it that way. Yeah. Your brother's going to be absolutely buzzing.
Yeah, it's true.
So the real question is, do you think that he'll be able to do it now, knowing how he is as a person, nerves-wise and things like that?
Dara doesn't get nervous. He doesn't really get nervous. He's quite confident in his abilities, as he should be. I fully support that. He is quite level-headed in these situations. His first races kind of set the tone for the rest of the day. If he's had a good day, he'll continue to have a good day. If he has the first good day, like a good start, yeah.
So obviously you would have had a chat with him after his quali ban came through.
Yeah.
What was his initial reaction, response?
I would say our reactions were both the same. It was just kind of we'd like to know how they came to that decision. Choice words were said from both of us. I don't fully agree with it. He doesn't fully agree with it. Kevin himself doesn't even agree with it, but there's nothing we can do about that.
But you know what? Despite all of that, he's come back stronger. He's in finalist mode now.
Yeah.
It's now or never, make or break. What a beautiful story that would be.
Comeback story.
So coming into this one now, is he feeling like he can take away the victory? Did he say to you, you know what, I feel like I've got this?
I know the car is not particularly strong at this track. I don't think he will get the victory here, but he will continue on. He'll try. He'll obviously try. But it's just as long as he keeps everybody else that is getting to finalist mode back, he'll be happy.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining me. Best of luck to you and Dara. And without further ado, let's go ahead and head on back over to the desk.
Yeah, thank you, Jazz. And thank you, Emma, as well. Of course, her brother does watch, and I've been wisely informed he repeats some of the things that I say, which isn't a great thing.
No, it's not.
So at least there's that. If you are watching, Dara is certainly not anything like that at the moment, because he's driving so well right now. He's doing a brilliant job. But as they rightly said, Emma said this car doesn't really perform too well. You have got a different opinion. Do you think Dara might be able to do this?
Yeah, well, listen, I'm taking the car equation out of this. You know, I don't want it to really bear reflection on this particular race, because there are greater external circumstances here involved in this particular race. I think the sheer drive, I think Dara smells that this could be his best opportunity, in a sense that the next race, Sebastian Job could be in finalist mode as well. So let's factor in the point that Dara would ideally like to get this done home and hosed here at Spa.
Yeah, of course, he's entered the finalist mode. He's going to a circuit that he's not been victorious at this season. Of course, his first ever win in ESL R1 was the was it round 4? It was round 5. Actually, no, I don't know if he has been. Yeah, no, he's not won at all. Yeah, you're going to have to double check the stats. He's definitely not won here this season, that's for sure. I think he might have done something last season around here. You know, obviously he's won a lot of races.
Yeah.
But the thing is, this car is not great around here. He's in finalist mode. We've even got yellow lights on him. My goodness, it's all sort of changed. He's got the pressure on him. That's the important bit. But he is the lone driver. Because of that move he did on Sebastian Job, he's the lone driver. That could be very important, because Sebi could win this race.
Yeah, he could do. I mean, if we look back at the form as well, I mean, obviously Sebastian Job, a great chance. You know, the circuit itself here at Spa, very technical. We've alluded to the roller coaster elements of this circuit time and time again. Best chance for overtakes, heading up the Kemmel Straight, leading up through towards Lacom. We have seen moves done time and time again. Many of the drivers also getting the moves done, even before entering the corner at Lacom as well, through turns 5 and 6. But then heading through towards Rivage, we generally see sometimes the wheel-to-wheel action progressing, not only just through Lacom, but in towards Rivage and through towards Jackie Expend.
Yeah, I've just double-checked my stats. Oh, I was getting a little bit panicked then. He did win. Yeah, he won round 4. There's the look at the yellow light. He's the only one with a yellow light at the moment. He's in finalist mode. Yeah, round 4 in the spring season, he did win the final race at Spa. So he has won here before. He took his first ever win round here. It'd be very important for him to win today here.
I'd also give him credit for round 2 at Spa, because of course finishing P3.
Season, yeah,
he finished P3 twice and finished second in the semi-final. So
well, we are in qualifying. We are going to see a Mercedes out on circuit first in qualifying. It's not going to be Dara McCormack, though. It will be Kevin Ellis Jr. We don't have anyone's predictions. To be fair, if anyone believes in the commentator's curse or whatever, I think we should forego, because I'm really bad at it.
Yeah.
We should forego the prediction.
This is all about finalist mode, right?
Not curse anyone, all right?
Yeah.
Does that sound fair?
I think this is just down to finalist mode now.
Okay, fantastic, fantastic. We'll see Kevin Ellis Jr. then.
I've been impressed with this young man. I mean, Kevin Ellis Jr., for one sole ART driver, he drove a mature race back at Monza in that last run. Waited patiently, did enough to obviously try and rival that of Max Benneker. Obviously, the Mercedes has definitely brought Apex Racing Team to a new level. I think obviously the way they used the car, Jamie Fluke said it was a necessary change. I think that it's enhanced their performance at ART. So obviously the positives definitely showing, and we'll definitely be able to tell how far along they've come while they make their way through this circuit. But as you say, whilst Mercedes isn't the best around this track, given the fact that we're currently seeing them make their way around, it could be the case that this could be a tough time for Kevin Ellis Jr.
Yeah, of course, you know, 38.8 in the first sector.
And a 10th off.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not too bad. We do expect those 0.7s as he heads into the middle sector, going down the hill into the X curve. Still kind of no name, which was its name for ages, but it is the X curve, and it's not Speaker's Corner anymore. We're not going with that.
No.
But he's had 2 podiums today. Here's Kevin Ellis Jr. One at Monza, one at Road Atlanta. Do you think he might be working a little bit with Dara McCormack? Because he was kind of not flying in too hard in the previous race.
Could be Mercedes loyalties maybe coming through, I don't know. But
boss of the lone drivers for each other's team.
Well, yeah, listen, I mean, you know, Kevin Ellis Jr.'s got respect, no doubt. We saw the camaraderie back in the car as well earlier on.
Yeah.
They obviously do have a great deal of respect for one another. Yeah, well, you know, Kevin Ellis Jr. in his own right is a fantastic talent. And I'd argue that he's got better as this championship has gone on. 59.7 in Sector 2 is, again, a 10th off.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's decent. It's about a 10th off. Thing is, we've had a record-breaking lap time around here today. It was right at the start of the day, and it was Sebastian Job, who I genuinely reckon might win this race.
Yeah.
And I think he'll be really irritated. If there is a race win that I wouldn't want, it would be this one if I'm Sebastian Job. You have been moments away from getting into finalist mode. This could be over if Sebastian Job had done it. either way, Kevin Lewis Jr. into the final chicane. He'll come out towards the line, taking the curve either side, punch his way up to the clock, and we'll see what lap time it is going to be. A 2-minute 14 point what? A 0.4. Ooh, that is not good.
No, that final sector I don't think was the best. Jeffrey Rietveld next though, and he is in a BMW. 38.8 though in the first sector, again a 10th off, but probably more towards the thousandths I would say out of where he would like to be. 59.7 again. Very similar to Kevin Ellis Jr., maybe slightly better in terms of mere thousandths as he makes his way through towards the bus stop chicane. Rietveld has been pretty consistent. We have seen the points come through for him, and once again, someone who should be on the cusp of finalist mode in his own right as well. Let's see what he can marshal in, and yes, does blast his way into P1 with a 2:14.291.
Yeah, indeed. Yuri Toman will be the next one to come through. You can see on the tower, by the way, on the left-hand side, the yellow check next to Dara McCormack's name because he is in finalist mode. We may see another few drivers enter that finalist mode and having the yellow check put next to their name, but for right now, we're focused on Yuri Toman finishing his lap through the final sector. He's going to go and up towards the line. We know that Toman's not too bad around here. He has taken a couple of wins, if I remember correctly, around this circuit. Across the line, 14.3 for him.
Yeah. It was Sebastian Job who would take certainly the pole lap last time out. We spoke about the record that was broken. Of course, Max Benneker, known to breaking records, as we saw earlier on tonight. I don't think he'll be quite doing that here this time, but that 38.7 is pretty good in Sector 1. 59.7 in Sector 2 is not bad either. Big third sector required here for Max Benneker. This could very easily stick him on the front row of the grid. If he can get himself higher than Toman, that would be preferable. Comes up towards the line, a shake of the head. Can he quite do it? No. Fourth fastest. Sector 3, not ideal.
He did look a bit disappointed on this run down towards Blanchimont. We've got Luke Bennett here. Fastest lap that we've seen today, which was that record-breaking time for Sebastian Job, a 2-minute 14.120. Thomas Tatler was the one who qualified in the front row with him with that 14.278. So, if you want to be in that kind of margin, that's where you want to be. Jeff Rieveld's with the 291's actually a pretty decent time. Luke Bennett's not pleased with his as he crosses the line, goes in just behind. He's not pleased with that lap time.
It's pretty good. 23,000.
It's not bad at all.
No, it's pretty decent there. I'm quite surprised that he's a little bit unhappy about it. Dane Warren, 38.7 in Sector 1. Now, that's not bad at all. 59.6. This is a good lap here from Dane Warren. Of course, the current time set by Jeffrey Rietveld, not far off, 2/10 off the pace of the record lap set by Sebi Job earlier on. And now Dane Warren, who looks to have a time that's well in line with where we'd expect to see the best times on this grid as he now goes to the top. He does! And nearly by a whole tenth of a second, 99 thousandths. Clear goes Dane Warren.
I'm not sure how many drivers have got a 14.1. I'm pretty sure it's only really Sebastian Job. I think Josh Rogers might have done it before. That's a mega lap time from Dane Warren. He could well be needing to help out his teammate. He'll be the next time to come round. Before we get to that, it is Mustachio, it is Kevin Soggy through the final corner and up towards the line. He is not happy with that time. One pit is going to be a 2-minute 14. But a 0.2. He moves into second. He knew pole was on the cards.
Yeah, I think that was more frustration than perhaps he did hook up Sector 3 to the max, that he could have perhaps obtained that best lap in. But obviously Dane Warren now, one Porsche Coanda sits on top. Could a second one join him? A 38.6 in the first sector is very good. And a 59.6 in Sector 2 is also on the money. Great chance here for Joshua Rogers, already 3 times a race winner here in the final stages of this fall season championship. Here comes Joshua Rogers now. Can he blast past his teammate?
Yes!
He can! 22 thousandths. It's a Porsche 1-2.
But will it stand? Sebastian Job is coming up next. He set a 2-minute 14.1 today with a 1.20. If he does it again, or even drops 400 of a second to it, he'll still be on pole position. But what is it going to be through the final corner? Watch his face. You can see Josh Rogers in the bottom right. Sebastian Job, that little grimace. I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Is it enough for the front row? No. It is 4th place. Porsche Coanda 1-2, but with 3 drivers to come.
Yeah, we got one sole driver in finalist mode. 38.8 in the first sector. Not ideal for Dara McCormack. A 10th off of where he would like to be. 59.6 though is where he is. Well, where he does need to be, I suppose, at this point. His best qualification, as you can see at the bottom, is P2 here at Spa, as he now whips his way through towards the S section of the bus stop, comes out of it now. Where can our finalist mode driver peel through in this timing tower. He goes third fastest, second row. That's pretty good. 2,000 faster than Kevin Siggy.
It is in contention. That's the important bit. Dara is on fire. You are right, good sir. Yes, indeed. We've got 2 more drivers to come. You've got Marcel Chinchik, and then you've got Thomas Tatler, who was on the front row early today. He's got to pull out something special to go and deny the Porsche Coanda duo that are 1 and 2. Marcel Chinchik, though, bringing it through the final chicane and out towards the line. He is on the precipice as well of going into finalist mode, but he needs second place. He punches time onto the board. 7th. Not good enough.
Only 7th fastest for the Audi R8 LMS belonging to Marcel Chinchik. It's now down to Thomas Tatler in the heroic Porsche. 38.7 in Sector 1 is a 10th off of where he would like to be, and nearly 2/10 off where he would like to be in Sector 2 as well. 59.6 is where we like to see it in the second sector to be in contention with potential pole positions. Incredible to think as well. We've got the top 4 all underneath a 10th of a second of each other. Incredible stuff as Thomas Tatler comes up towards the line. He's going to clear out. He's going to be our last driver across the line. P9 for Thomas Tatler.
And again, we'll take a look at race 8. It could be the last time we're looking at one of our VRS starting grids, but it'll be a tall order for our finalist mode driver, Dara McCormack. At the back of the field, it is Maximilian Benneker not hooking up the lap, and he was furious with it. Kevin Ellis Jr. from 11th position before we get to Luke Bennett and Thomas Tatler in 9th place, way down from where he qualified earlier in the day. Then we get an all R8G row 4 with Yuri Toman and our spring season champion, Marcel Chinchik. Probably going to have to relinquish that title before we get to Jeff Rietveld. Sebastian Job, who really could do with a victory, but a top 5 might be good enough for him. Kevin Siggy will start this one from 4th place. Dara McCormack can win. If he wins this race, it is over, and he'll be starting from 3rd place. But it's Porsche Coanda 1-2. It is Dane Warren, and it is Josh Rogers. 2-minute 14.170. An incredible performance from the Australian, who's taken 3 wins today. He wants to break the record and make it 4, and he's looking for the title. Finalist mode after this if he can take the win, and then he could be walking himself down a very big championship.
And he's great value for that 4th win as well. Lewis McGlade, front row. We know what he can do from the front as well. Joshua Rogers proven that he can go from pole to victory, and I'm sure this time around he'll be looking to do just that. You can definitely imagine what the role is here for Dane Warren, can't you?
Yeah, indeed. Assist your teammate. Dara is on fire. You've stolen. Emma's stolen. She's got so many of her own, but she's now stolen someone else's. But it's true.
Hey, you can't fault the support though, right?
Yeah, exactly. So there are 4 drivers that can get into finalist mode. If Dara doesn't win this race, we're talking about 4 other drivers. We're talking about Sebastian Job, who can do it. He needs to score a whopping 2 points. So basically, he needs to finish the race higher than 10th. Cool. You've got Marcel Chinchik that can do it. He needs 2nd place or better. You've got Joshua Rogers, 151 points. It means he needs 9 points, so he needs a top 5. And then, of course, you've got Maximilian Benneker. He needs to grab himself 6 points, which I believe 6 points is 7th place. So he needs 7th or better to enter finalist mode. It's going to be a big one. I think we're going to see a few in finalist mode after this.
Yeah, listen, the way I'm reading into this one, Dara McCormack coming into Spa, not known to be the best track for the Mercedes, but this is one of those races where I suppose he can turn to himself and say, listen, I've got nothing to lose in this one.
His first ever win in ESL R1 was at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. That was in the spring season. That was in the final of round 4. That was his first ever win in ESL R1. How fitting would it be for him to take victory here, his first time this season at Spa,
and lift that trophy,
and lift the trophy and the 40k that goes with it. It is huge. Again, exclamation mark survey, exclamation mark beta as well in chat. How are you feeling about this one, George? Nerves rising?
I'm tenterhooks here, Lewis McGlade. I can't wait. I truly believe something serious can happen here. I really do think Dara is going to go full send. He has to. He made it clear during an interview with Rory. He knows exactly what his job is. Can Dane Warren keep him at bay?
Well, this is a big, big moment for us. It could be the last race in ESL R1, not only of this season, but it could be of the year as well. But let's just wait and see. It is Porsche Coanda front row here at Spa. You've got Dara McCormack in finalist mode in that 3rd position. We are lights out here at Spa, and our race down towards the first corner. Good start from Dara McCormack, but look at this from Dane Warren. Instantly on the defence, opens up the door there for Sebastian Job to come through as they race their way down the hill. But a good hold hold there from Dara McCormack, side by side for third.
And a very tactical maneuver there from Dane Warren, trying to invite Sebastian Job into the mix as well as they look to climb up through Eau Rouge and Radion. And this has put Dara McCormack on the back foot somewhat, because Job is right in his wheel tracks as they make their way up towards the Camel Straight in behind as well. Red light queued up with Jeffrey Riedfeld as well as Marcel Cicic, Kevin Siggy swarming all over behind him as well. Dara McCormack retains P3, but Siggy takes P4.
This could be big again. Dara McCormack in the hunt for the victory. A bit of contact between the pair again. While Sebastian Job might be entering finalist mode here, he needs to finish higher than 10th. He cannot make a huge mistake. If he drops back to the rear of the field, he might not be entering again side by side down the hill as he looks down the inside of Siggy. The idea for him was to delay McCormack and stop him from taking over the race lead.
There's going to be no rest throughout the course of this race. Lap 1 is underway. It's Kevin Siggy now we're currently seeing on screen, trying to break away from Sebastian Job. Oh no, Kevin Ellis Jr. He's round out to the Jackie X bend, and that will bring an end to his race.
That's a big shame for Kevin Ellis Jr. Big Kev, he's had a great weekend. He's shown some unbelievable performance, but to be fair, he might have needed to assist this driver here. Dara McCormack closing in on Dane Warren. Warren will put up an absolute mega defence to try and keep McCormack at bay and stop him from getting to the rear end of Rogers. We are a lap in here at Spa. We've got 6 more left to go. I don't know where this is going.
Equilateral gaps between the top 3. Rogers now leading by 4.5 tenths. McCormack starting to dip within that though this time around as he looks to try and gain on Dane Warren for that second spot. He knows he needs to try and leapfrog himself past that of the Porsche Commander car, currently sat in second, to be in with a shot here at Joshua Rogers. But that's going to be so difficult, especially considering the Porsche might be slightly better versed to this track than the Merc.
Like Dara McCormack's heart rate here is probably through the roof. I'm sure Emma's is as well. I don't know where she is. She might be over there towards Veracity. And like, this has got to be a big moment for McCormack. Again, the problem with him is that he's not just got to get past one Porsche Commander, he's got to get past both of them. And that Porsche is an absolute missile on this 2-kilometre run from Les Combes to La Source.
It definitely is that. And Dara McCormack now 5 tenths away. Dane Warren gaining more towards his teammate. You can see there's a healthy gap between the Porsches and the Williams. Can he get the toe though, heading up through the straight? The Irishman, though, despite him losing perhaps a little bit of time to the Porsches in front, he's still gapping Siggy. The gap's still 8 tenths, but the frustration on Dara's face as he's outside the slip.
Yeah, indeed. At the moment, to give you a little update, at present, Joshua Rogers will be entering finalist mode. Sebastian Job will be entering finalist mode. Dara McCormack, who is already in finalist mode, must win the race. There's Emma in the bottom right, of course, girlfriend there of Dara McCormack. Oh, there you go. She's looking pretty calm, actually.
Yeah, I'm impressed, actually. Way to go, Emma. Keep up the support. I'm sure Dara will be needing it because, of course, there's a lot on the line here. 40K on the line here for Dara McCormack and the illustrious ESL R1 trophy that is sat in the middle of this arena, and this is Kevin Ellis Jr.'s incident.
He got squeezed off a little bit there by Luke Bennett into the wall on the outside of the X curve, and bish bash bosh. Around he goes.
Yeah, as soon as you get into that gravel trap, incidentally, it's like a magnet. It's very tricky to get straight back out of it, and obviously the race curbs don't help either.
No, indeed. So at the moment, things are looking bad for McCormack because the gap is around about 3/4 of a second, and we say it's 6.5 tenths you have to be in if you're going to keep that delicious slipstream alive. But at the moment, Porsche Commander, they are flying around the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. And just to clarify, by the way, at the moment, we don't know what track's next.
No, we've
got to essentially pull them out of the hat to see what's coming up next. I didn't think we were getting this far. We are being told it is going to be Spa next.
Wow, okay.
It's already been pulled. Oh my goodness.
So that means that once again, Dara McCormack finds himself around the Spa circuit, which again might favour Porsche Commander still.
And Sebastian Job.
And Sebastian Job, of course, who set the record earlier on tonight. So there we have it. McCormack, 3rd place, within 6 tenths again as he looks to try and marshal the gap straight back in. They're going to cross the line again. Lap 3 of 7. Rogers now taking them through down towards La Source. He still leads. Dane Moore and his teammates has the fastest lap of the race thanks to the slip that Rogers is providing him. McCormack behind, Siggy being peppered by Sebastian Job because Siggy is beyond 1.1 seconds behind McCormack.
Yeah, now this is like say it's a big deal here. The gap growing quite largely between our top three. But once again, it's closing up. Dane Warren picking up that slipstream, closing in on Josh Rogers. Obviously, he's not going to go for anything, but it's more about Dara McCormack. Now that I'm sure he'll be told, I'm sure Michael Preston will let him know, by the way, the next track's Spa. If you can win it now, that'd be sick, because we don't have to go through this once more. Sebastian Jobe is closing in on Kevin Siggy. Lights are on the G2 Esports car. Lights are on when it comes to the move as well, as he moves his way up the timing tower into 4th place for G2.
Yeah, job done for Sebastian Jobe here as they now work their way through towards Malmedy. Now the Rivage comes next. Siggy now reduced to that P5 place, and it's down to Jobe to try and rein in that delta. Of course, he wants to try and subjugate any opportunity for McCormack to take the win, try and stop him. He is in finalist mode. I know he's in P3, but a bit of insurance wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, right now, you know, McCormack's, he's not really gaining anything, he's not really losing anything, he's just sort of sat there. Ideally, he's sort of like, oh God, I really would like Rogers not to be leading, but that is fine. Again, maybe you can sit, and maybe you're thinking, hey, this isn't the best grid in the world, I'm better than this lot. Again, beta keys over on the right-hand side, get them typed in over on the Epic Games launcher. 15,000 to be given out across the yesterday and today. And again, maybe you could go and beat the lap time that Sebastian Jobe set. Maybe you can show this this grid who's boss.
Yeah, and also not forgetting the TCR release as well that has been announced as well from the good people at Wrench Sports. So make sure you get involved and check that out. Of course,
29.3.
Yeah, 29.3.
That's what you got to beat around Spa in a TCR car. And if you want to beat George, well, about 3. Just get him 3 minutes.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah, I know. I can't believe it. Outrageous. Joshua Rogers now still leads. 3.5 tenths. The gap now between he and Dane Warren. McCormack doing okay here. I don't think this is bad. I think he's trying to sort of play the long game here at this point, Lewis. I mean, okay, fair enough. Perhaps the Mercedes performance around this circuit isn't the best, but maybe that's what he's taking into account at this stage.
Yeah, exactly. It's just kind of like, look, if we're weak here, we're weak here, but I'm still going to try. Exactly, try something different. Maybe I can come on strong in the end of the race. Maybe I can start applying pressure later on in the race. Who really knows? Maybe we're building up to quite the crescendo. For everyone else, it's all about fighting for positions. For this driver here, Maximilian Benneker, again, he is sat there on 154 points. Ideally for him, he needs 7th place. He's got to get past Bennett, he's got to get past Toman, who just set the fast lap of the race, by the way, and he's got to get past Rietveld into 7th spot, and then he will be in finalist mode as well.
Yeah, he certainly will do. Plenty of drivers could yet find themselves in a position where they can challenge for the trophy here at ESL R1, the full season major. Here, the final stages now are upon us now as Max Benneker looks in the mirrors on Luke Bennett. Benneker already a race winner and also has taken pole on various occasions here today, and now looking to try and clamber up and score as many points as he can in order to usher in finalist mode of his own as well as they creep through Rivage. Bennett still in 8th, Toman in 8th, sorry, Bennett in 9th, Benneker in 10th, and a wider line taken from Bennett, who I think made an error.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, Bennett starting to feel the pressure from Benneker. It's hard to say those names back to back, so that's why we're going to call him Luke Bennett.
Yeah, Luke Bennett.
But no, again, I wonder if race control will take a look at the Bennett Ellis Jr. incident. Who knows, really, when it comes to all of that, as Bennett is in that 9th position at the moment. Like I say, Yuri Toman with the fastest lap right in the slipstream, of course, of Jeff Rietveld. And I will say, Sebastian Jobe is now knocking at the door for the podium. Oh dear.
Yeah, he is. He's broken to within a second, and Jobe ushering in fastest laps. Obviously, I'm sure that I'm interested to see whether he'll actually take the fastest lap off Yuri Toman here, incidentally. There he is on screen, and he's trying to fish around for that slipstream as well. And I would argue that McCormack losing tread on Dane Warren in 2nd place. So now Sebastian Jobe is going to try and turn on the style. He is in a BMW here that is proven to be competent around this style of circuit. Porsche, though, with the upper hand. Can they hold on? Of course, given the fact that we've still got the small matter of another half a race still to go. We're on lap 4 of 7. Plenty more time here for Jobe to get into the fight.
Exactly. At the moment, though, Jobe, all he needs to do is finish in the top 10, and he'll be moving his way into finalist mode. That's exactly what he's aiming for. Obviously, for the race lead, we're not going to see any switch at all between Rogers and Warren, but it's more about the gap behind where we're starting to see the pressure building. Sebastian Jobe is bringing himself and Kevin Siggy and Marcel Czichik and Rietveld and Toman and Bennett and Benneker and Tattler as well in one big old train to the back end of the 86.
Yeah, and it's broken out by a second now between McCormack and Warren, so Porsche are checking out here. This is a perfect 1-2 performance so far, but they've got to get through to lap 7 and pull it across the line. But still now McCormack, who is fighting thick and fast, though still in behind Sebastian Jobe, who is trying to rein him in. Remember that gap, it was well beyond a second. It is now to nearly within 7 tenths now, as Jobe starts peppering now with that delta, trying to rein it in. Further the back, Kevin Siggy, as well as got also Jeffrey Riedfeld just behind Marcel Chinchik. Right behind him here, huge queue, a huge train of cars, all the way back to Thomas Tatler in 11th place.
Although Tatler's dropping off the rear end of it. I've seen him been taking quite a bit of grass going round into Rivage. Here's a look at our race leaders. These two won't fight. There is a look at Dara McCormack in 3rd position in the bottom right. Again, to be fair, I would say, oh yeah, pressure building, maybe his heart rate's really up. I don't think he cares about this race anymore. He's like, yeah, cool, can we see the checker flag now? I can't win it, so, and to be fair, at this point, for him, I only care about wins.
Can you imagine the look on his face? Do you think he knows that we got Spa next time?
I don't think he's been told.
No.
If you in the middle of this race, if you were Michael Preston, would you be like, oh yeah, by the way?
Probably not.
More pain incoming, sir.
Yeah.
More pain where 2 drivers, Josh Rogers and Sebastian Jobe, will be in finalist mode.
Yeah, sit tight.
And those 2 are the strongest around here.
Yeah. It's I tell you what, I think without any shadow of a doubt, I think if it's not coming this race, I would say race 9 is going to be the climax, I think, of everything we're going to see here tonight. Obviously, lap 5 of 7 here at this point will come to an end, and we'll open the door on lap 6 of 7. Rogers now bidding to become 4 times the race winner in this championship, on the run down now towards the tail end of this miraculous run we have certainly had here at this fantastic championship here at DreamHack. Obviously, Joshua Rogers now will need to still make his way through to the next couple of laps now. Not forgetting, if you log into your Ren Sports app, make sure you grab your free limited edition ESL R1 major livery before 8 o'clock CET in the Ren Sport app. So use your QR code, scan it, and claim that livery.
Yeah, and if you are in elsewhere around the world, who knows? I'm just going to tell you that is exactly 1 hour and 8 minutes time. So if you're, I don't know, making food, I don't know, having a little bit of a cook-off with someone, well, rush back to your phone, go and pick up and scan it, and off we go. You've got 1 hour and 8 minutes to get it. Here we go for Luke Bennett, though, right on the rear end of Yuri Toman as they race their way up to Lake Com. Let's see if there's going to be a move from him. Surely there's going to be an attempt. He looks to the inside before they get to the braking zone. He's going to half-heartedly commit to it, backs out. That's not a shock.
Yeah, I think obviously it was a little bit late in the day, but he might challenge heading through Malmedy, though. He's got an opportunity because the line will favour him here coming into this segment of circuit. But Toman with enough here at this point. Benneker smells an opportunity into Rivage. He's going to go side by side. Struth, mate. He's going down the inside, heading through towards the next left-hander out of this segment. Fantastic opportunistic move. Oh! Luke Bennett losing the car on the outside of Rivage.
Yeah, and that you might be thinking, oh, maybe Benneker's entering fire zone. Maybe he is, maybe he is. No, he needs 2 more positions. He needs to get past Toman and past Rietveld if Benneker is to enter finalist mode. It's good, yes. Not great, though. That is the important bit. There is a look, though, at Ben. You can see how disappointed he is, how frustrated he is as to how this the event has gone on. I mean, Redline, I'm pretty sure, was sat there being like, surely, we've got 3 cars in this. What did we say at the start of the show? Is 3 cars maybe kind of like not ideal because you've got too much to think about between your teammates?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, it does mean that you have to make certain decisions. But while Redline have had 3 cars as well in this fight, in this full season final segment of the major itself, it hasn't necessarily been that helpful, although Kevin Siggy has done wonderfully well on his own, off his own back to secure the points he has done, becoming a race winner, more than one occasion as well, brought himself to the dance here in this mega fight that we are having right in front of us here. But we're also waiting to see whether the likes of Jeffrey Riedfeld and as well as Luke Bennett, whether they can do exactly the same. Penultimate lap, though, coming to an end here this time around. Rogers taking them round, half a second, Dane Warren in behind, and McCormack currently stagnant, sat in 3rd place, and Jobe is on his tail, Lewis McGlade, as we begin the final lap.
Got to say, by the way, Josh Rogers has got a real win it or bin it mentality at the moment. It's either he's taking victory, or his next highest finish is 6th. Behind that is 8th, and he's got 2 12th place finishes with no points. So that's kind of one of the things that's delayed him getting into finalists. But it's those kind of races where things have fallen apart. Let's see if there's going to be a move here from Sebastian Jobe on Dara McCormack. But to be fair, for the pair of these, this move doesn't matter. At the moment, Sebastian Jobe is going to enter finalist mode anyway. Dara McCormack's already in it. Neither of them are winning, so it's just a little bit of a test battle, I guess, for the next race.
Yeah, it certainly is. And this would be, well, certainly as far as Jobe's concerned, mind games heading in towards Spa next time around. He's going to look down the outside and through the inside out of Lake Com. Oh, brilliant from Sebastian Jobe as he now curtails through Malmedy. 3rd place and another podium on the cards start for Sebastian Job.
Exactly, like we said, coming into the previous race at Monza, Sebastian Job had not got a podium through the day. He's now going to get them back to back, building up his confidence coming into what will potentially be the last race here, race 9. We've only ever got to 8 races before in finalist mode. We are now breaking into new ground.
Well, I tell you what, as we see Josh Rogers and Dane Warren make their way through in their familiar black and white livery that we have seen all season long, that we have had as well ever since the spring season. It's now made its way towards the final stages of this year, and they reign supreme here in this race. Race 8 in day 2 of the full season major. Rogers, though, the leading man, looking to place himself in an opportunity for finalist mode, with Dane Warren proving to be the perfect partner in behind all this too. But this has been far from a black and white performance. It certainly has been a grandiose display, vibrant and in colour from Joshua Rogers.
Indeed, we've had a 1-2 earlier on today. You'll never guess where it was, and you'll never guess who it was and in what order. Yes, indeed, Porsche Coanda, 1 and 2, Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps to open the day. Well, as we get ready to start closing things down, it is Rogers on top at Spa, and it is Rogers into finalist mode. Sebastian Job will join him, but it is a 1-2 for Porsche Coanda.
It's perfect. It's perfection here for Porsche Coanda. A wonderful display, but it's Rogers who claims a 4th victory, Lewis.
Yep, stunning performance from himself, from Dane Warren, from the Porsche Coanda squad as they build their way into finalist mode. We got another race at Spa coming up after this. Again, incredible from Rogers, and a very well-deserved victory indeed.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. And I believe Rory's standing by.
Yes, I am. I am here with Josh Rogers. Josh, welcome to finalist mode.
Cheers, thank you. It was a long time coming, considering the day's been very up and down, but yeah, I'm good. I'm glad.
That's what I was gonna say to you, actually. You know, it's been uncharacteristically up and down for you. Do you put it down to the illness, or what is it?
I don't know, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. I've had a win and then a complete shocker and a win and a complete shocker, and it's just been that all day. So hopefully we can, break the streak for the next one, and yeah, see how we go.
And obviously you're very strong at Spa. You've just won it. Do you know where the next track is?
Spa, thankfully.
Very good. And also, well, congratulations to you, because we're also going to speak to the perfect partner in crime that you've got in Mr. Warren. How are you, Dane?
I'm a lot better after that, for sure.
Yeah, we've seen too many times today you with your head in your hands. It just hasn't been the right, hasn't been a great day for you, especially after, yesterday. It's been quite the roller coaster of emotions, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the story of today. It's just been up and down, up and down. Yeah, it hasn't been really good enough for myself. These little wins here and there are great, but yeah, not really where we want to be. But yeah, happy to get the 1-2 with Josh and see him in finalist mode for the next race.
Yeah, you were the perfect rear gunner for him there. There was no chance you were going to let Dara through for that, were you?
You have 2 team cars up the front. It's what's going to happen. But yeah, we did what we needed to do, and now we get to see what happens next race.
Yeah, because Spa once again, so it's probably a good omen and good for you guys. Do you think you can repeat it and help Josh get the victory?
I really hope so. That'd be the perfect scenario. I don't know. That qualifying lap was a little bit, didn't feel as good as it was. So yeah, hopefully I can improve and join Josh up the front and see if we can do it again. Yeah.
Very well. Congratulations. Your job is not underestimated. So vital part of the team, if it is not going great for yourself. And we're going to head back to the guys at the desk.
Over to the desk? He has no idea.
I almost called him Dory, by the way.
Dory.
It seems like he's awfully forgetful about where on earth we actually are.
Dory 100k. Wow.
Here he is.
Well, anyways, as Dory has rightfully pointed out, we are here, joined alongside one another. Fantastic racing. Unfortunately, Dara McCormack, I can't talk.
No, I struggled a little bit up there as well.
It's okay, the AC's just turned back on. We're overheating a little bit over here. But what great racing. Fantastic teamwork from Porsche.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think so. I think we both agree. I think it was just a mastermind in team play. I mean, Dane Warren did exactly what his job demanded of him. I mean, second place, making sure that Josh Rogers makes his way through, protecting against Dara McCormack.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, the thing is, there was the tactical play between Porsche Coanda. Dara McCormack Again, the car's just not strong enough at Spa. It's good at Atlanta, it's good here, it's good there. But Spa is the one where they've kind of pinpointed and been like, that one we struggle at.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we take a look at some of the replays and highlights from the race itself, did that pan out as you folks had expected? Because I actually forgot to give a prediction.
Yeah, no, well,
sorry, we didn't count predictions.
So we were saying, I said it on stage, I was like, I think we should maybe stop the predictions, only because I'm really bad at them, but also because, we don't want to curse anyone if it is real. Yes, I know it's rubbish, it's fine.
It is real.
It's not real. It's well, if you believe it's real, then we should stop doing them, because otherwise we'll curse someone who's...
Well, no, it only happens when it's you. Moritz confirmed it. You were the one that picked
No, Moritz was just bad.
Look, that's why he doesn't want to do it.
Look, we'll focus on this because it's Moritz's teammate working his way past League, but a big slip of oversteed coming out of Rivage. Notice how I changed the topic there. Sebastian Job straight around the outside. Again, great move. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, blistering. I mean, again, I think that's more mind games, I think, from Sebastian Job, because he is in finalist mode heading through to our next race at Spa. So, obviously, if you're Sebastian Job, you want to get your leg up on your opponent here at this point. Making a move like that sends a message.
And just to clarify...
Go on, let's...
I didn't curse Moritz Lerner.
He 3 times,
He just didn't drive well enough.
Moritz disagrees, man.
Yeah.
He just didn't... Moritz, you didn't drive well enough. If you can hear me, it's on you, son.
Moritz is looking down at you right now.
Hello.
Hi, Moritz. We're talking about you.
Yeah, it's you're on your own fault. I'm so sorry.
Well, as we can see by our Driver Championship Top 12 leaderboard, we now have 3 of our drivers in finalist mode. I want to point out, by the way, the fact that Dane Warren was able to assist Joshua Rogers so fantastically, especially given the fact that Homie literally had double digits of slowdown penalties throughout the duration of today. It just seemed like it wasn't going his way whatsoever. Yeah. But you know what? When it came down to it, he managed to get the job done.
Yeah.
Real question is, though, can Joshua Rogers get the job done?
Well, that is a big question. I mean, obviously, I think what it does help, having a race like that, where you've got 2 cars in the 1-2 scenario.
Sorry, I've just... you're going to have to throw it down.
I have to throw it.
Camera, sorry, we've got an Apex.
If that says
it does say what I... Sorry, I'm so sorry.
It's definitely real.
Oh my goodness.
I've been attacked.
It's over this side. The curse ain't real. Daniel Civi-Chabo, again, my hero. But it's not real. I'm so sorry. Sorry, I just had to interrupt and just bring that up.
Outrageous.
Even a driver agrees. Back to the point though, Rogers. I think this might be our last race. Because the thing is,
really,
because we're at Spa again, and 2 drivers are in finalist mode is Josh Rogers and Sebastian Job, and they are like the strongest drivers around.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think we've got 2 of the drivers you'd expect to perform well. Exactly. I think at Spa, the likes of Job, who has got the lap record around this track, and then you've got someone like Joshua Rogers, proven quantity again around this circuit. Porsche seems to be in a good vein around this circuit, and I think the way they're lined up, if Dane Warren can do the business again, we know he can.
Yeah,
it's a possibility.
Well, you know what? Sebastian Job and Joshua Rogers are certainly going to be butting heads as we head into this one. Do you think that this is the final race of the ESL R1 full-season major?
And 2023.
2023.
Yeah.
And the whole year.
And I think this will be the most lively race as well, I think. I think it'll be the most lively race, and I think it'll be the final one.
Yeah, it's not, there's a lot of weight on this. Like I say, for a lot of these drivers, it might be the last time they are racing the whole year. They might not do another race like in any other competition. Obviously for ESL, it's our last race of what's been a pretty impressive year. And I do believe this is going to be the last one.
We've had stewards' decisions as well have kind of affected certain things. You never know, we could see some dramatic...
We're not opening that can of worms again. You know what?
Our man from the FIA's here as well.
Yeah, see, it's Eric. He's staring at me now. It's right. He's going to disappear off in a few minutes because he's got to run off to a different race.
Anyway,
no, he's not. He's going to stay. Yeah, good man.
Note,
you guys like finales.
I'm going to go ahead and cue for a little bit of a video between Sebastian Job and who was the other one? Joshua Rogers. My mind has just gone blank.
This season, honestly, it's safe to say that Sebastian Job is probably my biggest rival in ESL R1. He's had a super strong season. Thankfully, though, we were able to win the last round, so maybe that helps. I know that I'm capable. In all the other series that we've raced against each other before, more often than not, been able to do it, so there's no reason why I can't do it again this weekend.
I don't know, but I wouldn't be talking about the racing. Rather let my driving do the talking.
You can just jump in here.
I knew this was what was happening. Hey man, how you going?
Surprise. Where's your Porsche car? Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
I learned a bit from Saudi because when I got to Saudi, I was really thrown off by the seat. So I've like brought a load of padding with me this time.
Pace is there, consistency's there.
But is it on land? Well, for me, it's winning. Some of our battles were amazing. A battle at Zandvoort, we were literally side by side for half the lap.
Honestly, I don't remember Zandvoort because I think I blocked the first half of that season out of my memory.
That's fair enough. Yeah.
Explain your rivalry. It goes back a long way, doesn't it? We're kind of old farts.
And I was always the young kid on the block, and now I'm an old man. Staring contest.
Staring contest.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Already?
I blinked.
We'll restart. We'll restart.
Oh, goodness, man.
3, 2, 1.
Like my eyes are already dying.
I think it's the cold.
That's
I got away with that. I was panicking for a second.
I guess that's who's more focused on track now.
So, judging by that video, I've learned that Joshua Rogers cannot keep up in a staring contest whatsoever. It literally took about 1 second.
I hope it's not a reflection into his racing.
Do you know what? I actually kind of think though, if you look at them behind the rig, if you actually like stare at them, I guarantee they don't blink that much behind the wheel. You just, I've had it before where I've driven for so long.
Do your eyes get like dry?
Yeah, I was like, I've been concentrating so much. I'd be surprised if they actually blink that much during their hot laps in qualifying.
Yeah, but it's completely different when the camera's on you, and
yeah,
you know,
exactly.
the challenge is to not blink. All you want to do is end
You're in the back of a van doing all this.
Well, the light, what I will say is the lighting's quite warm in here as well, in comparison, I think, to the lighting outside. So, especially given the fact we've had snow over the past day or so, it can glare a little bit.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I thought you were going to add to that.
I'm not going to at all.
What a way, Lewis.
not going to at all. Of course, you've got the code, by the way, the QR code. If you open up the Range Sport app and then and scan the QR code, you get a very special ESL R1 livery. It's open until 8 o'clock CET, which is in about what time is it now? It's in 53 minutes. If you don't scan it before then, you're not a part of the livery. You don't have it.
Do you have it?
No. Because I've been working all the way through this.
We've been here doing this.
I expect.
You know what? I want to know. When did you even see my livery?
Yeah, I was going to say, when do I get your special?
I don't know.
Because you weren't here,
missed
were
out
you?
on Munich.
You weren't there.
I can't believe this outrageous accusation.
Did you see it?
I think I did.
Was the fact that he said, I'm actually offended.
Was yours the splattery one?
No.
Did you design the Furia one?
No.
Oh my goodness me.
Don't, because as soon as we start talking about liveries, that's one topic.
I actually did phases in spring season.
I'm way too passionate about this, guys. We've got Sebi walking by as well.
He's just
you know what? I want to know whether or not Homie has been scouting out his options to find a very cold lake to just dive into between these races. Because he did mention that's the one thing that helps him, ground himself, reset before a race.
Step outside.
Yeah, do you know what? I reckon he took his bucket outside, filled it with snow, and filled up his bathtub.
But no, the thing is, behind the wheel, you do get really hot. I've said before, like in the winter, when it's like, sometimes like the heating or whatever, it's like you're not having your house heated too much. Get behind the wheel and do some races online. Trust me, like you are sweating. It'll be -5 in my room and with sweat because.
I'm not sure whether that's because we're unfit or anything.
What do you mean?
Well, I want to know if to know.
Yeah, well. Yeah.
Nobody is Team Jeans. Anyways, on that note, let's go ahead and throw it back over to Rory with Porsche Coanda.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We're going to get back to the talk about what's actually going on here rather than.
Yeah, I mean, we are now going in finalist mode with Josh. It's, great opportunity now.
Yeah, it's not been the smoothest of sailing for Josh. How would you sum up his day so far? For us, looking at it, it seems very up and down.
Yeah, I mean, 4 wins is great. Then a couple of races which were not so great. I mean, he could have been in finalist mode like 1 or 2 races earlier, maybe. But we are here now, so. It depends on if we can win now. We have Spa coming again. That should be, hopefully, I hope it will be bad in any way for us so far. So, yeah, really looking forward to it. Yeah, I mean, this last race, he was just on top, on par with him. He could follow him all the race and guarded him against the attack from behind in the first lap. That was really important now, which is important for him. So, yeah, looking forward.
And Dane's had an up and down. Both the guys have had an up and down day. What is it about Spa, do you think, that really clicks with?
Yeah, they are just good at it.
And probably quite an obvious question. If somehow in a hypothetical situation, Dane finds himself in front of Josh, will you need to get on the radio or will Dane be getting out of the way anyway?
I think last race the drivers were chatting more over the comms than I was talking with them, so I don't think that's an issue.
Okay, do you think this next race is going to be Porsche's race?
It might be the deciding race overall, and I hope it's ours.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time, Jorn. Back to Lewis and George at the desk.
The final feature of racing here this weekend here at DreamHack. But first of all, the survey is what's important. Make sure you use !survey, get involved. We want to hear your thoughts on the ESL R1 Championship, as well as Renge Sport itself. This community has very much led the development of this series and the game itself, and it's very important that you guys get involved.
Yeah, certainly so. Of course, we've listened to your feedback throughout the year. We've implemented changes either to our format or, you know, to not the comedy box. We've still not done it. Yeah, we've listened quite a lot through it, and of course, the game is developed again. It's the whole a game for races by races, and you know, we need to listen to your feedback to let us know what we can improve. Hopefully, though, you've been enjoying the run through the day because we've had quite an exciting race. They're all getting ready for practice for what could be the final race. I do know, by the way, if we don't get it done here and we do move on to a 10th race, that 10th race is at the Hockenheimring.
It is.
At least I believe so. Anyway, I checked on the Renge Sport app. I used that one, but I did get the QR code. You've
got a step ahead on everyone else, I think, on that one. But yeah, no, if it is Hockenheim, great news for a few drivers. If you're Luke Bennett, I think obviously he's someone who has done well here, but Max Benneker, also one that's done well around Hockenheim. So if he was to achieve finalist mode here, great chance for Benneker, perhaps, when we go racing at Hockenheimring. Joshua Rogers just getting himself set. Only 3 drivers with finalist mode against their name, so plenty to offer. There's going to be a huge scrap. Qualifying, though, Lewis, is going to be imperative.
Yeah, like you say, it's going to be really, really important around here. We can see the moves, but for Porsche Coanda, I mean, if they can get this to a 1-2, that will be the most important bit. Do you know what I'm kind of thinking we might see on the front row? What I'm kind of excited, I'd be excited for on the front row.
Who's that?
Sebby Joe, alongside Josh Rogers.
Alongside Josh Rogers, that would be perfect, would it not? With Dara McCormack on the second row?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Maybe Dara McCormack in 3rd place.
Yeah.
We'll have a little bit of a showdown between the top 3.
Mode.
Yeah, they've not begun practice just yet, so they're about to move into it, so there is that.
Yeah. It's going to be absolutely sensational. Looking forward to seeing how this obviously pans out. There is Sebastian Job, who's obviously in finalist mode at this stage as well, joining the likes of Joshua Rogers and Dara McCormack. The trio also making their way through, and this format really has delivered us a clinic here.
Yeah, exactly. It's all been very, very exciting, which is exactly what we want to have dealt with. As you can see, Dara McCormack there, the driver that's been in finalist mode a couple of times. Back in Munich, it took 4 races for a driver to get into finalist mode and then win. It was Marcel Chinchik. He was the first driver to enter a finalist mode, and by the end of it, there were 5 drivers in finalist mode, and it took him 4 races to win. I can see a lot of Seb for the win being put out with about 3 or 4 different ones. There's a G2 Army one, there's a Go Sebi, and there is also a Get the Job Done. Nice, I like that. It's very hard to read from this angle, but top effort.
He's got a mega chance heading into this final, well, potentially final race. I'm not going to call it the final race either. And I can tell you that we can actually cross over, I believe, to Rory. He is actually currently standing by, I think, with Sebastian Job's girlfriend as well. So we have got, obviously, the partners of these sim races involved here in this final phase.
Yes, thank you, George. I'm here with Emma. Sebastian Job. Can you confirm, is it Job or Job?
Job.
There we go. So there we go, guys. It's Job, just so we know. How are you feeling?
Nervous.
Yeah?
Very nervous.
So he's literally just there. How many events have you been with Seb?
Oh my gosh, I can't even think. This is the first LAN event I've been to, obviously, but I try and watch every race. So it's quite surreal to be here in person.
Yeah, and how are you finding it? Are you super nervous or?
Yeah, a lot more nervous. Normally I'm like cleaning, so I like clean with anxiety, but no, it's been surreal, incredible experience.
And have you noticed, or has he mentioned a difference in him having you around as like a support?
Yeah, it's been really nice to see kind of him relax a bit more, I think.
He doesn't look too relaxed right now.
No, probably not at the moment.
No? What has he said anything to you today or anything like that in between the races? Have you had a chance to chat with him or not? Has it been all business?
It's kind of been all business. I'm kind of just the lackey at the moment, you know, making sure he's got water. And
Oh, very good. And it's a very important role, that is. And now, is there any difference between the Sebastian that we all see and the Sebastian that you see?
No, I feel like you kind of see the best bits. He's probably more cheeky at home, but no, he just gets on with everyone, and it's really lovely to see it with all the guys here and see how nice everyone is as well.
Yeah, you must be proud of him.
Very.
And if he wins the money, is he going to share it with you?
Maybe, hopefully.
You'd hope
But I
so,
don't
right?
know.
You'd hope so. Thank you so much, Emma. Thank you for your time. Back to you guys at the desk.
Well, there we are, some wonderful insight. Thank you, Rory, for that, and thank you, Emma, as well, for joining us as well here on the desk. Great to have the support here. Dane says hi as well. That's great to see here over the far side. Great news
nice.
as well for those.
That's obviously Dane Baird.
Got Vamoose as well. Let's go, Max.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, the Dane he's talking about is the guy that's trying to bring us the feed here, so I'm sure he does say hi because he's probably busy working.
Yeah.
By the way, little bit of an update this one. So we've got 3 drivers in finalist mode. We have 3 drivers potentially getting into finalist mode. Exclamation mark beta in chat. You should join the comms box.
Yeah,
we don't do that enough.
Perhaps parade him around the arena or something.
The three other drivers, by the way, Marcel Chinchik, Kevin Siggy, and Maximilian Benneker can all get into finalist mode in this race. Love seeing the notes and stuff that we get. We had a great time with this in the one that you missed, but again, just bring it up again. So like you say, on here, 1st through 3rd, they are in finalist mode. 4th through 6th can get into finalist mode in this race. Maximilian Benneker, he needs 9th place. Marcel Chinchik really needs to get himself about 4th, and to be fair, Kevin Siggy needs to get himself. The podium would do.
Yeah.
Anywhere on the podium.
I think ideally a P3. I think at the very least for Kevin Siggy, just to secure placement. I would
Actually, no, sorry, a podium wouldn't work. He'd be on 159 points with the podium. He needs
a win.
Second.
Oh,
Needs
second. Win would be ideal. Head to head, let's take you through. Obviously, the 2 drivers that are in finalist mode for the upcoming race. We've got Joshua Rogers, and look at the total points. 2 points separate them. Average grid position favouring Sebastian Job and G2 Esports. The top 6 percentages are in favour of Job, despite it being 49 against 37, because Job has done more in such little time. He is now certainly favoured in terms of the top 6s, and he is also favoured in the podiums as well. So certainly a very testing character, but knowing Sebastian Job, his form has been tremendous. But looking at the full season major final form, I would argue that Joshua Rogers has got that little bit better.
Yeah, it's the whole thing of like yesterday, again, leaning towards Sebastian Job. Surely it's going to be it's going to be the Job show. Joshua Rogers says, well, hold my beer.
If he wins the championship, we'll call it the Job show.
Yeah, I mean, it really would be this season. He came into this as realistically as the favourite, and as things have progressed, as things have moved on, things have changed somewhat, and now, do you know what? I'd say this man's the favourite right now.
I'd say he is the favourite. He is obviously in the driving seat. 4 wins to his name that has brought him to finalist mode, and could crown himself. And if anything, like the last race is anything to go by, he's got a great chance of doing it again. And obviously with Dane Warren at his side, if he was to get a stellar lap as well to kick things off for the upcoming race, it could be massive.
Now, I do know that some people don't really like some stats. They say, like, race wins shouldn't be stuff, whatever. We're not going to go into it. But I do love a stupid stat. Which is,
hit us up, Lewis.
Of course, of the 4 victories, 3 of the 4 victories that Joshua Rogers had today have been in odd-numbered races.
Yeah.
Again, stupid stat, yes, I know. We're in an odd-numbered race now.
Yeah.
It is race 9.
Race 9.
He's done 1, 3, 5. He didn't get 7, fair enough. But we are in race 9.
2 races beyond where we expected this to end, because of course we all thought it would end in round 7. So now finishing in round 9, 2 rounds more.
Maybe finishing in round 9.
Maybe finishing in round 9. It could be round 10, where we will get yet more drivers.
Could be round 11.
Could be. Could be round 12.
Could be indeed. Let's keep counting. It's so enthralling.
Absolutely. Incredible to have all the spectators as well. Make sure you raise your cards in the air. Support your talents, everybody. It's great to have each and every single one of you on board. No one supporting me and you, Lewis.
Where's Luke Humphries when he's at home?
Oh, no,
I want to see. Oh, where's your Lewis is better than George one? Come on, you didn't bring that today. Look at this guy.
He threw that away. Incredible. We've now got RAG back in tow again. Marcel Chinchik, Spring Series champion, not yet in finalist mode, but he's going to be the first man to tackle Spa here in race 9.
Yeah, indeed. We've seen an awful lot of first laps from Marcel Chinchik as he heads his way down the hill and into Eau Rouge and Radion. Yeah, exactly. Past that brand new grandstand, which, by the way, is excellent unless it's absolutely pouring it down with rain, which is what I had to deal with when I sat in it. Thankfully, we don't have rain at the moment in Rensport. Up towards Lake Conwell. I keep an eye out for the first sector time. Not looking particularly pleased at the moment.
No, but then again, he generally does race emotionless, so I will say a 38.6 is okay. That's a tenth faster generally than we would usually see the first sectors. Generally a 38.7 is acceptable, but a 38.6 is blistering. That's pretty good. Heading down now the hill. The elevation takes a deep descent in towards Rivage. Yes, again, we're taking a view from the nose cone of the Audi R8 LMS as it purrs its way through this next right. He's got Jackie X Corner coming up next as well, and then very shortly down through towards the deep descent of Pouon, and then he'll be into Sector 2 proper as he now winds his way through Corbeil Paul Frere. Very soon then Sector 3 will be apparent as he now looks to deep dive inwards, taking the Tiger Line through Pouon, barely scratching the curbs on the left-hand side. Will take it all on the outset though, and takes it all again on the right-hand side before then venturing into the Corbeil Paul Frere section.
Yeah, as we head into Fania, up and over the second curb, going through the, kind of just want to breathe on it a little bit. Again, more beta keys, exclamation mark beta key in chat, of course. We do have a sign for that. We're not showing it at the moment because we're showing Marcel Chinchik's lap. Obviously going out wide there, 59.7. That's pretty deep. This is looking like a pretty good lap from Marcel Chinchik, the Hungarian. We've already had a lap record round here once today. We've already had 3 lap records in total, 2 of them, of course, coming at the Hockenheimring. It's impressive.
He's not far away from the 59.6 window that would have been ideal in Sector 2. So this is a great lap so far for Marcel Chinchik, the Hungarian. Now making his way in towards the bus stop chicane, going as late as he can on the brakes, daring to dream for pole glory here that could yet advance his charge into finalist mode. Oh, the drama if he was able to achieve the unthinkable across the line of 2:14.267. That's not bad.
It's not bad, but it is not a 0.1. We really need to see a 0.1. We've seen Timus Tattler on the front row around here today. First sector, second sector, not great. We know the Porsche is pretty decent, if I remember correctly, in the final. That's where we saw Joshua Rogers sneak his way onto pole position. Not quite with a record-breaking lap time. That was Sebastian Job who said it earlier on. Might need to do it again if he's looking to go and grab pole position around here. Timus Tattler out of the final corner to finish his qualifying run up towards the line. It's going to be a 2-minute 14.3.
That was a respectable lap there from Thomas Tattler. Pretty much standard, 38.7 in the first sector, of course. Then the 59.7 came into play. Sector 3 needed to try and keep it dialed in, but managing to stay within 94 thousandths of Marcel Chinchik. Yuri Toman, the sister car belonging to R8G. Marcel Chinchik, you would have already seen his teammate go to the top. 38.6 in Sector 1 is stellar. 59.6 in the second sector is brilliant too. This could yet top Chinchik up towards the line. It does top Chinchik. 95,000 for Yuri Toman, and now after the day he's had, that could be vital.
Hey, do you know what? Better late than never. Again, if Yuri Toman wins this race, we keep going. We keep moving this one on. That's what Marcel Chinchik will want. Yeah, he just wants to get himself in a finalist mode. He wants the show to go on. Jeff Rietveld will be the one to bring us into the final corner now. And can he grab himself a very well-deserved pole position? What's his face looking like? Nah, it's not going to be it. I think maybe 4th then. No, not even that 3rd. So he moved up a little bit, so fair enough. But not in tow of getting past Yuri Toman.
Yeah, and certainly one man who does not harbour strong feelings towards Spa. If they were strong, of course, they're probably negative after the last race. Unfortunately, coming undone at the Jackie Expend, Kevin Ellis Jr., as he now makes his way into the bus stop chicane. This time, though, he'll look to right that wrong as he ventures out of the latter corners, the latter section of bus stop now through towards the start-finish line. Where's it going to be for Kevin Ellis Jr.? And the Mercedes-AMG Apex Racing Team car crosses the line. We can't yet see the time. We will wait and see. Goes second fastest, splits the R8Gs.
Yeah, solid effort. Luke Bennett will be the next one to come through. First and second sectors okay. This is kind of tracking to be around where Rietveld was, and he wasn't particularly pleased with his lap time, but still, we'll see what Birmingham's finest can do. Luke Bennett into the final sector before we get the first of our 3 finalist drivers. Luke Bennett will come up towards the line. Again, shakes the head. He'll cross it, and again, it's just behind Rietveld.
Will it be the luck of the Irish here for Dara McCormack? 38.7 in the first sector is about where he would like it. 59.6 in the second sector is pretty damn good. It is on point. Sector 3 is going to be crucial for Dara McCormack. He needs something stellar here, though, if he wants to join the likes of Kevin Ellis Jr. Now, obviously, the Mercs do work around here. Remember, Apex Racing Team are utilising the Mercedes, so can Dara McCormack join the fray? Shaking his head. He doesn't seem keen. Crossing the line. Where does he go? 3rd fastest. It is the second row, though.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's going to stay there. He clipped a little bit too much of the curb heading through the final chicane. You saw the rear end slide out a little bit too much, did not nail that final sector. It's so hard to do in the braking zone with the bus stop. Here comes Kevin Siggy, who's been impressive around here. We know how fast he is. Of course, earlier on the day, yeah, sure he finished 7th. Yeah, sure he finished 11th, or rather 5th rather in the previous one. He can get himself into finalist mode. He needs to get himself a podium. He needs 2nd place, does Kevin Siggy, if he's going to get himself into finalist mode and join the ranks. Across the line, it's only 5th, but he's got at least Rietveld and Bennett behind.
Yeah, of course, he was the race winner at Monza twice over. Max Benneker now looking to try and marshal a charge in his own right as well. He's on the money pretty much in Sector 1. Sector 2 is also very, very good here for Max Benneker. In the mouse car, the Audi R8 LMS. There's one that sits at the top belonging to Yuri Toman and R8G. Can Mouse strip them from the top of the timing tower? This could be very close from Max Benneker up towards the line. He came out of the bus stop second fastest by 28 thousandths of a second, very nearly pole.
That's decent, that's decent. We've got a little bit of Mouse fanage going on out here, so you know, I'm sure they'll be pretty pleased with that in 2nd position. Again, he needs to only score basically a couple of points. He needs 3 points. He needs to be in 9th or better. And yeah, he's definitely better than that. Dane Warren, front row of the grid in the previous race. He's already had a pole position today. He comes through the final sector and races his way towards the line before we get the duo of Rogers and Job. What's it going to be for Dane Warren? Can he go and assist his teammate at all? Oh, he's in the mid-pack.
Well, this could prove very counterintuitive here for the Porsche Coanda team. Joshua Rogers, though, 38.6 in that first sector is a 10th better, I would argue, than where some of the other drivers have been, and the 59.6 is brilliant too. This could yet be pole. Sit tight, everybody, as he makes his way through the bus stop chicane. Right and left to take, as now he puts the throttle down here at this point. Porsche Coanda are waiting now for their man to cross the line as he looks to go to the top. He does! Oh my goodness me! 17,000 grabs pole for the man in finalist mode.
But it is not a record. The 2:14.155. It's not the record-breaking lap. This driver has it earlier on today. It's our 3rd race at Spa for the day. We had it in race 1. We had it in race 8. Sebastian Job will be disappointed with what happened in the first race. You can see his girlfriend in the bottom right. He's not looking pleased. I'm not sure where he's going to be. He comes up towards the line. He's going to cross it, and it's 4th.
We have got 2 drivers in finalist mode in the first 2 rows of the grid. Let's take you through from back to front. It is Thomas Tatler at the back in 12th place. Alongside him, Luke Bennett for Team Redline in 11th. We've got Jeffrey Rietveld in 10th. Then we have Kevin Siggy in 9th. Redline really had a tough one there. P8 going to Dane Warren. P7 to Marcel Chinchik. Dara McCormack in 6th place, with then 5th going to Kevin Ellis Jr. Further up then, the front 2 rows of the grid, starting with Sebastian Job in 4th, Max Benneker in 3rd as well. Just look at the front row though, Yuri Toman entering the fold, but on pole, once again, exactly the same as last time out. It's Joshua Rogers. Can lightning strike twice here for Porsche Coanda? Can they raise the roof here once again for a 2nd victory in a row? Could it be number 5? And can it be championship for Joshua Rogers?
If he gets this 5th victory, it will all be over after a difficult journey for Joshua Rogers. This could be coming to a close in the best way possible. He's had a tricky run, of course, yesterday with the issues that he had, working his way through, dropping down massively in the points, but what a comeback charge it has been. He finds himself in contention, on pole position, and maybe as the favourite for the whole thing.
Right, there's something I would like to do, and I think we've got the people out in front of here to do it. We think it could be the final race. It could be the final race. So let's do this anyway. Everybody in Sweden, DreamHack, are you ready?
It's not bad, it's not bad.
I think we can go higher.
We can.
Let's go again. Are you ready? I think they're ready, Lewis.
I think Luke is as well. Hold up, the best sign there's ever been. Thank you, sir. I don't even know what the second bit. I can't read that bit. It's far too. You should try these lights, mate. We'll have to read that one later on. It's fine, but you know, it's all right. Best of luck, mate.
Best of luck, pal.
Best of luck. I don't know why I'm saying that, but no. Look, Luke thinks I'm better than you. It's fine. That's the.
Oh, it's fine. It's all right.
It's only one person.
It's a battle I don't want to win anyway.
One man's opinion. It's fine. It's fine. Look. When it comes to battles, obviously we have a little bit of battle in the commentary booth. That's fine. We've all had a little fights behind the scenes when it comes to whose predictions are right. Yes, I know mine have been terrible. Absolutely. It's fine. But now it comes down to the battle on track between 12 of the best drivers on planet
predictions
Earth.
don't matter at this point.
No, not anymore.
It
no
is
way.
all down to this. A final on the line, and it's all about this. The ESL R1 trophy that sits dead in the center of this arena, all lit up in green. The colors of this illustrious championship that have existed since February, and it's gone on to grow. We've got some of the best drivers in the world, the best drivers in the world, competing for that prize.
Yeah, indeed, and it all comes down to potentially one final race. Maybe we'll need another one, who knows? But George, take it away.
It could be the final time, and it's Joshua Rogers on pole position. Can Toman hunt him down into turn 1? We await the lights to go red as we now go racing in Spa. 3 lights, 4 lights, and the 5th light. And it's pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 and it certainly is Joshua Rogers. What a jump off the line there as well. Yuri Toman a little slow away. Max Beneker and Sebastian Job heading through turn 1, but it is going to be, without question, it is Josh Rogers.
Oh, McCormack!
Oh, McCormack!
McCormack's round. McCormack got round at the turn 1. We saw him backwards. He's rejoining the circuit. Dara McCormack, well, that's his chance in this race completely done. And at the moment, it's Josh Rogers at the front. He might have to hope that Yuri Toman works his way through while Sebastian Jones trying to clear Beneker.
Yeah, Rangers scenes here. Toman no going for the lead of the race. R8G, it may not be Chinchik, but Toman looking to deliver the goods. 3 wide as well. We have got Sebastian Job trying to fight his way into the top 3. Can he do it? Beneker holding it back, but Toman takes the lead. Incredible through Malmedy.
And Yuri Toman is doing it for Marcel Chinchik. He's assisting his teammate. He's making this competition go on longer. He's trying to deny it on Joshua Rogers. Easier said than done, though. Rogers will come back hard over the next 6 laps. Let's see if he can hang on. Can Yuri Toman? You've got Max Beneker also in the mix. He wants to get into final sprint. He wants this to keep going at the moment. If he can get past Rogers and allow Toman to run up into the distance, that works for Beneker.
Yeah, don't look away, folks. We've got 6.5 laps of magic to bring you. Yuri Toman leads the way. Can you imagine if he was to take victory out of the clutches of potential defeat? What this could mean for R8G. Of course, for Chinchik, it's slightly solemn. He's in P7. He needs to put the gears in, needs to put the work in. Let's take a look at a replay, Lewis.
Yeah, we'll see this what happened to Dara McCormack. Oh, it was Dane Warren. There was 3 wide behind. Dane Warren coming through, making contact. Obviously, no malice in that, but Dara McCormack being spun round. I'm going to be really harsh here.
Yep.
He wasn't really going to win this race anyway.
No.
And that's what he cares about.
Well,
he only cares about winning.
That he knows that Spa isn't their forte. And listen, where they qualified as well, it wasn't ideal. Toman, though, currently in the lead. Just look at Rogers, though, ever so dynamic, hot on his heels. The Audi R8 now coming under convincing pressure. Here comes Rogers, though. We rarely see a move like this. Heading into bus stop. We haven't seen many tonight. Certainly here today. Oh, Rogers making a mistake.
And here comes Beneker.
Beneker coming in. The old rivalry is back here at ESL R1. And Beneker refusing to give up because he is in this fight and he's looking for finalist mode.
Yeah, Beneker's going to take quite a lot of risk here to try and clear Rogers. Rogers needs the victory again. Nothing else matters for him. It is all about the victory. Do we need another race? Well, we've got plenty to find out in this one. Yuri Toman leads, and if he wins, this goes on. The show will go on. Rogers at the moment and Job in tow. 2nd and 4th at the moment. They must win this race.
Yeah, they climb over the crest now out of Eau and Radion. They settle down again. Rogers can breathe a little bit. Beneker did, though. Fire a warning shot. Here we go, though. Toman knows that he might be defeated on this occasion. Here comes Joshua Rogers to reclaim P1. He's done it, and through they come. It is Rogers now back in the lead. And now Sebastian Job and Beneker are fighting it out.
Yeah, Job did not get past Beneker. Toman was shaking his head in the exact same way that Beneker was earlier. The defensive line coming in from Sebastian Job as he's trying to fend off Kevin Ellis Jr. This will be it for Joshua Rogers. He needs record-breaking lap times right now to pull away from Yuri Toman to set the world on fire as he looks to become the ESL full champion.
The reality is clear. With Rogers now leading the way, he has got one hand on the prize. There is still potential, though, for other drivers to come in and take it away. Don't forget the Camel Straight. Toman could be on the pace. Don't count out Beneker. He has only got one thing on his mind, Maximilian Beneker. Remember, champion at Gamers 8. He knows exactly what it takes, and he's going to bring everything in this race.
But then can Beneker risk getting past Toman right now? Can he risk wasting the time getting past Toman right now whilst Josh Rogers is leading? If they fight hard, if 2nd and 3rd fight hard, exactly, they have to kind of work together a little bit there. Yeah, there's no allegiance between the teams. There's no allegiance between Mouse and R8G right now. It is all allegiance to stop Porsche Coander and GT from winning this thing.
Yeah, it is. Now they'll sprint through this next left-hander through Blanchimont. Sebastian Joby, forget about him. He is right in the thick of it as well. Second row of the grid. He remains in fourth, just in behind Max Benneker as they now sprint down through towards the bus stop. Of course, Toman isn't going to go for the move in towards bus stop chicane. Of course, he's going to save it until Kemmel. He's going to try and line up a move, heading up through towards the source, try and get the exit speed, try and hit the throttle with the right velocity, provide a chance to perhaps tackle Joshua Rogers up the Kemmel straight.
He's close enough. He's close enough. It's kind of like every time he gets an opportunity, he's got to go for it. They depart Lake On. Now watch the line coming down the hill. I kind of wonder, see Josh Rogers, he's kind of weaving over the road. He wants to make sure that Toman is as close as possible before they begin this rise up the hill so that he can try and delay Toman a little bit. It's not worked out that time. Toman is in that slipstream. He's buried in it as he's trying to work his way under the Kemmel straight. They head their way through the Kemmel curve, and once again the lead might be about to switch. It's got to be an unbelievably brave move though from Yuri Toman around the outside of Lake On. Josh Rogers defending to the inside. Toman sending it in. He's trying to get it around the outside, and R8G heading back to the front.
They certainly are, but Joshua Rogers not giving up as they make their way through Malmedy. Oh, seriously, sensational work here from Rogers, who holds it together, but Toman doing enough to prevent the overtake coming back at him here. Benneker, though, far from done either, trying to force the issue, heading through Rivage. Can't quite do it, but here comes Job.
2.5 laps into this race, and it is the best we have ever seen from Yuri Toman. This is incredible, going toe-to-toe with the absolute best in sim racing. Josh Rogers, Max Benneker, Sebastian Job as well, and Yuri Toman, as he has done all season long, is throwing the gauntlet down.
He certainly is, and I tell you what, you can see here from below, finalist mode, take this into account. If Joshua Rogers wins this race, he is the ESL R1 2023 Fall Champion. You've read it here, folks, that's confirmation. He's listed in yellow, that is because he is in finalist mode. Rogers in second, chasing down Yuri Toman. I don't think he'll chance his on down towards bus stop. Again, like Toman did, he'll conserve it for the Kemmel straight.
How sick do you think Dara McCormack's feeling right now in the car? Because he's watching, he's obviously not watching, he's doing his own race, but he's probably seeing all the times, he's probably taking a little bit of a look at the broadcast
as well. He needs Toman here.
He's looking at this thinking, this is out of my control. This is in other people's hands as to whether this competition goes on or not and whether I have a chance at Hockenheim.
Yeah, it's down to Toman here. There's Dara McCormack in the bottom right of your screen, folks. That error, that issue, of course, getting unseated, heading through turn one out of La Source. Of course, leaving him in the gravel trap has essentially left him where he is now. And here at this stage, Toman, despite holding onto the race lead, could yet see it swap again. As now we see Rogers making his way through towards the source. Benneker, though, getting very close.
They're going to switch here into Lake On. I am almost certain of it. There is going to be an opportunity. We know how fast that Porsche Coander is. Unless Yuri Toman finds something special, something magical, something which I have never even heard of before. You can see Toman's kind of slowed him down a little bit because here comes the overspeed from Max Benneker, who is all over the road. Have you heard about track limits? They don't exist for Benneker.
No, they don't. He's pushing. He's giving it everything. And look at the slipstream he's getting
here
as
well.
Goes. Surely not 3 wide. He's not going to go for it. Not quite. But Rogers is going to send it. He goes wheel to wheel with Toman. Rogers takes the lead here at Spa again. Look at Job, though, heading through Malmedy side by side with Benneker as they head down towards Rivage.
Yeah, no switch. Let's see. Benneker's around the outside, and he is actually through. Sorry, he is holding on. So Sebastian Job still 4th place. Joshua Rogers into the race lead. It is Rogers and Job who we're looking at here, the 2 drivers in finalist mode, either side of Yuri Toman and Maximilian Benneker, the 2 Audi R8s, 1 for R8G, 1 for Mouse, trying to delay the victory of our champions, our potential champions. It is a tall order.
The purity of this tension, you can cut it with a knife. Joshua Rogers now still leads, but 4/10 is all that separates he and Yuri Toman. They've swapped the lead now considerably over the course of this race. Lap 4 of 7 will soon become 5, and we're coming down to the final 3 laps of racing. Here is Spa-Francorchamps, further back, Maximilian Benneker with a sterling performance just within 0.4 of a second. That has skipped out slightly, he'll get it back. Sebastian Job now also trying to bring himself in, 2.5 tenths away away do not count out Sebastian Job.
But the gap's growing, importantly, between Josh Rogers and Yuri Toman. Like, no way someone stays ahead of Rogers. Yeah, I mean, it's a tall order. And to be fair, around here today, it's been 4 victories for Joshua Rogers as we're about to end the 4th lap. We're halfway through this potential season finale race here. But we have to wait and see if he's going to win. Yuri Toman's closed it back into the bus stop.
He has. They're going to venture, though, through now on lap 5 of 7 now. And this time around, it will be Rogers now taking them through La Source. He made the move in the previous lap to keep Toman behind Beneker as well, with Job inside now as they head through turn 1. Job has not done this before. Remember, he's tried it now for a moment. He no! Oh my goodness me! And the response from Maximilian Beneker, a war of words between 2 competitors. And look as well, Jeffrey Rienveld stands a chance.
And if we need another race, that might be a quali ban for Sebastian Job, squeezing out Maximilian Beneker there at T1. Of course, the contact between them, who knows? But race control will surely take a look at that one. It might be a completely moot point when it comes to this, because Yuri Toman is not close enough to get past Josh Rogers this time. We know how fast Rogers is in the middle sector, and if he can light it up this time by as Kev Ellis Jr. gets in third. Look at all this behind, though, with Marcel Chinchik.
Yeah, absolutely. Kevin Ellis Jr., superb stuff here. Chinchik on the fight, too, as he makes his way down the inside, heading through Malmedy. The car getting all out of shape as he looks to go side by side with Jeffrey Rienveld, currently battling over that 6th place. Still a stellar show from Chinchik. He's got the fight in him. He's looking to try and gain some places.
Yeah, indeed. For Chinchik, he needs 4th place in this race to get into finalist mode. At the moment, it is not good enough. At the moment, the only driver joining finalist mode is this one here, Maximilian Beneker. If we need another race, Max Beneker will be in finalist mode along with Josh Rogers, Sebastian Job and Dara McCormack. But with the gap of 0.4 of a second, there is only one driver on this grid that can delay Rogers winning. It is Yuri Toman. Remember back to the first ever round that we had in ESL R1. It was at Katowice, it was at Spa as well, and it was Yuri Toman in 2nd place. He was closing down on Maximilian Beneker, but he never had the opportunity to pass.
No, and remember as well, it was Joshua Rogers and Max Beneker. They were the OGs of race winners in ESL R1 all the way back in Katowice on the opening 2 days of racing. 2 legends, of course, that make up this grid, and Rogers, obviously part of that contingent, managing now to consolidate the place up at the top end. He will start the penultimate lap next time around. He is 2 laps away from being crowned Drivers' Champion. Can he hold on to it, Lewis McGlade?
Biggest cure for illness? Victory. And that is what Josh Rogers is feeling right now. He has been ill all weekend. He has been kind of against it a little bit, against the grain in the previous day. He struggled a little bit to get into this. He is 2 laps away from 40k, and of course the most important bit of all, being our champion.
Yeah, it's all about lifting the trophy. We have heard from drivers before. What would they prefer, the money or the reward? They want the prize. That's what they want. It's all about the trophy. Here, lifting this gargantuan piece here, right behind.
Whoa, David! Oh, it will be the wheel. I think that might be the rig again. It's gone.
That's the third time before.
He is out. He is gone. He is fuming. What a shame for Yuri Toman, who was driving unbelievably well again, and he is fuming.
That is no doubt the fault we saw before. There was no reaction at all from the brakes, and now already the technician's going to work to see what the problem is, but Toman's, well, obviously Toman's reaction is pretty clear. He is not happy. Rogers leads the way though. Nothing's changed, but the gap has. It's 1.6, and Job is under attack.
Yeah, indeed. At the moment, this competition is coming to a close unless we have just the most insane final lap. Joshua Rogers can absolutely breathe. He can be calm. You can see Rory there already having a quick chat with Yuri Toman. Oh, wow. I mean, I'm going to say it's a bit of an anticlimax now.
Inconsolable, but obviously Rogers' job has been made that much easier. But I tell you what, nothing's easy in these closing laps, of course, given the fact that the gargantuan effects of winning the championship is on the line here for Joshua Rogers. He leads here, 1.6 the gap. Job has got to let it all loose now here in these final 1.5 laps. He's got to go for it. He's got to leave everything, balls to the wall here at Spa.
I just don't see him closing 1.6 seconds. Not against Joshua Rogers, not against pretty much the best driver in sim racing. These two have gone toe-to-toe so many times. We've seen them at the top end. Joshua Rogers has been arguably the fastest driver in sim racing for what, like 5-6 years? And that is why he is one of the best drivers in sim racing. He's got one more lap to complete. Remember, when we went racing in Gamers 8, I know it's a bit of a harsh statement towards the Porsche Commander team. When it came to that team's championship, he dragged them kicking and screaming to the title.
He did. He dragged them in Saudi Arabia to the top, and they celebrated team success. But this time, Joshua Rogers chasing after individual success, looking to join Marcel Chinchik in terms of being named on that title, and now he's only a lap away of achieving it. 1.7 the gap. It's not coming down. Job under pressure because Kevin Ellis Jr. is on his tail as they take Kemmel straight out of Eau Rouge and rally on for the final time.
And Sebastian Job right now, I mean, he's battling now for getting some extra points, getting himself into second in the Drivers' Championship. If he holds on the second, I think if he holds second, third, fourth, something like that, he'll be absolutely fine. Because whilst they have been counting points behind the scenes to see if Kevin Ellis Jr. can work his way past, there is some extra prize money, of course, second versus third. Sebastian Job will drop back into third position, absolutely not taking any risk. How's Kevin Ellis Jr. been, though, today? He's getting a bit of an up and under, though, from Sebastian Job. That's a textbook one.
That's a fantastic switchback from Sebastian Job. They wrestle, though, as they head down towards Rivage. Certainly Rogers checking out. It's 2 seconds beyond, but Kevin Ellis Jr., who has been stellar in his certainly closing out his full season major so far. Benneker sticking his oar in as well as they head through the outside, through towards Jackie Hicks. Benneker in P3.
Absolutely incredible. Once again, to see Rogers, Job, Benneker up there. Ellis Jr. has been fighting. They're showing who's best. We've had an unbelievable weekend, but it is coming to a close. I mean, this is our last bit of commentary when it comes to it. And what an unbelievable performance from our 12 finalists. Again, this has been amazing, but one driver has risen to the top, and it is for the 5th time today.
It certainly is. He claimed race wins on 4 consecutive occasions. We felt that the Spa visit last time out was the precursor to great success. This team, Porsche Coanda, that have managed to taste victory as a team all the way back in Saudi Arabia in Gamers 8, but some victories taste all the sweeter. Certainly when you're an individual talent looking to prove yourself in motorsport and sim racing in itself. Joshua Rogers has proven himself time and time again, no doubt, standing tall in terms of the hierarchy of all-time great sim racing drivers alongside the likes of Sebastian Job and Max Benneker. But rounding the corners for the final time here at the bus stop, it is going to be Joshua Rogers. He is your ESL R1 full season champion.
And how incredible is that? You want to know who the best driver in sim racing is? The best driver in the world, Joshua Rogers beat Sebastian Job to the victory here at Spa. And Joshua Rogers, you can see there the celebrations, how much of a weight that feels off his shoulders. You can see the Porsche Coanda bunch will come into him and will celebrate with him, and rightfully so.
Yeah, absolutely right. Obviously, he's going to be absolutely thrilled with what he's brought to the table. A fantastic season has been brought to a close. And now they're going to move to the middle of the stage now. Jasmine is standing by. This is going to feel and taste oh so sweet for Joshua Rogers. And he is standing by here with Jasmine as well.
Well, without further ado, Josh, you are well and truly our ESL R1 full season major champion. Go for it. Claim your prize, lift your trophy, and celebrate with your team. Please don't drop it. Well, Josh. Pass over the trophy, you could put it down there. Talk to me, how are you feeling? Adrenaline pumping through your veins right now?
Honestly, that was one hell of a race.
Yeah.
Right from the start, I mean, obviously I was extremely hyped after that lap in qualifying. It felt very similar to Riyadh for the team's championship. Yeah, then from there I tried going both ways with Yuri and in the end to Kemmel to defend, and it didn't work either time. But thankfully, yeah, we were able to get through in the end. I think a fortunate issue, which would have made it really close in the end without that. But yeah, I was pushing, I think, prouder of the car than I ever have all season. And yeah, honestly, I'm so stoked considering where we came from yesterday. That I don't feel great. Yeah, I could have never imagined.
You guys are just stood there. Get over here. This is just as much your win as it is his as well. Talk to me, Josh. Obviously, 5 race wins for yourself just in today alone. Compared to yesterday's performance, it's been astounding. What has the difference maker been for you compared to yesterday?
Honestly, I don't know, because I slept just as bad last night as I did the night before. Yeah, but I was just putting it together in qualifying today, I think, more often than I was yesterday. Obviously, today, it was still very much one race, finish last, one race, finish last. But yeah, thankfully managed to, I don't know. I'm lost for words. Obviously, yeah, I don't know. It's just ecstatic.
Was there a moment in which during that back and forth between Yuri where you were like, I could be fumbling it at this moment in time? How do you stop yourself, regain and refocus on the race at hand?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when I lost the lead on lap 1, I knew that I'd made it a lot harder for myself than I needed to. I think turn 1, lap 1 wasn't the best for me, so that made things a little trickier. But yeah, honestly, the hardest part was managing the 2 cars behind us in the same moment. I think Max had to go a few times. I think Sebi was also there in it. Yeah, awesome fight, but yeah, I don't know. I'm so over the moon. I'm so happy.
Your entire team are here, eager to celebrate with you. So without further ado, I'm going to leave you to it. I'm going to let you homies celebrate. Congratulations once again to everybody from Porsche Coanda. Celebrations are indeed in order for the entire of the Porsche Coanda squad. Congratulations once again to Josh Rogers, walking away with not only the ESL R1 Major Championship Trophy and 40,000 euros to his name as well, Lewis. Astounding performance for him throughout the entirety of today.
Yeah, he's been absolutely incredible, has Joshua Rogers. He's deserved every moment of this. It has been a tough weekend for him, that is for sure. The illness has put a pay to that. But 5 victories today and the championship.
Well, I mean, I have to say, no champion I think is more deserving than this young man. Coming back from adversity the way he did last time out, it was absolutely stellar. After yesterday, where he was really pushed to the limits, despite being in the condition he was in, he is now our champion.
Well, you know what? I know Rory is certainly eagerly awaiting to do an interview of his own. So, Rory, take it away.
Thank you, Jasmine. I'm here with your year's Porsche Coanda champion. How's that feel?
The driver's champion, not me.
I'm sure. Well, you're a champion too. You're a champion too.
Yeah. I mean, I'm so thrilled right now. It's like big relief now that he managed to come back. It was insane job he did today, like with all the race wins. Super job. That's amazing. Just amazing.
It's an incredible journey. I mean, this is the summit of it. But how much has gone into this from the very start of this season? Just sum it up for us. What's it taken to get to this point?
Oh, I mean, especially the preparation for this major event. We tried some new things. It was really great. Where we did some like to have the atmosphere a little, to simulate it, that the driver can actually perform. It's so good to know now that it all worked out. And the online season also was great. We had a little slow start and came back towards the end. Yeah, and that's just the summit.
And then even the online season, when you got here, it didn't get any easier, right? How do you sum up Josh as a driver?
He's just the best, I would say.
Perfect, Jorn. Thank you very much. Congratulations. You're a champion too. Congratulations to Porsche Coanda. Back to you guys at the desk.
Man, oh man, there we have it. Our driver champion has been crowned, but it is not over yet, as we have our team championship trophy still ready and waiting to be given away. But of course, we already know who managed to take away this victory. Fantastic performances from all of their drivers throughout this season. You know, compared to Munich as well, they've come back even stronger this season. So please give it up for R8G.
course, they'll give the trophy straight over to the spring season champion as well. To let most of. He doesn't know why he is holding a trophy, but what a performance it has been from R8G this season online. They've been incredible. They've pieced things together, and they have delivered themselves a team's championship in the most consistent form.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Their trophies that Marcel Chinchik is obviously used to lifting, and now once again, back at the top this time around. The issue for Yuri Tobin in that race is a thing of the past. He is delighted for his team.
Yep.
This is rounds and rounds of work and preparation that has gone into this championship victory.
And they also gave the little throw up into the air to the shortest man there. So that's a solid effort. I thought that's what you were going to talk about with the Yuri Tobin.
Marcel, this is for you.
Thank you.
You don't get to hold that trophy just yet. I know you're eagerly awaiting to do so. Talk to me, how has the season as a whole been, especially compared to spring?
I think it was really similar. Even on the spring, I had like a high and low moments through the season, but in Munich it was going really well for me, the LAN event. But this time I had the feeling with the rig and with the car, but sometimes I just messed up the qualifying and I didn't give enough good performance, so I will try better next time.
Well, what was the game plan for the entire team heading into this season? Did you have a little bit of a team talk, strategize what you need to do to come back as amazingly as you have? I'm going to forget to speak English.
I think if we do the same job as this season, it's going to be good. So, but next time we try to win the drivers one also.
Amazing. What are the plans to celebrate now? Now that you guys have another trophy, you keeping this one?
Yes.
You're taking this one home as well?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, amazing. Are you going to try and take home the check as well?
Yeah, because the other one they took from me, so I need something.
They've got other ideas for this trophy, most definitely. Well, congratulations to yourself and the entire team. What are you doing to celebrate tonight?
We're going to have a beer.
A beer, a singular beer.
Maybe two.
It seems like your entire team just disagrees with you completely.
Okay, so they're gonna
go out and party. We know you like to party, Marcel. Well, thank you boys so much for joining me. I'm gonna let you go ahead, continue celebrating, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Perfect.
Well, there we have it. They are champions. It is R8G back on top again. Haniowski lifts it aloft with the sparks letting fly here at the major. And Marcel Chinchik back in the remit of success as well. They deserve it, don't they?
Yeah, they'll walk off stage for the last time, potentially this year, as we prepare ourselves for the next year. They are the second team champion we had. We had Team Redline back in the spring, but it is all R8G here at the fall season. Impressive stuff.
Boys, it's honestly been an absolute blast here.
Loved it.
We've had so many amazing drivers come and grow. 52 to 24 to 12, and now we have Joshua Rogers, our major driver championship winner as well. What a roller coaster of emotions. Talk to me about your highlights from start of the season all the way to the major here today, George.
Well, I mean, I think the highlight for me, and I'll always remember this moment fondly, Jamie Fluke winning, I think, in round 7 at Road Atlanta was a big deal for me. I mean, just to have those Cinderella stories, they're important in sport, important in racing as well, and very much like seeing drivers accomplish their goals. I think Jamie Fluke, despite him not necessarily making it to the major, I think that journey means a lot to him, and he knows that he's still definitely capable of succeeding at the top level.
Yeah, of course, we've had some special victories throughout the season. Brzezinski's one at Daytona springs to mind. The sublime drive of Dominic Blyer as well for the Windy Sports Camp back there as well, exactly on debut. But then, of course, the run through the season, we've had so many ups and downs, and it's the unpredictable nature of this championship, which is what's always there. And to be fair, I think we need to give a big shout out to our resident commentators, Jamie Fluke and Mac Backham, who joined us on the commentary desk throughout the weekend. Fantastic. And they did an incredible job.
Yeah, you know what, Rory? I want to give a big shout out to you as well, because you have been absolutely crushing it, homie. We've enjoyed every single one of those interviews you've been doing.
How was the rap career as well?
Yeah,
great. Thank you for having me up. So this is what the big time looks like, is it? Rather than down in the shadows like I've been. But no, it's been a pleasure, guys. Thank you.
Well, as we take a look at all of our teams and drivers, having discussions and, of course, celebrating, Josh Rogers looks like he's deep in thought right now, probably thinking about how he's going to be splashing that cash as well.
Well, I mean, look, he's getting mic'd up for another interview, because you know what? When you're a champion, you don't get to breathe for a little bit.
Crossing the line is only the first part of the job.
Exactly.
Everything else comes after it. So now he's got media work to do. I mean, this guy is going to have a very busy night ahead of him. you know, the celebrations are going to take certainly a central role later on. I can imagine.
The Porsche media machine is
exactly
full effect.
You know what? I also want to give a very big shout out to Sebastian Job. I feel like, especially when we compared his performance here to Gamers 8, I feel like, you know, it's been night and day difference. He's done everything in his power to make that difference happen, to make sure that he's been able to come here, show up, and, you know, do what he needed to do to give us a performance that he has. So fair play to him.
Yeah, I mean, you saw obviously Nick Dealey, as race engineer, come over and congratulate Josh Rogers just a second ago. I think it's kind of like the important bit. There is a bit of camaraderie there. You know, we saw a lot of respect today from a lot of drivers. Obviously, Kevin Siggy's probably high up there on the list with what happened with himself and Dara McCormack. But yeah, like it's always good to see post-race, seeing the other teams, not even just drivers, but the teams themselves coming over to congratulate.
Yeah,
and that's what I was going to say. Dara McCormack as well deserves a mention today.
100%.
His last race didn't go his way, but my. Some of the battles that he had, especially the one with Job at Monza, wow.
It's been incredible. It's been incredible.
I feel like throughout the entire season, we've continued to see drivers pull together, admit their faults, come together to celebrate for one another. And for me, it's truly heartwarming, because a lot of the time you think esports, sim racing, and what have you, it's just like, you're my opponent, therefore I don't care how you do. But to see scenes like this, to see all of these boys come together at LAN, there are simply no words for it. I'm super excited to see the rest of their journey.
Yeah, it'll live long in the memory, I think, for them as well. I think, obviously, next year, I'm expecting Sebastian Job to be coming out like a wrecking ball. I think next season, as well as Dara McCormack, who obviously I think he's going to be very somber. We're looking at him now, and obviously unmoved, but obviously I can imagine his thoughts are pretty much apparent at this stage, and I'd imagine his team are going to get around him, support him, and look out 2024, we're going to be in for a real ride.
And his wonderful girlfriend as well, who's become a bit of a mini celebrity here, I think.
She's fantastic. I got to say, credit as well to the partners that have stood out, you know, massively throughout the show.
Yeah, I feel like not just the partners, but also the family members. I know Jeffrey Rietveld's parents were watching every single race that he's been doing as well, so huge shout out to them.
Fantastic.
Any other parents we know that have been tuning in? Or
Lewis's?
I'm sure. Well, my mum and papa definitely. They don't know what esports are.
Yeah, I mean, there's Joshua Rogers again. Obviously, like we said, the media machine is in full swing here at this stage, but his teammates still getting time to congratulate their man at the top. Listen, it's one thing to take the team's championship. Obviously, that's a collective effort. But when you take a driver's championship, you know, that defines you as the best of the best at this point. So, you know, we've got some serious greats.
He doesn't look very ill, does he?
Maybe it was all just the ploy. We did mention
victory cures it.
As soon as you say that you're not feeling well, that's when you start to perform better.
And also, it's a great, I'm sure he does feel great, because the big bosses at Porsche Motorsport are here.
Yeah, I know, I saw them.
So no better time to win a Drivers' Championship than when the big bosses are here.
Sure, that's immortality in Porsche, isn't it? You know, you'll be forever remembered, I think, after that. But yes, get a couple of tweets as well going out. You know, he's got to. You know,
he's going to receive a lot of messages right now.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be going mad on his phone right now.
Phone's definitely going off left, right, and centre. Well, guys, what a season, huh?
Yeah.
I think it's been a bit of a roller coaster of emotions, performances, and underdogs rising to the top in some cases as well. From my side, I want to give a very big shout out to every single one of you that have joined me up here on the stage. It's been so much fun to be a part of, as per usual. All of our incredible drivers that have stuck by us throughout the entire season. Everybody that's been here at the venue, watching at home, our fantastic partners over at VRS as well. And wow, oh wow, what an incredible dream hack, huh? What a way to close things out. On that note, I want to give a very, very, very big shout out to everybody that has been working tirelessly behind the scenes to put this show on, the stage, the lighting, the sound, cameras, you name it, and there's still so much more as well. Without them, none of this would be possible. But from all of us, man, can't wait to do it all over again next year. We'll see you next time.